furious thunder ferret, deliver the final blow. Shen Cheng, a distinguished player of all beast masters, just as his max-level divine pet was locked in a fierce battle with the boss. The Sovereign of the Marsh, a bolt of lightning transported Shen Cheng into the real world of all beast masters. Instead of embarking on a university journey, fate led him to the prestigious Saintti Academy, where he began his path as a beast master. The awakening of his beast master talent. What? I've awakened as a genius beast master upon regaining consciousness. In the frozen valley, the ground was teeming with ice wolf cubs. Watch as I evolve the hidden divine beast, the Dark Moon Wolf King. Name: Shen Cheng. Level: Apprentice Beast Master Level 4. Spirit Beast. Ice Wolf Cub. Genius Beast Master. The system is activated in this world. I too can become a Beast Master. Chapter 1. All Beast Masters. Wake up. Shen Cheng. Hurry up and wake up. With all his might, Shen Cheng opened his eyes to see several blurry figures calling his name. Fatty? 4 of them? No, my vision must be blurred. Where am I? Shen Cheng shook his head vigorously, watching as the 4 figures coalesced into a single person clad in green attire. Strange, who are you? Am I dreaming? Shen Cheng murmured. Have you lost your wits, Chengzi? It's me, Huang Dong. Huang Dong. Shen Cheng rummaged through his mind for this unfamiliar yet familiar name. He turned to survey the vast expanse of the snowy domain before him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, and a torrent of names and memories surged into his consciousness, overwhelming him. The frozen valley. Isn't that a map from all beast masters? Shen Cheng strained to recall the events leading up to his slumber. What on earth happened? Wasn't I at home battling the Sovereign of the Marsh in all beast masters? 17-year-old Shen Cheng hailed from an ordinary family in Jianyuan City and was about to graduate from Jianyuan No. 1 High School. Every day, he reveled in the joy of summer vacation, playing video games with friends. The game he indulged in was the nationwide sensation, the Beastmaster game, All Beastmasters. Shen Cheng vividly remembered that stormy night in Jianyuan City when he was at home, teaming up with friends to tackle the scene boss, the Sovereign of the Marsh. Just as his level 100 divine pet, the furious thunder ferret, was poised to deliver the final strike, a lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking his computer with force. His last memory was of struggling against the electric shock while trying to escape the computer, followed by an engulfing darkness. This isn't a dream. Could it be that I've traversed into the world of all beast masters? Shen Cheng quickly grasped the situation. As a seasoned player of all beast masters, consistently ranking first on the Jianyuan City ladder, Shen Cheng possessed a remarkable calmness and composure uncommon for his age. His mind raced to retrieve the memories of this body. It seemed the owner of this vessel also bore the name Shen Cheng. A parallel world version of me? Before he could ponder further, Huang Dong's voice interrupted him. Alas, Chengzi, you really have gone daft. How am I supposed to explain this to your mother? You slipped and tumbled down a mountain. I couldn't even catch up. Huang Dong regarded the prone Shen Cheng with a look of concern reserved for the foolish. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed through Shen Cheng's mind. Name: Huang Dong. Level: Apprentice Beast Master Level 6. Main Spirit Beast. Long-tongued lizard. Place of birth: Wangnyo Mountain. Specialty: eating 10 portions by oneself. What the heck? There's even a status panel. In all Beast Masters, one can only access NPC information, but it seems that in this world, I can also retrieve real people's data? A glimmer of joy sparkled in Shen Cheng's eyes. With this perspective panel, if I awaken my Beast Master talent, it'll surely soar. Shen Cheng quickly came to terms with the reality of his transmigration, yet the stark contrast of his circumstances left him feeling despondent. Observing Shen Cheng's mutterings, Huang Dong sighed deeply. Your mother had said that without Beast Master abilities, you wouldn't make it to school. You could always tag along with me to Donglin City for a job. Then Huang Dong gazed at Shen Cheng with pitying eyes. Now it seems I'll have to help you find a job. Even a fool could manage. Shen Cheng. He continued to delve into the memories of this life. It turned out this world was one where humans coexisted with spirit beasts. Over a millennium ago, a spatial distortion opened a portal to another world, flooding this planet with countless spirit beasts. Initially, these spirit beasts proliferated and claimed territories. As humanity's technology failed to suppress these otherworldly beings, it seemed their lands were on the brink of being consumed. The emergence of beast masters turned the tide in humanity's favor. Some individuals would awaken their beast master talents as they approached adulthood, enabling them to forge contracts with spirit beasts. Thus, powerful beast masters began to emerge. Armed with formidable contracted spirit beasts and rich combat experience, humanity gradually subdued the rampant spirit beasts. To this day, a balance has been established between humans and spirit beasts. Beast masters have become the most revered profession on this continent. In this realm, technological advancement for humanity has stagnated. Life revolves entirely around beast masters. The Eastern continent is vast, home to numerous nations. Various factions and clans abound, with the mightiest and most economically advanced being the Tianlong Empire in the Far East. Shen Cheng sought information pertaining to his existence in this parallel world. He and the plump Huang Dong hailed from a small town called Wangnyo Mountain in the northwest of the continent. Like his counterpart from Jianghai City, he had just graduated from high school. However, in the Tianlong Empire, graduation from high school ushered in a division of paths. Most of the population consisted of ordinary individuals without beastmaster talents, who would directly enter the workforce. That a small fraction would awaken their beastmaster talents, becoming esteemed beastmasters and pursuing advanced education. Huang Dong had indeed awakened his beastmaster talent and formed a contract with the long-tongued lizard, preparing to enroll in the largest beastmaster academy, Saintti Academy, in the Tianlong Empire. Unfortunately, this world's Shen Cheng was not as fortunate to awaken such a talent. His parents in Wangnyo Mountain were humble farmers, and even if he became a beastmaster, they could not provide substantial financial support. After all, being a beastmaster is notoriously the most financially draining profession. The prices of various spirit beasts and rare treasures are beyond the means of an ordinary family. Having absorbed all the information, alas, Shen Cheng sighed deeply. After all, I'm a seasoned player of all beastmasters from Jianyuan City, effortlessly defeating various bosses. How did I end up in such a deplorable state? He turned to Huang Dong and asked, "What are the admission requirements for Saintti Academy?" Huang Dong looked at Shen Cheng with the same pitying expression reserved for the simple-minded. Of course, the condition to attend a Beastmaster Academy is to awaken a beast master talent. The school year has already begun, and the enrollment for all Beastmaster Academies has long since concluded. Well then, what about Saintti Academy? Saintti Academy. Saintti Academy is the largest Beastmaster Academy in the Tianlong Empire. The requirements for students' backgrounds are not overly stringent. Therefore, it offers many opportunities for beastmasters from ordinary families to pursue their studies. However, Saintti Academy is a veritable treasure trove of talent, with numerous formidable families sending their youth here for rigorous training. Moreover, many young individuals from distant lands and other nations are drawn to this place, rivaling the elite Beastmaster Academies in excellence. Saintti Academy has nurtured countless talents for the Heavenly Dragon Empire, including the esteemed Royal Beast Army. As the rotund figure spoke, his eyes brimmed with pride and aspiration. It seems this place is indeed a melting pot of diverse talents. Shen Cheng straightened his back, rising to his feet. Ouch, my poor back. He had forgotten the painful experience of tumbling down the snowy slope, and his body still ached. Gazing up at the snowflakes swirling in the frozen valley, Shen Cheng revealed a meaningful smile. The Eastern continent, you say? How intriguing. He then turned to Huang Dong. Fatty, do show me your chameleon lizard. Chapter 2. The Flame-Maned Lion. Setting aside the emotions associated with this body, Shen Cheng harbored a certain fondness for the rotund figure before him. This was largely due to the fact that his very first spirit beast and universal beastmaster was the long-tongued lizard, and he vividly recalled the thrill and joy of forging a contract with this creature amidst the echoing grasslands. Even after acquiring formidable divine beasts, he would occasionally allow the long-tongued lizard to accompany him, serving as a testament to his numerous growths along the way. The plump individual concentrated his psychic energy, causing a 5-pointed star formation to appear beneath his feet, from which a green, long-tongued lizard gradually ascended. Shen Cheng cast a glance at the long-tongued lizard, and its specific information instantly materialized in his mind. Name: long-tongued lizard. Attribute: grass. Level: first stage, level 5. Talent: B. Skills: absorb, leaf attack, tongue wrap. Evolution path: 1. Personality: calm. With a B-level talent, it was quite commendable. Generally, spirit beasts are rated on an 8-tier talent system, ranging from E, D, C, B, A, S, SS to SSS. Among spirit beasts of the same level and species, those with higher talents demonstrate superior learning abilities, greater combat insight, and heightened cultivation potential. A-level talent represents the pinnacle among ordinary spirit beasts. Upon reaching S-level talent, a spirit beast typically possesses not only a conventional evolution path, but also hidden evolution paths, the conditions for which are more stringent, resulting in correspondingly more powerful spirit beasts. S-level talent beasts are exceedingly rare, while SS-level beasts can evolve along two hidden paths. Spirit beasts are classified into 13 primary attributes: grass, water, fire, rock, ice, poison, electric, dragon, fighting, mechanical, flying, ghost, and demon. Exceptional beastmasters often manage to turn the tide against opposing attributes and levels through their superior mastery of beast control. The levels of spirit beasts range from 0 to 100, with the experience and materials required for each upgrade increasing geometrically. Despite Shen Cheng's extensive time and effort spent in Universal Beastmaster, he had only managed to cultivate a mere 3-level, 100 spirit beasts. This achievement alone positioned him among the elite players of the game, underscoring the formidable challenge of nurturing spirit beasts to the 100th level. Some spirit beasts can only evolve to the 2nd stage, while most can reach the 3rd, and those evolving to the 4th stage are considered rare and precious. 5th stage beasts are exceedingly scarce, and even with an established evolution path, the resources required are generally beyond the means of most beastmasters. Spirit beasts of the 6th stage and above are typically cultivated only by royal families and top-tier sects, with only a handful of names known across the eastern continent. 7th stage spirit beasts are notably referred to as divine beasts. Shen Cheng's former thunderstorm weasel was also a 7th stage beast, one of the electric divine beasts. Beasts of the 7th stage and beyond are classified as divine beasts, transcending both level and attribute disparities. These extraordinary beings exist solely in legends. The level of a spirit beast directly determines the level of its beastmaster. Universal Beastmaster stipulates that a spirit beast's level cannot exceed that of its beastmaster by more than 5 levels. Otherwise, it risks breaking free from the contract and evading the beastmaster's control, potentially causing severe mental trauma to the latter. The plump individual was a novice beastmaster, as indicated by his spirit beast being at level 0. Beastmasters are classified into 12 levels: novice 0 to 10, junior 11 to 20, intermediate 21 to 30, advanced 31 to 40, super 41 to 50, special 51 to 60, top tier 61 to 70, master 71 to 80, grandmaster 81 to 90, king 91 to 99, emperor 100, and divine above 100. The records of divine beastmasters in the annals of beastmaster history are scant, and their capabilities remain a mystery to many. Buddy, your long-tongued lizard will evolve into a poison-tongued lizard at level 15. That will surely cost you a fortune. Shen Cheng chuckled. What does it matter? Don't forget, my father is the richest man in Wangnyo Mountain. He said that as long as I can become a beastmaster, he would even sell our coal mine to support me. The plump individual boasted. Having a mine indeed made a difference, Shen Cheng thought with a wry smile. Once we cross the snow ridge ahead, it will become easier. Just be careful not to roll down again. As he spoke, Huang Dong pulled out his phone to navigate. As Huang Dong summoned back his long-tongued lizard, the two began their ascent towards the snow ridge when distant sounds of a skirmish caught their attention. Chengzi, it seems there's a fight over there. Shen Cheng perked up his ears to listen closely and responded, it sounds like a spirit beast battle. Nothing too surprising. Surprising? How is it not surprising? Huang Dong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed towards the valley. I've never really seen spirit beasts battle before. Having just become a beastmaster, I could really learn some combat techniques. The sun is setting. We should head over there. Shen Cheng couldn't resist his enthusiasm. Though he had grown accustomed to such spirit beast battles since his arrival in this world, witnessing one in reality still filled him with a sense of anticipation. Huang Dong tugged at Shen Cheng, and the scene that unfolded before them left the chubby boy from the remote mountains utterly astonished. What level are those two spirit beasts over there? They are incredibly strong, and that beastmaster is impressive. He pointed towards the battlefield not far away, following Huang Dong's finger. Shen Cheng beheld a young man in a yellow uniform, likely in his 20s, directing his spirit beast in combat against a frostwolf on the icy plains. Isn't that the uniform from Saintti Academy? Shen Cheng noted as he glanced at the blonde youth. Name, Xietian Lai. Level, Intermediate Beastmaster, level 25. Main Spirit Beast, Flame-Maned Lion. Member of the Flame Society at Saintti Academy. The Flame-Maned Lion is a rare creature from the Red Rock Volcano. It seems this fellow is somewhat noteworthy. Shen Cheng stroked his chin, intrigued as he observed the snarling flame-maned lion, with system information flashing before his eyes. Name, Flame-Maned Lion. Attribute, Fire. Level, 2nd stage, level 24. Talent, A. Skills, Fierce Charge, Fireball, Lion's Roar, Wildfire. Evolution Path, 1. Personality, Frenzy, truly deserving of its A-level talent. The Flame-Maned Lion had already learned the Wildfire skill at level 24, a skill not possessed by every Flame-Maned Lion. Hey, Chengzi, That Frost Wolf seems to be outmatched. With the fire attribute countering ice, this is a complete rout. Huang Dong's words interrupted Shen Cheng's musings as he surveyed the Frost Wolf facing off against the flame-maned lion. Name: Frost Wolf. Attribute: Ice. Level: Second Stage, Level 20. Talent: C. Skills: Mist of Ice, Frozen Strike, Shattering Claw, Quick Movement. Evolution Path: 1. Personality: Composed. The level disparity was too great, and the dual attribute counter meant that this wild Frost Wolf was doomed. Shen Cheng regarded the unfolding spectacle with indifference. Although he had only recently traversed into this world, he seemed to have already grown accustomed to the brutality of such conflicts. The law of the jungle had always prevailed. Flame-maned lion now? Wildfire! The blonde youth shouted. The Frost Wolf attempted to shield itself with the mist of ice. But the sheer power and range of the wildfire skill overwhelmed it, engulfing the mist in flames, and sending the Frost Wolf crashing to the ground with a heavy blow. The Frost Wolf howled in agony. At that moment, a small ice wolf scampered out from behind a rock, appearing to be the Frost Wolf's cub, desperately licking its parents' wounds. The little wolf glared fiercely at the flame-maned lion, its diminutive form standing defiantly against a creature many times its size, baring its teeth without a hint of fear. From that small body emanated a formidable aura. This scene caught Shen Cheng's attention, prompting him to scrutinize the ice pup wolf with great care. At that moment, a line of red text flashing in his system filled him with immense delight. Chapter 3. S-Class Ice Pup Wolf. Name: Ice Pup Wolf. Attribute: Ice. Level: First Order. Level 4. Talent: S. Flashing red. Skills: Ice Mist, Rapid Movement. Evolution Path: 2 options. Personality: Stubborn. The presence of an S-Class Ice Pup Wolf left Shen Cheng momentarily astonished. Ice Pup Wolves were among the most common spirit beasts found in the Frozen Valley. Typically, Ice Pup Wolves could evolve into Icefield Wolves and ultimately ascend to the 3rd tier as Frostfawn Wolves. However, few knew that S-Class Ice Pup Wolves possessed a hidden evolution path, allowing them to evolve into the Dark Moon Wolf King at the 4th tier. The Dark Moon Wolf King's evolutionary route incorporated demonic attributes alongside the ice element. While the flame-maned lion before him was indeed rare, it would stand no chance against the Dark Moon Wolf King, which would crush it effortlessly. During his time playing Universal Beastmaster, Shen Cheng had spent an entire night farming ice pup wolves in the Frozen Valley and had yet to encounter even an A-class talent, ultimately having to give up. Yet now, an S-class ice pup wolf appeared right before his eyes. Unfortunately, this ice pup wolf was on the brink of being snuffed out. Saintti Academy grew increasingly agitated. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Initially, he had only intended to slay an Icefield wolf to serve as food for his little lion, but now, he had unexpectedly received a bonus, a small one to boot. His flame-maned lion had an insatiable appetite and would relish these ice element spirit beasts to temper its fiery temperament. Saintti Academy laughed heartily. The flame-maned lion gazed greedily at the 2 ice wolves before it, seemingly ready to feast. Go ahead, flame-maned lion, deliver the final blow. Fireball technique. A surge of blazing flames began to gather slowly within the mouth of the flame-maned lion, on the verge of erupting. The fireball was not yet fully formed. There was still a chance. Icefield Wolf. Shen Cheng shouted as he approached the Icefield Wolf. Huang Dong, unable to intervene in time, shouted, "Have you lost your mind, Chengzi? Damn it, are you really that foolish?" and ran after him. Saintti Academy also noticed this odd duo, casting a glance that he dismissed altogether. What does it matter if he's gathering energy? That Icefield Wolf is already at its last gasp. Shen Cheng positioned himself before the Icefield Wolf, adopting a battle stance. Huang Dong rushed towards Shen Cheng, bent over and gasping for breath. "You've gone mad. You haven't even awakened your beast mastery talent. How could it possibly listen to you? It's a level 20, 2nd tier Icefield Wolf." Yet, to Huang Dong's astonishment, the Icefield Wolf seemed to show no resistance to the approaching Shen Cheng. Perhaps sensing its impending doom, it placed all its hopes in this mysterious youth. The Icefield Wolf let out a low howl, awaiting Shen Cheng's command. "Listen, my friend. Today I shall teach you how to combat against elemental opposition." With the Icefield Wolf having responded, Shen Cheng's confidence surged, and he rubbed his hands together in excitement. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such a high-level battle, and he was eager to hone his skills today. "What a joke. You think you can take me on?" Saintti Academy coldly surveyed this apparent madman. "Now's the time. Fireball technique, unleash." With that, a fireball shot forth from the mouth of the flame-maned lion. The fireball's heat melted the snow beneath it, a veritable nightmare for ice element spirit beasts. Icefield Wolf. Use rapid movement. Shen Cheng commanded the Icefield Wolf. The Icefield Wolf, in a weakened state, needed to conclude the battle swiftly and catch the opponent off guard. The Icefield Wolf moved with remarkable speed, evading the attack. "Excellent, Icefield Wolf. Continue to use rapid movement. Circle around the flame main lion. The advantages of the wolf clan were fully realized as the Icefield wolf became like a shadow, rendering the flame main lion unable to track its movements. A trivial tactic. Use wildfire spreading. Flames consumed the area surrounding the flame main lion, encircling it. Now let us see how you escape. Saintti Academy sneered. Too late. Do not forget. This is the domain of ice. Icefield wolf. Leap into the air, white mist. The Icefield wolf sprang high, dispersing a chilling mist. The snow on the ground seemed to respond, and the battlefield was soon enshrouded in a blizzard, obscuring all vision. Wildfire spreading, while formidable, faced a challenge here in the snowy terrain. My snow is inexhaustible. Moreover, the 24-level flame main lion could only use wildfire spreading twice at most. Shen Cheng remarked casually. Saintti Academy's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that Shen Cheng possessed such extensive combat experience and had such intimate knowledge of his flame main lion. The A-class talent flame main lion, gifted as it was, had learned the high-tier skill wildfire spreading through its innate talent. Yet, its low level severely limited its capability for repeated use. Gradually, the battlefield became shrouded in a blizzard. The flame main lion, trapped within, continued to launch fireballs at the barrier, but each breach was instantaneously filled by the snow below. Suddenly, Saintti Academy realized the peril. The flame main lion's speed was now severely hampered. It's time. Icefield wolf, ice strike. Massive blocks of ice plummeted from the sky, crashing toward the flame main lion. The flame main lion leaped aside, but was still struck on its hind leg. Seize the moment, and take its life. Cracking ice claw, attack its abdomen. Shen Cheng shouted. Like a specter, the Icefield wolf lunged at the flame main lion, its frost-laden claws slicing across the creature's belly. The outcome was sealed. Thud. The flame main lion collapsed with a resounding crash. The entire encounter lasted less than 2 minutes. Level 4. Elemental opposition. Common spirit beast versus rare spirit beast. The Icefield wolf, having exhausted its strength, lay on the ground, gazing at Shen Cheng with gratitude. Oh, how intriguing. From a distance on a mountain peak. A woman with a voluptuous figure, a seductive smile, and clad in a tight black bodysuit stroked her chin, observing the unfolding scene in the snow. A 49 level. 4th tier spirit beast, the phantom weasel, coiled around her neck. The cold wind whipped through the air. Everyone was taken aback by this spectacle. Huang Dong stared at Shen Cheng, his jaw nearly dropping. Saintti Academy clenched his fists, a mix of disbelief and fury flooding his gaze. He, a prodigy, watched as his pride was shattered like a dream beneath the feet of this nameless youth. Never in his life had he endured such a humiliating defeat. How? How is this possible? Damn it. Who exactly are you? Saintti Academy glared at Shen Cheng, pointing accusingly. Shen Cheng scratched his head, contemplating for a moment. Oh, just a humble farmer from Wangyou Mountain. After speaking, he turned away from Saintti Academy and strode directly toward the Icefield wolf. With his strength in universal beastmaster, Saintti Academy's level of beast mastery was nothing more than an ant to be crushed. He knelt down, petting the Icefield wolf's head, as pack animals. The wolf pack would likely arrive soon to reunite with it. Beside him, the S-class ice pup wolf continuously licked his hand, expressing its gratitude towards Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng smiled. So, little one, would you like to join me in exploring the eastern continent? The prospect of nurturing an S-class Dark Moon Wolf King in this world was indeed enticing to Shen Cheng. The ice young wolf gazed hesitantly at Shen Cheng, fully aware that their recent victory was solely attributable to his exceptional command. After a moment's contemplation, it turned its gaze towards the fallen ice wolf matriarch, seemingly seeking her counsel. Without hesitation, the ice wolf nudged the young wolf towards Shen Cheng's feet and nodded in his direction. As a mother, this ice wolf naturally wished for her offspring to stand on its own 2 feet. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, only the strong can avoid being bullied. She firmly believed that this mysterious youth would guide her young one towards growth. Shen Cheng stroked the ice wolf's head and reassured, "Rest assured, I shall cultivate it into a formidable beast that commands respect." He then began to forge a contract with the ice young wolf, which appeared ready to accept him as its beast master. A radiant glow emanated from the young wolf as Shen Cheng mimicked Huang Dong's earlier actions, bringing his hands together to perform the contract gesture. He felt a vast expanse of white space open within his consciousness, radiating brilliant light, which intertwined with the glow from the ice young wolf. In that moment, Shen Cheng awakened his beast mastery talent. Soon, a 5-star magic circle materialized beneath the ice young wolf, subsequently fading into the brilliance. Spirit beast space? Sensing the vibrant life within his newly awakened beast mastery space, a smile of joy spread across Shen Cheng's face. Wonderful, Chengzi, you finally have your own spirit beast. Huang Dong exclaimed, clapping Shen Cheng on the shoulder. Meanwhile, the defeated and dazed Xie Tianlai watched this scene unfold, a tumult of humiliation, anger, and resentment swirling within him. Suddenly, clarity dawned. Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely at Shen Cheng. You injured my spirit beast. Do you think this is the end? Chapter 4. The Talented Beast Master. What? You lost but still wish to wriggle out of it. According to the rules of spirit beast duels, you have already lost. The rotund one pointed at the furious Xie Tianlai. Ha ha ha, wriggle out? Did I ever agree to a duel with you? Xie Tianlai laughed uproariously, his demeanor darkening as he continued. You little brat. How dare you interfere with my affairs? I have never suffered such humiliation in my years at the Flame Sect. The Flame Sect? Shen Cheng mused, perplexed, as he recalled that he had never encountered such a disarray of sects in his gaming experiences. At that moment, Huang Dong's eyes widened in realization. The Flame Sect, a powerful clan specializing in fire-type spirit beasts, is one of the top 10 clans in the Dragon Empire. An elder from there must be connected to the Xie family. Indeed, my grandfather is the third elder of the Flame Sect, Xie Jing. You dare provoke me without even inquiring about my identity. Xie Tianlai boasted, reveling in Huang Dong's acknowledgement of his grandfather's status. Your flame, main lion possesses commendable talent. But I surmise you have overly relied on external resources for its cultivation, neglecting the development of its combat skills. Shen Cheng's words interrupted Xie Tianlai, who had been lost in his own thoughts. Xie Tianlai's laughter abruptly ceased. Shen Cheng's assessment struck true, having been pampered since childhood. He had never lacked for rare potions and precious materials for his spirit beasts. The flame main lion, a creature of untamed ferocity, had been hindered by his impatience for results, focusing solely on its level while neglecting its battle skills and experience. This oversight allowed Shen Cheng to seize the opportunity and challenge him beyond his level. Under normal circumstances, the flame main lion would never be defeated by an ice young wolf. As this realization dawned, Xie Tianlai clenched his fists. The youth's words pierced his heart like daggers, each syllable twisting like a knife. Enough. My spirit beast is not for you to criticize. Xie Tianlai's eyes blazed with fury. This ice young wolf could be dispatched with a mere flick of my hand. What do you have to contest with me? You may be formidable, but what if I unleash my second spirit beast? How will you respond? Xie Tianlai sneered. Come forth. Gladiatorial Fire Chicken. The 5-star magic circle reappeared, summoning the Gladiatorial Fire Chicken to the fray. Name, Gladiatorial Fire Chicken. Attributes, Fire, Fighting. Level, Tier 2, Level 22. Talent, B. Skills, Flame Kick, Fire Whirlwind, Fire Manipulation. Evolution Path, 1. Personality, Frenzy. To think I would encounter this dual attribute Gladiatorial Fire Chicken. What a remarkable specimen, Shen Cheng remarked, observing the muscular creature standing on 2 legs with flames flickering atop its head. The Gladiatorial Fire Chicken assumed a combat stance, fixating its gaze on Shen Cheng and his companions. The ice young wolf, barely hanging on, was unlikely to survive a confrontation with it, let alone both of them. There's no other choice. I must take a gamble. Huang Dong's expression turned grave. What are you planning, fatty? Shen Cheng inquired. You have done your utmost, Chengzi. Even if there is no chance, I must at least try. Come forth. Long-tongued lizard. With that, Huang Dong summoned his level 6 long-tongued lizard. Ha! A level 6 grass-type spirit beast? Is this all you've got? Can it withstand a single flame kick from my gladiatorial fire chicken? Xie Tianlai sneered mercilessly. You are no match for it. Shen Cheng interjected, trying to dissuade Huang Dong. Before we leave, your mother entrusted me with your care. Every time I visited your home, your mother would prepare a feast for me. I, Huang Dong, cannot go back on my word. Chengzi, you must escape. I will buy you time. Huang Dong said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Shen Cheng. Fatty. Shen Cheng felt a surge of emotion, his eyes growing misty. The first person he encountered in this world had not only cared for him throughout their journey, but was now stepping forward in this dire moment. Damn it. Shen Cheng slammed his fist into the snow. He loathed his own helplessness, having fallen from the heights of power to a state where he possessed no capable spirit beasts. Strength was the only currency in this world. Shen Cheng vowed that if he emerged safely, he would take Huang Dong along to become the most elite beast masters. Stop dawdling. Neither of us can escape. Let us meet our end together. Xie Tianlai roared, bloodlust radiating from him. Gladiatorial Fire Chicken, deliver them with a flame kick. In an instant, the Gladiatorial Fire Chicken surged forward with astonishing speed, flames igniting around its feet as it targeted the long-tongued lizard. The level disparity was too vast. The long-tongued lizard stood no chance of retaliation. It's too late. The level suppression is insurmountable. The speed difference is on an entirely different scale. If the long-tongued lizard is struck, it will undoubtedly perish. Fire-type attacks are lethal to grass-type spirit beasts, allowing for no margin of error. Long-tongued lizard. Huang Dong cried out in despair. It's over. Shen Cheng shouted. Devil's barrier. A cold voice sliced through the air. Suddenly, a blood-red barrier materialized before the long-tongued lizard, absorbing the impact of the gladiatorial fire chicken's kick and sending it sprawling several meters back. Shen Cheng squinted at this scene. That skill. Could it be the soul-reaping skeleton? A skeletal figure clad in a black robe, wielding a massive scythe and crowned with eerie flames, descended slowly. Soul-reaping skeleton. It truly is. Shen Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. Name, soul-reaping skeleton. Attributes, demon. Level, tier 3, level 32. Talent, S. Skills, devil's barrier, devil's contract, scythe of the demon. Eye of the demon, chains of the demon. Evolution path, hidden evolution path opened. Personality, frenzied. A tier 3 soul-reaping skeleton with an S-rank talent. Shen Cheng observed, feeling a mix of surprise and excitement. The soul-calling skeleton evolves from a hidden path of the misty flame skeleton, ultimately capable of ascending to the 4th-tier spirit beast. The annihilation skeleton. It is an exceptionally potent demon-type spirit beast. The misty flame skeleton is birthed from the remnants of spirit beasts in the blood demon pool, with an exceedingly low probability of appearance and a contract chance that is merely 1 in 10,000. Undoubtedly, this S-rank, 3rd-tier soul-calling skeleton before us can only be controlled by the most formidable beast tamers. The enigmatic skills of the demon type are notoriously treacherous, often leaving unfamiliar beast tamers at a disadvantage when battling demon-type spirit beasts. What a spectacle! A 2nd-year intermediate beast tamer from Saintti Academy bullies 2 novices from the mountains, only to be backstabbed by others. How will this news be received back at Saintti Academy? A blue-haired youth strides forward, clapping his hands. Name, Huang Fuyu. Level, Advanced Beast Tamer, level 32. Primary Spirit Beast, Soul-Calling Skeleton. Demon Type, Genius Beast Tamer. A Genius Beast Tamer. Another from Saintti Academy? This institution is truly intriguing. Shen Cheng notices this youth is also clad in the Saintti Academy uniform. Huang Fuyu, what brings you here? Saintti Academy seems to have a grudge against this youth, speaking to him with fierce hostility. Like you, I have come to the Icebound Valley to challenge the Ice Badge. Unfortunately, I succeeded. I wonder if the illustrious member of the Flame Society, Tianlai, has met with equal success. Huang Fuyu regards Tianlai with amused interest. Oh dear. I believe I heard the Ice Gym leader mention that a fellow specializing in fire has failed in his challenge. You. Tianlai seethes with fury. They said this student was too rough, focusing solely on elemental advantages, while his combat skills were utterly abysmal. Huang Fuyu continues to mock. Huang Fuyu, you scoundrel. Tianlai grits his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierce his flesh. Huang Fuyu's words ring true. Both are 2nd-year students. And as a fire-specialized intermediate beast tamer, his failure to challenge the Ice Gym is indeed a great humiliation. Huang Fuyu, do not overstep. Today's events have nothing to do with you. Our past grievances shall be addressed another time. Tianlai finally manages to articulate this after a long pause. Another time? Ha. Huang Fuyu's laughter echoes throughout the Icebound Valley. He then glares fiercely at Tianlai, recalling how, during his 3rd-tier evolution at Clearheart Lake, Tianlai's flame lion had ambushed his spirit beast. Fortunately, his soul-calling skeleton completed its evolution at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. Such camaraderie is truly touching, Huang Fuyu remarks sarcastically. Did you ever anticipate this, Tianlai? After my soul-calling skeleton reached the 3rd tier, I have become an advanced beast tamer. The gulf between us cannot be bridged by your underhanded tactics. Today, you will pay dearly. Huang Fuyu's face reveals a murderous intent. Tianlai's pupils constrict. He never expected to encounter his longtime rival, Huang Fuyu here. Huang Fuyu is truly deserving of the title of Genius Beast Tamer. Having ascended to Advanced Beast Tamer status while still a 2nd year, the disparity between them is growing ever wider. Tianlai's heart is a tumult of emotions, first being bested by a lower-level opponent, now facing a lifelong adversary. He understands that he is no match for Huang Fuyu, yet he can only brace himself for the confrontation. Am I truly to fall here? Grandfather, I have let you down. I am still not strong enough. Tianlai's gaze dims, shedding his previous bravado. Who will pay a price? A thunderous voice suddenly booms. Chapter 5, The Admission Notice. A burly man with short hair appears behind Tianlai, accompanied by a massive brown bear. President, you two are here. Tianlai exclaims excitedly, as if he has found a savior. Zhu Yao. Huang Fuyu responds coldly. Name, Zhu Yao. Level, Super Beast Tamer, level 49. Primary Spirit Beast, Ferocious Battle Bear. Vice President of the Flame Society at Saintti Academy. Another one, and it seems never-ending. Shen Cheng observes this internal strife at Saintti Academy with keen interest. Such a commanding presence. The ferocious battle bear is truly formidable. Name, ferocious battle bear. Attribute, fire. Level, 3rd tier, level 48. Talent, A. Skills, close combat explosion, burning fist. Wildfire spread, unyielding will. Evolution route, 1. Personality, frenzied. Huang Fuyu, today's matters end here. As a third-year senior, I do not wish to bully the younger generation. You may leave. Zhu Yao dismisses the lower-tier genius without a second thought, having heard tales of Zhu Yao's prowess among the third-year beast tamers at Saintti Academy. Today he gets to witness it firsthand. Huang Fuyu does not take the opportunity Zhu Yao offers to step back. What? Xie Tianlia's eyes widen. Has this guy lost his mind? Shen Cheng looks on incredulously at this blue-haired youth of similar age. My friend, perhaps it would be wise not to overreach. The soul-calling skeleton is certainly no match for the ferocious battle bear, even with a 10-level disparity. Shen Cheng pats Huang Fuyu on the shoulder. You are quite the character. What? Is it that only you can fight above your level? Huang Fuyu gazes at Shen Cheng, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Since you insist, very well. I shall impart a lesson upon you. I have heard you are the heir of the blood demon sect. Today, I am eager to see just how high the ceiling of demon-type spirit beast truly is. Zhu Yao accepts Huang Fuyu's challenge. Go forth, soul-calling skeleton, demon chains unleashed. Huang Fuyu does not hesitate to initiate the battle. By heavens, he opens with a grand move. Shen Cheng observes Huang Fu use aggressive tactics, igniting a flame of battle within him as well. Thousands of ghostly chains surge from the ground, all aimed at the ferocious battle bear. Your attack lacks refinement. Watch closely. Xie Online, and I shall demonstrate what true wildfire spread means. Wildfire spread. The ferocious battle bear emanates an intense heat, forcefully pressing its paws against the ground, unleashing red flames that engulf the surroundings, reducing the chains to ashes. Even the snow beneath melts away, revealing the earth beneath for several meters. Incredible, President Zhu Yao. Xie Online cannot help but exclaim. Even at the same level, his flame line would be unable to produce such a powerful wildfire spread. But the spectacle is not yet complete. Demon chains unleashed. Huang Fuyu continues to command the soul-calling skeleton to summon countless ghostly chains, rushing towards the battlefield engulfed in flames. The clash between the demon type and fire type continues, with both wielding similar skills. Yet Huang Fuyu remains undeterred. Is this the prowess of a genius beast tamer? Huang Fuyu, you are indeed formidable. Xie Tianlai watches as Huang Fuyu confronts the ferocious battle bear with unflinching resolve. His heart sinking as he realizes he can no longer keep pace with Huang Fuyu's growth. The battle intensifies, with red flames and blue chains colliding violently. Enough! A sharp voice reverberates through the air. Wind rises, sky rainbow. A towering whirlwind, several dozen meters high, forcibly separates the battlefield, propelling the soul-calling skeleton and the ferocious battle bear several meters apart. The onlookers gaze upward in awe. Standing upon a flying crane is a striking figure with white hair, blocking out the dazzling sun. Beast Tamer Flight. Director Lingfeng. The students of Saintti Academy exclaim in unison. One of the 3 vice presidents of Saintti Academy, Lingfeng. Name, Lingfeng. Level, Master Beast Tamer, level 79. Main Spiritual Beast, Holy Winged Crane. Vice Principal of Saintti Academy. A Master Beast Tamer of absolute prowess. Shen Cheng's expression turned grave. Previously encountered individuals had stirred little turbulence in his heart, but the arrival of this level 79 Master Beast Tamer left him utterly astounded. Moreover, he had witnessed the beast soaring through the skies. The chasm between top-tier beast tamers and master-level ones is vast. Countless beast tamers spend their entire lives merely grazing the ceiling of top-tier status. Level 70 is a threshold nearly insurmountable for average beast tamers. Upon reaching the master level, one can achieve a profound unity with their spiritual beasts. The spiritual beast exists for me, and I exist for the spiritual beast. The Holy Winged Crane. A creature that can only be summoned as a boss in the game, is unattainable through human means. Shen Cheng sighed in admiration. Name, Holy Winged Crane. Attribute, Flight. Level, 5th tier, 79. Talent, SS. Skills, Gale Ascension, Radiant Feathers, Apocalypse Tempest, Sacred Sword of Demonic Disruption. Evolution Path. Hidden Evolution Path unlocked. Personality, Calm. Is this the true power of the Vice Principal of Saintti Academy? Finally, he has encountered a master-level beast tamer in this world. The Holy Winged Crane gently descended to the ground, and upon the arrival of Ling Feng, the crane was retracted as he sternly admonished. According to Article 7 of the school regulations, private duels are prohibited outside the academy. Zhu Yao, Huang Fuyu, and Xie Tianlai, you 3 shall return to your respective confinement spaces for 7 days of reflection and training. Ling Feng's tone brooked no dissent. Yes, in the presence of this formidable principal, The three dared not defy and could only depart in the opposite direction. After taking a few steps, Huangfu paused beside Shen Cheng and remarked, "TSK, TSK. It is truly a waste for someone with your talent not to attend Saintti Academy." With that, she smiled and walked away. Only Ling Feng, Shen Cheng, and Huang Dong remained, along with the severely weakened Icefield Wolf. Ling Feng regarded the Icefield Wolf and extended his hand, revealing a silver ring. A storage ring? The power of space. Such an item must be of considerable value. Shen Cheng mused inwardly. A flash of light revealed a rejuvenation pill in Ling Feng's hand. After tossing the pill to the Icefield Wolf, it suddenly regained its energy and stood up. Ling Feng exuded an air of heroism, his white hair framing a handsome face, rendering it impossible to discern his age. He calmly addressed the Icefield Wolf. "Go back and find your companions. Let it accompany this young man for training." The Icefield Wolf exchanged a meaningful glance with Shen Cheng before vanishing into the snowy expanse. At this juncture, Ling Feng scrutinized Shen Cheng and Huang Dong. The recent events had left Huang Dong in a state of shock, overwhelmed by the series of powerful figures and lost in thought. Ling Feng observed him and remarked, "I can sense that you possess an acceptance letter from Saintti Academy, so do strive to improve." Ah! Huang Dong jolted back to reality, realizing the principal was speaking to him, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Ling Feng then turned to Shen Cheng. "You, young man, are quite intriguing. I admire how, despite recently becoming a level 4 beast tamer, you commanded a spirit beast over 10 levels higher." Shen Cheng chuckled, uncertain of why he could resonate with the Icefield Wolf. He understood this was not a contract, yet he could communicate effortlessly with it. "I witnessed your earlier battle from a distance. Your beast taming talent should not be inferior to Huangfu Yu's. We are fated to meet. Since you have awakened your beast taming talent, why not accompany your companion to report to Saintti Academy? Many prodigies are present here." Ling Feng's tone was half jesting, half inviting. With that, he produced a scroll and handed it to Shen Cheng. "This is my special acceptance letter. Take it to report, and you will face no difficulties." Shen Cheng accepted the scroll and opened it. The words Ling Feng special emblazoned before him, sealed with the emblem of Saintti Academy. He stared blankly at the scroll, his emotions as complex as those of his portly friend. Moments later, a smile crept across Shen Cheng's lips, as if he had thought of something precious. He resolutely stated to Ling Feng, "I will definitely come to Saintti Academy." "Good, I shall await your arrival." Ling Feng responded before soaring into the sky, quickly disappearing from view. Shen Cheng gazed at the departing Ling Feng, clenching his fists with determination, vowing, "Even in this world, I shall become the strongest beast tamer." Chapter 6, Luo Ning. Saintti Academy is situated on the outskirts of eastern Lin City, within the Lingwu mountain range, which has been entirely allocated to the academy for its development. Spanning thousands of miles, the Lingwu mountain range cradles the academy at its base, providing a serene environment for beast tamers to cultivate. Additionally, it serves as one of the primary habitats for spiritual beasts in eastern Lin City. After a considerable journey, Shen Cheng and Huang Dong finally boarded a bus heading to the Lingwu mountain range. "This place is enormous, Chengzi. The Lingwu mountain range alone is far larger than our Wangyou mountain," Huang Dong exclaimed, gazing out at the seemingly endless mountains. Indeed, the Lingwu mountain range is vast. It harbors numerous treasures. Shen Cheng smiled. He thought to himself that while Saintti Academy may not exist in the game, the Lingwu mountain range is a genuine location. If all goes well, he might uncover several hidden treasures here. So many luxury cars. What are these people doing to be so wealthy? Big cities are truly different. The plump boy observed the parade of luxury vehicles outside with unabashed envy. "Aren't you the richest in Wangyou Mountain? Is this little scene enough to impress you?" Shen Cheng teased him. The portly boy sighed. "My father's coal mine is fair back in Wangyou Mountain, but here it's hardly worth mentioning. Even selling the mine might not buy that golden sparrow perched on that man's shoulder." Shortly thereafter, the duo arrived at the academy's entrance. Wow, what an imposing gate. The portly boy stood in awe before the grand entrance of Saintti Academy. Shen Cheng admired the exquisite carvings on the gate, where the words Saintti Academy were prominently displayed. The gate exuded an air of grandeur, akin to a palace, embodying an undeniable aura of supremacy. Truly, it is the most esteemed beast taming academy in the Tianlong Empire. Shen Cheng could not help but exclaim in admiration. The architectural standards of beast taming academies far surpass those of universities back on Earth, a testament to the significance placed on beast tamers in this realm. Wow, a red-tailed monkey. I saw it in an advertisement on TV. This spirit beast costs 30 million gold coins. The portly boy exclaimed, pointing at a wealthy young man's shoulder spirit beast with astonishment. Shen Cheng glanced over and replied nonchalantly, "Just a decoration, a tax on intelligence. An ancient giant chicken. This is the same as that beast star Su Kuan's spirit beast." Chengzi, look quickly. It's a giant-eared mouse. Even more stunning than in the pictures. Chengzi, look up. A flaming bird. I wonder which senior spirit beast that is. It's so cool. The portly boy resembled a country bumpkin newly arrived in the city. And Shen Cheng wished to feign ignorance of him. As they walked toward the registration area of the academy, Shen Cheng observed many novice spirit beasts, most of which had mediocre talents. Although a few caught his eye, none were particularly remarkable. Hey, what's happening up ahead? Huang Dong pointed toward a crowd gathering in the distance. They saw a group of men in black suits surrounding a ponytailed girl. Amidst the bustling crowd, though the words were indistinct, it was evident that the group of men appeared utterly flustered. As Shen Cheng and Huang Dong approached, they could hear the ponytailed girl sobbing incessantly. Whoa, my Lian Yudi, what has happened to you? A gentleman in a suit cautiously proposed, Miss. Perhaps we should take her to the Spirit Beast Hospital. Let the butler call and arrange for the finest physician. No, Lian Yudi utterly despises the scent of hospitals. The ponytailed girl retorted vehemently. The girl was tall, clad in a black ultra-short skirt that accentuated her fair, long legs. With a standard oval face and circular earrings that exuded opulence, she was a sight to behold. What about trying some recovery elixir? Another suited man stammered. No, no. I told you it won't work. You are utterly useless, merely offering foolish suggestions. I shall have my father dismiss all of you. Her tone was a mix of urgency and exasperation. The men in suits lowered their heads in silence, meekly enduring her reprimands. Lian Yudi? A vividly colored butterfly with iridescent wings caught Shen Cheng's attention, appearing particularly weak. Name, Lian Yudi. Attribute, water. Level, second tier, level 9. Talent, B. Skills, water spear. Rain gathering mist powder. Evolution route, 1. Personality, quiet. Status, weak, flashing red. This Lian Yudi must have recently emerged from the green cocoon. Shen Cheng remarked to the ponytailed girl. She ceased her weeping and gazed at the unfamiliar face of the youth. Who are you? How do you know my Lian Yudi has just evolved? She inquired, puzzled. The green cocoon is a rather unique spirit beast. I see your Lian Yudi is merely at level 9. The green cocoon can initiate its second-tier evolution upon reaching level 8, making it quite evident. Shen Cheng replied. You possess some knowledge. There is only this Lian Yudi in all of Donglin City, a true rarity, she declared proudly. However, it is currently in a state of extreme weakness, and I cannot fathom why. I have tried various methods, yet Lian Yudi remains lethargic. I am deeply concerned. Do you have any solutions? If you can save my Lian Yudi, I, Luo Ning, will surely reward you handsomely. Her expression was fraught with anxiety. Luo Ning? Shen Cheng mused inwardly. He then said, it appears to me that its condition is dire due to prolonged fasting. Have you fed it recently? I have. But it all came back up. Luo Ning responded, puzzled. What did you feed it? Shen Cheng inquired. I fed it immortal grass, recovery water, and heavenly spirit fruit. Luo Ning recalled, her eyes widening in realization. Goodness, what kind of family are you from? One stalk of immortal grass alone costs 3 million gold coins, and a small vial of recovery water is at least 4 million gold coins. Heavenly spirit fruit is nearly impossible to procure, Shen Cheng exclaimed, suddenly comprehending the situation. Though these foods are highly beneficial for second-tier spirit beasts, typically, they evolve around level 18. Your Lian Yudi is at level 9. Far too weak to assimilate the overwhelming energy from such rare delicacies. Shen Cheng elucidated. What do you mean? She asked, bewildered. Your Lian Yudi requires a certain level to adapt to this second-tier form. Its diet should primarily consist of ordinary flowers and grasses. I noticed some yellow-silver flowers in the roadside greenery when we entered. Perhaps you could gather a few? Shen Cheng suggested confidently, with a mere glance from her. A suited man swiftly gathered a handful of yellow-silver flowers. Here, my Lian Yudi, Luo Ning gently fed the flowers to it. Upon seeing the yellow-silver flowers, the previously listless butterfly suddenly perked up, eagerly tasting and devouring them. Look how starved this little one is, Shen Cheng remarked, somewhat exasperated. Before long, Lian Yudi regained its vigor, fluttering up to perch on Luo Ning's shoulder, gazing at Shen Cheng as if to convey, you truly understand me. I almost succumbed to this girl's incessant fussing. Wonderful, my Lian Yudi has revived. Luo Ning's face blossomed into a radiant smile, reminiscent of a sunny day following a rainstorm. Turning to Shen Cheng, she said, thank goodness for you. I, Luo Ning, am indebted to you. Speak your desire, and if it can be resolved with money, it shall be no trouble at all. Shen Cheng paused, thinking to himself, what sort of heiress is this, speaking so presumptuously? He waved his hand dismissively. That is quite unnecessary. I see you are also a newcomer here, and we shall be classmates henceforth. It is only right that we look out for one another. Oh, so you are also first-year students. How fortuitous. We can walk together to the registration. That works. The registration office should be just ahead, Shen Cheng replied. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. I am Shen Cheng, and this is Huang Dong. Chapter 7, Entanglements. Wow, Shen Cheng, we are in the same class. What a coincidence. Luo Ning exclaimed upon discovering that Shen Cheng, Huang Dong, and she were all in class 5. Let us go collect our uniforms, she added playfully. Shen Cheng nodded in agreement. Hey Luo Ning, cousin, what a coincidence. You're in class 5 too. A sharp voice shattered their conversation. A man donned in dark sunglasses with long hair and a hawk-like nose approached, his attire replete with unmistakable luxury brand insignias. Luo Ning cast a disdainful glance at the man, seemingly unimpressed, her eyes brimming with aversion. Zheng Maheo, what are you doing here? It seems my luck is quite poor, she retorted sharply. Cousin, your words remain as charming as ever. Uncle Zheng has asked me to look after you at school. Zheng Maheo smiled. His gaze fixated on Luo Ning. This hawk-nosed man is grinning in such a lecherous manner. Huang Dong whispered to Shen Cheng. Uffed. Luo Ning, overhearing Huang Dong's comment, couldn't help but chuckle, causing Shen Cheng to nearly lose composure. Cousin, why are you associating with these two country bumpkins? It tarnishes your status. Zheng Maheo sneered. Looking down upon Shen Cheng and Huang Dong, an air of superiority enveloping him. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? Huang Dong clenched his fists. Ready to confront Zheng Maheo, Luo Ning stepped in front of Huang Dong, gesturing him to refrain. Who I associate with is none of your concern. They are my friends. So please mind your words. She glared at her suddenly reappearing cousin. Hey, I was merely joking. We are all classmates, after all. There will be plenty of opportunities to interact. Zheng Maheo removed his sunglasses, casting a provocative glance at Shen Cheng and Huang Dong. He playfully winked at Shen Cheng. Isn't that right? I can't possibly be seen as a rival. What the hell? Shen Cheng cursed inwardly. He forced a smile in response, but did not take the matter to heart. Engaging in verbal sparring did not bring him any satisfaction. He understood that Luo Ning's background was undoubtedly significant, and this Zheng Maheo likely held considerable influence as well. Saintti Academy was a place where many hidden talents resided, and adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he chose to remain discreet. Shen Cheng, let us head to the classroom. Everyone else has left, and I suspect the counselor is waiting for us. Luo Ning smiled at Shen Cheng. All right, let us go, fatty, Shen Cheng replied, seeing the gentle tone Luo Ning used with Shen Cheng, while contrasting it with her demeanor towards him. Zheng Maheo felt a surge of jealousy. This kid dares to compete with me for women. I will make him regret ever crossing me. Zheng Maheo's expression darkened as he silently seethed. With a sudden shift from a gloomy expression to a feigned smile, he called out to Luo Ning, why didn't you wait for me, cousin? However, Luo Ning and her companions made their way to the classroom without so much as a backward glance. Inside the classroom, the first-year students of Class 5 had gathered, their voices filling the air with a cacophony of chatter. Before the counselor arrived, everyone was busy getting acquainted, with many summoning their spirit beasts to introduce them. Shen Cheng, you're so impressive. I'm quite curious about what your spirit beast is. Luo Ning playfully tapped Shen Cheng, while the love rain butterfly perched on his shoulder eyed him curiously. Shen Cheng summoned his level 4 Ice Young Wolf. Wow, what an adorable little wolf cub. It looks so soft and fluffy, exclaimed Luo Ning, bending down to pet the Ice Young Wolf's head. The Ice Young Wolf bared its fangs, glaring menacingly at her, causing Luo Ning to halt her reaching hand. Oh my, your Ice Young Wolf is quite fierce. Don't worry, this sister is a good person, Shen Cheng reassured, prompting the Ice Young Wolf to retract its fangs and allow Luo Ning to stroke it. A strong offensive-type spirit beast is still too aloof, Shen Cheng thought to himself, observing the Ice Young Wolf's discomfort. This Ice Young Wolf only obeyed Shen Cheng and largely ignored others, including Huang Dong, who had spent considerable time with it, as well as his chameleon lizard. After all, being an S-class talent in offensive-type spirit beasts meant that only the strong could earn its respect. Humph. It's just an Ice Young Wolf, a common spirit beast. What is there to flaunt? Zheng Maheo chimed in, drawing closer. He then turned to Luo Ning with a sycophantic tone. Cousin, if you like, I can catch you all the ice wolf cubs from the frozen valley. Mind your own business. Stop following me around. We're in school, not at your Zheng Corporation. Luo Ning replied, her tone laced with impatience. The Zheng Corporation? Shen Cheng curiously searched for it on his phone and was taken aback by the results. It turned out that the Zheng Corporation was the largest real estate development group in Donglan City, and it monopolized the entire city's spirit beast hospitals. The founder, Zheng Jun, had repeatedly claimed the title of the richest person in Donglan City. Zheng Maheo was indeed the most favored young master of the Zheng family, which explained his arrogant demeanor. Your chameleon lizard looks rather hideous, just like its owner. Zheng Maheo sneered at Huang Dong's chameleon lizard. You. Huang Dong could no longer contain his anger and retorted, what spirit beast do you have? Show us. Zheng Maheo smirked. his cold snort echoing as he clasped his hands together. Come forth, little fire colt. A fiery little colt materialized within a 5-star formation. Wow, it's a little fire colt. A short-haired boy rushed over, speaking in an overly flattering tone. Is it the one that can eventually evolve into a storm warhorse? Another boy chimed in. Wow, this spirit beast is quite pricey. Every little fire colt that appears causes a frenzy among the big shots. Last year, one was bought for 200 million gold coins by the owner of Quandu. The short-haired boy's eyes sparkled with admiration and envy. It's nothing special. Just cost around 400 to 500 million, Zheng Muheo nonchalantly replied, casting a provocative glance toward Shen Cheng. At this declaration, the classroom erupted in excitement. 400 to 500 million? My goodness. A true tycoon. The Storm Warhorse is not only rare, but also boasts impressive combat prowess and striking looks. A must-have divine beast for anyone wanting to show off. Big brother, what level is your little fire colt? My red-eyed tadpole can level up with it. Big brother, can I take a picture for my social media? Big brother, let me be your little brother from now on. Zheng Muheo instantly became the focal point of the class. Many freshmen, even those unfamiliar with him, recognized his significance and flocked to curry favor, understanding that having a powerful ally in this competitive school environment was a considerable advantage. What is so remarkable about something that can be bought with money? Luo Ning scoffed. Huang Dong, observing the fawning behavior of the others, turned to Shen Cheng and asked, Chengzi, you seem knowledgeable. How powerful is this thing? Shen Cheng glanced at the little fire colt. Name, Little Fire Colt. Attribute, Fire. Level, Tier 1. Level 8, Talent, D. Skills, Flame Gun. Charge, Evolution Path, 1. Personality, Proud, just a D-class talent. Shen Cheng bit back a laugh. Rare spirit beasts typically wound TB of such low caliber. And it was quite absurd for Zheng Muheo to spend so much on one with such poor talent. Truly a foolish rich man. My assessment is that it doesn't even compare to your chameleon lizard. Shen Cheng chuckled at Huang Dong. Chapter 8, Soul Power Test. Everyone, please quiet down. The counselor has arrived. A tall, dark-skinned boy bellowed from by the door. Instantly, the classroom fell silent, transitioning from a sea of voices to a whisper. The counselor of Class 5 gracefully walked to the front, clad in professional attire. Her form-fitting skirt highlighted her alluring figure, accentuating her long, shapely legs. With cascading long hair and rimless glasses, she wore a fitted shirt that barely contained her curves, a brown tie resting upon her pronounced bosom, embodying an enchanting elegance. The counselor surveyed the entire class before speaking. Hello everyone. First, congratulations on becoming Beast Masters and entering Saintti Academy for further studies. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your counselor, Mulan, but you may call me Teacher Mu. I am here to oversee your daily lives and manage the class, while specialized professors will guide you in your Beast Master courses. Today's main task, aside from the freshman registration, is the Soul Power Test. I believe you all see the testing device in my hand. You will line up and place your hands on it one by one, and it will report your corresponding soul strength. Teacher, what is the purpose of the Soul Power Test? A girl raised her hand to inquire. An excellent question. As the name suggests, the Soul Power Test measures each student's soul strength. At Saintti Academy, every year we conduct this test for incoming freshmen. The strength of your soul power is directly linked to your ability to contract higher-tier spirit beasts and the number of spirit beasts you can contract, Mulan elaborated. Although you all have awakened your soul power and contracted your spirit beasts, this is merely the first step in your Beast Master journey. To advance further in the world of Beast Masters, you will require higher-tier and more powerful spirit beasts for support. Of course, this is just a test. The school merely records your Beast Master talent. Soul power ranges from 0 to 100. Since you are all apprentice Beast Masters, you will certainly be above 10. The exact upper limit will soon be revealed. 0 to 100. I'm so curious if anyone can reach 100. Yes, I'm really nervous about scoring too low. It would be so embarrassing. Two girls whispered. Upon overhearing their conversation, Mulan added, Our academy has indeed produced genius Beast Masters with a soul power of 100. And not just one. Last year as senior had a soul power of 100 and specialized in the demon type. A genius of the demon type? Huang Fuyu? Shen Cheng's thoughts were abruptly recalled. No wonder Zhu Yao referred to him as a genius Beast Master during their battle. His displayed strength certainly warranted such a title. I wonder if this year's cohort will produce a student with a soul power of 100? I'm truly looking forward to it. Without further ado, let us commence the line from the front row to engage with the testing apparatus. Mulan said with a smile. The first to approach was a dark-skinned young man, whose stature, though not particularly tall, exuded a sense of vigor that indicated a regular engagement in physical exercise, accompanied by a diminutive rock creature. A small stone? It turns out he is an Earth-type Beast Master. Shen Cheng observed the spirit beast, noting its commendable B-grade talent. Luo Li, Soul Power 55. Quite impressive. Mulan read aloud the results from the testing device. Next, Wan Chun, Soul Power 39. Zhang Yinhe, Soul Power 27. Wang Hui, Soul Power 40. Niu Xingqiao, Soul Power 30. Chu Qingshu, Soul Power 60. Wow, who would have thought that with such a fragile physique, your soul power could be so high? Gong Ting, Soul Power 23. A young man let out a sigh. Zheng Maheo, it's your turn. Zheng Maheo confidently placed his hand on the testing device, casting a glance at the numbers above and flashing a smug smile at Luo Ning. Soul Power 67. Wow, how good. This must be the highest in the class. Talented and wealthy, I envy you so much. A previously flattering boy chimed in, directing his praise towards Zheng Maheo. Shen Cheng and his companions could only remain speechless. As Zheng Maheo stepped down, his grin nearly split his face, turning to Shen Cheng. Look at this, country bumpkin. This is the disparity between us. What do you have to compete with me? Shen Cheng ignored him. Huang Dong, Soul Power 60. Mulan announced. Not bad at all, chubby. Shen Cheng patted Huang Dong on the shoulder as he returned. Luo Ning, Soul Power 75. Currently the highest in the class. Mulan smiled at Luo Ning. Luo Ning returned to her seat, overjoyed like a child, dancing with glee. Cousin, I never expected your soul power to be so high. You're first, and I'm second. We truly are childhood sweethearts. Ha ha. Zheng Maheo shamelessly approached Luo Ning. Yet, Luo Ning continued to disregard him, turning to Shen Cheng. You're the last one left, right? Kid, don't let your soul power fall below 20, or that would be utterly embarrassing. Shen Cheng chose not to respond, quietly making his way to the testing device. He thought to himself that since soul power measures a beast master's ability to control spirit beasts, logically, his soul power should not be lacking. After all, he had successfully commanded an uncontracted ice wolf to fight in the frozen valley, which must have established a mental connection with the creature. Shen Cheng approached the front desk, gently placing his hand on the testing apparatus. Just as his hand made contact, the numbers on the device began to ascend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, climbing steadily upwards. Huh, what is happening? Is the machine malfunctioning? Mulan's alluring voice questioned. It's still rising. It's already at 75, surpassing Luo Ning. A sharp-eyed classmate shouted. 85, and the numbers continue to climb. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. The crowd stood in astonishment at this extraordinary sight. The number displayed on the testing device was indeed 100. Someone exclaimed. No, wait. It seems the machine hasn't stopped yet. A girl remarked. Beep, beep, beep. The machine emitted sounds. What is happening? This has never occurred before. Mulan adjusted her frameless glasses. Suddenly, the testing device erupted, spewing black smoke into the air. This shocking scene left everyone dumbfounded. Ha, you jinx. You've broken the teacher's equipment. Without data, it means you have no soul power. How did you even contract a spirit beast? Zheng Maheo laughed triumphantly at Shen Cheng. You're mistaken. The device clearly displayed 100 soul power moments ago. This indicates that Shen Cheng's soul power exceeds 100. Luo Ning defended. What will the teacher say? Huang Dong looked to Mulan for an explanation. Mulan paused momentarily, admitting that she had never encountered such a situation before. The soul power intensity the testing device accommodates is based on the standards set by Director Ling Feng, who is a renowned 79th level Beastmaster at our Saintti Academy. What? A 79th level Beastmaster? Everyone gazed at her with admiration. Even those with 60 soul power felt an inexplicable pride, realizing they possessed more than half the strength of such an esteemed Beastmaster. Meanwhile, Shen Cheng remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance, as he had already witnessed the formidable prowess of the flamboyant Director Ling Feng. Director Ling Feng's soul power is certified by the Royal Beast Master Association of the Tianlong Empire, making him a celebrated master of beasts across the continent. Thus, over the years, the testing device has assessed countless prodigies, yet achieving a soul power of 100 would merely align one with Director Ling Feng, unless Mulan hesitated. Chapter 9. Let's add a verses unless what? The crowd was filled with curiosity. Unless Shen Cheng's soul power has surpassed that of Director Ling Feng. Mulan continued. What? Everyone looked at Shen Cheng with disbelief. This unassuming, warm-smiling youth possesses such terrifying innate talent and soul power. Zheng Maheo, on the other hand, clenched his fists. His face flushed with embarrassment, for despite his soul power of 67, he paled in comparison to Shen Cheng's monstrous capabilities. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. I will accurately document the situation and present it to the school committee, which will subsequently provide clarification. The rankings will be displayed on the school's internal website. Mulan regarded Shen Cheng with keen interest. What? There's an internal ranking. For those of us at the bottom, being listed would be quite embarrassing. The school is rather negligent regarding student privacy. Rest assured, the school will only showcase the top 10 new students in terms of soul power, which one T concern the majority of students. It serves as a form of motivation to encourage everyone to strive forward. For one must understand that there are always greater heights beyond. The path of a beast master is never-ending. Mulan earnestly conveyed to the new students of Class 5. The crowd pondered. This is the esteemed Saintti Academy, where talent abounds. Only through relentless progress can one avoid being left behind. Mulan's words inspired many students. She observed Shen Cheng's handsome face. Although he wasn't the epitome of a handsome man, he had a pair of resolute and clear eyes, with bangs that perfectly framed his brow, and a strong nose that seemed to convey the spirit of a dynamic and ambitious youth. Has yet another prodigy emerged from Saintti Academy? Mulan scrutinized Shen Cheng, her gaze constantly assessing this enigmatic young man. Suddenly, Shen Cheng turned to meet Mulan's fervent gaze, causing her, usually composed demeanor to falter momentarily. Quickly lifting her head to alleviate the awkwardness, she addressed the crowd. Everyone, please quiet down. The soul power testing has concluded. We will now proceed to the class officer election segment. Unlike the cultural knowledge acquired in high school, our class has various committee positions. At Saintti Academy, each class requires only one class leader. Mulan elaborated. The responsibilities of the class leader are rather straightforward. They are to organize various activities within the class, convey students' opinions, and relay tasks from the teachers. In short, they are the collective spokesperson for Class 5. As her words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room. Unlike high school, class leaders in this realm of university are typically voluntary positions. Moreover, in the Beastmaster Academy, everyone shares a singular goal: to become stronger beast masters and cultivate more formidable spirit beasts. No one is inclined to undertake such a thankless task. Naturally, Shen Cheng had no desire to be that scapegoat. Firstly, he lacked any background. Secondly, being a newcomer, being appointed class leader would inevitably offend many. At present, he had too few advantages and was unwilling to shoulder such a burdensome role. Before the election, in adherence to the principle of first come, first served, Mulan tentatively inquired if any student was willing to volunteer. However, silence enveloped the room. Well, since it has come to this, let us draw lots, she declared. Just then, a voice shattered the stillness of the classroom. Teacher, the voice belonged to a dark-skinned boy seated near the entrance. The contractor of the spirit beast Little Stone, Luo Li. Luo Li, Mulan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise at the boy's willingness to step forward. Indeed, a person of responsibility. Such selflessness is exactly what we need in a class leader. She lauded the seemingly honest youth. Is there anyone else who wishes to compete with Luo Li for the position of class leader? Luo Ning scanned the room, but silence reigned once more. Then it is settled. Luo Li shall be our class leader for Class 5. Does anyone have any objections? None. No objections, teacher. Class leader Luo Li. Class leader Luo Li. The response was enthusiastic. Excellent. Luo Li, you will now bear the responsibility for our class affairs. Being a class leader has its advantages. It offers greater opportunities to interact with various subject teachers, which is immensely beneficial for the growth of a beast tamer. Mulan encouraged. Come up and say a few words to everyone, Luo Li. Luo Li slowly ascended the stage, his voice resonant and clear. Hello everyone, I am Luo Li. And this is my spirit beast, Little Stone. From now on, Class 5 shall be like a family. If any of you are bullied or encounter injustice, come to me, and I will stand up for you. His words were met with thunderous applause, as the students admired their new leader's sense of responsibility. Additionally, aside from the election of class officers, our school has established several work-study positions to assist students from financially disadvantaged families. I am in need of an assistant. If anyone is interested, please come speak to me privately, Mulan announced. Who among those capable of becoming beast tamers could possibly lack financial backing to attend Saintti Academy? Zheng Maheo remarked disdainfully, albeit quietly enough for only Mulan to hear. You are mistaken, Mulan replied slowly. The greatest hallmark of Saintti Academy is its inclusivity. Within the Dragon Empire, there are many impoverished yet exceptionally talented beast tamers. Upon graduating from Saintti Academy, many have become distinguished talents and even formidable powerhouses, standing tall at the pinnacle of the Eastern continent. The brilliance of Saintti Academy today owes much to the contributions of these exceptional students. She fixed her gaze on Zheng Moheo, her words pointed. Of course, our academy is not lacking in powerful families and foreign sect students. They possess superior resources that enable them to hone their skills as excellent beast tamers, yet they still choose to come to Saintti Academy for further training. Shen Cheng discerned Mulan's veiled admonition directed at Zheng Moheo, implying that Saintti Academy was a treasure trove of talent, and that the Zheng group, no matter how grand, was merely a local power within the eastern continent. Well, I believe we have said enough. Class leader, please take a few boys downstairs to distribute the books to your classmates. Mulan instructed Luoli. As Mulan exited the classroom, the atmosphere returned to its lively chatter. Shen Cheng quietly followed her outside and called out, Teacher Mu, I would like to apply for the assistant position, Shen Cheng stated earnestly. Mulan's face registered a flicker of surprise. In that case, here is an application form for you to fill out, and I will submit it for review. She handed Shen Cheng a form. By the way, the standard wage for work-study positions at the school is 20,000 gold coins a month, and if you perform well, I might even grant you a little extra. She added with a smile. Okay, teacher. Let's add each other on V. Shen Cheng pulled out his phone to add Mulan on V. Presently, he was indeed short on funds, relying on Huang Dong for his meals and expenses. Although Huang Dong insisted on covering his tuition, Shen Cheng felt uncomfortable accepting it without reciprocation. So he borrowed a few thousand gold coins from him. After all, he had originally come to Donglin City to work, and through a twist of fate, ended up attending Saintti Academy. After Mulan departed, Luo Ning suddenly darted out from behind Shen Cheng. Are you in dire need of money? If so, feel free to tell me. I never asked you before, she said, handing him a gold card. This has 1,000,000 gold coins on it. I seldom carry cash when I go out, so use it for now. Consider it my token of gratitude. She gazed earnestly at Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng was taken aback, thinking to himself, is this how the wealthy display their generosity? However, he still declined Luo Ning's offer. As friends, we shouldn't stand on ceremony. Shen Cheng replied, let us also add each other on V. Luo Ning smiled, her crescent-shaped smile brightening the moment. Meanwhile, Zheng Maheo watched this unfolding scene from outside the classroom, his teeth clenching in frustration. Chapter 10. A school-wide sensation. The bell of Saintti Academy rang, signaling the end of Shen Cheng's final class on the second day of school. The lesson was a general education course titled Introduction to Beast Tamers, the 13 types of spirit beasts, focusing on the attributes and interactions among spirit beasts. Shen Cheng perused the textbook, which merely outlined the ordinary routes of spirit beast evolution while touching only lightly on hidden evolutions of certain existing spirit beasts. He was already well versed in the material, having attained a high rank in the Universal Beast Tamer ladder. Coupled with the formidable capabilities of his Golden Finger system, this class yielded little benefit for him. After class, as Shen Cheng walked along the school's pathway, he overheard a group of students chatting animatedly. Have you heard? Our cohort has produced 3 genius beast tamers with a soul power of 100. Where did you see that? I didn't know. The school's internal network released a soul power leaderboard this afternoon, showcasing all sorts of monsters with scores above 90. How come this cohort has so many extraordinary talents? What about us with soul powers in the 30s and 40s? I'm curious to know which classes these 3 genius beast tamers are in. I heard that 2 of them are in class 8. They are a pair of twin sisters. I wonder what their spirit beasts are. I'm in class 8. And I know. The elder sister is named Changsun Tang, and her spirit beast is a white feather snake. The younger sister is named Changsun Shi, and her spirit beast is a flower sprite. Both are stunningly beautiful. White feather snake and flower sprite. Those are quite rare spirit beasts. They certainly have remarkable backgrounds. Shen Cheng was taken aback, realizing that in just 2 days at Saintti Academy, he had encountered so many formidable beast tamers. There is also a genius with a soul power of 100 in our class 1 named Shen Cheng, and his spirit beast is a purple crystal dragon. A dragon-type beast tamer. A purple crystal dragon is notoriously difficult to contract. This cohort truly is teeming with prodigies. As Shen Cheng listened to the discussions around him, he pondered, a purple crystal dragon? I once had one, but due to the exorbitant resources it consumed, 4 to 5 times that of other spirit beasts, I couldn't afford to raise it. It appears that this Qian Chun is not to be underestimated. Impressive, but who do you think holds the top spot for soul power? Among the 3 with the highest soul power, I'd wager it must be Qian Chun with his purple crystal dragon. No, you're mistaken. The top rank isn't Changsun Tang, nor is it Changsun Shi, or even Qian Chun. It is a student named Shen Cheng from class 5. Shen Cheng was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing their conversation. Wasn't I the only Shen Cheng in class 5? Shen Cheng? Aren't there only 3 genius beast tamers with a soul power of 100? Look at what it says on the rankings. First place, Shen Cheng, soul power, 100. Exclaimed a new student, pointing at his phone. Is that even possible? I've never heard of anything like it. How can there be a score of 100? This standard for soul power was designed based on the renowned genius, Director Ling Feng, whose prowess echoed throughout the heavenly dragon empire. It's utterly outrageous. It seems our cohort is in for quite the spectacle. Indeed, I heard this Shen Cheng spirit beast is merely a level 4 ice pup. That is rather pretentious, isn't it? My stag beetle is already at level 6. and my soul power barely reaches 30. True masters often conceal their brilliance in plain sight. What do you know? He asked, just being modest. In an instant, Saintti Academy erupted in excitement. The release of the Soul Power leaderboard ignited fervent discussions among the students. The quality of this year's entrance was unprecedented, with all top 10 scores exceeding 90, and several beyond that mark also hovering just above 90. Historically, students achieving a soul power of 90 in previous years typically secured a spot in the top 3, with only one student, Huang Fuyu, boasting a score of 100 last year. Apart from the discussions surrounding these 3 prodigious beast masters with a soul power of 100, the focal point of the entire academy was none other than Shen Cheng. The most formidable genius in the history of Saintti Academy was Vice President Ling Feng, whose soul power standard served as the benchmark. Shen Cheng's emergence could potentially usurp Ling Feng's historical status as a genius. Furthermore, the fact that Shen Cheng had only contracted a common spirit beast, an ice pup, propelled him further into the limelight of discussions at Saintti Academy. Some speculated that Shen Cheng boasted he could effortlessly conquer all rare spirit beasts with his ordinary ice pup. Others claimed he was the secret disciple of director Ling Feng, as he had received an admission letter authorized by Ling Feng himself. There were even whispers suggesting that Shen Cheng was Ling Feng's illegitimate son. Amidst the bizarre conjectures swirling on the school forum, Shen Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Who could have imagined that this so-called prodigy of beast mastery was now in such dire straits that he could barely afford a meal? Hey, could you lend me another 1,000 gold coins? I promise to return some after I finish my work at the end of the month. Shen Cheng pleaded, glancing at Huang Dong. What do you mean lend? Chengzi has already told you that you don't need to pay me back. Just use my meal card for your meals. Huang Dong replied impatiently. Huang Dong disliked the term borrow when it came to Shen Cheng. In his heart, he had long regarded Shen Cheng as a brother. That won't he do? Don't let your father's wealth deceive you. Once your spirit beast reaches the 2nd tier, the resources and materials required for each level increase exponentially, and even you will struggle, Shen Cheng said, patting Huang Dong on the shoulder. He felt he owed Huang Dong too many favors. Let us talk about it later, Huang Dong insisted, refusing to allow Shen Cheng to protest as he forcefully shoved the meal card into his hands. By the way, Chengzi, you're quite the sensation at school now. I have a feeling that the troubles coming your way won't be trivial. Huang Dong's eyes reflected a hint of concern. Yes, a storm is brewing. We must enhance our strengths as soon as possible. Having completed the enrollment procedures, Shen Cheng's next plan was to focus on improving his own power. No matter where one is, strength remains the most valuable passport. I'm so hungry. Let us head to the cafeteria first. Just put it on the tab, Shen Cheng declared as he took Huang Dong's meal card and made his way to the cafeteria. You're so chatty. Huang Dong playfully punched at Shen Cheng, who dodged with a grin. As Shen Cheng walked along the main avenue of the school, tables were lined on either side, plastered with posters. Various university clubs were fervently recruiting members. Students interested in mechanical spirit beasts, do not miss out. The Mechanical Society is recruiting. Come check out the Grass Society. There are plenty of attractive boys and girls. If you aspire to be a master of fire, join our Flame Society. A resonant voice caught Shen Cheng's attention. Zhuyao. Shen Cheng immediately spotted the vice president of the Flame Society. However, with so many people around, Zhuyao failed to notice Shen Cheng passing by. As he strolled past the myriad of clubs lining the roadside, Shen Cheng felt little interest. The only one that piqued his curiosity was a club called the Spirit Beast Cultivation Society, which had hardly any inquiries at its booth. A long-haired girl was fervently distributing flyers to promote it. Hello, senior. What does your Spirit Beast Cultivation Society do? Shen Cheng inquired as he approached. The long-haired girl, her excitement unmistakable, quickly pulled him closer to explain. As the name suggests, our society focuses on the cultivation of spirit beasts, offering guidance on food and evolution materials, skill learning for spirit beasts, as well as basic treatment and rescue for them. We also engage in some aspects of evolutionary research. That sounds quite useful. But why are there so few people here? Shen Cheng asked in confusion. Alas, the new students today only pursue the combat strength of spirit beasts and show little interest in such internal studies, the girl sighed. In reality, the profession of a cultivator is immensely beneficial for the development of spirit beasts, and outstanding spirit beast cultivators are highly respected in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Some cultivators merely affiliated with powerful sects can earn millions in fixed monthly salaries. Just for being affiliated, one can earn millions? Shen Cheng was astounded. Of course, but only if they are exceptionally talented. Such individuals are rare as phoenix feathers in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the girl replied, intrigued by the Cultivation Society. Shen Cheng's interest deepened. Understood. Senior, I wish to join your Cultivation Society, he said with a smile. That's wonderful, Junior. The girl beamed with delight. Please leave your contact information. My name is Chu Ji. What's yours? Just call me Shen Cheng. Chapter 11. All right, but it will cost extra. The university cafeteria at Saintti Academy is located on the second floor, offering reasonably priced meals. While the first floor features various specialty restaurants with superior flavors but significantly higher prices, generally frequented by the wealthier beastmasters. Shen Cheng gazed at the diverse array of upscale dining establishments, many of which offered dishes previously unknown to him, and swallowed hard. Once I have money, I shall indulge in each one, he thought as he ascended the staircase to the second floor. Hey, ISNT that our Class 5's great genius, Shen Cheng? How can he not even afford a meal and resort to eating pig slop upstairs? A familiar voice rang out. This guy seems to be everywhere like a pesky fly. Shen Cheng muttered inwardly, recognizing the voice as Zheng Maheo. Are you implying that all the students upstairs are pigs? Shen Cheng casually responded, drawing the attention of nearby students. They cast disdainful glances at Zheng Maheo. I was just about to head to the second floor. Are you calling me a pig, Zheng Maheo? A melodious voice chimed in. And it was Luo Ning, who approached with a fierce glare directed at Zheng Maheo. Cousin, what a surprise to see you here. Zheng Maheo's face turned awkward. He cared little for offending others, but he was particularly concerned about Luo Ning's opinion, and now he had angered her. What is it to you? Do you think you have any say over where I eat, Zheng Maheo? Luo Ning crossed her arms, glaring at him. Soon, a crowd gathered around Shen Cheng and Zheng Maheo. Shen Cheng, why haven't you replied to my messages? Why aren't you inviting anyone to dine with you? Luo Ning stamped her foot as she playfully complained to Shen Cheng. Ugh, there's no escaping this. Shen Cheng felt exasperated once more. I forgot my phone and didn't see them, he explained. Zheng Maheo glared at Luo Ning, seething with jealousy at her eagerness towards Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng, you've become quite the sensation at school. They all say you are a once-in-a-century prodigy beast master of Saintti Academy. Zheng Maheo provocatively gazed at Shen Cheng, his aquiline nose giving him an insidious appearance. As his words echoed, all eyes turned towards Shen Cheng. What? Is this the genius beast master with a soul power of 100? Shen Cheng? Suddenly, the crowd erupted into animated discussions. Shen Cheng, however, did not respond. His stomach growled with hunger, and he merely wished to fill it promptly. Seeing that Shen Cheng ignored him, Zheng Maheo continued. I believe everyone is most curious about the prowess of this genius beast master. I, Zheng, am willing to test his strength on behalf of all. I wonder if the genius Shen Cheng would accept my challenge? The onlookers, eager for entertainment, buzzed with anticipation, eager to see how Shen Cheng would respond. No. Without even turning his head, Shen Cheng ascended to the second floor. No one expected him to reject the challenge so decisively. Are you afraid? What? Afraid I will strip away your genius facade? Zheng Maheo continued his taunts. Yet, Shen Cheng remained unfazed. In his mind, profit came first. Defeating Zheng Maheo would only serve to inflate his ego without providing any tangible benefits. Seeing Shen Cheng unaffected, Zheng Maheo shouted, Shen Cheng, aren't you short on money? If you win, I will give you 5 million. Shen Cheng's footsteps suddenly halted. Oh, 5 million. The crowd was left speechless, surprised that the genius youth of Saintti Academy was in dire need of funds, shattering his lofty image in their minds. Luo Ning approached Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng, do not fall for his tricks. Your spirit beast's strength is not a match for his. If you need money, I can help. Shen Cheng raised a hand to halt her, and Luo Ning refrained from continuing. She understood that Shen Cheng's pride would not allow him to accept her charity without reason. Zheng Maheo's expression darkened. He and Luo Ning were old acquaintances, both of similar age and expected to be childhood friends. However, Luo Ning had always kept him at arm's length. Throughout his life, Zheng Maheo had never failed to acquire any woman he desired. Now, seeing Luo Ning so protective of Shen Cheng, whom she had only recently met, filled him with ire. He glared at Shen Cheng and said menacingly, What if you lose? Shen Cheng replied coolly, I'm sorry, I haven't actually considered that. So what shall we do? I hope you can be just as arrogant when you lose. I want you to leave Saintti Academy forever. Zheng Maheo grinned wickedly. Ah, such harsh conditions. Shen Cheng feigned surprise, raising his voice dramatically. Ha ha ha, are you afraid? Is that the extent of a genius beast master's courage? Zheng Maheo laughed heartily. Shen Cheng stroked his chin, pretending to ponder for a moment, then responded, Fine. But I want more money. His words elicited laughter from the crowd. This genius beast master was truly obsessed with wealth. Zheng Maheo had provoked him repeatedly, and Shen Cheng, despite his low profile, would not allow it to continue. Why not seize the opportunity to gain some extra cash? He knew Zheng Maheo would certainly raise the stakes to compel him to agree. Since this fool was willing to part with his money, it would be remiss not to take advantage of him. Ha ha, I thought you were proud. 10 million. If you win, I will give you 10 million. But if you lose, you must leave Saintti Academy. What do you say? Zheng Maheo laughed heartily. Very well, young Master Zheng. You are indeed generous. Since you are so sincere, it would be rude of me not to accept. In 5 days, we shall meet at the Academy's duel stage. Shen Cheng responded with a confident smile. Just as you wish. Let us see what tricks you can conjure in 5 days. Don't dare to back out then. Zheng Moheo left with a menacing remark. Luo Ning accompanied Shen Cheng for a meal. Do you truly have confidence, or are you merely speaking bravado? Zheng Moheo's strength is not as weak as you think, and he possesses more than one spirit beast. Free duels do not limit the number of spirit beasts. Luo Ning looked at Shen Cheng with concern. What does it matter? If I win, I gain 10 million. If I lose, I simply leave Saintti Academy. It's a risk-free endeavor. Shen Cheng jested. You still have the presence of mind to joke with me. From your rain butterfly rescue, I know your strength is formidable. And since you broke the record at Saintti Academy for soul power testing, you only have a level 4 Ice Wolf. How do you plan to defeat Zheng Moheo? Luo Ning spoke with irritation. Shen Cheng stared blankly at Luo Ning. This usually headstrong and spoiled young lady was actually showing concern for him. Reflecting on his arrival in this world, he realized that Huang Dong was his best friend, but Luo Ning was the second person to show him kindness. He reassured her, don't worry. I, Shen Cheng, never undertake ventures without confidence. There are still 5 days left. That is ample time for me to enhance my strength and easily defeat Zheng Moheo. Really? Luo Ning regarded Shen Cheng with skepticism, for he was an enigma, often exuding an aura of mystery. Certainly, that 10 million from Zheng Moheo is as good as mine, Shen Cheng said while eating. Uft, you truly are a money enthusiast. A mere 10 million? I could give that to you. Is it really that significant? Luo Ning laughed at Shen Cheng's antics. You're at it again. Discussing money between friends is quite unfeeling. When I win, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Shen Cheng joked, quickly shifting the topic. Luo Ning stared at Shen Cheng's resolute face, thinking, I have never encountered someone quite as intriguing as you. You'd better keep your word. Treat me to the finest delicacies. Luo Ning giggled, her laughter reminiscent of blooming magnolias, captivatingly beautiful. Chapter 12, The Giant Claw Crab King. Lingwu Mountain Range, Sunset Gorge. Come forth, Ice Wolf. With Shen Cheng's summons, the Ice Wolf emerged from the 5-star formation. It curiously surveyed its new surroundings, howling at Shen Cheng. Ever since forming a contract with you, I haven't had the chance to train you seriously. This journey has been filled with travel and school duties, nearly leading me to neglect you. Shen Cheng addressed the Ice Wolf. Today, I shall arrange a special training session for you. How? The Ice Wolf seemed excited as it looked at Shen Cheng. Having left the Icebound Valley, Shen Cheng had become its only family. Being so small, it longed for its homeland. A true man aims for the vast world. There is no need to dwell on the past. In this realm, one must grow stronger to protect their loved ones. Shen Cheng affectionately patted its head. The Ice Wolf reminisced about its past in the Icebound Valley, gritting its teeth with renewed determination. Shen Cheng opened the Ice Wolf's data panel. Name, Ice Wolf. Attribute, Ice. Level, First Stage 4. Talent, S, Flashing Red. Skills, Ice Mist. Quick Movement. Evolution Path, 2 paths. Personality, Stubborn. It's my fault for not training you. Your level remains at 4. Shen Cheng chuckled. However, that's alright. I have my own clever methods for early upgrades, ensuring efficient results. Next, Shen Cheng accessed the system's evolution paths. One led to the Longfang Ice Wolf, while the other was the Dark Moon Wolf King. Open the evolution path for the Dark Moon Wolf King. Shen Cheng commanded the system. Ice Wolf, Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf Demon, Howling Wolf, Dark Moon Wolf King. The Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf can learn demon-type skills right from the start. Open the evolution conditions for the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Shen Cheng issued another command. Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf evolution conditions. Ice Wolf at level 12 for Shanbing Stones, 2 Dark Gemstones. 1 Rebirth Pill. Truly worthy of an S-class spirit beast, it can evolve to the 2nd stage at level 12. A smile spread across Shen Cheng's face. If he chose the ordinary evolution path, the Ice Wolf would require level 17. Shanbing Stones are common evolution materials and easy to procure. The matter of dark is rather intricate. This substance typically originates from the caverns of the Nether Forest, a rather troublesome endeavor. One must inquire in the market. The Rebirth Elixir. How is it that one requires a Rebirth Elixir at the 2nd tier, when it is generally only necessary for the evolution of spirit beasts at the 3rd tier or above? This will certainly cost a considerable sum. You, my little companion, are quite the money burner. Shen Cheng mused as he stroked the head of the ice pup. Never mind that for now. Today's objective is to reach level 10. We shall grind in Sunset Gorge, Shen Cheng declared. The ice pup seemed perplexed. You wish to know why I set such a lofty goal, correct? Shen Cheng chuckled. The ice pup nodded. Shen Cheng continued. Many are aware of the Spirit Martial Mountain Range, but are oblivious to its significance. As its name suggests, The spiritual energy within the Spirit Martial Mountain range is exceedingly dense. Here, spirit beasts grow at a swifter pace compared to the outside world. I surmise this is one of the reasons the Spirit Martial Mountain range was established here. Then, Shen Cheng surveyed the surroundings. The reason I brought you to Sunset Gorge is twofold. Firstly, it is quite distant from Saintti Academy, where the spiritual energy has long been depleted by the students and their spirit beasts. Secondly, the spirit beasts here yield significantly higher experience upon defeat, allowing for quicker leveling. As Shen Cheng observed the clusters of giant claw crabs and small brown shells in Sunset Gorge, he reminisced about the days spent leveling up in this very place while playing All Beasts Unite, a smile creeping onto his face. He had tested all the spirit beasts in the Spirit Martial Mountain range and concluded that grinding giant claw crabs and small brown shells in Sunset Gorge was the most efficient way to level up. Leveling is an essential skill. Spirit beasts advance rapidly in their first 10 levels, and as an S-rank spirit beast, you must display S-rank fighting spirit. The ice pup nodded vigorously, reigniting its determination. What a shame it would be if my talent were not utilized to become a master of success. Shen Cheng laughed heartily. All right, let us begin. First, let us take down that level 4 giant claw crab in the corner. Freeze it with ice mist, then strike with your fangs. With that, the ice pup conjured a mist of ice, immobilizing the crab's legs. As the ice pup charged in, the crab attempted to retaliate with its pincers. But the attack was easily dodged, and it was swiftly brought down. Excellent. Just like that. The giant claw crab atop that rock. Go. The ice pup quickly dispatched another giant claw crab. The beastly instincts of the wolf were awakened, and just as the ice pup was about to charge at another crab, Shen Cheng halted it. We cannot solely grind giant claw crabs. Let us take down that small brown shell. Shen Cheng pointed to a small brown shell on the riverbank. After defeating the small brown shell, the ice pup radiated a faint glow. Level 5. Just as I suspected, Shen Cheng exclaimed. 2 crabs and 1 shell. This is how we shall grind the ice pup. The experience gained this way is thrice that of regular spirit beast grinding. Besides discovering the high experience yield in Sunset Gorge, Shen Cheng also summarized this unique grinding method, unsure if it was a system bug or a hidden rule. Whenever a new spirit beast appeared in All Beasts Unite, he was always able to level up swiftly, thanks to this special grinding technique. Of course, this is only applicable to spirit beasts below level 10. Grinding above level 10 here becomes futile, as the experience required for each level grows exponentially, necessitating battles against higher-tier spirit beasts for faster leveling. Before he knew it, dusk had arrived, the sunset casting a warm glow upon the young man's shoulders. Shen Cheng was drenched in sweat, continuously directing the ice pup in combat. The ice pup had reached level 8. Ice pup. Attempt to attack that level 10 small brown shell. Shen Cheng pointed to a small brown shell that was significantly larger than its companions. The ice pup charged at the shell, which retaliated with a water jet in an attempt to knock the ice pup to the ground. However, the ice pup's speed had far surpassed that of a level 4. Shen Cheng merely wished for it to experience a battle against a formidable foe. After all, breaching the shell of a creature 2 levels higher would still be quite the challenge for it. Suddenly, the ice pup altered its attack posture, leaping into the air instead of diving down to bite. Could it be? Ice Shard Claw. Shen Cheng's pupils dilated. As expected, the ice pup extended its long claws, gleaming with an icy aura, swiftly slicing through the hard exterior of the small brown shell. With a swift motion, the level 10 small brown shell was cleaved in 2, collapsing onto the ground. We won. You've learned Ice Shard Claw? Shen Cheng beamed at the ice pup, whose expression was one of undeniable pride. This is a second-tier skill, which the ice pup only learned upon evolving at level 17 during its battle with the flame maned lion. Ho! The ice pup proudly tilted its head to receive Shen Cheng's praise. Splendid. Mastering Ice Shard Claw significantly enhances our combat speed. Ice pup. Attempt to unleash a wide-area ice mist. Shen Cheng commanded. The ice pup exerted its utmost effort, enveloping a multitude of giant claw crabs and small brown shells in a vast expanse of ice mist. Employing rapid movements, it dispatched them all before they could break free from their confinement. In a flurry of action, bolstered by the devastating power of Ice Shard Claw, the entire group of giant claw crabs and small brown shells was felled by the ice pup. Hours passed unnoticed. Shen Cheng glanced at his phone. It was nearly midnight. We must head back. Shen Cheng observed the ice pup, now having reached level 10, preparing to conclude today's training. You performed admirably today. I shall reward you with a chicken leg upon our return. Ho! The ice pup extended its tongue, drooling with anticipation. Just as Shen Cheng prepared to turn away, a pair of white eyes emerged from the waterfall in the gorge. With a resounding crash, the waterfall erupted as a colossal creature surged forth. A massive crab with enormous pincers emerged from behind the waterfall, blocking Shen Cheng's and his companion's path. This is bad. It's the king of giant claw crabs. Shen Cheng exclaimed. Chapter 13, Demonic Chill. Name, King of Giant Claw Crabs. Attribute, Water. Level, Tier 2, Level 18. Talent, E. Skills, Giant Pincer Power, Ferocious Charge, Body Hardening. Oh no, I've defeated too many giant claw crabs. I've angered this king of giant claw crabs lurking behind the waterfall. Shen Cheng shouted. Run. Quickly, Ice Pup. Shen Cheng dashed in the opposite direction, harboring no desire to engage in battle. If only the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf had evolved, we could have fought. But even with his command, a level 10 Ice Pup would stand no chance against the king of giant claw crabs. The king of giant claw crabs towered over 2 meters, its massive pincers crashing down towards Shen Cheng. Terrified, he quickly leapt aside, rolling awkwardly on the ground with the Ice Pup in his arms. The gigantic pincers hammered down relentlessly, the king of giant claw crabs relentlessly pursuing them. Shen Cheng carefully dodged the relentless onslaught, yet the rocks splintering under the strikes inflicted immense pain upon him. Taking refuge behind a large boulder, Shen Cheng instructed the Ice Pup, "You must return to the spirit beast space. It's not safe out here." As he attempted to summon the Ice Pup back into the spirit beast space, it stood resolutely in place, refusing to move despite Shen Cheng's every attempt. Ho! The Ice Pup howled insistently, seemingly expressing its determination to stand by Shen Cheng's side. What? You refuse to retreat? You cannot defeat it. Ho! Still refusing. Very well. Truly, my Ice Pup. Today, we either live together or perish together. Shen Cheng's fighting spirit ignited. If his spirit beast refused to give up, what reason did he have to retreat? Then let us fight. Shen Cheng's eyes were resolute. Boom. The stone shattered once more under the king of giant claw crab's assault, and Shen Cheng hurriedly dodged. Use Ice Mist to restrict its speed. Shen Cheng bellowed. The Ice Pup unleashed Ice Mist once more, yet the king of giant claw crabs was too massive. The Ice Mist proved ineffective against it. Swiftly maneuvering behind the king of crab, its pincers could not reach this far. The Ice Young Wolf adeptly evaded the relentless assaults of the king of crab. Circling to its rear. Now is the moment. Shatter Ice Claw. Shen Cheng exclaimed with fervor, recognizing this as the opportune instant to strike decisively and then make a hasty retreat. The wolf's claw, imbued with an aura of chilling ferocity, gleamed with frost as it struck fiercely upon the back of the king of crab. Can it break through? Shen Cheng silently prayed. At the very moment the wolf's claw penetrated the king of crab's back, it suddenly encountered an impenetrable barrier, as if it had struck metal, halting its advance entirely. Oh no, it is body hardening. The Ice Young Wolf was violently repelled. Watching it plummet from several meters above, Shen Cheng felt a pang of sorrow. Still too ambitious. How infuriating. Is there truly no way forward? Shen Cheng lamented, striking the ground in frustration. The king of crab launched a counterattack, its immense pincers crashing down. And though the Ice Young Wolf narrowly dodged, the shockwave from the impact still sent it tumbling several meters. Shen Cheng hurried to the side of the Ice Young Wolf. Seeing its condition was dire, he wished to return it to the spirit beast space, but the Ice Young Wolf insisted on remaining. Do you still wish to fight? Ice Young Wolf. The wolf's tenacity exceeded Shen Cheng's expectations, but after several rounds of combat, its stamina was dwindling. Oh woo. The Ice Young Wolf, undeterred, provided a resolute affirmation to Shen Cheng. If Huangfu you can contend with the ferocious battle bear using a low-level soul-snatching skeleton, then I, Shen Cheng, can do the same. Shen Cheng rose, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Suddenly, a brilliant light flooded the ground, and Shen Cheng felt clarity return to his surroundings. The previously dim sunset gorge now radiated brightness. Looking up, he beheld the enormous moon hanging resplendently in the sky. Is today the day of the full moon? Shen Cheng pondered aloud, glancing at the time on his phone. It was precisely midnight on the 15th. Shen Cheng shouted with excitement. I have a friend who excels at a game involving ice-type spirit beasts, who once told me that an S-rank Ice Young Wolf can not only unlock the hidden evolution path of the Dark Moon Wolf King, but can also learn a bloodline divine skill. Oh woo. The Ice Young Wolf gazed at Shen Cheng with wide eyes. Shen Cheng continued, brimming with excitement. At the stroke of midnight on the 15th of each month, the Ice Young Wolf can awaken the bloodline divine skill, Demon Frost. However, there is only one opportunity for awakening. If it fails, it cannot be activated again. Oh woo. The Ice Young Wolf nodded solemnly. Very well, then, let us awaken today. Quickly, seize the moment. The stroke of midnight is fast approaching. I will hold the king of crab at bay while you strive to comprehend the bloodline skill. Shen Cheng said gravely to the Ice Young Wolf. Come on, king of crab, come chase me, you big oaf. Shen Cheng shouted as he threw stones while fleeing from the king of crab. Under the moonlight, amidst the chase between man and crab, the Ice Young Wolf stood atop a boulder, gazing intently at the moon. The ice young wolf fixated on the moon's disc-like form, howling continuously as if awaiting a response from the celestial body. A shimmering white light began to emanate from the ice young wolf. Excellent. The moon is responding to the ice young wolf, Shen Cheng exclaimed, thrilled by the sight, only to be nearly struck by the king of crab's pincers due to his distraction. Curse it. It's getting closer. I can barely hold on. Ice young wolf. You must persevere, Shen Cheng urged inwardly. A woo. A long howl pierced through the clouds, startling a flock of nightingales into flight. The ice young wolf was enveloped in a radiant white glow. Wonderful. The bloodline has awakened. Shen Cheng glanced at the ice young wolf's information. Bloodline skill, Demon Frost. Characteristics, a demon-type skill, inherited from the bloodline of the Dark Moon Wolf King, capable of freezing the surroundings with 10 times the power of ice mist. Passive, frost seeps into the bones. The malevolent cold will infiltrate the opponent's body, causing magical damage that ignores the physical defenses of spirit beasts. Good heavens! Ignoring physical defenses. No wonder this technique is deemed divine. It must have caught many formidable opponents off guard. Shen Cheng marveled. However, the King of Crab had already raised its enormous pincers, ready to strike down upon Shen Cheng's head, offering him no chance to react. This is bad. It's the pincer's might. I can't evade it. My illustrious name will end here. Mother, I love you. Shen Cheng closed his eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. Moments later, what? I'm not dead. Shen Cheng slowly opened his eyes. As he pondered this, he suddenly beheld the colossal pincers suspended in midair, alongside the ice young wolf gleaming with silvery light standing before him. Notably, he observed a transformation in the ice young wolf's demeanor. Its eyes now glinted with a fierce aura of lethality. Ice young wolf, have you unleashed Demon Frost? Truly, it is a skill tenfold more powerful than ice mist. Shen Cheng gazed upon the immense king of crab, now frozen in midair, its countenance twisted in agony. It seems the frost is eroding its very form, causing such suffering, Shen Cheng remarked. The ice young wolf attempted to deliver a final blow to the king of crab, yet its energy was entirely depleted, collapsing onto the ground. There is no need to linger in battle, little one. You have performed admirably. This king of crab cannot extricate itself for the time being. Its level far surpasses yours. Should we engage in a desperate struggle, it would yield no benefit. Shen Cheng gently patted the ice young wolf lying on the ground. A woo. The ice young wolf nuzzled affectionately against Shen Cheng's hand. Level 11. It seems that the battle with the king of crab has granted you significant insights into combat. The experience gained from such challenging encounters far surpasses that of crushing lower-tier spirit beasts. Shen Cheng observed the ice young wolf, which had once again surpassed its limits. Filled with pride, yet also a sense of heartache. It is getting late. We should return. You need to rest as well. He withdrew the ice young wolf into the spirit beast space and, under the moonlight, embarked on the journey back alone. Chapter 14. The Abundant Spirit Beast Shop. Shen Cheng couldn't help but marvel at the ice young wolf's rapid advancement. This was chiefly due to his unique leveling method combined with the ice young wolf's extraordinary talent. Both were indispensable. With the acquisition of Demon Frost, Shen Cheng now possessed an additional card to play. His primary task was to swiftly gather the materials required for evolution. After all, the ice young wolf was nearing level 12, and Shen Cheng had yet to devise a plan to collect the 3 essential materials for its advancement. Therefore, at the break of dawn on the second day of the ice young wolf's special training, Shen Cheng boarded a vehicle to the city's largest spirit beast commercial street to scout for supplies. The morning market at the spirit beast commercial street opened early, with upscale shops lining the pedestrian street, featuring an array of high-end chain spirit beast specialty stores, spirit beast design shops, and retail outlets, all bustling with customers. As Shen Cheng walked along the main thoroughfare, his eyes scanned for shops selling spirit beast materials. The material shops on either side of the road were extravagantly decorated, and Shen Cheng knew that the prices of goods within these establishments would be exorbitant, so he pressed on in search of better alternatives. Truly valuable and affordable shops were hidden in corners, while these grand establishments charged excessive premiums. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Cheng veered into a narrow alleyway. Sure enough, after walking for a while, he heard the shouts of various vendors. The small path was nearly filled with street vendors hawking all manner of peculiar spirit beasts. A few spirit beasts caught Shen Cheng's eye for their decent qualifications, but he was not currently focused on contracting new spirit beasts, and with his limited funds, he chose not to inquire further. The narrow alley twisted and turned, and Shen Cheng found no shops selling spirit beast advancement materials. Is it possible that I really have to purchase them from outside? As he approached the end of the alley, Shen Cheng prepared to turn back. Just as he turned around, a dilapidated signboard caught his attention. A sign bearing the name Wanfling Beast Shop dangled precariously on a narrow alleyway. This shop was nestled within a diminutive lane, so constricted that only one person could pass through at a time. With a heart full of curiosity, Shen Cheng approached the entrance, gazing upward. Surely, it hasn't gone out of business, he murmured to himself. Yet, the open door and the dim light within suggested that someone was indeed managing the establishment. Shen Cheng slowly pushed aside the curtain and stepped inside, where his eyes were met with the shop's meager shelves and a variety of dust-laden goods, some of which appeared to have been displayed for many years, their colors dimmed. Inside, only a middle-aged man lounged comfortably in a recliner, and Shen Cheng surmised that this must be the proprietor. The man's sharp features and a prominent tuft of mustache were particularly striking as he reclined, sipping tea while a large-eared guinea pig diligently fanned him with its ears. "Excuse me, how much for a piece of Xianbing stone?" Shen Cheng inquired of the shopkeeper. 30,000 gold coins each, the owner replied nonchalantly. Seemingly indifferent to such a basic request, not even sparing Shen Cheng a glance. "Could I perhaps get a discount if I buy more?" Shen Cheng replied with an affable smile. "How many do you want?" The owner countered. "4." The owner sputtered, spraying water from his mouth as he stood up to scrutinize Shen Cheng. "You, young man, are quite amusing. I see you're in the uniform of Saintti Academy. So you hardly seem to be in want of money. The profit margins on these low-tier materials are so slim that selling you 4 would hardly yield any gain. Ask around. My prices are but a fraction of what others charge." The mustachioed proprietor spoke with a hint of annoyance. Shen Cheng scratched his head sheepishly. He reflected, for pieces would amount to 120,000 gold coins, and alas, he had only a few hundred borrowed from the hefty fellow. He would have to ask teacher Mulan for credit and repay her gradually through his labor. Shen Cheng had underestimated the cost of living in this world, particularly the expenses associated with training a beast master. The costs for both spiritual beasts and advanced materials were burdensome for an average family. In the Tianlong Empire, it was quite common for ordinary families to exhaust 3 generations of their savings to cultivate a beast master, as achieving this status was regarded as the pinnacle of honor. Even a mid-level beast master earned considerable respect in society. While the owner spoke, Shen Cheng activated his mental scanning system to glean information about the proprietor, and the revelation startled him. The mustachioed owner was, in fact, a level 52 elite beast master. Elite beast masters were considered esteemed figures in this empire, and it was perplexing that this middle-aged man, who could achieve great things, was residing here in such a dilapidated shop that hardly resembled a place of business. There must be a deeper secret hidden within. Shen Cheng's attention was drawn once more to the large-eared guinea pig beside him. Name: large-eared guinea pig. Attribute: poison. Level: first tier, level 50. Talent: C. Skills: burrowing technique, death venom. Poison claw frenzy. Evolution path: 1. Personality: gentle. A smile crept across Shen Cheng's face as he suddenly felt he had found a lead on his advanced materials. Your large-eared guinea pig is rather rare, Shen Cheng ventured, testing the waters with the mustachioed owner. The owner's eyes lit up, and the disdain he had initially shown towards Shen Cheng vanished. "You know about the large-eared guinea pig?" he exclaimed eagerly. Shen Cheng thought to himself, "I've encountered all sorts of peculiar spiritual beasts. Even without the system, I can identify the large-eared guinea pig, as it bears an uncanny resemblance to the guinea pigs back on Earth." Sensing the owner's interest, he deliberately remarked, "The large-eared guinea pig and the large-eared rat share a common ancestry. To put it simply, the former is a mutation of the latter, with a mutation probability of 1 in several hundred thousand. Thus, while the world knows of the large-eared rat, few are aware of the large-eared guinea pig." This enlightening exposition left the mustachioed owner momentarily dumbfounded. He regarded Shen Cheng with bewilderment, pondering how this mere 17 or 18-year-old could possess such extensive knowledge about a spiritual beast so rare in recorded history. Judging by his request for Xianbing stones, it was evident he was merely a novice beastmaster at best. "How do you know so much about the large-eared guinea pig? Have you perhaps studied under a renowned breeding master?" the owner queried. Shen Cheng chose not to address the owner's curiosity directly, but continued. "The large-eared rat is a highly toxic spiritual beast. Some large-eared rats are born with an exceptionally potent venom, which their bodies struggle to withstand, resulting in a mutation into the comparatively plump large-eared guinea pig." The mustachioed owner listened intently, no longer perceiving Shen Cheng as a mere naive youth, but rather as a knowledgeable breeder of considerable repute. Looking at the owner, Shen Cheng smiled. The world is only aware of the evolution path of the large-eared rat, yet remains oblivious to that of the large-eared guinea pig. I surmise that your large-eared guinea pig has been evolving along the lines of the large-eared rat, which is why, despite reaching level 50, it remains at the first tier. "Ah," the proprietor exclaimed, astonished at Shen Cheng's insight. "Do you know the evolution method for the large-eared guinea pig?" he asked urgently. Shen Cheng merely smiled enigmatically. The owner promptly gestured for Shen Cheng to take a seat, pouring him a cup of tea. "Oh dear, I have been remiss, and I must apologize for not recognizing your esteemed presence sooner. The mustachioed owner's demeanor underwent a complete transformation as he presented Shen Cheng with the teacup with utmost reverence. It turned out that the owner of Wanfuling Beast Shop was named Wanfu. Shen Cheng found the owner's flustered demeanor quite amusing. He accepted the teacup and leisurely savored the warm beverage. Wanfu sat down as well, letting out a sigh. To be candid, my reason for establishing this shop was to seek the evolution method for the large-eared guinea pig. I am well aware that its evolution differs from that of the large-eared rat. This large-eared guinea pig was a gift from my mother before she passed away. Its parentage is indeed the large-eared rat, but to my astonishment, it gave birth to this mutated spiritual beast. Wanfu gazed into the distance, lost in memories of the past. In my youth, though I was not a genius beast master, I believed I had some talent, and thus I held myself in high regard. Within a month of contracting the large-eared guinea pig, I managed to elevate it to the advanced level. But as you can imagine, when I prepared all the materials for its evolution, it ended in failure. Wanfu sighed deeply. After several failures, I realized that the evolution method for the large-eared guinea pig was indeed different. For all these years, I have devoted my energy to discovering its evolution path, yet I have met with no success. I never wished to disappoint my mother's hopes, so I opened this shop for spiritual beast materials. Unbeknownst to me, over 30 years have passed. I thought I had lost all hope, yet today, I have encountered a master like you. Wanfu's tone grew increasingly fervent as he looked at Shen Cheng, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. It was revealed that he had opened the spiritual beast shop to experiment with the evolution method of his own spiritual beast. And yet the information that Shen Cheng could easily provide was something others spent a lifetime pursuing in vain. After listening to Wanfu's story, Shen Cheng couldn't help but feel a surge of empathy. I indeed possessed knowledge of the evolution path for the large-eared guinea pig, as well as the necessary materials. Upon hearing this, Wanfu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his hand trembled uncontrollably around the teacup. If you can share with me the evolution method for the large-eared guinea pig, name your price, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your conditions. Wanfu gazed expectantly at Shen Cheng. I shall not beat around the bush. I have come to you for the materials required for the evolution of spirit beasts, for Xianbing stones, 2 Anyao stones, and 1 rebirth pill. Shen Cheng stated his demands with utmost candor. Is that all? Wanfu exclaimed in disbelief. Goodness, have I offered too low a price? Shen Cheng pondered, unable to suppress his thoughts upon seeing Wanfu's reaction. However, having voiced his request, he felt it unwise to retract it, since Wanfu could supply second-tier materials. Shen Cheng considered the exchange fair. After all, the evolution route held little value for him. Yes, that is all. If you can provide me with these advanced materials, I shall reveal to you how to evolve the great-eared guinea pig. Shen Cheng replied. I have the Xianbing stones and the rebirth pill. Although the market price for the rebirth pill exceeds 100,000, your return is entirely worthwhile for me. As for the Anyao stones, Wanfu hesitated. Indeed, you still lack Anyao stones. Shen Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment, despite having mentally prepared himself for such news. Noticing Shen Cheng's dismay, Wanfu hastily explained, Master, you should be aware that Anyao stones originate from very remote areas. Furthermore, beast tamers utilizing demon-type spirit beasts are quite rare in the Tianlong Empire, resulting in a limited market. However, I know a way that could aid you in procuring these 2 Anyao stones. What is this way? Shen Cheng inquired with excitement. On the border between Donglin City and Beihai City, due to years of vague jurisdiction, many underground industries have flourished. Among them is the largest black market known as the Ghost Mound Black Market. Within the Ghost Mound Black Market, one can procure nearly anything that is unavailable above ground. Wanfu elaborated. Your Anyao stones are not inherently rare. They simply circulate less in this region. However, I am certain they are sold in the Ghost Mound Black Market. While I do not know the seller personally, I possess the connections to introduce you. The Ghost Mound Black Market, you say? Shen Cheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since you, Boss Wan, are so sincere, I shall no longer beat around the bush. You provide me with what I seek, and I will impart to you the method of evolving the great-eared guinea pig. Is it a deal? Rest assured, Master. I, Wanfu, am a man of my word, and I shall never go back on my promise. Wanfu vowed, making a gesture of affirmation, while the great-eared guinea pig beside him nodded as if placing all its hopes for evolution upon Shen Cheng. Open the evolution route for the great-eared guinea pig. Shen Cheng commanded the system with his consciousness. The evolution route of the great-eared guinea pig materialized vividly in his mind. Great-eared guinea pig vanguard, guinea pig sovereign. Your great-eared guinea pig's evolution route is as follows. At the second tier, it evolves into the guinea pig vanguard, and at the third tier, it becomes the guinea pig sovereign. Shen Cheng noted. Indeed, this evolution route is distinct from that of the ordinary guinea pig. The nomenclature is considerably more imposing. Wanfu could hardly contain his delight. Generally, mutated spirit beasts are certainly stronger than their original forms, especially after evolution. Where the disparity in strength compared to normal evolutions becomes increasingly pronounced, Shen Cheng elucidated. Excellent. But how can it evolve into the guinea pig vanguard? Wanfu inquired eagerly. Open the conditions for evolving into the guinea pig vanguard. Shen Cheng issued another command. Guinea pig vanguard evolution requirements. Great-eared guinea pig level 18, 5 detox pills, 3 Huangyao stones, 2 Jiko herbs, and 1 Qi gathering pill. Shen Cheng relayed the necessary materials to Wanfu. To think it requires Jiko herbs. I have experimented with countless recipes, yet I have never paired them with Jiko herbs, which are materials for the evolution of grass-type spirit beasts. Wanfu exclaimed in astonishment. Do you not have Jiko herbs here? Shen Cheng inquired. Of course I do. Such common materials are available in my spirit beast materials shop, Wanfu replied, hastily retrieving the relevant materials from various cabinets. Here they are, master, take a look. Wanfu presented the materials for Shen Cheng's inspection. Prepare an additional set. You have exceeded the evolution level by too much, which poses a risk of failure. Be ready for a second attempt at evolution. Shen Cheng advised earnestly. Ah, master. Your foresight is commendable. Wanfu rushed to gather another set of evolution materials. Let us begin. Great-eared guinea pig, you must focus. Shen Cheng directed towards the great-eared guinea pig. The great-eared guinea pig nodded vacantly, looking exceedingly adorable. Wanfu summoned a 5-star magic circle, and the great-eared guinea pig stood within it, its body emanating a golden radiance. The light intensified to a blinding degree. Now, throw in the materials. Contract your spirit beast to initiate evolution. Shen Cheng bellowed. Wanfu dare not slacken his efforts, concentrating deeply as he communicated with the great-eared guinea pig. With a resounding bang, the materials thrown in were repelled, scattering chaotically and becoming destroyed. Wanfu's expression turned alarmed. Do not lose focus. There is still a chance. Throw in the second set of evolution materials. Be diligent, Shen Cheng commanded, as if spurred by the order. Wanfu intensified his focus on the great-eared guinea pig's evolution. This time, the thrown materials did not scatter. Instead, they gradually ascended alongside the golden light, merging with the great-eared guinea pig within the brilliance. Suddenly, the blinding light reached its zenith, then briefly vanished. As the radiance dissipated, a robust and spirited guinea pig vanguard stood triumphantly within the 5-star magic circle. Success! Guinea pig vanguard! Wanfu shouted in exhilaration, tears welling in his eyes. Chapter 16. My name is Chang Sun Tang. Wanfu quickly knelt to pet the evolved guinea pig vanguard, his eyes filled with incredulity, overwhelmed with joy beyond words. Splendid. After so many years of searching for your evolution route, I never expected to encounter a master who could guide me here. Heaven rewards the diligent. Wanfu was completely immersed in the euphoria of evolution. Ahem. Shen Cheng cleared his throat. Wanfu snapped back to reality, hastily rising to say, Master, rest assured. I, Wanfu, am a man of my word. I was simply too excited and nearly neglected you. Saying this, Wanfu retrieved 4 Xianbing stones from a drawer and handed them to Shen Cheng. He then turned to the interior of the room and soon returned with a delicate little box. Master, here is the rebirth pill you requested, Wanfu said, opening the box. Inside lay a golden pill wrapped in fine cloth, precisely what Shen Cheng sought. This rebirth pill is indeed a high-tier material, and its price is exorbitant. Were it not for today's fortunate turn of events, I would not have known how to acquire such a treasure for the Ice Young Wolf. Shen Cheng remarked with a wry smile. Boss Wan, you are indeed a man of integrity. I shall not be polite. Shen Cheng accepted the Xianbing stones and the rebirth pill. By the way, Boss Wan, you mentioned that Anyao stones are only available in the Ghost Mound black market. Please enlighten me on the way. I will introduce you to a person named Zhai Tu. He will take you to find the Anyao stones, Wanfu replied. The Ghost Mound black market operates from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m., open for merely 4 hours. It is a place teeming with all sorts of individuals. So do exercise caution, master. Wanfu cautioned Shen Cheng again. Indeed, I shall be vigilant, Shen Cheng responded, preparing to depart. Master, that? Wanfu hesitated to ask. Shen Cheng discerned Wanfu's apprehension. Surely you do not wish to evolve into the guinea pig sovereign just now? Shen Cheng teased. Wanfu nodded, his serious demeanor starkly contrasting with his comically small mustache, evoking a chuckle from Shen Cheng. While you have reached the level required for evolving into the guinea pig sovereign, your guinea pig vanguard has only just evolved and will need time to acclimatize to this new form. My suggestion is to wait a month before commencing the 3rd-tier evolution. Shen Cheng advised. Wanfu contemplated this and replied, I shall heed your esteemed counsel. In a month's time, I will initiate the 3rd-tier evolution for the guinea pig vanguard. After speaking, Shen Cheng produced the materials required for the third evolution of the guinea pig overlord and handed them to Wan Fu. Wan Fu glanced at the list Shen Cheng had presented, his eyes brimming with joy and excitement. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. No wonder you are a master. I could never have concocted such a combination, no matter how hard I tried. After obtaining what he desired, Shen Cheng exchanged a few pleasantries before making his way out. Just as he reached the exit, Wan Fu called out to him, Master, I am immensely grateful for your generosity today. Should you ever require assistance in the future, I would be more than happy to lend my humble support. Wan Fu, with his keen intuition, sensed that the young man before him was extraordinary, and forming an acquaintance was undoubtedly advantageous. Shen Cheng waved his hand dismissively. We shall meet again if fate allows. He thought to himself, tomorrow night, I shall seek out that Zhai Tu in the Ghost Grave Black Market. Wan Fu watched Shen Cheng's retreating figure, sighing deeply. It appears the Dragon Empire has birthed yet another genius. Upon returning, Shen Cheng did not retrace his steps through the alley he had initially taken. Instead, he veered towards another path. Since it was his first visit to this locale, he mused that it would be wise to explore further, for he might stumble upon some hidden treasures within these narrow lanes. This particular alley was also bustling with numerous vendors, all dressed quite plainly, to entice passers-by. Each merchant had handwritten signs labeling their wares. Golden Iron Orchid, $39.99. Purple Mountain Ginseng, $59.99. Butterfly Jade, $99.99. Shen Cheng found the array of goods captivating. Each vendor displayed no more than 3 items, suggesting they possessed exclusive channels for such merchandise, as the prices were remarkably low. As he ambled through the marketplace, the system intermittently presented him with information about various rare items. Unfortunately, with only a few hundred coins to his name, he lamented his financial limitations. While passing a vendor's sign, Shen Cheng halted. It read, Holy Nectar Fruit, 500 each. Ah, the Holy Nectar Fruit. This delicacy was as abundant as grains of sand in the southern Holy Nectar Bay, named so due to the proliferation of holy nectar trees in the area. The Holy Nectar Fruit is a favored treat among spirit beasts, both affordable and delightful. Shen Cheng thought it would be perfect to purchase one for the Ice Young Wolf as a small reward for training. Just as he was surveying the pile of holy nectar fruits, one caught his eye, hidden among the others. The system promptly displayed a message in his mind. Holy Nectar Fruit contains the heart of holy nectar. The heart of holy nectar. To encounter such a treasure here was beyond his expectations. Legends spoke of certain holy nectar fruits bearing the heart of holy nectar. Yet the probability of such an occurrence was roughly 1 in 100,000. The heart of holy nectar was an essential material for the advancement of rare spirit beasts, with affluent families often procuring holy nectar fruits in bulk from the Holy Nectar Bay in hopes of obtaining a single heart. Naturally, those fortunate enough to obtain one would often sell it in the black market, as it was virtually worthless to the uninitiated yet priceless to those in need. What a stroke of luck! Shen Cheng rejoiced at having stumbled upon such a treasure. Vendor, I would like 1 holy nectar fruit, he declared, crouching down to make his request. The merchant casually handed him one, stating indifferently, 500 gold coins. No, I wish to choose for myself, Shen Cheng retorted. The vendor's expression soured instantly, pondering what was so special about these fruits that warranted such fuss. Undeterred by the vendor's reaction, Shen Cheng began to sift through the holy nectar fruits, setting aside the ones he didn't want. This one, he exclaimed, as the system highlighted the chosen holy nectar fruit with a red frame. Just as he reached for it, a cold voice interrupted him. Vendor, I will take all of these holy nectar fruits. Please pack them up for me. Shen Cheng looked up to see a striking young woman with sword-like brows and flowing hair standing behind him. Her icy demeanor and extraordinary aura indicated that she was not to be trifled with. She wore the same Saintti Academy uniform as Shen Cheng, her white stockings accentuating her long, slender legs. Shen Cheng quickly picked up the fruit he had chosen, declaring, I want this one, and proceeded to offer payment. The long-haired girl coldly replied, Did you not hear me? I said I would take them all, including the one in your hand. The vendor, recognizing the potential of a high-paying customer, ingratiatingly added, Yes, indeed, this beautiful lady has claimed them all. He then shot a disdainful glance at Shen Cheng, muttering, I won't sell to you anymore. The vendor attempted to snatch the holy nectar fruit from Shen Cheng's grasp, but he deftly evaded the move. Standing tall, Shen Cheng assessed this icy beauty. To his surprise, his height of 185 meters was not enough to overshadow her formidable presence. She must have been at least 175 meters tall. Beauty, we are classmates after all. Could we not reason this out? There is a principle of first come, first served in purchasing. Shen Cheng smiled. I have made my intentions clear. I want them all. Hand over that one in your hand. The long-haired beauty's tone remained icy. Shen Cheng was incensed, thinking to himself, what a stubborn woman. He tossed the money back to the vendor and turned to leave, unwilling to engage further in this public dispute, where too many eyes might lead to unnecessary complications. Since he intended to visit the Ghost Grave black market, he thought he might sell this fruit there and purchase 2 dark stones, leaving him with a substantial amount of coins. The vendor stood frozen, watching the impending clash between Shen Cheng and the long-haired girl, too intimidated to interject. He feared that any confrontation might ruin his stall, as he could not afford to antagonize such formidable beast masters. Stop right there. Did I allow you to leave? The long-haired girl blocked Shen Cheng's path. That fruit is already mine. It is hardly of value. There is an entire pile over there. Buy as many as you desire. Shen Cheng was furious. He had not anticipated encountering such an unreasonable woman. That one contains the heart of holy nectar, the long-haired girl coldly asserted. At this revelation, Shen Cheng was taken aback. How did she know about the heart of holy nectar inside? Could it be that she, like him, had traversed here from another realm? His mind raced through possibilities. No, she must be attempting to deceive him. He realized she had just declared her intention to buy all the holy nectar fruits, which indicated that she only knew one of them contained the heart, but not which one it was. Who exactly are you? Shen Cheng inquired. I am Saintti Academy. The long-haired girl replied, her ruby lips parting as she spoke each word deliberately. Saintti Academy. The name sounded vaguely familiar to Shen Cheng. Suddenly, he recalled that when the soul power testing rankings were announced, there had been a pair of twins with the surname Changsun, both boasting a soul power of 100, who were renowned beast masters. This Changsun Tang was the elder sister, and her spirit beast was a white feather serpent. A white feather serpent? The heart of holy nectar? Could she possibly be another S rank? Shen Cheng stroked his chin, pondering the implications. Why the silence? Have I struck a chord? That holy nectar fruit indeed contains the heart of holy nectar. Changsun Tang pressed, closing the distance between them. Although she was clad in the same academy uniform, her impressive curves accentuated the fabric beautifully. This is it. Shen Cheng felt the heat rising to his cheeks as she drew closer, their proximity becoming almost unbearable. That holy nectar fruit in your hand is mine. If you comply, I might grant you a reward. Otherwise, if my sister decides to take it by force, you shall gain nothing. How dare you threaten me? Shen Cheng bristled. I abhor being coerced. Shen Cheng pondered how much longer he could endure this indignity. How dare you? With your level 12 white feather serpent, speak to me about dominance? He halted his retreat, delivering his words with undeniable authority. Long Sun Tang came to an abrupt stop, momentarily stunned by Shen Cheng's resolute declaration. How do you know my white feather serpent is level 12? Long Sun Tang inquired. Shen Cheng snorted coldly, realizing he had inadvertently struck a nerve. The sacred nectar heart is an essential material for the second stage of the white feather serpent's hidden evolution. Your frantic search for it undoubtedly indicates that your white feather serpent has reached the hidden evolution tier, which is to say, level 12. Shen Cheng continued unperturbed. Moreover, I am aware that your white feather serpent is no ordinary creature. I surmise it has awakened the bloodline skill of the spirit serpent, Source Spirit Flicker. Long Sun Tang gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Shen Cheng's insight. After mastering the Source Spirit Flicker, the white feather serpent possesses an extraordinary sense of smell, enabling it to detect the scent of these sacred nectar fruits mixed with other elements. Since this merchant exclusively sells sacred nectar fruits, you would naturally deduce that the sacred nectar heart is concealed within. A thunderous realization struck Long Sun Tang, leaving his mind blank, utterly ensnared by Shen Cheng's deductions. He stood frozen, muttering to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. His cold, piercing gaze widened in disbelief as he regarded Shen Cheng. How could you know so much about me? My father amassed the strength of our entire clan to uncover the white feather serpent's ultimate evolution plan. Tell me, who sent you? Is it the Burning Flame sect? Long Sun Tang accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Cheng. Ah, what a delusional girl. Shen Cheng mused. Was it not you who sought me out for trouble? Must we not be more amicable as classmates? Why the aggression? Shen Cheng replied exasperatedly. It seems your background is indeed impressive, even if you acquire the sacred nectar heart. What then? Since you are aware of my white feather serpent's strength, why not take some money and depart instead of risking personal harm? Long Sun Tang retorted. Shen Cheng contemplated that if Long Sun Tang had approached him more amicably, he might have been willing to yield, considering the sacred nectar heart held little value to him beyond monetary gain. However, with her arrogance and relentless pressure, Shen Cheng thought, I am one who succumbs to gentleness, not harshness. If you possess strength, then come and seize it. Shen Cheng scoffed. Your white feather serpent is no match for my ice young wolf. If I make you cry, it will be of no concern to me. The white feather serpent, being a flying type, had no advantage against the ice type ice young wolf. Furthermore, Shen Cheng was intimately familiar with the white feather serpent's abilities. Should a confrontation arise, he could easily handle Long Sun Tang. Today, I must strike a blow to your pride, Long Sun Tang, for I have traversed realms for this very moment. Ice Wolf, Ice Young Wolf. Could it be you or Shen Cheng? Long Sun Tang began to scrutinize Shen Cheng, her long, elegant eyelashes fluttering slightly. I am indeed Shen Cheng, a name I shall not alter nor abandon, he replied, unfazed by her conjecture. For Long Sun Tang had likely been aware of the name atop the leaderboard that surpassed his own. A fleeting smile graced Long Sun Tang's icy visage. A moment of beauty that quickly vanished, as it seemed this icy beauty was not well versed in the art of smiling. I have long wished to witness your prowess. Shen Cheng, I hear you have made arrangements for an arena battle over a woman. How about we practice together today? Over a woman? Luo Ning? This rumor has escalated beyond belief. Shen Cheng nearly choked on his words. He had no desire to explain himself to Long Sun Tang, since a competition was inevitable. Let it commence. Come forth, White Feather Serpent. Long Sun Tang commanded. Name, White Feather Serpent. Attribute, Flying. Level, First Order Level 12. Talent, S. Skills, Air Slash, Mist Toxin. Rapid Movement, Shadow Strike. Evolution Route, 2 paths. Bloodline Skill, Source Spirit Flicker. Characteristic, emits long flickers to locate enemies, swiftly locking onto fast-moving foes. Passive, high probability of instilling fear in opponents. Indeed, it is S rank. No wonder you are so confident. Shen Cheng marveled at the White Feather Serpent, which continuously emitted red flickers. The White Feather Serpent is an exceptionally rare spirit beast, and this S-rank specimen is even more extraordinary. Come forth for a practice match. Ice Young Wolf. Shen Cheng commanded, summoning his creature without delay as the 5-star formation reappeared and the Ice Young Wolf emerged. The bustling sounds in the narrow alley abruptly ceased, with all eyes fixated on this impending duel. White Feather Serpent, Mist Toxin, incapacitate it. Long Sun Tang shouted. How malicious! Shen Cheng exclaimed. Ice Young Wolf, evade quickly. Upon his command, the Ice Young Wolf deftly maneuvered through the swirling clouds of toxin like a shadow. Now, use Air Slash while you have the chance. Long Sun Tang urged, as the White Feather Serpent flapped its wings, conjuring a blade of compressed air hurtling towards the Ice Young Wolf. Today, we shall clash head-on and see whose S rank prevails. Shen Cheng declared. Ice Young Wolf. Counter with Ice Mist to neutralize the Air Slash. With unyielding ferocity, the Ice Young Wolf unleashed a chilling mist, its expansive range sending a palpable chill through the surrounding crowd. The incoming air blade abruptly halted mid-flight, crystallizing into icy shards that plummeted to the ground. Impressive, Long Sun Tang remarked with a sly grin. We shall also employ rapid movement. With that, the White Feather Serpent circled the Ice Young Wolf like a specter. Ice Young Wolf, do not be deceived. The White Feather Serpent intends to use Shadow Strike. Stay alert. Shen Cheng instructed, his demeanor serious and fully immersed in the battle. The Ice Young Wolf remained vigilant, its gaze fixed on the swiftly moving White Feather Serpent, unwilling to let its guard down. Not bad. You even anticipate my skills. Long Sun Tang smirked. What? Still holding back your trump card? These petty tricks will not faze my Ice Young Wolf. Shen Cheng chuckled. He then commanded the Ice Young Wolf. Ice Young Wolf, strike first with Ice Shard Claw. White Feather Serpent, Shadow Strike. The two shadows suddenly crystallized, as the wolf's claw and serpent's tail collided fiercely before both were quickly repelled. Neither spirit beast yielded an inch. Focus your next attack on its wings. The White Feather Serpent cannot withstand your freezing skills. Shen Cheng ordered once more. Long Sun Tang's brow furrowed. The White Feather Serpent's vulnerability lay in its wings. And should the Ice Young Wolf's Ice-type skill strike true, its combat effectiveness would be halved. Shen Cheng, the genius beast master, has indeed proven his renown today. However, you may not necessarily triumph over me. A smile briefly flickered across Long Sun Tang's frosty features, evidently intrigued by Shen Cheng's capabilities. You are also quite remarkable. Shen Cheng responded, acknowledging that, were it not for his extensive gaming experience, he might not have the upper hand against Long Sun Tang. Both spirit beasts brimmed with combat fervor, the Ice Young Wolf snarling fiercely at its opponent, while the White Feather Serpent flicked its tongue, poised for an attack, both awaiting the other's reveal of their true strength. The standoff intensified, until suddenly, another burst of 5-star radiance emerged, and from the crowd, an unknown individual summoned a spirit beast. Oh no, it's the Black Feather Eagle, Shen Cheng exclaimed. Chapter 18, Turning Enemies into Allies. Name, Black Feather Eagle. Attribute, Flying. Level, First Order Level 15. Talent, D. Skills, Wind Force, Leap Strike, Wind Talents. Evolution Route, 1 path stop. It's after the Sacred Nectar Heart, Shen Cheng shouted. However, the Ice Young Wolf had already plunged into the fray, too late to retreat. The Black Feather Eagle, with astonishing speed, charged towards Shen Cheng. The force of the wind kicked up dust from the ground, obscuring Shen Cheng's view. A shadow, as dark as night, swept past Shen Cheng. It was the black feathered eagle, which snatched the sacred nectar fruit from his hands amidst his momentary panic. Once Shen Cheng regained his composure, he dashed towards the direction of the black feathered eagle, with the ice young wolf hastily abandoning its battle to follow him. How audacious! Even daring to steal my sacred nectar fruit. Surely, the ruckus earlier piqued someone's greed for the heart of sacred nectar. Ice young wolf, quickly, use the mist of ice. The ice young wolf unleashed a powerful mist of ice towards the soaring black feathered eagle, but alas, it had ascended too high, rendering the mist ineffective. Although the mist of ice could counter aerial spirit beasts, evading the conflict and simply soaring away made it nearly impossible to ensnare the foe. Just as despair began to envelop Shen Cheng, Saintti Academy caught up, her eyes sharp, her hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of fierce elegance. How dare you steal my fruit as well? She exclaimed. Just watch, I'll make you regret it. Shen Cheng remarked, isn't that my line? Suddenly, the white feathered serpent soared into the sky, aiming directly at the black feathered eagle. Now, bloodline technique, source spirit spit. Saintti Academy shouted. The white feathered serpent closed its eyes and released a long, eerie exhalation. In an instant, the black feathered eagle ahead seemed to be struck by lightning. Its wings momentarily paralyzed in fear. The eagle began to plummet, but after a few seconds, it regained its senses and frantically flapped its wings to ascend once more. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Shen Cheng pursued relentlessly from behind. Ice young wolf, bloodline technique, demon devouring chill. Saintti Academy, let your white feathered serpent retreat. The next move is mine. Shen Cheng's gaze was fierce, his tone brooking no argument. The vast range of the demon-devouring chill made him wary of inadvertently harming the white-feathered serpent. Indeed, your ice wolf is no ordinary beast. Saintti Academy stared at Shen Cheng in astonishment. Yet, she soon shook off her doubts and called the white-feathered serpent back. After their earlier confrontation, she harbored no skepticism regarding Shen Cheng's prowess. The ice young wolf radiated a silvery glow, its eyes widening in focus as it unleashed a colossal white ripple towards the black-feathered eagle. The eagle was momentarily frozen in place. It plummeted vertically, crashing to the ground with a tremendous impact. The shock jolted it awake, yet the demon-devouring chill seeped into its body, causing it to writhe in agony. Shen Cheng stepped forward, discovering the sacred nectar fruit had been smashed open. He extracted the glowing heart of sacred nectar. White-feathered serpent, pursue. It was evident that Saintti Academy had no intention of letting the black-feathered eagle escape, preparing to have her serpent finish it off. What? Shen Cheng interjected, stepping in front of her. Before he could elaborate, Saintti Academy grasped his hand and declared, step aside. You may tolerate it, but I cannot. Her eyes glinted with murderous intent. Shen Cheng shook his head, thinking to himself, this woman is truly terrifying. White-feathered serpent, shadow strike. Saintti Academy commanded, and the serpent transformed into a beam of white light, charging towards the black-feathered eagle. In the wake of the white shadow, the eagle fell lifeless, the serpent's venomous fangs piercing through its body. The fallen eagle's eyes reflected a moment of terror just before death. Why did you stop me earlier? Saintti Academy demanded after dispatching the black-feathered eagle. Shen Cheng forced a smile. I spared the eagle's life, hoping to lure out that despicable ambusher. Before he could finish, Saintti Academy had already eliminated the eagle, allowing the assailant to escape. It's dead, so what does it matter now? Hand it over. Saintti Academy extended her hand. What? Shen Cheng retorted. Of course, the heart of sacred nectar. Why should I give it to you? That item is of great importance to me. Regardless, you'll sell it anyway. Name your price. At least you're making some sense. Shen Cheng retrieved the heart of sacred nectar. Fine, I won't argue with you any longer. Here, take it. He handed the heart of sacred nectar to Saintti Academy. How much? She inquired. Consider it a debt for now. I have no idea of its worth. Once I ascertain its value, I'll come to collect from you. You won't be able to escape a school's reach. Shen Cheng replied. Saintti Academy stared at him in astonishment. They had just been embroiled in an argument. And now he was voluntarily relinquishing the heart of sacred nectar. Shen Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered demeanor. What are you laughing at? Saintti Academy snapped. If you had approached me properly from the start, I might have given it to you without a fuss. Instead, you nearly lost it. Shen Cheng was not jesting. As classmates, why couldn't they have a civil discussion? Saintti Academy stood there, overwhelmed with shame. Throughout her life, she had always been domineering, acquiring whatever she desired. If she couldn't buy it, she would simply take it, for she possessed the strength to do so. However, today's encounter had left her flushed with embarrassment. Shen Cheng had not only dealt her a blow, but had also willingly surrendered the heart of sacred nectar. This left her feeling utterly humiliated. Now, what are you standing there for? It's not like I'm giving it to you for free. Shen Cheng's words shattered the tension, for if she were to receive it for free, it would only deepen her embarrassment. Chang Sun Tang accepted the heart of sacred nectar, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Her lips parting as if to speak, yet hesitating. After a moment, she finally said, "Fine. I, Chang Sun Tang, do not owe anyone anything. Tell me what you need the money for. Let us see if I can assist you." Shen Cheng was at a loss for words. Just moments ago, she had threatened to take his possession, and now she claimed not to owe him anything. This girl was truly a source of both laughter and frustration. He then recounted the reason for needing the heart of sacred nectar. He intended to purchase Dark Sunstone at the Ghost Tomb Black Market. Also sharing the story of his Ice Young Wolf's evolution. That's no trouble at all. I'll accompany you to the Ghost Tomb Black Market. If they ask for money, I'll pay. If they demand goods, I'll trade. Chang Sun Tang proclaimed. Shen Cheng paused, realizing he was entirely unaware of the market's dynamics. What if they hiked the price exorbitantly? However, since Chang Sun Tang was willing to repay him, he had no reason to decline. You can come along, but I fear the place is a den of thieves. A beauty like you might attract danger. Shen Cheng teased, his gaze lingering on her alluring figure. One could not deny that although Chang Sun Tang was aloof and difficult to approach, her physique was exquisite, complemented by her stunning features, rendering her a true enchantress. Chang Sun Tang noticed Shen Cheng's heated gaze and shot him a fierce glare, her eyes practically radiating daggers. "Pervert, what are you staring at? What a lovely girl. It's a shame about her mouth." Shen Cheng couldn't help but shake his head. "Bah, lecher." Chang Sun Tang spat at him, her cheeks flushing. As Chang Sun Tang and Shen Cheng walked back to school, the typically solitary Chang Sun Tang struggled with conversation, and soon an awkward silence enveloped them. Suddenly, she broke the silence, asking, "I heard you're scheduled for a duel soon. Is it for that girl named Luo Ning?" "Good question, but don't ask again," Shen Cheng replied curtly, noticing the seriousness in her wide-eyed expression. "No." Shen Cheng was disinclined to elaborate, opting instead for bluntness. The atmosphere fell awkward once more. Just then, a familiar figure approached. Speak of the devil, it was none other than Luo Ning. Though Luo Ning's fresh and graceful demeanor starkly contrasts with Chang Sun Tang's aloof and breathtaking beauty, she couldn't help but acknowledge that, in terms of appearance, Chang Sun Tang was indeed her equal. Chang Sun Tang, too, cast a glance at Luo Ning. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they awkwardly averted their gaze. "Shen Cheng," Luo Ning called out, pausing to greet him. "What a coincidence. I saw you enter from the school. Did you go out to play today?" "No, I went to the Spirit Beast walking street to purchase some materials." Shen Cheng replied with a smile. "Why didn't you call me to join you? I have materials to buy as well," Luo Ning inquired, stealing a glance at Chang Sun Tang. Internally, Shen Cheng mused. This young lady certainly doesn't need to buy things herself. He scratched his head. "I left particularly early today and didn't want to disturb you." An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. "Shen Cheng, if you ever need my assistance, don't hesitate to ask. If you're short on funds, you can borrow from me," Luo Ning suddenly declared, her expression unusually serious. Shen Cheng was taken aback. He understood that Luo Ning genuinely wished to help, yet he was reluctant to entangle himself too deeply with her. Given the complex forces behind Luo Ning, he was naturally disinclined to entertain romantic notions, especially since dealing with Zheng Moheo was already quite enough of a headache. "Heh, if I run into trouble, I'll definitely seek you out." Shen Cheng chuckled. "All right." Luo Ning nodded before taking her leave. After a few steps, she hesitated, turned back, and called out, "Shen Cheng, don't forget our agreement." Luo Ning smiled brightly. Shen Cheng paused, recalling their previous conversation, and replied, "I remember." Watching Luo Ning's retreating figure, Chang Sun Tang teased, "You have an agreement now. Yet you claim to have no interest in her. What a contradiction. What a joke. How could I be worthy of such a young lady?" Shen Cheng responded, speechless. "By the way, are you free this afternoon? I need Bayushi to help my ice pup practice. I want to level it up to level 12 today." Shen Cheng seized the opportunity to change the subject. After battling with Chang Sun Tang's Bayushi, Shen Cheng noticed a significant improvement in Ice Pup's combat comprehension. It would be wise to seize the momentum. Perhaps today it could reach level 12. "Are you asking me for help? Why not have Luo Ning accompany you?" Chang Sun Tang replied coldly. "I think your Bayushi has impressive strength. As a sparring partner, it could greatly enhance Ice Pup's abilities. If you're unwilling, just say so." Observing Shen Cheng's growing irritation, Chang Sun Tang ceased her teasing. "Since the genius Shun has requested my assistance, I suppose I cannot refuse. I'll see you at the training grounds this afternoon." Chang Sun Tang's tone remained icy. Smiling was evidently one of the most challenging tasks for her. As she watched Shen Cheng's figure fade, Chang Sun Tang walked thoughtfully, pondering, "Am I being too extreme? Never mind. I've said it. They can listen or not." With that, Chang Sun Tang lifted her head and continued onward. "What is our esteemed Chang Sun pondering? It's rare to see you walking alongside a man." A playful voice chimed, followed by a hand tapping her shoulder. "Keep that mouth of yours in check." Changsun Tang swiftly seized the hand resting on her shoulder, pulling the girl closer. The newcomer was none other than her sister, Changsun Shi, whose sparkling eyes and delicate brows framed a porcelain face that seemed to glisten with moisture. Ouch! Take it easy. Sister, I want to speak another word, Changsun Shi exclaimed. Despite being twins, their personalities differed greatly. While Changsun Shi's smile could captivate nations, her sister often wore a stern expression. Stop fooling around and look at what I gathered at the market today. Changsun Tang revealed the heart of sacred nectar. Changsun Shi, with her slender fingers, took it and examined it with curiosity. It's the heart of sacred nectar. How wonderful. Your Bayushi can evolve now. Changsun Shi exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Once I get through these next couple of days, I'll focus on preparing for Bayushi's evolution. What are you busy with in the next few days? Are you going on a date? How dare that scoundrel disturb my sister's peace of mind? Changsun Shi teased relentlessly. Dare to say that one more time. Changsun Tang found herself utterly at a loss with her quirky younger sister. With a slight furrow of her brow, she adopted a stern tone. Any news from the family regarding the evolution method for the flower sprite? Not yet. But it doesn't matter. My flower sprite is still exceptionally strong without a special evolution. The training ground at Saintti Academy was immense, resembling a basketball court divided into thousands of dual arenas, bustling with activity, whether for classes or practice. Ice Pup, don't slack off. Use Ice Shard Claw. Bayushi, dodge quickly. Its strength is increasing. We can't take it head on. Fly up high. Trying to escape? Now's the time. Frozen Strike. Bayushi was struck on the head by a massive ice block, crashing down hard. Well done, Shen Cheng. You've learned a new skill. This Ice Pup of yours continues to surprise me. Thanks to Bayushi, Ice Pup's combat experience had grown considerably. Frozen Strike was a relatively common ice-type skill that Ice Pup would naturally learn upon evolving into Ice Wolf. However, Shen Cheng had discovered the learning method for Frozen Strike in the system, and with its innate talent, Ice Pup quickly mastered it. Although Frozen Strike was easy to evade, it could catch opponents off guard. It was this very technique that had helped him defeat the Flaming Lion by restricting its speed. Adhering to the principle that having an additional skill provides more security, Shen Cheng ensured that Ice Pup learned every skill it could in advance. Damn it! Again! Changsun Tang's eyes burned with determination. She and Shen Cheng were of similar age, and throughout her life, no one had ever made her feel such repeated frustration. Earlier in the morning, they had seemed evenly matched, but after an afternoon of training, Bayushi was gradually struggling against Ice Pup's onslaught. Both were swift spirit beasts, and while they continuously improved during their battle, Ice Pup's strength had the upper hand, whereas Bayushi leaned more towards technique. Changsun Tang mused that the low-tier magical skills were too few. She needed to prepare for second-tier evolution. Biting her lip, she watched Shen Cheng, drenched in sweat, yet relentless in his efforts. What are you staring at me for? Keep going. Are you afraid? Shen Cheng's voice rang from across the arena. Who is afraid of you? Bayushi go. Changsun Tang barked coldly. Bayushi gazed up at her with wide, pitiful eyes. Thinking that while it was one thing for Shen Cheng to be insensitive, her dense-minded master failed to realize that her spirit beast's stamina paled in comparison to Ice Pup's. What? Are you tired already? Look at how he is panting and still battling. Changsun Tang was particularly stringent with Bayushi. Oh well, at that moment, Ice Pup's howl caught Shen Cheng's attention. Name, Ice Pup. Attribute, Ice. Level, Tier 1, Level 12. Talent, S. Skills, Mist of Ice, Quick Move, Ice Shard Claw, Frozen Strike. Wonderful, finally at Level 12. I knew it. Shen Cheng exclaimed, joyfully ruffling Ice Pup's head. Chapter 20, Departure. The Ghost Tomb Black Market. Hey, are we still training? Changsun Tang observed Shen Cheng's excitement, realizing his spirit beast had reached the advanced level. It's getting late now. Let's call it a day. Bayushi needs rest too. Shall we head back separately? Shen Cheng approached to suggest. The white-feathered serpent nodded incessantly, fearful that its resentful master would insist on continuing the battle. Casting longing glances at Shen Cheng, amused by the serpent's sorrowful gaze, Shen Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Men are like that. Once they cease to be of use, they are cast aside. Long Sun Tang remarked with irritation. Cast aside? What have I done to provoke this lady again? Shen Cheng mused to himself. He observed Long Sun Tang, arms crossed, turning her gaze skyward, her angry demeanor strangely endearing. Shen Cheng extended his hand to block her view, but she merely turned her head away. After several playful attempts, he shamelessly said, Thank you, the beautiful Long Sun, for assisting me in leveling up today. In return, I can only offer myself. Who wants your self-offering? I'm quite picky. Long Sun Tang's stern expression melted away, her laughter blossoming like a flower, radiating beauty akin to a rainbow after the rain. You big straight man, you made me bask in the sun with you for an entire afternoon. Not even buying me a bottle of water or offering to treat me to a meal. How can you be so shameless? She exclaimed in anger. The white-feathered serpent beside them nodded vigorously, seemingly outraged by Shen Cheng's lack of charm. Shen Cheng scratched his head, realizing he had indeed been excessively focused on enhancing his strength, neglecting Long Sun Tang's feelings. I thought fairies didn't eat. Shen Cheng teased her deliberately. Upon hearing this, Long Sun Tang's cheeks flushed with color, unable to withstand such provocation, her usual stoicism faltering. Pooh, you lecher. Just a mouthful of words. She scolded, though her smile betrayed her amusement. How about we go to the school cafeteria for a meal together? Shen Cheng tentatively proposed. Now that's more like it. Long Sun Tang replied, as if she had been waiting for him to say that for ages. What time are we heading to the ghost market tomorrow? She inquired after taking a small bite of her meal. The ghost market is open from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. It's located at the northernmost part of Donglin City, close to Beihai City. We should be able to catch a ride there after afternoon classes. Shen Cheng responded. I have no classes tomorrow. Do you still need me to help you train in the morning? No need in the morning. I have to work for Teacher Mulan. Work? Did you apply for work study? Yes. Are you really that poor? I'm not just poor. I'm exceptionally poor, Shen Cheng said, half laughing, and then buried himself in his meal. Long Sun Tang gazed at Shen Cheng as he devoured his food, her thoughts drifting to an unknown place. She found the sensation of being with him rather extraordinary, perhaps due to her upbringing in a high-pressure environment, making it rare for her to interact so naturally with others. The next day, after attending 2 classes, Shen Cheng rushed to Mulan's office to work. Upon entering, he found Mulan still clad in her professional attire. Her delicate feet encased in black stockings, intently reviewing documents at her desk. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the desk, while Mulan's dark hair fell gracefully, her furrowed brow appearing contemplative, reminiscent of a masterful oil painting. You're here? Mulan said in her magnetic voice, her gaze fixed on the papers before her. Teacher Mulan. Shen Cheng nodded in response. The school has tasked me with planning this year's freshman championship. Here are some materials regarding suppliers and sponsors. Please input them into the computer according to the template. That's all for today's work, Mulan instructed. Shen Cheng glanced at the mountain of documents piled up on the table opposite Mulan, realizing it was no small task. When is the championship, teacher? He asked curiously. Generally, it takes place at the end of the term. I haven't finalized the details yet. The school wants to see how well you all have fared at Saintti Academy this year. Are there any rewards for the champions? Historically, the top 10 have received opportunities for practical training during the holidays. The locations and supervising teachers for this year's training haven't been confirmed yet, but the champion will receive additional rewards. I have high hopes for you, so do your best. Mulan smiled encouragingly. The championship, huh? It's a perfect opportunity to gauge the abilities of my peers. Shen Cheng clenched his fists and immersed himself in his work. I'm at the school gate. How long until you arrive, dog emoji? Shen Cheng sent a voice message to Long Sun Tang while standing at the entrance of Saintti Academy. It was already 18:01, a minute past their agreed-upon time. Ding dong. His phone chimed. Why are you rushing me? I'll be there soon. Long Sun Tang replied with an impatient tone. Still so defiant even when you're late? Shen Cheng thought, bemused by her unpredictable temperament. He clicked on Long Sun Tang's avatar, revealing her spirit beast, the white-feathered serpent, with no signature or updates. 10 minutes passed, and Shen Cheng looked back, but Long Sun Tang had yet to arrive. Another 10 minutes went by, and still no sign of her. Half an hour later, Shen Cheng contemplated that if she didn't arrive soon, he would miss the last bus. He reopened the chat with Long Sun Tang, hesitating before hitting send, knowing her temper well enough to expect a scathing rebuke. Just then, he felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Long Sun Tang. What are you staring at with your head down? Let me see. Without waiting for Shen Cheng's reaction, she snatched his phone. Looking at the message Shen Cheng intended to send, she dramatically read aloud. If you don't come, I might just leave by myself. Oh, so, Shen Cheng, you actually thought of running off and leaving me behind? She twisted Shen Cheng's arm, refusing to let go. Ouch, ouch. My bad. Shen Cheng yelped, squinting his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed something different about Long Sun Tang today. She wore a sleeveless, form-fitting top that accentuated her slender arms, as white as snow. Her figure curvaceous and alluring, paired with a short black skirt that made her legs appear exceptionally long at her height of 1.75 meters. Shen Cheng inadvertently caught a whiff of the delightful fragrance she wore, likely from a refreshing perfume. Goodness, this goddess-like Long Sun Tang had dressed so beautifully. Shen Cheng couldn't help but marvel. In contrast, he was dressed more casually. The boys passing by the school gate couldn't help but stare at Long Sun Tang. Such exquisite beauty was rare, even at Saintti Academy. Are you here on official business, or just for a vacation? Shen Cheng remarked, assessing Long Sun Tang's striking outfit. I'm on official business. You're the one on vacation. Is there a problem? Long Sun Tang retorted, ignoring Shen Cheng as she walked towards the arriving bus. The two playfully bantered as they boarded the bus heading to the ghost market. Chapter 21. The Blind Old Man. Hours later, Shen Cheng noticed that Long Sun Tang had fallen asleep against his shoulder on the bus. Sensing her faint, pleasant aroma, he turned to gaze at her face. He thought to himself, despite her foul temper, harsh words, low emotional intelligence, and fierce fighting spirit, she was undeniably beautiful. With her eyes closed, Long Sun Tang's stunning visage resembled a sculpture, perfect from every angle. She rested quietly against Shen Cheng's shoulder, leading other passengers to assume they were a couple. Long Sun Tang slowly opened her eyes, meeting Shen Cheng's gaze. Her drowsy eyes quickly sharpened, and she hurriedly touched her mouth. What? Afraid I might steal a kiss? Shen Cheng joked. Pooh, as if I would drool. She retorted, glaring at him with wide eyes, her lashes gracefully arching, her anger causing ripples on the surface of a calm lake. Shen Cheng chose to ignore her, gazing out of the car window. It was already 1 a.m, and the Guizhou black market had commenced its operations. We are almost there. Ahead lies the rendezvous point with the contact. Shen Cheng proclaimed. Contact? You will know once we arrive. Without a guide, we would never find the Guizhou black market. Soon, the bus halted by the roadside, where Shen Cheng and Chang Sun Tang reached a landmark agreed upon with Jai Tuesday. After standing for a moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe and hat approached under the dim yellow streetlights, revealing a face marred by severe burns as he drew closer to Shen Cheng. You must be Shen Cheng. I am Jai Tu. The raspy voice of the man in black echoed. At this moment, Jai Tu noticed Chang Sun Tang beside Shen Cheng, his expression revealing a flicker of surprise. Before he could utter a word, Chang Sun Tang gestured for him to remain silent, prompting Jai Tu to respectfully nod in her direction. Jai Tu then regarded Shen Cheng with incredulity. Shen Cheng observed Jai Tu, surprised to discover that he was a level 52 elite beast tamer. Mr. Jai, greetings. I apologize for the trouble, but as previously discussed, could you kindly escort me to the Guizhou black market to search for the Dark Sunstone? Shen Cheng spoke courteously, maintaining a respectful demeanor towards such a formidable figure. Jai Tu waved a hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, just fulfilling a friend's request. Follow me. He then muttered in a hushed tone. I can't fathom how you possess such extraordinary luck. With that, Jai Tu led Shen Cheng and Chang Sun Tang through the quiet outskirts, reaching the edge of Donglin City. After circumventing a small cluster of woods and rocks, Shen Cheng spotted flickering lights in the distance. That must be Beihai City, he mused. After traversing a short path, they beheld an entrance hewn directly into the mountainside. It led underground and was narrow enough for only one person at a time, widening after a few steps. In the center stood a massive wooden archway, boldly inscribed with the words, Guizhou Black Market. We have arrived, Chang Sun Tang announced. As they approached the grand entrance, the lively atmosphere inside starkly contrasted with the desolation outside. The Guizhou Black Market, as its name suggests, was operated by the Guizhou family, reigning undisputed as the local sovereign for many years. Be cautious as you follow me. The clientele of the Guizhou black market is a mixed bag, and one must avoid unnecessary trouble. Jai Tu admonished them gravely. Shen Cheng and Chang Sun Tang nodded in acknowledgement. Chang Sun Tang's attire naturally attracted the fervent gazes of several nearby men, some even whistling in appreciation. However, the aura of strength emanating from Jai Tu deterred them. Chang Sun Tang's gaze remained icy, indifferent to the attention. There truly are numerous treasures within the Guizhou black market. It seems I shall have to frequent this place more often, Shen Cheng pondered, as the system in his mind incessantly flashed red, alerting him to various rare and exotic items, reminiscent of the heart of Saint Nectar from before. The old man seated ahead should have the dark sunstone you seek. Jai Tu indicated an elderly figure on the ground. Are you certain it is him? Shen Cheng expressed his skepticism. For the old man was clad in tattered clothes resembling a beggar, one eye blind, and the meager items laid out on the ragged cloth appeared to be commonplace. Jai Tu remained silent, leading Shen Cheng and Chang Sun Tang to the old man. Shen Cheng cautiously bent down and inquired, Do you have any dark sunstones for sale? Indeed. The old man's blunt answer astonished Shen Cheng. How much for one? Chang Sun Tang interjected, as she had promised Shen Cheng to procure 2 dark sunstones. This is your first visit to the Guizhou black market, I assent it? Everyone here knows I do not charge a dime. If you possess something of equal value to barter, the dark sunstones shall be yours. The blind old man chuckled enigmatically. Barter? What could we possibly trade? Shen Cheng wondered aloud. The old man was not a beast tamer, and the items he possessed were only useful to beast tamers, leaving Shen Cheng at a loss. At that moment, Chang Sun Tang spoke up. You old codger, just state your demands directly. If we have it, we will consider a trade. If not, how are we to guess? The old man shook his head. Chong Sun Tang then produced 2 pieces of black gold from her storage ring. This black gold is worth millions of gold coins and is circulated among major sects for various spirit beasts and materials. I believe this should pique your interest. The blind old man smiled and shook his head. Not mine. Damn it. How can 2 dark sunstones be worth so much? You old man are truly unscrupulous. Shen Cheng exclaimed angrily, pointing at the old man, yet he remained unfazed. Chong Sun Tang then presented 2 plants resembling celestial herbs to the old man, who brightened momentarily but then scrutinized her. Nanyan Sect S Yinlin flower? While it can heal various wounds, it holds little significance for someone like me. A mere husk of a man. The old man shook his head once more. At this juncture, Zhai Tu pulled Shen Cheng aside. I heard from Wanfu that you are a beast nurturing master, correct? Shen Cheng nodded, considering himself to be somewhat of a nurturing master based on his abilities. Zhai Tu continued. Are you aware of the forbidden love between humans and spirit beasts? Shen Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment, but upon seeing Zhai Tu's earnest inquiry, he fell into contemplation. The forbidden love between humans and spirit beasts? Could it be the mermaids of the atoll? Shen Cheng recalled a hidden storyline from Universal Beast Taming, where mermaids could evolve into human forms, but one mermaid fell in love with a human and, violating the natural law against such unions, was cursed. Her limbs transforming into fins and a tail, forever barred from the shore. You know of the mermaids from the atoll? Zhai Tu's calm demeanor suddenly shifted, revealing excitement. Chapter 22. Forbidden Love. Could it be that this old man truly had a romantic entanglement with a mermaid? Shen Cheng's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Do mermaids not typically favor princes? How could one fall for such a decrepit old man? From my first visit to the Guizhou black market until now, it has been over a decade, and this blind old man has been sitting here unwaveringly for all that time. At that moment, Zhai Tu spoke up. Strangely enough, this old man has a knack for acquiring many rare treasures that are not available outside, yet he demands barter. Initially, people could trade their items for some of his rarities, but eventually, no matter what they offered, he would always decline. Later, it was discovered that although this old man is not a beast tamer, many years ago, he fell in love with a mermaid from the atoll. Everyone knows that humans and spirit beasts cannot unite, resulting in the mermaid becoming half human, half fish, forever unable to return to the island. I suspect he remains here to bolster his reputation and attract more discerning individuals. Shen Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy upon hearing this. This old man was indeed a pure-hearted romantic warrior. Zhai Tu remarked, I brought you here because I heard from Wanfu of your extraordinary abilities. If you can find a way to help this old man resolve his predicament, he will surely provide you with what you desire. Shen Cheng smiled and approached the blind old man. Meanwhile, Chong Sun Tang was still fervently attempting to trade various treasures with the old man. Yet none seemed to catch his interest. Shen Cheng jested, Chong Sun Tang, you truly possess a wealth of treasures. Had I known, I would have extorted you further. He turned to the old man. Old man, I know how to help the cursed mermaid return to shore. If you tell me, I'll take 2 dark sunstones. The old man, upon hearing Shen Cheng's words, appeared as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. He trembled as he propped himself up with his cane. Pointing at Shen Cheng, are you serious? Shen Cheng observed the old man's weary demeanor. It was as if a delicate pear blossom was weighed down by a peony. Old man, at your age, can you really handle this? Shen Cheng replied earnestly. It's quite simple. Do you know of the cliff on the northern side of Atoll Island? The blind old man, taken aback by Shen Cheng's words, felt a surge of astonishment. After all, Atoll Island is vast, and only those who frequently visit could possibly comprehend its intricacies. The old man nodded knowingly. Of course he was aware. Shen Cheng, hands clasped behind his back, smiled and said, on that cliff, there blooms a type of blue flower known as the sea spirit flower. It is currently in full bloom. If you could procure a petal from the blue spirit flower and combine it with the 10,000 waters glazed dew, which you should be able to obtain, you can feed it to the mermaid, and she will revert to her original form. Shen Cheng distinctly remembered that undertaking this hidden storyline quest required locating the sea spirit flower and the 10,000 waters glazed dew. Consuming them would indeed rescue the mermaid. The old man gazed at Shen Cheng, deep in thought and somewhat skeptical. Noticing the old man's doubt, Shen Cheng asked, What? Do you not believe me? At that moment, Zhai Tu addressed the old man, saying, This young man is the benefactor of Wanfu. Even if you do not trust him, you must trust Wanfu. The evolutionary plan for Wanfu's giant ear guinea pig was devised by this young man. Is it true that you resolved the mutation of that giant ear guinea pig that Wanfu has been studying for decades? He inquired of Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng nodded affirmatively. The blind old man seemed to feel reassured by Zhai Tu's words. He then rummaged through a dusty box behind him and soon produced 2 black stones. These are the dark sunstones you requested. Fortuitously, I have 2. He admonished. Remember, young man, I am only trading with you because I trust Wanfu. Do not deceive me. The old man looked intently at Shen Cheng. Rest assured, I, Shen Cheng, never speak without confidence. If you follow my method, you will surely succeed. Shen Cheng stated with conviction. While Shen Cheng conversed with the blind old man, Chang Sun Tang gestured for Zhai Tu to step aside. With a cold tone and an air of authority, she inquired, how did you end up here? Zhai Tu, a level 52 Beastmaster, dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. He clasped his hands and bowed, explaining, I was entrusted by an old friend to guide this young man. I did not expect to encounter the Sainttess. Chang Sun Tang cast a glance at Shen Cheng, who was not far off, and asked, how have you fared with the tasks assigned by my father? In response to the Sainttess, the Saintti Academy has thus far identified one member of the Flame sect, a rather conspicuous individual who is easy to track. However, the others are well concealed, and I am still digging. Zhai Tu continued to keep his head bowed. Who is this individual? And raise your head. Why are you bowing? Do not pretend you do not know me in public. Chang Sun Tang said coldly. Zhai Tu, catching a glimpse of Shen Cheng out of the corner of his eye, instantly understood Chang Sun Tang's intent. He then raised his head and continued. It is a sophomore named Saintti Academy. I suspect there are quite a few hidden descendants of the Flame sect studying at the Saintti Academy. Eliminating a single Saintti Academy would be trivial, but it could also alert the others. Oh, what is the level of this Saintti Academy? An intermediate Beastmaster. He is the grandson of the third elder of the Flame sect, and according to my knowledge, he has previously battled this Shen Cheng by your side, and lost. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Chang Sun Tang's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. No wonder he has such confidence in competing for women. How much more power does he conceal? Chang Sun Tang scoffed. Achoo, who the hell is cursing me? Shen Cheng sneezed and approached the two. After receiving Shen Cheng's affirmation, the blind old man ceased his stall activities, gathered his belongings, and staggered toward the exit of the Ghost Tomb Black Market. Men only behave themselves when they are hanging by a thread. Even at this age, they still harbor such thoughts. Chang Sun Tang remarked coldly. What do you know? I actually find that old man quite devoted. After so many years, he has not given up. Truly, it is only when the mountains crumble and the heavens unite that one dares to defy their lord. Shen Cheng mused as he watched the old man's departing figure. Only when the mountains crumble and the heavens unite does one dare to defy their lord. Chang Sun Tang silently repeated Shen Cheng's words, momentarily lost in thought. Hey, why are you standing there in a daze? Let us go. Shen Cheng called out after taking a few steps, prompting Chang Sun Tang to snap back to reality and follow him. Having acquired the Dark Sunstones, Shen Cheng did not linger. The Ghost Tomb Black Market was filled with peculiar individuals. Today, Zhai Tu was accompanying him. Otherwise, he could only imagine what unexpected events might occur. How do you possess such knowledge about Atoll Island? Chang Sun Tang inquired curiously, as the mystery surrounding him was overwhelming. Shen Cheng hesitated, thinking to himself, I can't just tell you I've played this quest in a game. Oh, I have traveled there on vacation. Shen Cheng concocted a flimsy excuse. But aren't you quite poor? Where did you get the money to travel to the island? You liar. Chang Sun Tang immediately dismantled Shen Cheng's fib, and she continued relentlessly. And forbidden love? Tell me, are you researching such sordid matters every day? Nearby, Zhai Tu nearly suffered an internal injury from stifling his laughter at their exchange. Had it not been for Chang Sun Tang's presence, he would have burst out laughing long ago. Shen Cheng felt utterly speechless. This stubborn Chang Sun Tang was truly unpredictable. I cannot explain myself to a foolish woman like you. Who are you calling foolish? I will insult whoever is foolish. After Shen Cheng spoke, he noticed Chang Sun Tang's furious expression and realized the situation was dire, prompting him to dash ahead. You scoundrel! You've gone too far. Stop right there. Chapter 23, Dual Evolution. After bidding farewell to Zhai Tu, Shen Cheng and Chang Sun Tang returned once more to the city of Donglan. Shen Cheng glanced at his phone. It was already past 3 in the morning. There were no more vehicles back to the Saintti Academy at this hour. They should find a hotel to rest for a while and leave in the morning. Shen Cheng sought Chang Sun Tang's opinion. I was just thinking the same. There is a hotel ahead. Let's go inquire. Chang Sun Tang responded. At the hotel front desk, Shen Cheng spoke to the drowsy attendant. Hello. We would like to book 2 rooms. The attendant, rubbing his sleepy eyes, opened them wide to see 2 strikingly attractive individuals before him. There is only 1 room available. The attendant replied as he sat up. What? In such a large hotel, there are no 2 rooms? Shen Cheng questioned incredulously. It's the peak tourist season. This available room was a last-minute cancellation, so having it at all is a stroke of luck. The attendant replied impatiently. You 2 clearly look like a couple. Why pretend to be shy coming here at such a late hour? Isn't it just for that? He finished with a glance at Chang Sun Tang's alluring figure. Shen Cheng was at a loss for words and turned to leave. Let's look for another place. He suggested to Chang's Sun Tang. No need. I'm too lazy to move. I want this one. Chang's Sun Tang disregarded Shen Cheng and directly proceeded to handle the check-in. Look at how open-minded that girl is. Why are you, a grown man, being so coy? The attendant remarked, casting a glance at Shen Cheng. Hey, how are we supposed to sleep in one room? Shen Cheng protested. It's simple. You can sleep on the floor while I take the bed. Chang's Sun Tang blurted out. Shen Cheng was left utterly dumbfounded. How can your 37-degree mouth utter such an icy remark? Chang's Sun Tang continued to ignore him. Shen Cheng found himself utterly helpless against Chang's Sun Tang's obstinacy. He approached the attendant to inquire, how much does it cost? 15,000 gold coins. The attendant replied nonchalantly. 15,000. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Shen Cheng truly could not afford such an expense. Let me handle it. I was supposed to help you get the Dark Sunstones, and I didn't manage to assist. Chang's Sun Tang said, settling the bill and walking away. Shen Cheng once again found himself in an awkward situation, with the attendant looking at him with disdain. As if to say, how did someone like you manage to attract such a remarkable girl? In the room, after finishing her shower, Chang's Sun Tang emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a pristine white towel. As she entered, her long hair was drenched, her entire body radiant as jade, and even though her alluring curves were modestly concealed, they exuded an intoxicating allure. Her legs, as delicate as frost, and her graceful feet approached the room with a gentle elegance. Shen Cheng's gaze was transfixed upon Chang's Sun Tang, his nose nearly bleeding from the intensity of the moment. No normal man could resist such a scene. What's the matter? Are you going to stare at me the entire time? I'm about to change. Her icy words jolted Shen Cheng back to reality. He quickly averted his gaze. Wary of this tempestuous woman who wielded her charm like a weapon, in a battle of wills, it was uncertain who would devour whom. With a soft rustle, the towel fell away as Chang's Sun Tang donned her undergarments and slipped into a loose, short-sleeved top, resembling a stunning neighborly beauty. All right, you can turn back now. In the room, Shen Cheng summoned his Ice Young Wolf, both to alleviate the awkwardness and because he was eager to initiate its second evolution. All his efforts had led to this moment. Observing Shen Cheng's actions, Chang's Sun Tang also summoned her White Feather Serpent. Are you evolving too? Are you ready? Shen Cheng inquired. I cannot afford to lag behind you, Chang's Sun Tang declared, her eyes sparkling with competitive spirit. Very well, let us both proceed, Shen Cheng replied. He regarded the array of evolution materials in his possession with solemnity, addressing the Ice Young Wolf. These materials are hard-won, and as an S-class spirit beast, you are mine. Shen Cheng's. This evolution must not falter. Clenching his fists, he continued. The risks of hidden evolution are perilously high, but we have faced life and death together. To grow stronger, we must take unconventional paths. Are you prepared, Ice Young Wolf? How? The Ice Young Wolf, gazing intently at Shen Cheng, exuded determination, indicating it had long awaited this day. Chang's Sun Tang was completely captivated by Shen Cheng's fervor. She stared at the young man before her. Though he had always carried an air of mystery, today his resolute demeanor ignited a fire within her. Women are inherently attracted to strength, and Shen Cheng's confidence gradually began to dismantle the icy barriers surrounding her heart. Did you hear that, White Feather Serpent? I too will not allow you to fail. Chang's Sun Tang spoke earnestly to her serpent. Inspired by Shen Cheng's words, the White Feather Serpent, also an S-class beast, felt emboldened to succeed. Ready, they both declared in unison. Suddenly, a radiant glow erupted from the ground beneath the Ice Young Wolf and the White Feather Serpent, heralding the onset of their evolution. Both spirit beasts embarked on their hidden evolution paths. The Ice Young Wolf transformed into the second stage Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf, while the White Feather Serpent evolved into the second stage Eight-Winged Azure Serpent. Shen Cheng and Chang's Sun Tang held their breaths, maintaining a spiritual connection with their respective beasts. Sensing their conditions, the standard evolution path is a natural progression for spirit beasts, requiring stronger forms to accommodate their growing power, with a higher margin for error aided by human intervention. In contrast, hidden evolution demands a complete metamorphosis, shedding weaknesses to gain formidable strength and form. A process fraught with excruciating pain that necessitates unyielding willpower for success. Shen Cheng felt the Ice Young Wolf enduring the agonizing trials of evolution, its anguished howls resonating through the air, yet its gaze remained steadfast, as if defiantly challenging fate. Chang's Sun Tang, too, was visibly strained, beads of sweat dotting her brow, revealing that the White Feather Serpent's evolution was no less arduous. Hang in there, Ice Young Wolf. Prepare for the upcoming fusion. Shen Cheng's encouragement steeled the Ice Young Wolf's resolve. It is time, Shen Cheng declared. He cast the obtained Xianbing Stone, Dark Yao Stone, and Rebirth Pill into the ascending magical array, which began to whirl with increasing speed. The brilliance intensified until it soared skyward. Moments later, A dazzling light erupted beside the white feather serpent. We did it. Amazing. Shen Cheng exclaimed joyfully. I succeeded too. Changsun Tang's face lit up with genuine delight. A rare sight indeed. Thud, thud, thud. Can you keep it down up there? Is your energy so boundless late at night? A disgruntled tenant below bellowed. Banging on the ceiling. Shen Cheng glanced at the newly transformed crimson-eyed ice wolf, its body visibly larger, its white fur glistening like ice, exuding an aura of menace. Notably, its eyes had morphed into an eerie crimson, as the hidden path imbued it with demonic attributes. Meanwhile, the evolved eight-winged azure serpent coiled around Changsun Tang's alluring form. Having transitioned from a slender white serpent to a larger azure one, its 8 massive wings unfurling, exuding an unmistakable ferocity. Shen Cheng accessed the system, and the information regarding the 2 spirit beasts materialized before him. Chapter 24, Strength Enhancement, Name, Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf, Attribute, Ice. Demon, Level, 2nd Stage 12, Talent, S, Skills, Ice Shard Claw, Frost Strike, Demonic Surge. Shura's Wrath, Hidden Evolution Path activated. Personality, Stubborn, Bloodline Skill, Demonic Chill. Such formidable skills as Demonic Surge and Shura's Wrath. Shen Cheng beamed with satisfaction. He then turned his attention to Changsun Tang's 8-winged azure serpent, realizing that she had uncovered the hidden evolution method for such a rare spirit beast, suggesting her background was indeed extraordinary. Name, 8-winged azure serpent. Attribute, Flight, Poison. Level, 2nd Stage 13, Talent, S, Skills, Air Slash, Mist Poison, Shadow Strike, Rain of Death. Winged Assault, Hidden Evolution Path activated. Personality, Stubborn, Bloodline Skill, Origin Spirit Flicker, Rain of Death. A potent poison skill with extensive range and devastating damage. Anyone who encounters it will surely suffer. Shen Cheng grinned at Changsun Tang. How is it that nothing escapes your notice? Changsun Tang remarked, stroking her newly evolved 8-winged azure serpent, which flicked its tongue in a strange manner. Observing this, Shen Cheng was taken aback. Was this the allure of a deadly temptress? He remarked lightly, yet your white feather serpent was far cuter before its evolution. The 8-winged azure serpent, hearing Shen Cheng's words, proudly lifted its head, seemingly indifferent to the comment. I simply prefer a more imposing appearance. Changsun Tang, caught up in banter with Shen Cheng, suddenly realized her words and felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she glanced at him awkwardly. Shen Cheng's face flushed as well, claiming he did not comprehend her remark. The two stored their respective spirit beasts, and the room fell into an awkward silence once more. Shen Cheng had lost count of how many such moments he had shared with Changsun Tang. He wished to say something but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately deciding against it. Let us just sleep. If we lie down for a while, dawn will arrive. Shen Cheng suggested, reclining on the couch, grateful that this room, costing 15 gold coins a night, offered him a comfortable sofa rather than forcing him to sleep on the floor. Changsun Tang extinguished the light and settled in for the night. In the enveloping darkness, Shen Cheng's voice cut through the silence. Why didn't you invite me to sleep on the bed? Isn't that how it's portrayed in dramas? If you dare come up, I'll break your legs. Changsun Tang's fierce voice echoed back. Which legs? A pillow whizzed through the air, striking Shen Cheng squarely in the face. The following morning, at Saintti Academy. Chengzi, what have you been busy with these past few days? The competition against Zheng Muheo is the day after tomorrow. How's your preparation coming along? Huang Dong remarked, having hardly seen Shen Cheng lately. Nature has indeed undergone rigorous training. How has your chameleon-like long-tongued lizard fared? I have not inquired about your circumstances for several days. My long-tongued lizard has only reached level 8. Despite the passage of time, it has ascended a mere 2 levels. After my classes each day, I head to the school's spirit beast training room for practice. Yet, mere training within the confines of the room is insufficient. Spirit beasts can only flourish through the crucible of real combat. Huang Dong sighed, alas. There is no alternative. Without acquaintances in the school, venturing alone into the wilderness poses a risk if one encounters formidable spirit beasts. I shall bide my time until I am of a higher level. At that moment, Shen Cheng felt a pang of guilt. Huang Dong was his best friend in this world, and while his own abilities had surged, he had neglected Huang Dong. Huang Dong's words held merit. Typically, new students spend their initial 2 months honing their combat skills and mastering techniques within the school's spirit beast training room, rarely engaging in real-world battles. Unless accompanied by upperclassmen or instructors, students seldom venture far from the school for practical experience, as ordinary individuals struggle to gauge the levels and strengths of spirit beasts. It was only Shen Cheng who dared to train in unfamiliar wilderness with his ice wolf, which was merely level 4, firmly believing that true strength is forged in the fires of battle. Come, I shall take you to a place, Shen Cheng declared, eager to ascertain the strength of his evolved red-eyed ice wolf. As they traversed the path to Sunset Gorge, Huang Dong panted, "Chengzi, how much farther? We've been walking for nearly an hour." Sweat poured from his plump face like rain. "We're almost there. See, if you hadn't neglected your training, a few steps wouldn't have exhausted you so." Shen Cheng chuckled. "Who led us to this desolate place? What shall we do if we encounter danger? No one will come to our aid." Huang Dong exclaimed. "Enough. Conserve your energy for the journey. Sunset Gorge. Is this the place you mentioned?" Huang Dong marveled at the breathtaking scenery of Sunset Gorge. Shen Cheng shared his method for leveling up with Huang Dong, who promptly summoned his long-tongued lizard for battle. Huang Dong's long-tongued lizard was a vibrant green, standing upright, its exceptionally long and curled tongue strikingly prominent. Given that the long-tongued lizard is of the grass element, and the spirit beasts congregating here are primarily of the water element, you possess a considerable advantage, Shen Cheng remarked. Huang Dong, filled with determination, nodded. "All right. Let us go." Long-tongued lizard. Use absorb, then leaf blade attack. Absorb absorbs the opponent's energy for personal use, doubling damage against water and electric-type spirit beasts. Leaf blade attack launches 3 leaves to attack the opponent, with a chance to paralyze them. The spirit beasts in Sunset Gorge proved to be highly suitable for leveling up the long-tongued lizard. After several rounds, numerous large claw crabs and small brown shells lay defeated. "Chengzi, aren't you joining in?" Huang Dong asked, noticing Shen Cheng's focus on the waterfall. "The spirit beasts on the ground hold little significance for me. I await a larger foe," Shen Cheng replied. At that moment, Huang Dong remained oblivious to the fact that Shen Cheng's spirit beast was no longer the level 4 ice wolf from Frozen Valley. 2 hours later, Huang Dong rejoiced. "Fantastic. I'm level 11. He felt his spirit beast had leveled up. Shen Cheng observed that Huang Dong had now also ascended to the rank of a novice beast master and glanced at the long-tongued lizard. Name: long-tongued lizard. Element: grass. Level: first tier, level 11. Talent: B. Skills: absorb, leaf blade attack, tongue bind, leaf blade slash. Evolution path: 1. Personality: calm, fatty. Try using leaf blade slash." Shen Cheng noted that the long-tongued lizard had reached level 11 and learned the skill leaf blade slash. Leaf blade slash. Isn't it just an enhanced version of leaf blade attack? Huang Dong inquired, intrigued. Typically, beast masters are aware of their spirit beast's newly acquired skills. However, leaf blade slash is an upgraded version of leaf blade attack and not a distinct skill, requiring the beast master to experience it through multiple battles. Shen Cheng explained. Leaf blade slash enhances both speed and power compared to leaf blade attack. Give it a try. All right. Long-tongued lizard. Use leaf blade slash. Huang Dong and the long-tongued lizard exchanged a knowing glance. A barrage of leaves shot forth from the long-tongued lizard's mouth, gleaming like blades as they sliced towards a cluster of large claw crabs, leaving a path of devastation in their wake as numerous giant claw crabs fell to the ground. Remarkable, long-tongued lizard. "Chengzi, since your fall in Frozen Valley, I find you increasingly inscrutable," Huang Dong exclaimed, his eyes brimming with undisguised joy. Shen Cheng chuckled lightly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the waterfall. "What is that sound?" Huang Dong asked. "Finally, it has arrived. I've awaited you for a long time." Shen Cheng's face radiated confidence. Chapter 25, Skill Inheritance. The waterfall erupted, revealing the mighty King Claw Crab. Huang Dong gazed at the towering crab, his legs trembling in fear. "It's over. Chengzi, I warned you that in such desolate wilderness, encountering danger means no one will come to save us. You and your long-tongued lizard rest for a moment. It's my turn to perform," Shen Cheng said, patting Huang Dong's shoulder. "He has lost it. This time there's no ice wolf. I reckon this King Claw Crab is no less formidable than Saintti Academy's Fire Lion." Huang Dong uttered in terror. "Oh." Shen Cheng checked the King Claw Crab's information again through the system. It was already level 20, 2 levels higher than before. It appeared that the previous battle not only allowed the ice wolf to grow rapidly, but also significantly benefited this King Claw Crab. Still a bit short of Saintti Academy. "Come forth, red-eyed ice wolf." The red-eyed ice wolf appeared upon the 5-star summoning array, and the King Claw Crab recognized the aura of this red-eyed ice wolf as the same ice wolf that had fought it previously. Seeing an old adversary rekindled the King Claw Crab's aggression, and it began to strike its claws together in a taunting manner, while the red-eyed ice wolf snarled defiantly, baring its teeth, eager to shred the King Claw Crab to pieces. Huang Dong, astonished by Shen Cheng's evolved spirit beast, exclaimed, "Chengzi, is that the ice wolf? Your evolution has occurred at such a rapid pace. I thought you were weaker than me, yet in just a few days, you've left me in the dust." He scrutinized the fierce red-eyed ice wolf, pondering, "Red-eyed ice wolf? I've never heard of that name. Are you certain?" But the Ice Wolf doesn't he seem to possess such an imposing presence? Just as Huang Dong was still in disbelief, the King Claw Crab launched its first round of attack, descending upon Shen Cheng and his companions with a powerful strike of its claws. Quick dodge. Take the long-tongued lizard to the side. Shen Cheng's expression turned grave. Knowing he could provide no assistance, Huang Dong hurriedly led the long-tongued lizard away. Go forth, red-eyed Ice Wolf. Let me witness your might, Shen Cheng declared excitedly. The red-eyed Ice Wolf, brimming with combat spirit, revealed its fierce red eyes. Initiate Ice Strike, it commanded, summoning a colossal ice block. Unlike before, this ice block emanated an eerie red glow and was significantly larger, completely enveloping the space above the King Claw Crab. The massive ice block left the King Claw Crab with no avenue of escape. In a desperate bid, the King Claw Crab fortified its body, its shell gleaming with a metallic sheen. Boom! The ice block crashed down upon the King Claw Crab's shell, shattering upon impact. Yet, the King Claw Crab appeared to absorb some additional damage, momentarily sinking before regaining its stance. Has the demonic attribute fused with the ice element skill? It appears that I have truly underestimated the capabilities of dual attributes, thought Shen Cheng. His fixation on spirit beasts with dual attributes was not particularly strong. Although an additional attribute enhanced combat prowess, it also introduced a greater degree of restraint, just like the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, which was initially only restrained by fire and stone attributes. The addition of the demon attribute now rendered it vulnerable to fighting and mechanical spirit beasts, effectively multiplying its number of natural enemies. However, the recent fusion of skills prompted Shen Cheng to reconsider. This was not a game where skills existed solely within a singular attribute, nor were spirit beasts mechanistic in their combat. In the realm of genuine battle, skills could indeed amalgamate the powers of various attributes. Thus, the frost strike he had just executed contained the essence of the demon attribute. While it might not inflict significant physical damage, it had undoubtedly caused mental distress to the giant Claw Crab King. No wonder the demonic chill was so formidable. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Shen Cheng's eyes. The giant Claw Crab King was utterly enraged, relentlessly launching attacks with its pincers at the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. The wolf deftly evaded these assaults with swift movements, leaving massive craters in its wake. It appeared to have completely succumbed to madness. Shen Cheng declared, "Let us end this swiftly, showcasing our true strength." Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf unleashed the demonic chill. The wolf halted, its eyes emanating an eerie glow. With the activation of the demonic chill, the giant Claw Crab King was once again encased in ice. Huang Dong, witnessing the spectacle, was astonished, pondering, what kind of skill is this? Its power is overwhelming. And the giant Claw Crab King's expression seems to reflect immense agony. The demonic chill disregards physical defenses. It not only freezes the surroundings with extreme cold, but also infiltrates the body, forcing the spirit beast to experience agonizing pain. This time, you shall not be so fortunate. Shen Cheng commanded coldly, crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, execute the Shura's wrath. Even if frozen, the ice shatter claw might not penetrate the giant Claw Crab King's formidable body, whereas the Shura's wrath, being a demon-type skill, would yield unexpected results against such a physically resilient spirit beast. Above the battlefield, an eerie mist began to coalesce, and several streaks of blood-red light descended like bolts of lightning. Despite being encased in ice, the giant Claw Crab King's body writhed in torment as the crimson ray struck its hardened shell. Suddenly, a fissure appeared on the crab's exoskeleton, which erupted explosively from the center, scattering the giant Claw Crab King's remains. At that moment, Huang Dong was left utterly dumbfounded, his expression one of disbelief at the fleeting spectacle. Shen Cheng's attacks were straightforward yet lethal, and the level 20 giant Claw Crab King was thus vanquished by the level 12 crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. As Shen Cheng surveyed the chaotic aftermath, a green message flashed in the system, leaving him perplexed. Congratulations on defeating the hidden boss, Giant Claw Crab King. You may inherit the Giant Claw Crab King's skill, Body Hardening. Please select the Spirit Beast for inheritance. What is this? A hidden reward? I do not recall such a feature from my previous gaming experiences. Shen Cheng mused. I never anticipated such functionality. Is it possible to learn the Body Hardening skill from the Giant Claw Crab King? Glancing at the options beneath the system's green text, he noted that since he currently possessed only one spirit beast, the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf was the sole candidate for inheritance. If he had other spirit beasts, he could potentially configure skill combinations according to their lineup. With this thought, a smile of delight illuminated Shen Cheng's face. Finally, he was beginning to savor the sweetness of his transmigration. Skill, Body Hardening, inheriting spirit beast, crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Confirm no. Shen Cheng clicked confirm, and at the instant he sent the command, the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf stood still, its pupils widening in shock as if electrified. only to return to normal moments later. Curiously, Shen Cheng looked at the crimson-eyed ice wolf and asked, "Have you learned body hardening?" The wolf nodded affirmatively. "Excellent." Shen Cheng exclaimed with joy. "Fatty, come here." He called to Huang Dong, who was lingering at a distance, apprehensive that the giant claw crab king might still be alive. "What are you afraid of? It's already been dealt with. Come, have your long-tongued lizard attack the crimson-eyed ice wolf with leaf blade." "What?" Huang Dong was completely bewildered by Shen Cheng's series of maneuvers. "Do not worry, just instruct your beast to attack." Huang Dong nodded in acknowledgement. "Are you ready, long-tongued lizard? Use leaf blade." Huang Dong commanded his spirit beast. The sharp leaf blade shot forth at an astonishing speed towards the crimson-eyed ice wolf. Crimson-eyed ice wolf, activate body hardening. At Shen Cheng's command, the wolf's body manifested a faint pattern, identical to the intricate designs on the giant claw crab king's shell. The patterns resembled a sturdy armor, deflecting the leaf blades that flew towards it. Marvelous, it succeeded. Shen Cheng rejoiced. Chapter 26. Chu Ji. Shen Cheng, please hurry to the Breeding Society meeting room. We are waiting solely for you. Shen Cheng hazily opened his phone to find a message from Senior Chu Ji of the Breeding Society. Suddenly, he remembered that this was the inaugural gathering of the Breeding Society, and due to his late training session with Huang Dong yesterday, he had overslept today. Shen Cheng quickly donned his attire and hurried to the location Chu Ji had indicated. "Apologies for my tardiness." Shen Cheng pushed open the door, panting slightly. "No worries. Shen Cheng, come in." Chu Ji's gentle voice welcomed him. There stood Chu Ji at the entrance of the meeting room, clad in medical attire. Wearing a white lab coat and a pristine cap, her gentle eyes framed by delicate brows. Unlike the breathtaking beauty of Chang Sun Tang, Chu Ji possessed a charm that grew on one, a serene beauty. Shen Cheng took a seat in the last row of the meeting room and glanced around at the new members of the Breeding Society, noting that they were all girls. Given the Society's objectives and activities, it was indeed a field likely to pique the interest of females. This Breeding Society has certainly attracted a bevy of girls. Shen Cheng remarked silently. "Shen Cheng, please introduce yourself." Chu Ji gently prompted. Everyone turned to look at Shen Cheng, and whispers spread among the members regarding the sole male presence in the society. "I didn't expect our society's only male member to be quite handsome. I heard he is the one who will duel Zhang Maheo tomorrow, fighting for love. How touching. How blissful it would be to have such a man willing to go to such lengths for me." Shen Cheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and smiled. "Hello everyone. I am Shen Cheng, a freshman from Class 5. I have a keen interest in spirit beast breeding and hope to get along well with all of you." A round of applause followed, and Shen Cheng took his seat once more. At this point, Chu Ji continued. "I believe everyone who has joined our breeding society harbors noble aspirations. Our society is research-oriented, distinct from most clubs centered on combat. Here, we focus mainly on how to breed spirit beasts and provide them with healing." She then added, "As you can see from my attire today, I have brought along several spirit beasts entrusted to our society for treatment, so you can observe them. Additionally, I will be visiting the Spirit Beast Hospital on campus, as there are often special cases that the regular hospital cannot handle, necessitating our society's intervention." After Chu Ji finished speaking, a girl beside her brought forth several cages containing spirit beasts, which upon closer inspection appeared quite frail. "All right, the first one, the red-shelled turtle, a water attribute spirit beast. As you can see, its owner recently reported a sudden surge in its aggressive behavior. Can any of you identify what might be the cause?" Chu Ji inquired. Before them, the red-shelled turtle writhed and gnawed at the edges of its cage, exhibiting an extraordinary level of agitation. The conference room buzzed with renewed energy. Yet no one could articulate the turtle's symptoms or propose a solution. After a brief commotion, Shen Cheng rose to his feet. Chu Ji, her long lashes fluttering, smiled and inquired, "Shen Cheng, do you know what the issue is?" At that moment, Shen Cheng replied, "This red-shelled turtle has likely been contracted only recently. Typically, these turtles inhabit areas abundant in green algae, and they struggle to adapt to new environments. By ensuring that beast tamers keep a supply of green algae on hand, we can soothe the turtle's distress." With a glance, Shen Cheng, relying on his system, discerned the root of the turtle's discomfort. Hearing his response, Chu Ji smiled knowingly, her gaze softening as she remarked, "It appears that you possess a solid foundation in the study of spirit beasts, Shen Cheng. Indeed, the symptoms you describe are common following a contract, primarily stemming from environmental discomfort. As you suggested, simply providing the necessary green algae will suffice to calm the creature. Now, let us examine the next specimen, the bouncing rabbit. The beast tamer has reported that it has been feeling rather low. Does anyone know the reason?" Chu Ji continued her inquiry. The room erupted once more, with several bold girls attempting to answer, albeit incorrectly. Once again, Shen Cheng stood up, proclaiming, "This bouncing rabbit is likely experiencing a decline in mood due to its mating season. His words elicited shy laughter from the female attendees. Shen Cheng elaborated, currently, it is the mating period for bouncing rabbits, and this one is female. We can observe a small tuft of yellow fur on its tail during mating season. The tail will exhibit this prominent yellow hue. Therefore, facilitating a mating opportunity should alleviate its melancholic state. As Shen Cheng spoke, Chu Ji's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. She had not anticipated that this freshman possessed such extensive knowledge. Having grown up in a family of breeders, she was well-versed in spirit beasts. Yet Shen Cheng's insights surprised her. The session concluded without incident, with Shen Cheng providing resolutions for all the problematic spirit beasts. Just as he prepared to depart, Chu Ji suddenly grasped his hand. The warmth and softness of her touch caught Shen Cheng off guard, despite his habit of jesting. This marked his first encounter holding a girl's hand, causing his cheeks to flush. With a gentle smile, Chu Ji said, Shen Cheng, please stay. I have something to discuss. After pausing momentarily, she released his hand. Once the other attendees had left, she pulled Shen Cheng into the conference room and seated herself beside him. Shen Cheng, you truly are a hidden gem. In just a few days since your enrollment, you have acquired such profound knowledge about spirit beasts. May I inquire about your sources of learning? Chu Ji began. Shen Cheng gazed into her gentle eyes, appreciating her elegance and poise. You misunderstand, senior. I have simply harbored an interest in spirit beasts since childhood, poring over countless books and related literature. Thus, these basic concepts are not particularly challenging for me. Self-taught. Are you? You indeed possess remarkable talent. I wonder if you are capable of addressing issues concerning higher-tier spirit beasts? Chu Ji's eyes sparkled with curiosity and hope as she posed the question. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Cheng replied, I have a rudimentary understanding of higher-tier spirit beasts. Senior Chu, have you encountered a particularly challenging situation? If it is convenient, I would be glad to assist you. A glimmer of excitement crossed Chu Ji's face, her smile blooming like cherry blossoms. My father is a relatively well-known breeder in Donglin City, and many prominent individuals seek his counsel regarding spirit beast cultivation. However, he mentioned that he has recently received a commission that has stumped him for nearly a week without progress. Do you have any idea what it could be? Shen Cheng inquired. I only know that it involves a higher-tier spirit beast. I shall have to return home to ascertain the specifics. If you are interested, would you accompany me? Chu Ji looked at Shen Cheng, awaiting his response. Of course. Once I conclude my tasks tomorrow, I would be happy to join you, senior. Shen Cheng readily agreed, eager to assist this gentle and courteous senior. Trouble? Chu Ji pondered, though she did not press further. She was generally indifferent to matters of conflict and was unaware of the impending duel that had stirred such excitement at Saintti Academy. The day of the duel had arrived. The arena at Saintti Academy was thronged with spectators. This venue, akin to a funnel, typically hosted significant events such as the annual championship. The academy strictly prohibited students from engaging in private duels off campus. However, students could reserve the arena for spirit beast battles when no official events were scheduled. Today marked the much-anticipated duel between Zheng Maheo and Shen Cheng. A victory for Shen Cheng would yield the promised sum of 1 million from Zheng Maheo. Conversely, defeat would compel him to leave the academy. This situation quickly became the talk of the school forum, generating considerable buzz among first-year students in the brief days since the semester began. One was a prodigious beast tamer with a soul power exceeding 100, while the other was Zheng Maheo, the young heir of the Zheng group in Donglin City. The most prevalent rumors circulating within the school suggested that their conflict was rooted in a rivalry for the affections of the enchanting Luo Ning, setting the stage for a dramatic contest of love. The impending battle attracted not only many first-year students, but also numerous upperclassmen eager to witness the spectacle, with even a few faculty members attending to assess the new students' prowess. On the platform, Mulan observed the two students in the midst of conflict, her lashes fluttering. Although she served as their advisor, she lacked the authority to intervene in the formal duel between students. In a less crowded corner, a striking figure stood tall, Chang Sun Tang. Shen Cheng's shadow danced in her eyes as she gazed at Luo Ning, who was anxiously watching from the sidelines. Luo Ning was aware that Shen Cheng regarded her merely as a friend. His participation in this battle was a response to Zheng Muheo's relentless provocation. She felt guilt for inadvertently placing Shen Cheng in this predicament, yet felt powerless to alter the course of events. Would this incident mar Shen Cheng's perception of her? Damn you, Zheng Muheo. This is far from over. Luo Ning clenched her fists, glaring at Zheng Muheo. Throughout her life, she had never harbored affection for her cousin, who was devoid of blood relation. Zheng Muheo's obsessive pursuit had disrupted her life considerably, yet he clung to her like a persistent burr, leveraging familial connections. Unbeknownst to Shen Cheng, familiar faces were also present among the crowd. Xie Tianlia's fierce expression revealed his anger as he clenched his fists. So you did show up. Huangfu Yu watched from a distance, a knowing smile playing on her lips. On the rooftop of a nearby building, Ling Feng sat astride the ethereal, holy feather crane, his long white hair flowing elegantly. His handsome countenance concealed the true extent of his strength. Shen Cheng had been granted special admission to the academy and had shattered the records set by Ling Feng as a benchmark for soul power. Ling Feng was eager to witness the potential of this faithful young man. The duel was to be a free-for-all, with no restrictions on the number of spirit beasts each participant could summon, continuing until the last beast fell. At this juncture, the referee announced the commencement of the match. To ensure fairness, official referees from the Academy's management department would oversee the duel. Certainly, Shen Cheng currently possesses only a singular spirit beast. Zheng Maheo, standing opposite him, provocatively remarked, "So, how is it going, genius beastmaster? After 5 days of tireless effort, have you managed to elevate your little useless wolf to level 10? Ha! Such pathetic trash talk." Shen Cheng, however, remained unresponsive to Zheng Maheo's taunts. He glanced at Zheng Maheo's information. Level 14 beginner beastmaster. Shen Cheng mused to himself about the exceptional resources available to this wealthy second-generation individual. It was no surprise that he had ascended to level 14 in such a brief span, undoubtedly guided by a formidable mentor. Zheng Maheo, I am aware that you possess more than one spirit beast. Since this is a free duel, why not unleash them all at once? I am pressed for time, Shen Cheng declared, recalling his promise to Chu Ji to visit her home today. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, some eager onlookers whistling in response. Sensing the heightened tension before the bout had even commenced, the news of Shen Cheng's solitary level 4 ice pup had already circulated throughout Saintti Academy, tantalizing the audience's anticipation. These freshmen are increasingly arrogant, a sophomore remarked to his companion. I can't wait to see Shen Cheng get humiliated. He wouldn't dare speak so boldly without some real strength. The crowd buzzed with speculation before the match. However, Luo Ning felt a pang of anxiety within. Her eyes filled with concern. Though Shen Cheng had always been enigmatic, she still harbored doubts. Zheng Moheo could hardly tolerate such provocation. He angrily pointed at Shen Cheng and exclaimed, Shen Cheng, I wonder how long you can maintain this arrogance. I initially intended to toy with you, but since you seem intent on courting disaster, don't blame me for being merciless. Zheng Moheo began to summon his spirit beasts, and to everyone's astonishment, 3 5-star formations materialized on the arena. 3 spirit beasts, 1 first stage and 2 second stage. All were rare spirit beasts. The audience gasped in disbelief. They were well aware of Zheng Moheo's affluent background, but they never anticipated such extravagance. In just a few days, Zheng Moheo had multiplied his strength several times for this confrontation. No wonder he felt emboldened to challenge Shen Cheng. Unfazed, Shen Cheng scoffed, 3? Is this truly the limit of your soul power? He understood that with Zheng Moheo's resources, he could cultivate the finest spirit beasts. Yet no matter how numerous or powerful they were, they could not surpass the limits of his own soul power. Clearly, Zheng Moheo's soul power of 67 was already at its maximum, in commanding 2 second-stage beasts and 1 first-stage beast. The trio comprised a level 10 first-stage Undying Ginseng, a grass type, a level 14 second-stage Giant Shovel Mouse, a stone type, and the evolved level 15 second-stage Fiery Warhorse, a fire type. The strategic composition was formidable. 2 beasts with strong offensive attributes complemented by 1 with auxiliary capabilities. It seemed Zheng Maheo was not without cunning, understanding the significance of a well-balanced team. Shen Cheng thought to himself, ha ha ha, are you beginning to feel fear now? This is what you get for showing off. For this battle, I had my father hire the finest spirit beast trainer for specialized training. My divine beasts are not mere wild trash that you can challenge. Zheng Maheo laughed with unrestrained arrogance. It's your turn now. Come forth, crimson-eyed ice wolf. With a dismissive snort, Shen Cheng summoned his spirit beast through a 5-star formation. The crimson-eyed ice wolf, glaring fiercely at Zheng Maheo's trio. The crowd fell into a sudden silence, which quickly erupted into fervor. Everyone gazed in astonishment at Shen Cheng's unfamiliar spirit beast. Zheng Maheo's beasts could be classified as rare, but Shen Cheng's was something they had never encountered before. What was this? A newly discovered spirit beast species? Wasn't Shen Cheng's spirit beast supposed to be an ice pup? Was this an evolved ice wolf? No, the ice wolf wasn't this large, and the eye color was different. Could it be a mutated spirit beast? The crowd buzzed with speculation. A demon type, how intriguing. Huang Fuyu observed Shen Cheng with keen interest. In the distance, Ling Feng gently stroked the neck of his holy winged celestial crane, pondering whether he had uncovered a hidden evolution. Chapter 28, Confronting Zheng Moheo. Upon witnessing Shen Cheng's crimson-eyed ice wolf, Zheng Moheo immediately recognized it as the evolved form of the ice pup from that day, astonished by Shen Cheng's rapid advancement in such a short time. His eyes filled with jealousy, as he had expected to be the center of attention today. only to have the spotlight stolen by Shen Cheng. Even if you have discovered a unique evolutionary path, what of it? You possess only one spirit beast. How can you possibly contend with me? Saintti Academy sneered. One is sufficient to deal with you. Shen Cheng replied coolly. Very well. Let us see if you can maintain your bravado. The tension escalated between the two sides as the match commenced. With the referee's command, both competitors assumed their battle stances. Giant Shovel Mouse, dig underground. Zheng Maheo issued his command. The giant shovel mouse, wielding a massive shovel, began to burrow, swiftly disappearing beneath the ground. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, be cautious. It will launch its attack from underground. Shen Cheng urged, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Fiery Warhorse, use blazing speed. Zheng Maheo commanded his second spirit beast to initiate the assault. The fiery warhorse raced forward with incredible speed, quickly closing the distance to the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Let us see how you defend against this. Fiery Warhorse, charge. The crowd held its breath as it appeared the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf had no intention of evading. Was it truly going to stand its ground? Indeed, Shen Cheng shouted, Ice Shatter Claw, intercept it. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf sprang into action, its icy claws gleaming with sharpness as it launched an assault on the fiery warhorse. With a resounding impact, the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf managed to halt the fiery warhorse's charge, its claws leaving deep gashes on the horse's head, causing it to recoil in pain. How is this possible? Why does an ice-type skill inflict harm on my fiery warhorse? Zheng Maheo pondered, unaware that the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf's abilities were not solely ice-type. Now it's your moment, Giant Shovel Mouse. Now, Zheng Maheo commanded. The giant shovel mouse suddenly emerged from the underground behind the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, its claws gripping the enormous shovel as if summoning something. Stone power. Watch out above. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Move quickly to evade. Upon hearing this, Shen Cheng instructed the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf to leap into the air. In the next instant, a massive boulder plummeted from above, narrowly missing the airborne crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Undying Ginseng. Use Vine Attack. Zheng Maheo shouted. If you can't dodge, then brace for it. Ice Mist. Shen Cheng cried out. The ice mist collided with the vines unleashed by the Undying Ginseng, freezing them into icy tendrils, which in turn ensnared the Undying Ginseng, showcasing the ice type's dominance over the grass type. This auxiliary spirit beast must be dealt with swiftly. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, move quickly and eliminate the Undying Ginseng first. Shen Cheng commanded, initiating his counterattack as the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf charged with fierce resolve towards the Undying Ginseng. It won't be that easy. Fiery Warhorse, Fireball Technique. Zheng Maheo scoffed. A colossal fireball hurtled toward the path of the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Jump, Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Shen Cheng ordered. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf leapt once more, preparing to unleash a frost strike against the Undying Ginseng. Do you think my giant shovel mouse will simply stand by? Giant shovel mouse, shovel strike, intercept that ice block. Zheng Maheo commanded, and the giant shovel mouse leaped in front of the Undying Ginseng, cleaving the ice block summoned by the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf in two. The audience watched in awe as both sides exchanged blows, exclaiming in excitement. Shen Cheng held his ground, valiantly facing three opponents without faltering. The prowess exhibited by Zheng Maheo's spirit beast is truly deserving of the exorbitant price paid for such a rare creature. The freshmen spectating from the sidelines could not help but imagine that if they were in Shen Cheng's position, they would have undoubtedly succumbed to Zheng Maheo's relentless assaults long ago. Zheng Maheo let out a cold snort, declaring, what if your individual strength is formidable? I wonder how long you can endure. Flame Warhorse, unleash a barrage of fireballs. The fireballs relentlessly targeted the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, forcing it to evade continuously. The giant shovel mouse seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from below. Zheng Maheo's giant shovel mouse sprang forth from the ground, wielding its shovel to strike at the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf with lethal precision. Shen Cheng's crimson-eyed Ice Wolf could only counter with its ice-rending claws, desperately parrying the incoming strikes, as it attempted to dodge the Flame Warhorse's onslaught while guarding against the giant shovel mouse's ambush. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf gradually found itself at a disadvantage. At that moment, Shen Cheng noticed that the Undying Ginseng was missing. Not good, it's behind me. It's going to use Hypnotic Powder, he exclaimed. Too late, Shen Cheng, prepare to meet your doom. The Hypnotic Powder had already been laid out along the retreat path of the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, with the attacks from the Flame Warhorse and Giant Shovel Mouse merely serving as a distraction. So this was your trap. A trace of concern flickered across Shen Cheng's face. Although the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf realized the danger, it still inhaled some of the Hypnotic Powder. Its eyes became glazed, struggling to remain awake as the effects of the powder began to take hold. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf's speed began to falter. This moment was ample time for Zheng Maheo to launch a fatal strike. I will take your life. Flame Warhorse, Unleash the most ferocious fireball technique. Giant Shovel Mouse. Deliver the mightiest shovel strike. I shall eliminate Shen Cheng's wretched beast. A palpable bloodlust radiated from Zheng Maheo's gaze, accentuated by his naturally hooked nose, rendering him particularly menacing. Shen Cheng. Bid farewell to Saintti Academy. The fireball technique coalesced slowly in the maw of the flame war horse. The massive orb radiating an intense heat, this attack would spell doom for an ice-type spirit beast. Meanwhile, the giant shovel mouse was already beneath Shen Cheng, poised to deliver a devastating blow to the crimson-eyed ice wolf's abdomen. Luo Ning hastily covered her mouth, her eyes filled with dread as she gazed at the impending calamity. Changsun Tang's expression was grave, contemplating that even an 8-winged azure serpent might not survive this onslaught. However, Shen Cheng's demeanor remained remarkably composed. He quickly formulated a plan. There's no escaping this. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Quickly, activate body hardening. He bellowed. The arena erupted in astonishment. What? Body hardening? ISNT, that a skill exclusive to defensive spirit beasts? Has Shen Cheng lost his mind? Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting, Shen Cheng? Prepare to perish. Zheng Moheo laughed arrogantly, as though victory was within his grasp. Yet, the unfolding scene abruptly silenced his laughter. Just before the crimson-eyed ice wolf closed its eyes completely, the patterns of the king crab emerged upon its body. Indeed, it was body hardening. A transparent shield enveloped the crimson-eyed ice wolf's snowy fur, deflecting the incoming fireball as if it had struck an iron sphere, sending shockwaves outward. The attack from below by the giant shovel mouse was similarly repulsed by the hardened defense, and the energy from the fireball technique inadvertently struck the giant shovel mouse, causing it to plummet to the ground. The crimson-eyed ice wolf awakened. Giant shovel mouse. Zheng Maheo cried out. This spectacle left not just Zheng Maheo, but everyone watching in a state of stunned disbelief. It truly is body hardening. Why does Shen Cheng's crimson-eyed ice wolf possess this skill? This is astounding. I knew Shen Cheng wouldn't boast without a trump card. His strength must extend far beyond this. As the crimson-eyed ice wolf fell to the ground, the effect of body hardening dissipated, the last remnants of its defense extinguished, and as it slowly opened its eyes, the eerie red gaze brimmed with murderous intent. Shen Cheng's eyes glimmered with determination as he calmly stated, Your turn is over. Now it is my time. Chapter 29. The strongest is the Beastmaster. Zheng Moheo glared fiercely at Shen Cheng. You dare to injure the giant shovel mouse that my father purchased for me at such a high cost? Do you think this is the end? He turned his gaze to the undying ginseng. It's your time to shine. Use energy augmentation. Energy augmentation restores all status effects of allied spirit beasts on the field and increases attack attributes by 20. With Zheng Moheo's command, the undying ginseng emitted a soft yellow glow, showering the flame war horse and giant shovel mouse, reviving their vitality. At this moment, Shen Cheng remarked, Can't you wait to use energy augmentation so soon? That skill can only be used once a day. Zheng Maheo snorted dismissively. Once is sufficient. My giant shovel mouse and flame war horse not only regained all their energy, but their attack power has also surged by 20. Shen Cheng, I suspect you've reached your limit. Limit? It seems I must get serious with you. Watch closely, Zheng Moheo. Shen Cheng's words brimmed with confidence and conviction. Could he possibly have another hidden card? Luo Ning fretted. It's over. Changsun Tang murmured, her eyes fixed intently on Shen Cheng. Surge of demonic power. Crimson-eyed ice wolf. Shen Cheng shouted. At that moment, Huangfu Yu's pupils widened in surprise, fixating on Shen Cheng. Surge of demonic power? What kind of skill is that? It sounds like a demon type. A curious voice echoed from the crowd. This time, no one doubted the authenticity of Shen Cheng's claims. Rather, they were astonished by the myriad of unfamiliar skills possessed by this young beastmaster. Surge of demonic power. When an opponent employs an enhancement skill, the effect is doubled for our side. Thus, when Zheng Moheo's spirit beasts had their attack power increased by 20, the crimson-eyed ice wolf's attack power would surge by 40, nearly doubling it. An immense boon for a fiercely offensive spirit beast like the crimson-eyed ice wolf. The crimson-eyed ice wolf's red eyes radiated an uncanny aura, enveloped in a mist of crimson. Its pristine white fur was completely shrouded by this eerie red. It's a demon type. Shen Cheng's spirit beast is not merely an ice type. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Only then did everyone realize that Shen Cheng's crimson-eyed ice wolf was a dual attribute spirit beast. After utilizing surge of demonic power, the crimson-eyed ice wolf's strength visibly surged. Zheng Moheo clenched his fists tighter, feeling an acute sense of crisis for the first time. Yet, he could only charge forward with determination. All-out attack, Zheng Moheo declared, initiating the final showdown. The giant shovel mouse hoisted its enormous shovel once more towards the crimson-eyed ice wolf, while the flame war horse prepared another fireball technique. And the undying ginseng unleashed multiple vine strikes. A simultaneous close-range and long-range assault surged towards the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. It's time. Demonic Frostbite. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. The bloodline technique, Demonic Frostbite, re-emerged, and under the influence of surge of demonic power, a wave of frigid air enveloped the entire arena, centering around the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Zheng Muheo's three spirit beasts suddenly froze in place, completely immobilized by the chilling wave. The cold enveloped the entire battlefield, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. What kind of extraordinary skill is this? They gasped in amazement. Demonic Frostbite, a demon-type skill, ignores physical defenses. Zheng Muheo's three spirit beasts bore expressions of agony. Frozen in place like lambs awaiting slaughter. Is this an ice-type skill? How can even the flame war horse be frozen? Someone questioned, bewildered by the astonishing scene. Zheng Muheo watched helplessly as his spirit beasts were trapped, unable to fathom that such a wide-scale freezing attack could emanate from Shen Cheng's level 12 crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Damn it! Zheng Muheo's expression turned frantic. Enough! Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, divine punishment of the Azura. Shen Cheng commanded. The arena was enveloped in a peculiar hue of red, reminiscent of storm clouds heavy with thunder. Flashes of crimson lightning tore through the air, ruthlessly striking the battleground. The entire arena was subjected to the indiscriminate onslaught of the enhanced Azura's wrath. The giant home mouse, the blazing war horse, and the undying ginseng emitted anguished cries. The battlefield resonated with the wails of the three spirit beasts. Everyone was utterly astounded. Shen Cheng's displayed prowess was truly deserving of the top spot on the soul rankings. The arena resembled a hellish slaughterhouse, showcasing a brutal carnage. The new students were gripped by anxiety. The oppressive aura of Azura's wrath was overwhelming. It was not that Zheng Muheo was weak. Had he been in the ring with Shen Cheng, he would have faced the same fate. It was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Zheng Muheo's earlier provocation now appeared laughable. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. At that moment, Huang Fuyu turned to leave the dueling platform. In the distance, Ling Feng also took flight, departing like a crane. Enough. Shen Cheng, stand down. You have won. Zheng Muheo finally panicked, pleading with Shen Cheng to cease, for if this continued, his spirit beasts would truly be slain. However, Shen Cheng showed no signs of relent. For had his own spirit beasts been in peril, Zheng Muheo would certainly not have halted. Shen Cheng coldly remarked, I had no intention of engaging you in combat. Yet you have persistently pressed me. The events of today are of your own making. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, equally bloodthirsty, mercilessly judged the three spirit beasts that had nearly led to its demise. Stop. The outcome is already determined. Do not compel me to intervene. Came the frigid voice of the referee, a level 45 super beast tamer. Let it be, crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Shen Cheng issued the command to halt, and only then did the Ice Wolf cease its Azura's wrath. Zheng Muheo's three spirit beasts lay motionless on the ground, the scene gruesomely tragic. Had the battle continued, they would have undoubtedly perished. Zheng Muheo hastily withdrew his spirit beasts into their spatial realm, standing frozen in disbelief at the earlier spectacle. At this moment, Shen Cheng summoned back the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, who just claimed my spirit beast was a wild breed. A profound silence enveloped the arena, the breaths of the two contestants resonating clearly. I lost. Zheng Muheo's eyes were vacant, his gaze hollow. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Shen Cheng, against three opponents, showcased a dominance that marked him as a once-in-a-century genius beast tamer of Saintti Academy. Following the battle, Huang Dong rushed down and embraced Shen Cheng. Chengzi, I knew you could do it. Fatty, let go of me. I can't breathe. At this moment, Luo Ning approached, taking Shen Cheng's hand with a radiant smile. Wonderful job, Shen Cheng. You won. Shen Cheng awkwardly scratched his head. Long Sun Tang, witnessing this scene, snorted coldly and departed. Luo Ning turned to Zheng Muheo. You lost. As per our agreement, the 10 million owed to Shen Cheng can now be fulfilled, right, cousin? The defeated Zheng Muheo felt a tumult of emotions as he saw Luo Ning and Shen Cheng so intimately close, a sensation he could not articulate. Zheng Muheo produced a golden card from his attire and handed it to Luo Ning, begrudgingly stating, This is 10 million. I, Zheng Muheo, accept defeat. Humph. Serves you right for being petulant. There are always greater mountains, Zheng Muheo. Do not presume upon your uncle's wealth to act recklessly. Learn your lesson. Luo Ning snatched the golden card from Zheng Muheo's hand and joyfully approached Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng smiled knowingly, pocketing Luo Ning's golden card, 10 million secured. Your generosity is greatly appreciated, Zheng. Shen Cheng remarked, preparing to depart, when Zheng Muheo suddenly called out to him. Shen Cheng turned, puzzled by Zheng Muheo's intentions, wondering what trickery might ensue. How did you achieve that? Zheng Muheo inquired. What? Shen Cheng responded with confusion. Your contracted spirit beast is evidently the most ordinary. Yet how could it triumph over my array of formidable spirit beasts? Zheng Moheo, shedding his frivolous demeanor, regarded Shen Cheng with earnestness. You are mistaken. There is no such thing as the strongest spirit beast. The true strength lies solely with the beast tamer, Shen Cheng stated before striding away. The true strength lies solely with the beast tamer. The true strength lies solely with the beast tamer. Zheng Moheo muttered to himself. The true strength lies solely with the beast tamer. The new students present were inspired by Shen Cheng's words. In a display of the weak overcoming the strong, Shen Cheng imparted a valuable lesson to all present, except for Xie Tianlai, who clenched his fists once more, gazing at Shen Cheng's departing figure. Shen Cheng, the shame of this day, I, Xie Tianlai, shall repay in kind. Chapter 30, The Giant Soul Ape. My apologies, Senior Chuji. I am late. Shen Cheng, drenched in sweat, arrived at the designated meeting place to meet Chuji without any delay after the match. No worries, Junior Shen Cheng. I just arrived as well. Chuji responded with a gentle smile, her brows curving gracefully. In Shen Cheng's memory, this senior rarely exhibited anger. Dressed in a pale pink gown, her lustrous black hair cascaded naturally, exuding an air of poise and elegance. Shen Cheng awkwardly scratched his head. Shall we take a taxi, Senior Chuji? Chuji replied with a smile. No need. A car will be here shortly to pick us up. Here it comes. As she spoke, a white van approached them, prominently displaying the words East Lin City Beast Tamer Association. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the driver leaned out and called, Miss Chu, we can depart. Let us go, Junior Shen Cheng. Chuji beamed, taking Shen Cheng's hand once more as they moved toward the entrance. Shen Cheng felt his face flush again. Why did this Senior Chuji enjoy holding his hand so much? Senior Chuji, is your home far from here? Shen Cheng inquired, observing the scenery outside. The van was not heading toward the city, but instead traversing suburban roads. Chuji smiled brightly. My home is on the mountain. What a coincidence. My home is also on the mountain. The two engaged in delightful conversation during the ride, and Shen Cheng felt exceptionally relaxed in the company of this senior. The van arrived at the foot of a mountain, winding up the serpentine path, with the vegetation on either side appearing meticulously maintained, as if cared for by dedicated hands. Before long, the vehicle reached the summit, and Shen Cheng realized that Chuji's notion of living on a mountain was entirely different from his own hometown, Wangnyopa. At the peak stood a grand villa, its decor exuding a classical style that was both understated and luxurious, indicative of the owner's refined taste. So, the senior's home atop the mountain is a grand villa. Upon disembarking, Shen Cheng was momentarily taken aback by the imposing entrance. He had seen only this one villa on the way, and he wondered if they had purchased the entire mountain. Chuji suppressed a chuckle at Shen Cheng's astonished expression. All right, we've arrived. Let us head in. Upon entering the villa, they discovered a lavish spread of food adorning the vast dining table, with several candles illuminating the setting, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. At that moment, a pair of middle-aged individuals descended the staircase, Chuji's parents. Her father, clad in business casual attire, bore a square face. And despite his gold-rimmed glasses, his deep, rational eyes shone through. Her mother, dressed in attire befitting a homemaker, appeared remarkably approachable. Shen Cheng mused that Chuji's character likely resembled her mother's. Jir is back. This must be the Shen Cheng you mentioned, Chuji's mother said, smiling warmly at Shen Cheng. Welcome to our home. Please make yourself at home. Hello, uncle and auntie. Shen Cheng respectfully greeted the two elders. Chuji's father nodded in acknowledgement. Come, let us eat. The food is getting cold, urged Chuji's mother, inviting them to take a seat. Since arriving in this world, Shen Cheng had yet to enjoy a peaceful meal like this. He quickly set aside any pretense and began to devour the food voraciously. Chuji's mother smiled as she observed Shen Cheng, continuously serving him dishes, while Chuji recounted Shen Cheng's experiences in the Beast Cultivation Society. Oh, it appears that my young friend possesses considerable insight into the cultivation of spirit beasts. I wonder from which esteemed master you have learned this craft? At this moment, Chuji's father inquired. Oh dear, father, how can you be so direct, prying into someone else's privacy? Junior Shen Cheng is a self-taught talent, and his skills far surpass those of me, the daughter of the president of the Cultivation Association. Chuji teased playfully. You little rascal. As the saying goes, a master guides one to the door, but the journey is up to the individual. I hope you've learned that there are always greater heights beyond. Chuji's father looked at her with affectionate indulgence. Senior Chuji, you flatter me. I merely have a keen interest in the cultivation of spirit beasts. Shen Cheng scratched his head awkwardly, still astonished that Chuji's father was the venerable president of the East Lin City Cultivators Guild. To be candid with you, I, Chu Huaishan, have held the position of president of this guild for over 20 years and have encountered numerous peculiar spirit beasts and various situations. Yet recently, a friend's commission has left me quite perplexed. Chu Huaishan sighed. Shen Cheng set down his chopsticks. What situation could possibly confound you, uncle? Chu Huaishan chuckled. Once I finish my meal, I must head to the guild in the city, as the individual I mentioned will be coming today. If you're interested, you may accompany me to take a look. Just as Shen Cheng was about to agree, a deep voice resonated from outside. No need to go. I'm here, Chu Huaishan. A robust middle-aged man with a scarred face and short hair strode in. Chu Huaishan greeted him. You old fool. It's not even time yet. Is there really a need for you to rush over here in person? Cut the pleasantries. How goes the research? It's been over a week without any progress. And we've known each other for decades. Don't try to fool me. The scarred man, without waiting for a greeting, pulled up a chair and sat down. I was just about to bring in an expert to help you solve the problem. Look at how anxious you are. Chu Huaishan laughed and turned to Shen Cheng. You old rascal, playing tricks on me again. If you can't handle it, just say so. Is it really necessary to bring a greenhorn to deal with me? The burly man retorted gruffly. We'll see if it works. Chu Huaishan replied, introducing Shen Cheng. This is my daughter's classmate, Shen Cheng, who possesses remarkable knowledge in spirit beast cultivation. He then turned to the scarred man. Shen Cheng, this is Guy Pingyuan. You may call him Uncle Guy. Shen Cheng looked at Guy Pingyuan. Hello, Uncle Guy. I wonder what predicament could possibly trouble a top-level beast master like yourself. At that moment, Guy Pingyuan's casual demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening. Kid, you have a keen eye? Since Chu old fool claims you are quite capable, I won't beat around the bush. Do you recognize this? With that, Guy Pingyuan clasped his hands together, summoning a 5-star magic array, and a colossal humanoid spirit beast materialized in the living room. The 4th-tier spirit beast, the giant soul ape. Shen Cheng exclaimed involuntarily. The giant soul ape, a fighting-type spirit beast, is a rare 4th-tier creature, level 65, with an A-grade innate talent. Evolved from the 4th-tier little martial monkey. You actually know of the giant soul ape. Few in all of Eastland City can recognize my spirit beast. It seems you indeed have some knowledge. Guy Pingyuan began to regard Shen Cheng with newfound respect. Upon the appearance of the giant soul ape, Shen Cheng sank to the ground, convulsing in pain, his face contorted, teeth gritted, tears welling in his eyes. The giant soul ape was in excruciating agony. As you can see, can this condition be resolved? Guy Pingyuan eagerly awaited Shen Cheng's remedy for the giant soul ape. Chu Huaishan also looked on curiously, wondering if this young lad could truly solve a problem he himself could not handle. At that moment, Shen Cheng slowly spoke, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in Guy Pingyuan's eyes. Uncle Guy, if I'm not mistaken, the giant soul ape must have recently battled a rainbow peacock, correct? Chapter 31, The First Paycheck. Shen Cheng casually concluded, while Guy Pingyuan could no longer maintain his composure. Who are you really? He asked in astonishment, staring at Shen Cheng. At this moment, a sharp glint flashed in Chu Huaishan's eyes as he looked at Guy Pingyuan. Is that true? Guy Pingyuan's gaze darted away, unable to meet either of theirs. After a moment, he sighed heavily. Huaishan, I had no intention of concealing anything from you. You hold a prominent position, and I didn't wish to involve you. Even if you tell me, I still wouldn't know how to treat your giant soul ape. Records concerning the rainbow peacock are exceedingly rare. All I know is that it is a poison-type and flying-type spirit beast, but its characteristics are entirely unknown. Chu Huaishan slammed the table, speaking with indignation. As a highly respected cultivator in Eastland City, he could humbly accept the limitations of his knowledge. But he could not tolerate others concealing the cause of an ailment from him. Oh dear, please don't be angry. I'll treat you to drinks another day. You old fool. At your age, why still bicker? Guy Pingyuan laughed, his scarred face breaking into a smile. I won't hold it against you. Let's hear what young friend Shen Cheng has to say. Chu Huaishan remarked. Guy Pingyuan looked at Shen Cheng with curiosity. Indeed. How did you know I had fought with a rainbow peacock? Shen Cheng smiled slightly and took out a feather from the giant soul ape. I found this rainbow feather on the giant soul ape just now, which led me to deduce that it must have been shed by the rainbow peacock. He continued. The giant soul ape has several small wounds that are oozing and difficult to heal. These minor injuries have begun to fester, which is a result of the rainbow peacock's potent venom. Hence, I confidently concluded that the giant soul ape had battled with the rainbow peacock. After Shen Cheng finished speaking, everyone present was left in awe, while Chu Huaishan regarded Shen Cheng with newfound contemplation. See, father, I told you Shen Cheng has a wealth of knowledge. The things he speaks of are beyond our experience. Chu Ji interjected calmly. Chu Huaishan nodded at Shen Cheng. Then, is there an antidote for this rainbow peacock's venom? At this moment, Guy Pingyuan looked intently at Shen Cheng. Young friend Shen Cheng, if you can cure the poison afflicting my giant soul ape, it would be a tremendous favor to me. I, Guy Pingyuan, will not make empty promises. I have some influence in Eastland City, and should you encounter any troubles, just mention my name, and I'll assist you. Shen Cheng was taken aback, thinking to himself that Guy Pingyuan spoke with great bravado. However, upon reflection, The level 65 giant soul ape certainly lent him the confidence to make such claims, and given his connection with Chu Huaishan, his background was undoubtedly formidable. Shen Cheng smiled lightly and held up the rainbow feather. To untie the knot, one must first tie it. The method to resolve the poison lies within. What? Everyone felt incredulous. How so, young friend? Gai Pingyuan asked excitedly. Shen Cheng replied slowly. The rainbow peacock is a 5th-tier spirit beast, and under the dual constraints of poison and flight, any spirit beast injured by its feathers would typically meet a certain demise. Your giant soul ape, however, is tough enough to have endured until now. Oh dear, young friend Shen Cheng, please don't keep me in suspense. I never anticipated such a formidable spirit beast. Given another chance, I would certainly not have engaged. I implore you to tell me how to treat the giant soul ape. Gai Pingyuan appeared exceedingly anxious. Shen Cheng examined the rainbow feather thoughtfully. Simply pluck the 7 different colored hairs from the feather, mix them with fire spirit herb, and it will heal completely. Uncle Gai, you are fortunate to have retained 1 rainbow feather. Otherwise, even if I possessed extraordinary means, I would not have been able to save your giant soul ape. Quickly, fetch the fire spirit herb. Chu Huaishan instructed his wife. As the fire spirit herb was mixed with the rainbow feather in a jar, the 7 colors blended seamlessly, emitting an enticing fragrance. Consume this, giant soul ape. Gai Pingyuan urged as he presented the fire spirit herb to the giant soul ape. As the giant soul ape ingested the specially formulated antidote, its agonized expression gradually transformed, and the decaying wounds on its body miraculously began to scab over. The giant soul ape regained its vitality, cracking its knuckles, unable to restrain the urge to move. Gai Pingyuan, overjoyed, clapped a heavy hand on Shen Cheng's shoulder, exclaiming, "Splendid! My young friend, I truly did not misjudge you. I, Gai Pingyuan, owe you a tremendous favor." Shen Cheng nearly stumbled under the weight of Gai Pingyuan's exuberance, pondering whether all beast tamers of the combat type were so unrestrained. Allow the giant soul ape to recuperate for the next few days. It must not engage in any battles. Shen Cheng admonished. I shall heed your counsel, young friend. Ha ha. Gai Pingyuan's hearty laughter echoed throughout the parlor. Old Chu, this young man is truly a rare talent. Given time, his achievements will undoubtedly surpass yours. Gai Pingyuan declared with a hearty laugh. Chu Huaishan nodded in satisfaction as he regarded Shen Cheng. Talents emerge in every generation. The realm of beast taming will forever belong to the younger generation. Shen Cheng, I never imagined you to be so formidable. Everything you just said was beyond my comprehension. I must take time to digest it all. Chu Ji gazed at Shen Cheng with admiration, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. She had merely hoped to explore the possibility of Shen Cheng assessing the situation. Yet he not only resolved such a challenging issue, but also captivated her with his confidence and erudition. Some are drawn to the strong, while others are enchanted by the talented. At this juncture, Gai Pingyuan interjected, Old Chu, I believe this lad has a bright future ahead. He possesses a good heart. Have you considered inviting him as a son-in-law? Gai uncle, you jest again about my niece. Chu Ji's neck flushed crimson, her face glowing like freshly fallen snow. Gai Pingyuan chuckled. I am quite serious, dear Gai uncle. This lad is indeed a promising young talent, and I see you have a keen interest in him. Today, I shall play matchmaker. Shen Cheng thought to himself. Do none of you seek my opinion? Gai Pingyuan noticed Shen Cheng's speechless expression and remarked, What's the matter, lad? Jier is someone I have watched grow since childhood. She is beautiful and kind-hearted, a perfect match for you. At this moment, Chu Huaishan interjected, Enough. Let the young ones handle their own affairs. What are you stirring up, you old rascal? He then turned to Shen Cheng, saying, Shen Cheng, I perceive you possess a remarkable talent for cultivation. Are you interested in joining our Cultivators Guild? The resources available here far exceed those of the small club at Saintti Academy. The Cultivators Guild? Shen Cheng hesitated, primarily concerned about balancing his studies with the additional workload. Chu Huaishan, perceiving Shen Cheng's uncertainty, reassured him, You can initially consult with the Cultivators Guild. They will secure the best prices for you. The guild will take a small commission, and the remainder will be yours. After contemplating the prospect of a part-time job to supplement his income, Shen Cheng nodded. I can work part-time at the Cultivators Guild every Saturday afternoon. Chu Ji's expression shifted to one of concern. But father, Shen Cheng has yet to obtain his Cultivator's Qualification Certificate. Chu Huaishan chuckled. As the president of the Eastern Lin Cultivators Guild, securing a Cultivator's Qualification Certificate is merely a matter of my word. Humph. You favor the boy over your own daughter. You ought to learn from Shen Cheng, my little one. After sharing a few cups of tea, Shen Cheng said, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Gai Pingyuan bid farewell simply. Remember, young friend Shen Cheng, I, Gai Pingyuan, am here to assist you with any request. He exited the Chu residence promptly. Father, let us return to school with the guild master. Chu Ji and Shen Cheng prepared to depart. Shen Cheng, wait. Chu Huaishan called out to Shen Cheng. He produced a card and handed it to him. This will be your salary card. Your first paycheck will be deposited tomorrow, approximately 2 million. Shen Cheng stood. Agape, my first paycheck? You have just completed Gai Ping Yuan's commission. And according to our guild's compensation system, that is your personal earnings. Chu Huaishan stated nonchalantly. At this moment, Chu Ji erupted with delight. Standing at the door, Chu Huaishan and his wife watched as the two departed. Chu's mother remarked, this child is humble yet composed. He compliments our Ji splendidly. Chu Huaishan sighed. I fear this young man is no ordinary talent. His future accomplishments are boundless. Chapter 32. The true power lies within myself. Shen Cheng, then let us part ways here. I will send you a message for the next Cultivators Club event. Chu Ji said, her eyes sparkling as she bid farewell to Shen Cheng. By the time he returned to his residence, it was already evening. Shen Cheng lay on his bed, his weary body sinking into the mattress. He stared contemplatively at the ceiling. This day had been overwhelmingly eventful, and he needed to process it thoroughly. Zheng Moheo, Chu Huaishan, Gai Ping Yuan. The Cultivators Guild. An array of matters plagued his mind. He retrieved the 1 million gold card, staring at it in a daze. Indeed, money can provide a sense of security. Shen Cheng murmured to himself. Having traversed into this world with nothing, he now accumulated 12 million in savings, bolstered by the salary from the Cultivators Guild. Money signified resources. Without resources, one could not nurture more powerful spirit beasts. It was time to begin preparing the materials for the third-tier evolution of the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Shen Cheng opened the evolution panel for the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf, Raging Demon Wolf Evolution Requirements Level, 28 materials, Snow Spirit Pill, 10 Frenzied Demon Pill, 5 Ice Marrow Worm, 2 Profound Ice Flower. 1 Shen Cheng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The materials for third-tier evolution were exceedingly rare treasures, significantly more challenging to procure than their second-tier counterparts. Though the hidden route could lead to stronger spirit beasts, the costs were commensurate. It seemed he would need to seek out Wanfu for assistance. Shen Cheng mused that Wanfu would likely lend a hand. The materials for the third tier could not be rushed, as reaching level 28 would not be achieved overnight. The Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf had reached level 13 through battle. However, after level 10, the experience required for each subsequent level increased exponentially. For reasons unknown, Shen Cheng was drawn back to the impression left by Gai Ping Yuan's giant soul ape earlier that day. Although it possessed an A-tier talent, it could still evolve to tier 4 thanks to its racial advantages. The giant soul ape was one of the formidable spirit beasts of the combat type, boasting the ability to withstand and retaliate, proving effective in both one-on-one and group battles. Shen Cheng contemplated, now is the time to consider contracting a second spirit beast. Regrettably, I have yet to encounter a suitable one. Nurturing a combat-type spirit beast seems appealing. The Lingwu mountain range, where Saintti Academy was located, appeared devoid of rare spirit beasts, while combat-type spirit beasts were primarily distributed in the Mystic Martial Pool. Previously, the chubby boy had informed him that the Mystic Realm, abundant in rare treasures, had long been monopolized by the local aristocratic families, rendering it virtually inaccessible to ordinary individuals. With a sigh, Shen Cheng reflected on his past glory in the game, where he never had to worry about acquiring spirit beasts. Thunderous Rage Martin. How I miss you. He recalled his former level 100 divine pet, the Thunderous Rage Martin, which could conquer all with a single move, effortlessly evading all obstacles. Shen Cheng shook his head vigorously. Deciding to abandon such unrealistic fantasies for now, he would wait until he became stronger to pursue the Thunderous Rage Martin again, for his current strength was insufficient. Just as Shen Cheng found himself at a loss, a message from Luo Ning arrived. Are you there, Shen Cheng? Come out for a stroll if you have time. As Shen Cheng wrestled with the decision to accept Luo Ning's invitation, he was acutely aware of his precarious position. Their relationship was already ambiguous. Going out now would only further fuel speculation about their connection. Ding dong. Shen Cheng's phone chimed once more. Shen Cheng, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Shen Cheng approached the window and glanced down, spotting a graceful silhouette hesitantly waiting. It was Luo Ning. With no other option, Shen Cheng donned his clothes and made his way downstairs. Upon seeing Shen Cheng descend, Luo Ning's eyes sparkled with delight. Shen Cheng, you're here, she exclaimed, her voice ringing clear and melodious. The two made their way to the school reservoir, quietly seated on the steps. A few couples lingered nearby, making this spot a prime rendezvous for lovers at Saintti Academy. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Luo Ning's exquisite features, her skin flawless and radiant. Tonight, she wore a pink nightgown that fell just short of her knees, revealing glimpses of her alabaster thighs, a blend of elegance and subtle allure. Why do you seem somewhat discontent? Luo Ning observed Shen Cheng's distracted demeanor. Really? Shen Cheng replied, puzzled. Luo Ning chuckled softly. You might as well have troubles written all over your face. Is it because of what happened today? A bit, but not entirely, he admitted. Why is that? Didn't you win? Are you afraid of Zheng Muheo's retaliation? Not quite, he responded. It's just that recent experiences have made me acutely aware of my own inadequacies. In this world teeming with powerful beast tamers, I must become stronger and swiftly. His gaze was deep, fixed intently on the reservoir. Luo Ning, captivated by Shen Cheng's serious expression, found herself momentarily lost in thought. The gentle breeze tousled Shen Cheng's hair, accentuating the resolute lines of his youthful face. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. What is so funny? Shen Cheng asked, unable to suppress his own smile. Luo Ning laughed even louder. Abruptly, she turned serious, looking intently at him. Shen Cheng, although I'm unaware of what you've been through recently, your performance in today's duel must have been challenging. I know you've been deliberately avoiding me, but I stand by my word. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. I, Luo Ning, can help you just as much as she can. She, Chang Sun Tang. Shen Cheng was baffled as to why the two women, who were unfamiliar with each other, seemed to be competing. Yet, Luo Ning's words warmed his heart. Despite her pampered upbringing, she showed genuine concern. She was right. If a girl could confront rumors without fear, he had no reason to shy away from her. Shen Cheng sighed and confessed, to be candid, I'm troubled about contracting my second spirit beast. Here in Donglan City, I have no connections or resources, and the secret realms are monopolized by local powers, leaving me at a loss. Local powers? Which secret realm are you interested in? Luo Ning asked. Her expression one of surprise. The martial pool, Shen Cheng replied. Luo Ning erupted into laughter, nearly losing her balance and almost tumbling down the steps. Quick as a flash, Shen Cheng reached out to catch her, inadvertently pulling her into his embrace. Luo Ning opened her eyes, mere inches from Shen Cheng's chin, both acutely aware of each other's breaths. Her body felt soft and warm against him, her delicate curves visible, and an enchanting fragrance enveloped Shen Cheng, momentarily rendering him spellbound. Luo Ning gazed dreamily at Shen Cheng, the moonlight, the reservoir, and the gentle breeze creating an exquisitely romantic atmosphere. Regaining his senses, Shen Cheng quickly helped Luo Ning to her feet, his tone serious. You must be more careful. That was quite dangerous. He admonished her as if she were a child, expecting her to be angry and jump up in a huff. Yet, she simply looked at him, amused. The local powers are actually me? Do you know about the martial pool? Shen Cheng asked, surprised. The martial pool belongs to my family. I am indeed one of the local powers, Luo Ning laughed. What? It belongs to your family? Shen Cheng stared at her incredulously. He had noticed the bodyguards around her since the beginning of school, but he had not anticipated the strength of her family's influence. In the vast Donglan city, there were only 5 secret realms, and merely being wealthy was insufficient. One needed formidable power to maintain control, as many forces coveted these realms. The secret realms were rich in potent spiritual energy, attracting numerous clever spirit beasts to dwell within. Moreover, they were abundant with rare resources and treasures. As the name suggests, the martial pool primarily gathered combat-oriented spirit beasts. What is so strange about that? Even if it weren't our family's realm, I could still go with a word from my father, Luo Ning added. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shen Cheng asked, what exactly does your family do? My family runs the Luo Group in Donglan City. Didn't I mention that before? Luo Ning looked at him with wide, puzzled eyes. The Luo Group? The largest pharmaceutical company in the Tianlong Empire? It suddenly made sense why Luo Ning seemed indifferent to Zheng Muheo. The Zheng family was merely a local player compared to the illustrious name of the Luo Group, known throughout the Tianlong Empire. Shen Cheng, despite his preparations, couldn't help but gasp at the revelation. Luo Ning continued, We've managed the martial pool since my grandfather's time. The raw materials for some of the medicines we produce come from the martial pool. But what? Shen Cheng inquired. Generally, we don't allow anyone who isn't a Luo to enter the martial pool. It's the lifeblood of our family. However, my family dotes on me. So if you want to go, I can find a way. Shen Cheng stroked his chin, piecing it all together. Which spirit beast do you intend to contract at the martial pool? I used to play there often as a child, and I didn't see anything particularly extraordinary. Luo Ning's face was filled with curiosity. I want to contract a green mantis. Shen Cheng replied with a smile. A green mantis? That's just a third-tier evolution into a golden-armored mantis. They're everywhere in the martial pool. There are rarer spirit beasts than that. Why would you want to contract a green mantis? Luo Ning expressed her exasperation. Shen Cheng aimed to contract a green mantis of S rank or higher. Typically, green mantises could only evolve into golden-armored mantises, but there was a hidden path leading to a 4th-tier holy martial mantis. Such a beast was quite rare among combat-oriented spirits, and possessing one would greatly enhance his combat prowess. However, upon reflection, your unconventional approach always leads to unexpected outcomes. There must be a reason behind your desire for a green mantis, Luo Ning remarked with a smile. Shen Cheng nodded. Can I really go? Why not? Although outsiders are generally prohibited from entering the secret realms, who would dare stop me if I choose to take you? Luo Ning's words exuded an unwavering confidence. Haha. Then I'll rely on you. No need for formality. I still owe you for the last time with the love rain butterfly. As the two opened their hearts to each other, they appeared like a couple enjoying a date by the reservoir. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Cheng and Luo Ning talked until deep into the night, revealing that she was not the unreasonable person others perceived her to be. Instead, Luo Ning possessed a keen sensitivity and a rich emotional depth. Due to her father's continual business commitments, she had developed a spoiled demeanor. Yet beneath that exterior lay a genuinely understanding nature. Shen Cheng treated Luo Ning to a late-night snack, fulfilling his promise, and then escorted her back to her residence. The following day, Luo Ning made a call to her family. Miss, you have finally called. Since the start of school, you have not reassured the family. Nor have you answered your phone. Your father has been terribly worried about you. A frail voice emanated from the other end of the line. Humph, I am unconcerned about that. Uncle Zhou, I intend to visit the martial pool. You impudent girl. If you must go, at least return briefly. Do you think I would prevent you? I plan to take a friend with me. Luo Ning replied. At that moment, a sudden silence enveloped the conversation. The elder spoke gravely. Miss, you are aware that only members of the Luo family are permitted entry into the martial pool. I have accompanied your father for decades and have never set foot inside. I do not care. I am going regardless. Uncle Zhou, you must help me. Alas, I cannot assist you. When your father returns, I will report to him, and you must speak to him personally. Humph, I will confront him myself. With that, Luo Ning hung up the phone. On the other end, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and piercing eyes stared at the phone, seemingly deep in thought. He then dialed another number. In the depths of the Lingwu mountain range, a crimson-eyed ice wolf and a long-tongued lizard were fiercely battling a massive carnivorous flower. Name, Bully Flower. Attributes, Grass, Poison. Level, 2nd tier, 21st level. Talent, D. Skills, Bite. Poison Dust, Vine Attack, Leaf Blade. Fatty, kill this bully flower. Once you obtain its stem and leaves, you will have all the evolution materials for your long-tongued lizard. The bully flower seemed to comprehend Shen Cheng's words, wildly launching vine attacks and leaf blades at the two spirit beasts, forcing the ice wolf and the lizard to evade continuously. Enough talk, Qingzi. The lizard can barely hold on. The level disparity is too great. Huang Dong exclaimed. Drenched in sweat, the lizard and the bully flower exchanged leaf blades, but the bully flower overpowered it, landing several strikes on the lizard. Fortunately, the grass type is naturally immune to poison attacks. Otherwise, the lizard would swiftly succumb to the bully flower's toxins. Create an opportunity for me, Fatty. I will deliver a fatal blow. Shen Cheng shouted. Huang Dong commanded. Lizard, quickly use your long tongue to entangle. The lizard's tongue wrapped around the bully flower's root, ensnaring its gaping maw from outside, while the bully flower struggled furiously. The lizard, vastly outmatched, was being dragged along, attempting to shake free. Ice Wolf. Now is your chance. Deliver a lethal strike. Frozen Impact. With Shen Cheng's command, the Ice Wolf unleashed its Frozen Impact, and a massive ice block coalesced above the bully flower. Lizard, retract your tongue. Huang Dong shouted. The lizard swiftly withdrew its tongue, and before the bully flower could react, boom, the ice block crashed down upon its head. The ice-type skill inflicted significant damage on the grass-type bully flower, which let out a pained scream. Shred it with Ice Claw. Shen Cheng seized the moment. As victory was within reach, the ice wolf appeared like a specter behind the bully flower, its ice claw tearing the flower into several large pieces scattered across the ground. Shen Cheng picked up a segment of the stem and raised it triumphantly toward Huang Dong. I've got the bully flower's stem. Now we just need to level the lizard up to 15. The lizard nodded excitedly, its tongue flicking out, nearly drooling. Meanwhile, Huang Dong wore a sullen expression, pondering how he could possibly match Shen Cheng's rapid advancement. After a morning of battle, the lizard had only reached level 12, while Shen Cheng's ice wolf had already attained level 14. In Chapter 34, Twin Thunder Panthers. Within a spacious consultation room of the Beastmaster Association, a cloaked figure presented a scroll to a short-haired young man. This is the evolution path for the mutated ice falcon. I have detailed the required materials on this scroll. It can evolve into the snow-winged falcon at level 17. The short-haired young man opened the scroll, skepticism etched upon his face. Is it truly this simple? Can this method be trusted, Master Guyan? The young man regarded the enigmatic breeder with doubt. Recently, the Beastmaster Association had welcomed a new breeder named Guyan, whose reputation had soared within just a few weeks, possessing unparalleled knowledge regarding spirit beasts. Anyone who consulted this esteemed breeder left thoroughly satisfied, feeling they had received extraordinary value. The short-haired young man had heard of this breeder's exceptional abilities and had eagerly scheduled a consultation, knowing that Master Guyun only attended the association on Saturday afternoons. The appointments were always fully booked, forcing others to wait their turn. Upon hearing the young man's skepticism, Guyun remained silent, lifting his gaze to meet his eyes. Beneath the cloak was a fox mask, concealing the breeder's true appearance. The young man, unable to decipher the masked figure's expression, mistakenly assumed that Master Guyun was displeased and quickly retracted his doubts. I apologize, Master. I shall gather the evolution materials as per your list. Reassured by the formidable services of the Breeder Association, the young man chose to trust this master. Guyun nodded, and the young man exited the consultation room, carefully closing the door behind him. Guyun glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 6 o'clock, time to clock out. With that, he began to remove his cloak and the mask, revealing a youthful visage, none other than Shen Cheng. He had taken on the alias of Guyun while working part-time at the Beastmaster Association to maintain anonymity and shield his identity. After all, he was merely a freshman at Saintti Academy. Being recognized could lead to unnecessary complications. Knock, knock, knock. Once again, the door to Shen Cheng's consultation room was rapped upon. Come in, he called. The door creaked open, and a long-haired girl peeked in, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Master Guyun, could you assist me with a consultation? She giggled. Shen Cheng smiled at the girl. Lovely miss, how may I assist you? The girl playfully stuck out her tongue. Master, could you help me decide if my dress looks good today? She then twirled around in front of him. Sister Chu Ji looks beautiful. You would look good in anything, Shen Cheng remarked, admiring the white-dressed Chu Ji, whose attire exuded an ancient charm. You flatter me, Shen Cheng. Your words are sweet. Chu Ji beamed, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating. She seated herself at Shen Cheng's workstation. Our Master Guyun has become quite the sensation at the Beastmaster Association. The consultation room is perpetually bustling. You have a line of people waiting for your help. Shen Cheng scratched his head. Sister Chu Ji, please do not tease me. If you needed anything, I would have to leave work immediately. What? Is it forbidden for me to seek you out if I have no urgent matters? Chu Ji gazed at Shen Cheng, her eyes shimmering. Shen Cheng stood there, momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Sister Chu Ji appeared earnest, yet was undeniably flirtatious. Chu Ji burst into laughter. All right, I shall cease my teasing. How have you been adjusting to your time at the Beastmaster Association? It's been quite good. And I must thank Uncle Chu for providing me with such a wonderful part-time opportunity. Shen Cheng replied with a smile. Chu Ji lightly tapped Shen Cheng's head with her finger. You silly boy, your presence has boosted the association's business. And do not forget, the association takes a cut too. That may be true. However, the advantages for me are far greater. During this period, my commission has already amounted to several hundred thousand. Although it pales in comparison to Uncle Guy's grand gesture, I am nonetheless quite content, Shen Cheng replied. With a stable source of income now, coupled with his diligent work-study arrangement at Luo Ning's place, he enjoys a substantial monthly income. Saving more money is merely a preparation for future spirit beast cultivation. You truly are easily satisfied, Chu Ji murmured, gazing at the handsome visage of her junior, inadvertently lost in thought. Just as work ended, she suggested, let us go out for a meal together. Shen Cheng nodded in agreement, saying, sure, it's on me. Senior, I'll call the Cultivation Society's master to take you home. It's already quite late. Shen Cheng glanced at the time and realized that after dinner, it would be around 8 or 9 o'clock, and the restaurant was rather remote. I'll accompany you back to school. Tomorrow. There are matters to attend to at the Cultivation Society. Chu Ji stated. Yes, that works perfectly. I'll escort you back. The two walked side by side, engaging in cheerful conversation on their way back. As they passed a narrow path, Shen Cheng's eyes flickered, and he suddenly grasped Chu Ji's hand. Be careful. Chu Ji hadn't quite registered the situation when a silvery bolt of lightning struck the road ahead, charred stones emitting smoke. Heart racing with trepidation, Chu Ji was grateful Shen Cheng had held her back. Who is it? Chu Ji's expression turned grave, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. Shen Cheng's countenance grew troubled. Just moments ago, the system had issued him a red warning. It's the thundercloud leopard. Shen Cheng discerned a 2 to 3 meter long leopard lurking in the trees nearby. Its deep blue eyes and blue-spotted coat revealed its formidable musculature, indicative of immense explosive power. Ha! Kid, you have quite the discerning eye. The voice that emerged from the woods was chilling, and Shen Cheng surmised the speaker was likely not very old. From the thicket stepped a figure, a young man appearing to be in his late 20s, clad in a blue cloak, exuding an air of nobility and charisma. The thundercloud leopard followed closely behind. Name, Thundercloud Leopard. Attribute, Electric. Level, 3rd stage 38th level. Talent, A. Skills, Thunder Strike, Speed Strike, Thunderstorm Sweep, Claws of Thunder. Evolution Path, 1. Personality, Frenzied. The level disparity is too great. The Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf stands no chance. Shen Cheng thought, realizing he had no option but to flee. Though uncertain of the other's intentions, his singular focus was to escape swiftly. As he prepared to urge Chu Ji to leave first, he reconsidered. Knowing the Thundercloud Leopard was exceedingly swift and would easily catch them. Forget it. Let us ascertain the situation first. Thus, he spoke. I am unfamiliar with you. Harboring no grievances. May I inquire why you obstruct my path? Ha! You may not recognize me, but I certainly know who you are, Shen Cheng. The young man in the blue cloak observed Shen Cheng with keen interest. Shen Cheng clenched his fists, recalling those he had previously offended. Are you one of Saintti Academy's or Zheng Maheo's associates? Shen Cheng's gaze turned sharp, unyielding in the face of danger. Zheng Maheo? Aha! You have ties with that lad. My interest in you is only growing. Shen Cheng. The young man laughed heartily once more. He knows Zheng Maheo? From his tone, it seems he is not aligned with him. What exactly is his aim in making things difficult for me? Shen Cheng felt a wave of confusion. If Saintti Academy or Zheng Maheo sought revenge, he would not be surprised. Yet this young man in the blue cloak appeared to have ulterior motives. Come forth. Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Without hesitation, Shen Cheng summoned his spirit beast, the 5-star magic circle reappearing. The Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf manifested. Oh, the young man regarded Shen Cheng's spirit beast with keen interest, scrutinizing the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf closely. Senior Chu Ji, step back, call Uncle Chu or Uncle Guy. I'll hold them off. Shen Cheng positioned himself protectively in front of Chu Ji. She stood behind him, gazing at the back of this youth, who was evidently younger, yet displayed unwavering courage in the face of overwhelming odds, stirring her heart with admiration. Not a single one shall escape. A voice echoed from the path behind Shen Cheng. This is bad. It's the Wind Blade Leopard. Shen Cheng noticed another young man in a green cloak approaching from behind. Chapter 35, Spirit of the Lotus Leaf. Name, Wind Blade Leopard. Attribute, Flight. Level, 3rd stage 38th level. Talent, A. Skills, Winged Assault, Speed Strike, Phantom Claw, Storm Vortex. Evolution Path, 1. Personality, Arrogant. The Wind Blade Leopard was slightly smaller than the Thundercloud Leopard, its eyes and spots a distinctive green. Unlike the Thundercloud Leopard, when it fought, the Wind Blade Leopard could sprout enormous bat-like wings. Both the Thundercloud Leopard and Wind Blade Leopard evolved from the 3rd stage Prairie Leopard, which is exceptionally unique. Capable of branching into 2 evolutionary paths, even without being S-rank. Shen Cheng understood that these 2 young men meant trouble. The Thundercloud Leopard and Wind Blade Leopard were both remarkably fierce spirit beasts. If it were only the Thundercloud Leopard, he might have been able to buy some time for Chu Ji to escape. But with the addition of the Wind Blade Leopard, there was no chance of victory. Damn it, there's no way to escape. Shen Cheng clenched his fists, frustration evident in his voice. Shen Cheng, if escape is impossible, then we must fight. Chu Ji gently patted Shen Cheng's shoulder. Come forth, Spirit of the Lotus Leaf. Chu Ji shouted. Your spirit beast is actually the Spirit of the Lotus Leaf. Shen Cheng exclaimed in surprise. This spirit beast, resembling a lotus flower, emitted a subtle fragrance, its head covered by a large lotus leaf, though its appearance was exquisite. Its power was formidable. Name, Spirit of the Lotus Leaf. Attribute, Grass. Level, 3rd stage 35th level. Talent, B. Skills, Petal Dance, Flying Leaf Blade, Giant Lotus Shield, Strangling Vine. Sweet Lotus Dew. Evolution Path, 1. Personality, Gentle. The Spirit of the Lotus Leaf, from the Chu family of Donglin. The young man in the blue cloak observed the spirit summoned by Chu Ji, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Knowing I am from the Chu family, yet daring to obstruct me? My father is the president of the Spirit Beast Cultivators Association in Donglin City. Chu Ji scoffed. At that moment, the 2 young men exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. The Wind Blade Leopard's master then spoke. Since you are the daughter of Chu Huaishan, I'll not make things difficult for you. You may leave, but this young man must stay. Let us leave together. If you dare lay a finger on him today, you'll be provoking the Chu family. The Donglin Spirit Cultivators Association is not to be trifled with. Chu Ji declared firmly, resolute in her intent to take Shen Cheng with her. I'm quite curious about the nature of your relationship with this young man. The young man in the green cloak stroked his chin, looking at Shen Cheng with amusement. Our relationship is none of your concern. You only need to know that he is affiliated with the Spirit Beast Cultivators Association. Chu Ji replied coldly. This kid hasn't he even grown a full set of hair, and is part of the Spirit Beast Cultivators Association? Has the recruitment standard of Chu Huaishan dropped so low? You could at least concoct a better excuse. Humph, believe what you will. I, Chu Ji, must take him today. If you dare obstruct us, we shall fight. Chu Ji showed no fear. If you insist on blocking our path, know that Chu Huaishan is not to be trifled with. This young man is mine. After the young man spoke, the Windblade Leopard assumed a combat stance, while the Thundercloud Leopard remained poised, ready to pounce. Junior Shen Cheng, my Lotus Spirit is at a disadvantage against the flying system, but we have the upper hand against the Thundercloud Leopard over there. You hold off that Windblade Leopard while we seize the opportunity to escape. Chu Ji whispered urgently to Shen Cheng. With that, the two swiftly swapped their positions in battle, the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf facing the verdant Wind-Blade Leopard, while the Lotus Spirit confronted the Azure Thundercloud Leopard. Despite the elemental disadvantage, the disparity in levels was insurmountable, leaving them with no choice but to find a chance to flee. Shen Cheng pondered. In mere moments, the Lotus Spirit launched an aggressive offensive against the Thundercloud Leopard. Chu Ji, though approachable, commanded her spirit beasts with remarkable decisiveness, each move lethal. Blade of Leaves. The Lotus Spirit unleashed a flurry of swift leaves, hurtling towards the leaping Thundercloud Leopard perched upon the trees. However, the Thundercloud Leopard, endowed with a speed advantage, deftly evaded this round of attacks under the guidance of the blue-cloaked youth. The leaves struck the trees, causing them to tremble under the formidable force, with some branches severed cleanly by the razor-sharp foliage. The power exhibited was several times greater than that of Huang Dong's long-tongued lizard's blade of leaves. Thunderstrike. After dodging, the Thundercloud Leopard summoned a bolt of lightning directed at the Lotus Spirit. Block it with the Lotus. Chu Ji reacted with remarkable swiftness as the lightning struck the Lotus Spirit's leaves, dissipating harmlessly. The Thundercloud Leopard and the Lotus Spirit engaged in a fierce struggle, the former continuously seeking an opportunity to close in for an attack, yet consistently thwarted by the Lotus Spirit's skills, leaving no chance for retaliation. Meanwhile, Shen Cheng found himself laboring under the elemental disadvantage. Windblade Leopard, execute winged assault. The Windblade Leopard unleashed a barrage of sharp wings toward the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Ice Mist. The Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf countered with a sweeping ice mist, successfully blocking most of the incoming projectiles. However, the Windblade Leopard's wings were potent enough to pierce through, a testament to the vast difference in their levels. Reacting swiftly, the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf evaded the remaining wings. Windblade Leopard. Speed Strike. The Windblade Leopard suddenly vanished, reappearing behind the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf, move quickly. Shen Cheng's expression turned grave. The Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf narrowly avoided a fatal blow from the Windblade Leopard. This peculiar Ice Wolf has some merit. Its skills surpass those of ordinary Ice-type spirit beasts, remarked the green-cloaked youth. You're not so bad yourself. Shen Cheng retorted with a cold smirk. Both the Windblade Leopard and the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf were incredibly swift spirit beasts, yet the latter's speed advantage was rendered moot, leaving it severely constrained. Suddenly, the green-cloaked youth's gaze sharpened. Let us escalate things. Windblade Leopard. Phantom Claw. The Windblade Leopard soared into the air, darting around like a phantom, its speed rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye as it closed in on the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Focus and use your sense of smell to determine the Windblade Leopard's position. Shen Cheng commanded. The Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf's red eyes glimmered as it concentrated, honing in on the Windblade Leopard's location. Now, deliver a decisive blow. Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Ice Shatter Claw. Intercept. Both commanded simultaneously, leaving the green-cloaked youth astounded by Shen Cheng's composure and decisiveness. I didn't expect this kid to have some skill. The clash of claws between the wolf and the leopard sparked brilliantly. Unfortunately, the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf's level was too low, and with the Windblade Leopard's aerial advantage, it was sent tumbling several meters away. At that moment, Shen Cheng's Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf faced its first setback. This isn't over yet. Shen Cheng, if this is all you can do, you'd best stay away from my little sister. The green-cloaked youth scoffed. Windblade Leopard. Pursue. Phantom Claw. Second strike. Panic surged within Shen Cheng as he recalled that the Phantom Claw could be executed twice consecutively, the second strike possessing the greatest power. Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf, wake up. Harden your body. Shen Cheng shouted. What? Harden your body? The green-cloaked youth exclaimed in astonishment. As the Windblade Leopard prepared for its second Phantom Claw strike, a layer of luminescent armor materialized around the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Just as the injured wolf came to a halt from its roll, the Windblade Leopard surged towards it once more. The immense power of the second Phantom Claw stemmed from the momentum of the first, enabling a devastating follow-up assault. The Windblade Leopard appeared in midair, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. The collision resonated like steel meeting steel, the Windblade Leopard's claws struggling to penetrate the hardened body of the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Yet, the strength of a level 38 Tier 3 spirit beast was formidable. The moment the Windblade Leopard felt the solid resistance, it pivoted, unleashing its full force. Muscles rippling, the leopard exerted its strength, causing cracks to appear in the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf's luminescent armor. With a thunderous crash, The armor shattered. The force propelled the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf several meters back, crashing violently into a tree trunk. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Shen Cheng shouted in desperation. Blood pooled beneath the wolf, had it not been for the body hardening. That strike would have surely claimed its life. The green-cloaked youth regarded Shen Cheng. Kid, you do possess some ability. I must admit, my higher level gives me an advantage. But level is also a facet of strength. Clenching his fists, Shen Cheng acknowledged the truth in the youth's words. One could not blame others for a lower level. In the true crucible of life and death, no one would respect your rank. The only one to blame was oneself for lacking strength. Junior Shen Cheng, I'm coming to help you. Chu Ji exclaimed upon witnessing the plight of Shen Cheng's injured crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Lotus Spirit, assist the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf with sweet lotus dew. The Lotus Spirit extended its green, trunk-like arm, showering a fragrant dew towards the beleaguered wolf. A mist enveloped the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, and as it slowly opened its eyes, its wounds began to heal. You still have the nerve to concern yourself with others. Thundercloud Leopard, Thunderclap Claw. Seizing the moment of distraction, the blue-cloaked youth launched a surprise attack. Both the Thunderclap Claw and Phantom Claw were derived from the same lineage, unique skills of the Wild Plains Leopard, characterized by their blinding speed that rendered them nearly impossible to track. Petal Dance. Chu Ji retorted coldly, as petals radiated from the Lotus Spirit, spinning in a 360-degree motion around it. Initially slow, the petals began to whirl faster, becoming a blur until they whipped up a tempest. Bang! The petals struck like a bolt of lightning, intercepting the oncoming Thundercloud Leopard, which had been unable to halt its charge in time, colliding violently with the swirling petals. The Thundercloud Leopard was sent spiraling through the air. Lock onto it. Petal Dance Attack. Chu Ji commanded, her voice frigid. The whirling petals abruptly halted, all pivoting towards the Thundercloud Leopard, as the Lotus Spirit completed the healing of Shen Cheng's crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Chu Ji's petal dance has reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Shen Cheng marveled at Chu Ji's calm and precise assault, realizing that his own achievements were merely the result of having a god's eye view, while Chu Ji was the true master of beast control. Thundercloud Leopard. The blue-cloaked youth bellowed, his eyes betraying a flicker of terror. The Thundercloud Leopard is a spirit beast characterized by its high burst potential but low defense. If struck by this formidable grass-type skill, its life hangs in the balance. Moreover, the petals are highly likely to target the leopard's vulnerable abdomen. Brother, I shall assist you. Cyclone of Tempests. The young man in the green cloak commanded, as the Windblade Leopard soared into the air, its emerald eyes radiating a dazzling brilliance, great wings flapping vigorously. A massive tornado intercepted the path of the flying petals, shredding the lethal blossoms into mere powder within the tempest's grasp. Chu Ji's expression turned to one of shock. This exemplified the aerial superiority over the grass type. The Thundercloud Leopard, regaining its composure, propelled itself off a descending branch, leaping back to perch atop the tree. Brother, you handle this little pest. This Lotus Spirit is too much for the Thundercloud Leopard, the young man in the green cloak exclaimed. Indeed, we must resolve this battle swiftly. In the midst of their exchange, the Thunder and Lightning Leopards locked onto their adversaries. Senior sister, I'll buy you some time. Can you deliver a lethal blow? At that moment, Shen Cheng whispered to Chu Ji. The Thunder and Lightning Leopards are both higher in level than us. Landing a one-hit kill is improbable. However, if given the opportunity, they could inflict severe injuries. Chu Ji replied, Very well. If we have the chance, we shall flee. Yes, the Phantom Claw's damage to your Ice Wolf is negligible. Let us see if you can withstand my Thundercloud Leopard's Thunderclaw. The young man in the blue cloak began directing the Thundercloud Leopard to attack. Simultaneously, the Windblade Leopard charged at the Lotus Spirit. The Lotus Spirit relentlessly assaulted the approaching Windblade Leopard with flying leaf blades and petal dances. Unlike the Thundercloud Leopard, however, the Windblade Leopard did not evade the Lotus Spirit's skills. Instead, it tore through the flying leaf blades and petals with ease, leveraging its aerial prowess to breach the defenses of the grass type. Windblade Leopard, Phantom Claw, Thundercloud Leopard, Thunderclaw. Both brothers shouted in unison, fully abandoning their defenses to unleash their attacks. At this moment, their vulnerability was at its peak. Now, Bloodline Technique, Demon Frost. At last, Shen Cheng revealed his trump card. What? The two young men exclaimed in astonishment. The Demon Frost is a large area attack, and Shen Cheng, wary of accidentally harming the Lotus Spirit, chose to unleash it while the Thunder and Lightning Leopards simultaneously attacked in midair. Once they leapt into the air, altering their trajectory would be exceedingly difficult, making it an unexpected strike. Although the Demon Frost ignores physical defenses, the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf, being only level 15, could only momentarily restrain the movements of the two third-tier spirit beasts. However, that brief moment was sufficient for Chu Ji's Lotus Spirit to execute a fatal strike. It must succeed, Shen Cheng silently implored. As the thunder and lightning leopards were about to engage their respective foes, their bodies suddenly stiffened, revealing a faint emanation of cold air enveloping them. They had been frozen. Not good. What is this skill? The young man in the green cloak's expression shifted to one of grave concern, his earlier confidence evaporating. Shen Cheng, I truly underestimated you. You've hidden this well. He clenched his fists, a flicker of terror gleaming in his eyes. Although they recognized it as a freezing skill, neither had any countermeasures. Helplessly watching their spirit beasts plummet from the sky. Chuji, now's our chance. The Ice Wolf's freezing won't last long. Shen Cheng shouted. Chapter 37, Thunderstrike Shadow Killing Formation. Lotus Spirit, Vines of Constriction. Chuji unleashed her ultimate skill. The giant vines of constriction, an ancient technique, summoned enormous vines from the earth to strike. A powerful grass-type skill. Golden light radiated from the Lotus Spirit as a mysterious magical array appeared beneath its feet. Several massive vines surged from beneath the thunder and lightning leopards, aiming directly for their vital points. At this moment, the effect of the demon frost had waned. The freezing could only last 2 or 3 seconds. Given the 20-level discrepancy, managing to freeze 2 third-tier spirit beasts was already the Ice Wolf's limit. Quickly, use the momentum to evade. The young man in the green cloak shouted, ensnared within the formidable vine array, unable to cast a counterattack in time. The thunder and lightning leopards, leveraging their agility and muscular legs, continually leapt amidst the descending vines. However, for every vine they dodged, another emerged. And the hundreds of giant vines left the leopards in a dire predicament. Moments later, the thundercloud leopard clearly began to tire, while feline spirit beasts excel in explosive power. Their endurance is lacking. Hiss! The thundercloud leopard cried out in agony. Thundercloud leopard, the young man in blue shouted, as the thundercloud leopard was pierced through 1 foot by a giant vine. In excruciating pain, compounded by the grass-type disadvantage, the leopard's expression was one of sheer torment. Damn it! We cannot afford to drag this out any longer, otherwise, both will perish. Windblade leopard, use your strongest cyclone of tempests. The young man in the green cloak commanded the Windblade leopard. Brother, diverting attention to use skills will get you hit by the vines. We cannot delay any longer, brother. If we do, not only will we fail our mission, but our spirit beasts will pay the price. The resolute young man in the green cloak realized that the only way to escape the giant vines of constriction was to sever an arm and endure the pain to unleash the cyclone of tempests, which counters the vines. Shen Cheng thought. The Windblade leopard's eyes glowed with emerald light as it spread its enormous wings, gradually forming the cyclone of tempests. However, as the Windblade leopard initiated its skill, its speed decreased, and it was continuously assaulted by the giant vines summoned by the Lotus Spirit. The Windblade leopard's wings were punctured in several places, and 1 foot was already pierced by a vine. Despite the agony, the Windblade leopard relentlessly flapped its wings, as several vines surged upward, aiming for its abdomen. Now, Cyclone of Tempests, break for me, the young man in the green cloak shouted. The Cyclone of Tempests finally took shape, and this time, it unleashed its utmost strength to form for whirlwinds. The whirlwinds swept outward. Wherever the Cyclone of Tempests passed, the giant vines were torn asunder. In an instant, the battlefield returned to tranquility, the Cyclone of Tempests dismantling the constricting vines. The thunder and lightning leopards landed on the ground in a state of disarray, particularly the Windblade leopard, whose body was riddled with wounds from the giant vines. Most of its wings now riddled with holes. It's over. Chuji addressed the 2 young men, her tone frigid. Ha! Over. The young man in the green cloak erupted in laughter. What? Do you still wish to fight? Your spirit beasts are already in such a state. If you fail to treat them, it will be too late. After saying this, Chuji attempted to lead Shen Cheng away. Shen Cheng, let us go. I told you that today I am taking Shen Cheng with me. Even if your surname is Chu, you cannot stop me, the young man in the green cloak asserted, his tone unwavering. If you have the ability, stop me. My Lotus Spirit is still in peak condition. If you wish to endure another round of giant vines of constriction, then come at me. Chuji was exceptionally furious. Shen Cheng had never seen this side of his senior sister before. Shen Cheng gazed at the Thundercloud leopard and Windblade leopard, seemingly in deep thought. Though the thunder and lightning leopards appeared different, they hailed from the same lineage, merely differing in attributes. He recalled previously encountering players who raised both thunder and lightning leopards simultaneously. With this thought, Shen Cheng's pupils constricted, exclaiming, could their trump card be a combined skill? Combined skill? Chuji looked at Shen Cheng in astonishment. At that moment, the young man in the green cloak interrupted their conversation. Indeed, Shen Cheng, you are correct once more. You are truly a worthy opponent. Given time, you will undoubtedly surpass my brother and me, but I will still forcibly take you with me. Brother, do not waste time on him. Shen Cheng. Today, I never anticipated that things would escalate to this point. Since you insist on refusing to accompany us, do not blame my brother and me for being impolite. The young man in the blue cloak declared. Enough with the chatter. Shen Cheng, let us go. Chu Ji asserted, firmly grasping Shen Cheng's hand as she attempted to leave. At that moment, the two brothers began to clasp their hands together, chanting incantations incessantly. The combatants are in formation, the twin leopards of wind and thunder. Bestow upon us your divine radiance. Shen Cheng's face turned pale with terror. I remember now. It's the thunderclap shadow kill array. Senior sister, hurry and flee. Shen Cheng tightened his grip on Chu Ji's hand and sprinted away, fully aware of the formidable power of the combined skills of the twin leopards. The Lotus Spirit was no match for them. There's no time left. Shen Cheng. The young man in the green cloak sneered. Combo skill, thunderclap shadow kill array. Both of them shouted simultaneously. The injured wind blade leopard and thundercloud leopard's eyes glowed brilliantly, seemingly oblivious to their pain as they began to race wildly around the battlefield. In an instant, Shen Cheng, Chu Ji, and their spirit beasts found themselves encircled within the towering wind and thunder array created by the twin leopards. Amidst the swirling vortex resembling a massive wall, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the howling wind forcing Shen Cheng to shield his eyes with his hands. The crimson-eyed ice wolf clung tightly to the ground, aware that a moment's inattention could result in being swept away by the tempestuous winds of the thunder wall. Brother, it's time. Be gentle. I'll have a hard time explaining this to little sister. The young man in the green cloak communicated from outside the array. The young man in the blue cloak nodded, casting his gaze towards Shen Cheng within the formation. The roar of the wind was deafening, and all Shen Cheng could hear was a voice shouting, Furious Thunderstrike. It was indeed the Thundercloud Leopard's ultimate move, Furious Thunderstrike. The wind and thunder array erupted with blinding flashes of lightning, raining blue bolts downward. It targeted the two people and two beasts within the array. Lotus Spirit. Great Lotus Shield. Chu Ji commanded. As the lotus atop the Great Lotus Spirit suddenly enlarged, enveloping the two of them. The Great Lotus Shield successfully blocked the concentrated lightning strikes from the Thundercloud Leopard. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, come here quickly. Shen Cheng noticed that the Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf was still nearby, dodging the strikes. Hearing Shen Cheng's call, the Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf dashed towards him. However, the lightning from the Thundercloud Leopard was erratic and unpredictable. A massive bolt was about to strike the Ice Wolf on the head. Not good, Shen Cheng shouted. Without a second thought, he dashed out of the Great Lotus Shield's protection, lunging forward to embrace the Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf in his arms. The Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf remained unharmed. All the lightning struck Shen Cheng instead. Ah! Shen Cheng cried out in agony. The Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf looked up at its master, its blood-red eyes glistening with tears. Letting out a series of mournful howls, it realized that Shen Cheng had taken the lethal blow for it. Lying beneath Shen Cheng, the Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf glared fiercely at the young man in the blue cloak outside the array, its eyes blazing with fury, as if it yearned to tear him apart. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it returned to the spirit beast space. It was Shen Cheng who, with his last bit of consciousness, recalled the Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. And upon sensing Shen Cheng's unconsciousness, the wolf howled incessantly in the spirit beast space. Shen Cheng, Chu Ji cried out, her eyes brimming with tears, rushing recklessly to Shen Cheng's side without regard for her safety. Brother, you were a bit too rough. The Thunderclap Shadow Kill Array's lightning strikes pack a power that is dozens of times greater than outside. The young man in the green cloak expressed concern to his elder brother. It's fine. It's not fatal. I didn't even use my full strength. He merely fainted. The young man in the blue cloak replied, ceasing his attack. Take him away. I can handle this girl. The young man in green instructed, directing the Windblade Leopard to attack Chu Ji. Still reeling from the sorrow of Shen Cheng's injury, Chu Ji found herself besieged by the relentless strikes of the flying wings, forcing her to dodge hurriedly. The Windblade Leopard was singularly focused on repelling Chu Ji to create an opportunity for the young man in the blue cloak. In a flash, the young man in blue dashed to Shen Cheng's side, hoisting him away as he fled. Damn it, I've been tricked. Shen Cheng. Chu Ji urgently commanded the Great Lotus Spirit to pursue them. Your opponent is me. The young man in green blocked Chu Ji's path, with the Windblade Leopard standing guard before the Great Lotus Spirit. Chu Ji's expression hardened. Do you truly wish to oppose the Chu family? You may leave. There is no point in battling me. The young man in green did not respond directly to Chu Ji's challenge. Biting her lip, Chu Ji realized that it would be difficult for her to defeat the Windblade Leopard and then pursue Shen Cheng. It would be better to inform her father sooner. Watching Shen Cheng's figure gradually vanish, she clenched her fists and murmured, Shen Cheng, I, Chu Ji, vow to avenge this. I will surely bring you back. With that, she turned and departed. Chapter 38. The Sudden Brother-in-Law. How bright. Where am I? In a daze, Shen Cheng struggled to open his eyes. But the blinding light caused him immense pain. Had I been struck by lightning again? Could it be that I have traversed back? The Beastmaster world was indeed just a dream. Shen Cheng murmured to himself. Brother, this kid must have been stunned by the lightning. He is speaking strange words that I can't comprehend. A familiar voice reached Shen Cheng's ears. Where have I heard that voice before? Shen Cheng, enduring the pain, opened his eyes to find himself lying on a massive bed in a spacious room filled with light. He vaguely saw a doctor in a white coat conversing with someone nearby. He is awake. He should be fine, the doctor said to the man. Shen Cheng strained to get a better look at the man's face, and suddenly, his expression turned to one of intense anger. You bastard. Shen Cheng recognized him as the very young man in the green cloak. In an instant, Shen Cheng sprang up, grabbing the collar of the green-cloaked youth. The force of his action causing the youth to stagger back. Haha, brother, this kid has quite the strength. It seems he has truly recovered. Otherwise, little sister would be blocking my door every day to beat me up. The young man in green laughed heartily. Still laughing. What have you done to Chuji? Shen Cheng raised his fist, ready to strike the green-cloaked youth in the face. No way, man, are you serious? The green-cloaked youth's expression shifted in alarm. Realizing that this young man was brimming with vigor, one punch from him would leave him bruised and battered. Enough. At that moment, a sturdy hand seized Shen Cheng's arm and pulled it down. Shen Cheng turned to see it was none other than the young man in the blue cloak from before. It's you. Shen Cheng could hardly conceal his fury, for this was the very man who had knocked him out with lightning. Shen Cheng, do not act impulsively. You need not worry about that girl named Chu. You should be more concerned for yourself. The young man in blue said coolly. Who are you people? Why have you brought me here? Shen Cheng lowered his fist, taking a moment to think. If they were enemies, there would be no reason for them to spare his life. Clearly, they had even sought a doctor to tend to him. Let us cut to the chase. I'll be straightforward with you. My name is Rocky, and this is my elder brother, Loli. The young man in green gestured towards the other young man. Rocky, Loli? Shen Cheng pondered, trying to connect the dots. You should have guessed our identities by now. Indeed, we are the cousins of Luo Ning. Rocky declared. Cousins? Shen Cheng was even more puzzled. Given his close relationship with Luo Ning, having shared heartfelt conversations just days prior, why had her family been stirred into action? If you are indeed cousins, why treat me this way? Does Luo Ning know? Shen Cheng lifted Rocky's collar again, his anger resurfacing. Having been unjustly beaten and nearly lost his life, these two appeared to be calmly mocking him. I hear you wish to enter the martial pool? At that moment, Loli's gaze fixated on Shen Cheng, seemingly attempting to pierce through his thoughts. I underestimated the significance these families place on the secret realms. I was truly naive. Lo Ning was still too strained, and one could not help but wonder where she was. Shen Cheng let out a sigh. Shen Cheng, who exactly are you? What is your purpose in entering the secret realm of the Luo family's martial pool? What do you seek by getting close to my younger sister? Luo Qi questioned as he grasped Shen Cheng's hand firmly, locking eyes with him. Just then, amidst their stalemate, a commanding voice emerged. A middle-aged man with thick brows and large eyes, along with a broad face, stepped into the room. Uncle, uncle. Luo Qi and Luo Li hurriedly turned to bow to this man. Uncle? If these two are indeed Luo Ning's cousins, then this must be her father. Could he be Luo Xiuzhu, the head of the Luo group? Shen Cheng pondered, still bewildered. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared behind Luo Xiuzhu. Shen Cheng, she cried, rushing towards him. It was none other than Luo Ning. With tear-streaked cheeks resembling that of a pear blossom in the rain, she threw herself into Shen Cheng's embrace. He stood frozen, her soft form pressed tightly against him. Are you all right, Shen Cheng? I'm so sorry. Luo Ning gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Shen Cheng, still in a daze, stammered. I'm fine. Luo Qi whispered to Luo Li. This is bad. Little sister is about to explode. Big brother. It was you who knocked him out. You can't escape either, second brother. You were the one who acted most ruthlessly. Luo Li retorted. As they whispered, Luo Ning delivered a swift kick to Luo Qi's backside. How can you still be chatting here? Look at the mess you've made. She scolded, repeatedly kicking him in anger. Ouch. Little sister, be gentle. It was big brother who knocked him out. Why are you hitting me? Luo Qi dodged while trying to explain. I know you too well. It must have been your bad idea, second brother. Big brother, you are an accomplice. Luo Ning shot a fierce glare at Luo Li, who could only avert his gaze and feign scratching his head. Enough, Ninger. We have guests. How embarrassing. Luo Xiuzhu interjected. He scrutinized Shen Cheng carefully, noting his disheveled appearance, yet observing his steadfast posture and piercing gaze, which revealed a youthful vigor. He nodded in satisfaction and addressed Shen Cheng. Young friend Shen Cheng, I sincerely apologize for the manner in which I have invited you here. I did not intend to startle you. Shen Cheng replied with a cold smile. If you truly wish to invite me as a guest, why proceed in this manner? I already have a good rapport with Luo Ning. If you wanted me to visit, wouldn't a simple notification suffice? Shen Cheng dismissed Luo Xiaozhu's explanations. Regardless of his status as Luo Ning's father, he demanded clarity. At that moment, Luo Ning cast a fierce glare at Luo Qi and Luo Li, who appeared guilty, knowing well the consequences of angering this headstrong sister. Luo Li stepped forward. Uncle. Little sister, second brother did not intend to complicate matters for Shen Cheng. The martial pool is a sacred ground for our Luo family, since our grandfather took over. No outsiders have been allowed in. Even for resource extraction or capturing spirit beasts, only our extended family members are permitted. Little sister, how could you be so reckless as to let an outsider enter? He turned to Shen Cheng. We know nothing of your background. What if you were sent here with ill intentions? Who will bear the losses if you were to harm the Luo family? Shen Cheng is not that kind of person. Luo Ning interjected, defending him. Luo Li continued, I understand, little sister, that you have feelings for Shen Cheng. But second brother's intention in bringing him here was to investigate his background. And secondly what? Luo Ning inquired, puzzled. Secondly, to assess whether this fellow possesses the strength to be our brother-in-law. Luo Li smirked. Brother-in-law? Shen Cheng's jaw dropped in astonishment. Chapter 39, The Son-in-Law. Shen Cheng found his recent experiences utterly fantastical, wondering if these two brothers had lost their minds. How had he become the prospective brother-in-law? Upon hearing Luo Li's words, Luo Ning's neck flushed crimson, her embarrassment palpable. Big brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Luo Li looked at Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng, you need not feign ignorance. You are aware of the rules forbidding outsiders from entering the martial pool of the Luo family. The only way to gain entry is to marry into our family and become our brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Shen Cheng nearly choked on his disbelief. Become a son-in-law? Even television dramas do not dare to portray such absurdity. He could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, Have you consulted with Luo Ning about this? Have you asked me? What's wrong, Shen Cheng? Do you think our little sister is unworthy of you? Or do you consider it beneath you to become our Luo family's son-in-law? Luo Qi interjected from behind. Clearly, these two are not from the same mother. Otherwise, they would not be so absurd, turning this matter into a marriage proposal. Shen Cheng retorted, speechless. At this moment, Luo Xiaozhu, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Shen Cheng, although my two nephews may be somewhat blunt in their speech, the truth remains. The only way to enter the martial pool of the Luo family is to become my daughter's husband. Since you put it this way, the martial pool is not an absolute necessity for me. Had I been informed of the Luo family's prohibitions earlier, I would not have made such an audacious request. Shen Cheng replied, his frustration boiling over. Feeling utterly bewildered, he thought of the precarious situation he had just endured, and the Luo family's crude methods of binding him to them, which nearly endangered Chu Ji, was simply outrageous. The very notion of being labeled a son-in-law was intolerable. After all, he considered himself a gallant young man, not someone destined to be a mere house husband. At this point, Luo Ning's tearful eyes briefly flashed with disappointment. Enough. Luo Xiaozhu slammed his hand heavily on the table. The teacup shattered on the ground, and everyone held their breath in silence. Shen Cheng. The Luo family name is renowned throughout Donglin, and even across the entire Tianlong Empire. I have but this one daughter. Does being my son-in-law truly seem like a humiliation to you? There are countless suitors from Donglin to Beihai wishing to marry my daughter, and you, a mere pauper, dare to refuse. Luo Xiaozhu's fury was palpable. Father. At this moment, Luo Ning, teary-eyed, implored Luo Xiaozhu to cease his words. Ninger, your father may not have shown you enough care, but on this matter, I shall decide. That boy from the Zheng family has pursued you relentlessly for years. Yet you remain unmoved. How could I, as your father, fail to notice the bond you share with this young man? Luo Xiaozhu gazed at Luo Ning with tenderness. He then turned to Shen Cheng. I have thoroughly investigated your affairs at Saintti Academy, including your battles with my two nephews, and they have spoken of your talents objectively. You possess remarkable potential, and given time, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional beast master. Know that while the Academy can provide you with resources now, after graduation, it is only through familial connections that one can truly advance further. The Luo family can offer you the finest platform and resources available. What reason do you have not to be tempted? As he spoke, a flicker of hope surged within Luo Xiaozhu. Although the Luo family was powerful, they had to recruit outstanding beast masters from outside. His daughter and nephews lacked exceptional talent and might struggle to take on the family's responsibilities in the future. In contrast, this young man, despite having no background, displayed astounding potential, and with Luo Ning's affection for him, having him marry into the Luo family would be the most perfect solution. Indeed, Shen Cheng, my little sister is undoubtedly a rare beauty. Can you truly feel no attraction? Luo Qi looked at Shen Cheng with curiosity. At this moment, Shen Cheng finally spoke. Uncle Luo Ning and my two elder brothers, I, Shen Cheng, am not the kind of person who is greedy for wealth or lustful. I truly appreciate your kindness. However, I firmly believe that even without a background, I, Shen Cheng, can carve out my own path in this world. Shen Cheng glanced once more at Luo Ning, whose eyes glistened with tears. It is not that I lack affection for Luo Ning. At this moment, Luo Ning raised her head, looking at Shen Cheng in disbelief, realizing that he indeed harbored feelings for her. Yet, we have only known each other for a short while, and our understanding of one another is still superficial. Furthermore, my current focus is entirely on nurturing stronger spirit beasts. Romantic entanglements are premature for me. Shen Cheng then respectfully bowed to Luo Xiuzhu. If left to develop naturally, perhaps Luo Ning and I will eventually come together in the future, but I will only marry her. I, Shen Cheng, will absolutely not become a son-in-law to another family. Luo Xiuzhu did not appear angered. Instead, he scrutinized Shen Cheng contemplatively. This young man remained resolute and composed in the face of pressure, unwavering even against the allure presented before him. This child will surely achieve great things in the future, was the sole thought in Luo Xiuzhu's mind. Very well. Since you say so, I, Luo Xiuzhu, will not force you. However, you must think this through. If you refuse, you shall not gain entry to the martial pool. Luo Xiuzhu regarded Shen Cheng earnestly. I only wish to enter the martial pool to contract a fighting-type spirit beast for cultivation. I did not anticipate that I would violate my uncle's taboo. That was my oversight. Shen Cheng's tone was resolute. Father, please allow Shen Cheng to enter just this once. Since we are already here, Luo Ning pleaded, shaking Luo Xiuzhu's hand in a display of affection. Ninger, it is not that your father does not care for you. Nor am I intentionally making things difficult for Shen Cheng. It is simply that the Luo family has long had a rule regarding the martial pool, and I cannot make exceptions. Luo Xiuzhu sighed. At that moment, the door swung open, and an elderly man with white hair entered. Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? Luo Ning greeted the elder with a beaming smile. Miss, why are you crying like this? Who has bullied you? I shall take vengeance, the elderly man remarked, noticing the traces of tears on Luo Ning's face. Old Zhou, is there something urgent? Luo Xiuzhu inquired. Sir, Chu Huaishan has arrived with several individuals. The elder replied in a hoarse voice. Chu Huaishan, what does he want? Luo Xiuzhu asked, puzzled. He merely stated he came to ask for someone. Ask for someone. At this, Luo Xiuzhu glanced at the Luo Qi and Luo Li brothers, who exchanged wary looks. He then turned to Shen Cheng, seemingly guessing the situation. With a sharp glance at the brothers, Luo Xiuzhu demanded, what have you two done to provoke this old fellow? The two brothers chuckled awkwardly, too intimidated to respond. Oh, Luo Xiuzhu, how have you been? Such grand gestures. Just as Luo Xiuzhu prepared to greet Chu Huaishan at the door, it swung wide open. Uncle Chu, Shen Cheng exclaimed excitedly. Chu Huaishan and Gai Pingyuan strode in with an air of authority, followed by a graceful figure, Chu Ji. Brother Chu, what brings you here on such a wind? Luo Xiuzhu approached to welcome Chu Huaishan, a broad smile on his face. Humph, Gai Pingyuan scoffed from the side. Luo Xiuzhu noticed that Gai Pingyuan was accompanied by a host of individuals from the Beast Cultivators Guild, each seemingly formidable. Quickly, someone prepare tea for Brother Chu, Luo Xiuzhu urged. Brother Chu, you need not waste words with me. We are here to claim someone. That is Shen Cheng, Gai Pingyuan interjected, pointing at Shen Cheng. At that moment, Chu Ji's searching gaze landed on Shen Cheng, and her eyes filled with tears as she rushed towards him. Shen Cheng, you're unharmed. How wonderful. Shen Cheng smiled upon seeing Chu Ji safe and sound. Senior Chu Ji, you are well? That's splendid. Chu Ji grasped Shen Cheng's hand anxiously, her expression filled with concern. What have they done to you? Are you all right? At this point, Luo Ning, witnessing the scene, bit her lip in distress. I am fine. It was merely an accident. I apologize for causing you worry. Shen Cheng reassured her. I spent the entire day and night searching for my father and Uncle Gai to find the owner of the Wind and Thunder Leopards, and as expected, I found them. Chu Ji's gaze then flicked to the Luo Qi and Luo Li brothers, and her anger ignited. So you are indeed of the Luo family. Is it now the case that the Luo family conducts itself with such arrogance? Chu Ji accused, pointing at the two brothers without a hint of mercy. What problem is there with inviting my brother-in-law to our home for a chat? It is hardly your place to meddle. Luo Qi retorted, arms crossed, exuding an air of entitlement. Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Ji's brows furrowed, unable to contain her anger any longer. With that, she clasped her hands together, preparing to summon the lotus spirit. I am not afraid of you. Since we did not settle things yesterday, I shall teach you a lesson today. Luo Qi shot back defiantly. Senior Chu Ji, do not. Shen Cheng hastily intervened, recognizing that when Chu Ji was provoked, she transformed into a formidable presence. You two step aside. I will handle this. Luo Xiaozhu gestured for the brothers to leave, as their continued presence would only exacerbate the situation. With a congenial smile, Luo Xiaozhu addressed Chu Huaishan, Brother Chu. Initially, I merely wished to invite young Shen Cheng to my home, but it seems my two nephews acted rather recklessly, leading to this misunderstanding. Brother Luo, there is no need for further explanation. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, let Shen Cheng accompany me. Chu Huaishan waved his hand dismissively. Isn't young Shen Cheng related to Brother Chu? What prompts such a grand assembly today? Luo Xiaozhu inquired, his gaze shifting to Gai Pingyuan and his entourage. Shen Cheng is a member of my Beast Cultivators Guild. Would I otherwise come to your Luo family for no reason? Chu Huaishan's irritation was evident. He was the renowned president of the Beast Cultivators Guild in Donglin City, and even if the Luo family held significant power in Donglin, who would dare disregard Chu Huaishan? Young Shen Cheng is merely 17 or 18, yet already a cultivator. Luo Xiaozhu's expression of curiosity mingled with admiration. If you do not believe it, Shen Cheng, please show Elder Luo your cultivator's certificate. Chu Huaishan gestured for Shen Cheng to step forward. Shen Cheng produced his certificate and presented it to Luo Xiaozhu. Uncle Luo, I indeed work part-time at the Beast Cultivators Guild. It is thanks to Uncle Chu that I have such an opportunity. Quite impressive for one so young. Luo Xiaozhu nodded in satisfaction, unexpectedly discovering this additional facet of Shen Cheng's identity, which further enhanced his regard for him. Shen Cheng is currently the star of our Beast Cultivators Guild, and appointments for his services are booked well into next month. You must allow him to return with me promptly, Chu Huaishan insisted. Brother Chu, do not rush. Since he is already here, let us reminisce a bit longer before departing. My brothers and I have not gathered in years. You, as the president of the guild, must be quite busy. Luo Xiaozhu chuckled. As the president of the guild, I cannot compare to you, the general manager of the Luo group. Let us cut to the chase. What is your true intention in bringing Shen Cheng here? Chu Huaishan adjusted his glasses. Luo Xiaozhu laughed heartily. There is nothing to hide from you, Brother Chu. Young Shen Cheng wishes to utilize the martial pool. As you know, it is a privilege reserved for the Luo family. Hence, we were discussing the matter of his potential marriage. At this point, Gai Pingyuan could no longer contain himself and slammed the table. This is outrageous. Shen Cheng is a prodigious talent. His aptitude is among the finest in the entire Tianlong Empire. Do not think that the Luo group can bully him simply because of your status. Shen Cheng, have you agreed to their demands? Chu Ji inquired, her eyes filled with concern for Shen Cheng. He shook his head, and she sighed in relief. Since this is the case, you shall return with me, Chu Ji declared, attempting to pull Shen Cheng away in front of everyone present. Shen Cheng, taken aback, suddenly felt another hand grasping his arm. It was Luo Ning, who held onto his hand tightly. You think you can just leave? Shen Cheng is my guest. Your actions are exceedingly discourteous. Luo Ning stated coldly. Discourteous? If your Luo family possessed any decorum, we would not have found ourselves here in the first place. Ask your two esteemed brothers if they are aware that Shen Cheng was nearly beaten to death yesterday. Luo Ning bit her lip, resolutely refusing to let go this time. Chu Ji, equally defiant, was filled with fury, and their rivalry ignited an intense atmosphere. Shen Cheng found himself caught in the middle, unable to decide whether to stay or leave. My Luo family will naturally make amends for the debts owed to Shen Cheng. There is no need for Miss Chu to concern herself with this. At that moment, the elderly white-haired man beside Luo Xiaozhu spoke up. Uncle Zhou, then may I inquire how you intend to compensate Shen Cheng? Our Luo group monopolizes the entire Donglin pharmaceutical market, possessing treasures and riches aplenty. We shall certainly not neglect our young friend, Shen Cheng, he declared with a hearty laugh. How laughable. Does your Luo group possess something that my Chu family does not? Shen Cheng merely wishes to enter the martial pool to contract a spirit beast. If you cannot provide that, why make such a fuss? You are truly overstepping. Chu Ji mocked. Jeer, this esteemed elder Zhou is a man of great virtue. Do not be rude. Luo Huaishan interjected. Shen Cheng glanced over, realizing that the white-haired elder Zhou, whom Luo Ning referred to, was actually a level 68 top beastmaster. Truly, he was a concealed gem. Shen Cheng's heart raced in surprise. Luo Huaishan stood up, stating, since entering the martial pool is not an option and Shen Cheng has no desire to marry into our family, let him accompany us. Indeed, Shen Cheng, the martial pool merely offers a greater variety of combat-type spirit beasts. Do not let this trivial matter bother you. If you wish, I can take you to the place where I contracted the giant soul ape, and you shall find a spirit beast to your satisfaction, Gai Pingyuan indignantly added. Shen Cheng thought it prudent to follow the path of least resistance, realizing that it was best to leave this place and apologize to Luo Ning later. He nodded, gently releasing Luo Ning's hand, and departed with Chu Ji. Luo Ning stood there, her hand falling limply to her side, her gaze fixed on Shen Cheng's retreating figure. As if the very air around her had solidified, leaving her breathless. Unable to suppress her feelings of injustice any longer, tears welled up in her eyes, spilling over like raindrops from a blooming pear tree. She turned away, stifling her sobs to avoid the gaze of the onlookers. All she had intended was to assist Shen Cheng, yet she found herself entangling him in danger instead. I was too naive. Shen Cheng, I am so sorry. Chapter 41, Compromise. Luo Ning's heart ached further, her tears flowing freely as she wiped her eyes with her hands. Miss. Elder Zhou looked at the young girl he had watched grow up with a heart full of concern. Master. He glanced at Luo Xiuzhu. Luo Xiuzhu felt his own heart wrenching. He had always given his beloved daughter whatever she desired, and now he witnessed her enduring such distress. What an infuriating boy. What charm does he possess? Alas, I shall bear the burden as the sinner of the Luo family. Luo Xiuzhu sighed heavily. Shen Cheng, wait a moment. Just as Shen Cheng was about to step out the door, Luo Xiuzhu's voice rang out. Shen Cheng turned in confusion. I permit you to enter the martial pool. Luo Xiuzhu spoke slowly. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Luo Ning raised her head, her eyes wide as she looked at her father, who gave her a gentle nod of approval. The martial pool was the lifeblood of the Luo family. All their precious medicinal materials originated from there. It was the foresight of their ancestors that secured the Luo family's current prominence in the Tianlong Empire. Hearing Luo Xiuzhu's words, Chu Huaishan was equally taken aback. He understood the implications of allowing an outsider into such a crucial area of the Luo family. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiuzhu has taken notice of this boy. A flicker of unease passed through Chu Huaishan's mind. Shen Cheng halted, unable to believe Luo Xiuzhu's statement. Elder Luo, since the martial pool is a vital area for your family, I would feel remiss to violate your clan's customs. The turmoil caused by today's events was my fault, and I shall return to apologize on another day. Shen Cheng had not anticipated that his desire to contract a green mantis would spark such a series of disputes. This was not what he wished to see. There are countless spirit beasts in the world. I, Shen Cheng, do not wish to stubbornly persist in this matter, he thought. At that moment, Luo Xiuzhu spoke again. Shen Cheng, there is no need for you to hastily refuse. As for your relationship with Ning'er, I will not impose. Shen Cheng pondered whether this meant he would not have to marry into the family. What was Luo Xiuzhu up to? Luo Xiuzhu continued. My Luo family has always maintained amicable relations with the Beast Cultivators Association. The Luo family offspring have received much guidance from them. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to Miss Chu yesterday. Now that I know you are also a member of the association, allowing you entry into the martial pool shall serve as my apology to the Chu family. Luo Xiuzhu was certain Shen Cheng would decline, thus transferring this favor to the Chu family, both to curry goodwill and to ensure that Shen Cheng would heed Chu Huaishan's words, thereby fostering a favorable impression. This old Luo is truly shrewd, a man of many schemes, Gai Pingyuan observed. Shen Cheng, since Elder Luo has said so, you should accept. Today's events were a misunderstanding. The Luo and Chu families should not harbor enmity. Chu Huaishan added, unwilling to engage in conflict with the Luo family. Father. Chu Ji tugged at Chu Huaishan's sleeve. Though Shen Cheng hesitated repeatedly, he realized that refusing would only sow discord between the Luo and Chu families, a burden he did not wish to bear. In that case, I thank Elder Luo for your generosity. Shen Cheng bowed respectfully to Luo Xiuzhu. Shen Cheng, you shall stay here. Once matters are concluded, I shall send someone to retrieve you. Chu Huaishan signaled for the others to return. As they left, Chu Ji frequently turned back to glance at Shen Cheng, worry evident in her eyes. My dear niece, this Luo girl is quite infatuated with Shen Cheng. If you do not act promptly, your beloved may be whisked away by a rival. Gai Pingyuan joked as they walked. Humph. Chu Ji quickened her pace, leaving everyone behind as she strode ahead. Shen Cheng. Luo Ning rushed to his side, her eyes red and puffy. Seeing the tears on Luo Ning's cheeks filled Shen Cheng with guilt, for he had inadvertently turned the lively girl into such a sorrowful figure. I am sorry, Luo Ning. It was my thoughtlessness. If I had known. Before Shen Cheng could finish, Luo Ning gently placed her finger on his lips to silence him. Shoo. Do not say anything, Shen Cheng. It is all right now. She smiled through her tears, a sight as enchanting as a pear blossom in the rain. Shen Cheng, you understand how vital the martial pool is to my Luo family. What you witnessed during your visit must remain confidential, for it is the foundation of our clan. Luo Xiuzhu said earnestly as he looked at Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng nodded. Rest assured, Elder. I go only to contract the green mantis, and I shall repay today's kindness in the future. Luo Xiuzhu waved his hand dismissively. You need only take care of Ning'er. Uncle Zhou, please escort Shen Cheng and Ning'er to the martial pool. Luo Xiuzhu instructed the white-haired elder, who then departed. Father. Luo Ning hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. Miss, let us be on our way, Elder Zhou said, giving Shen Cheng a nod as he walked ahead, his stooped figure betraying none of his prowess as a level 68 top beastmaster. Shen Cheng traversed a lengthy corridor, the grandeur of the Luo residence immense. And it was unclear how many minutes had elapsed as he walked along this expansive passageway. At last, an elderly man with white hair pushed open a gilded door. This chamber was unlike the other opulent areas of the Luo household. Instead, it exuded an air of antiquity and mystery, with stone walls devoid of ornate carvings or lacquered patterns. Apart from the candles adorning the walls and the imposing fountain featuring a colossal sculpture of twin dragons at its center, the room was devoid of furnishings. The elderly man approached one of the walls and placed his hand upon a stone panel resembling a fingerprint scanner. Slowly, the wall parted in the center, revealing a mysterious passageway, its entrance cloaked in a shimmering blue barrier. The elderly man brought his hands together, summoning a 5-star magic array. What is this? Shen Cheng pondered. Come forth, white-hoofed jadehorn sheep. As the elderly man called out, a sheep with crystalline horns and intricate, mysterious patterns materialized. White-hoofed jadehorn sheep, level 68, 4th rank. Combat type spirit beast. The requirement to enter the martial pool is indeed the combat technique source of initial light. How fortuitous that the white-hoofed jadehorn sheep possesses this ability. Shen Cheng mused. Source of initial light. The elderly man croaked. The intricately patterned horns of the white-hoofed jadehorn sheep began to emanate a white radiance, gradually coalescing into a beam directed at the blue barrier. As the light made contact, the blue barrier slowly faded, rendering the entrance to the secret realm transparent, revealing the scenes within. The martial pool. Shen Cheng exclaimed joyfully. Young miss, you may enter. I shall remain here to guard. The elderly man addressed Luo Ning. Let us proceed, Shen Cheng, Luo Ning said, her smile crescent-shaped. As Shen Cheng's aspirations were finally on the verge of being realized, the two swiftly entered the passageway to the secret realm. While the elderly man gazed meaningfully at Shen Cheng's retreating figure, silently urging him not to disappoint the young lady should he one day ascend to the pinnacle of the Tianlong Empire. Chapter 42, The Green Mantis. Alas, Shen Cheng, how are you so familiar with the martial pool? Luo Ning inquired, her gaze fixed on him, for he had been leading the way since their entry into the martial pool. Shen Cheng, eager to form a contract with his second spirit beast, was so exhilarated that he momentarily forgot he was a transmigrant, inadvertently guiding Luo Ning along the path. He chuckled, I am merely wandering aimlessly along. I had long read in ancient texts about the rich spiritual energy of the martial pool, renowned for its abundance of rare spirit beasts and extraordinary treasures. Today's experience has indeed proven the legends true. The martial pool resembled a paradise, enveloped in swirling mists, where even the seemingly inconspicuous flora and fauna could be refined into various medicinal concoctions for spirit beasts by the Luo group's expertise. Moreover, certain rare spiritual fruits and exotic flowers commanded a high price, as many plants could only thrive in the martial pool. Look over there, Shen Cheng. The martial cat seems quite impressive. I believe it is far superior to the green mantis. Luo Ning pointed towards a few martial cats frolicking on the grass nearby. Shen Cheng shook his head with a smile. Although the martial cat, once cultivated, possesses tremendous offensive capabilities, its defenses are woefully inadequate against long-range attacks. It may not even unleash its full potential before succumbing to a surprise assault. And what of that violent rabbit? It appears adorable and packs quite a punch. Luo Ning gestured towards a plump, white rabbit standing on its hind legs, its two prominent front teeth gleaming. It incessantly pounded its fists against a massive rock, muttering to itself in a seemingly frenzied manner. That ruffian rabbit is hardly adorable. Your taste is indeed unique, Shen Cheng chuckled. The violent rabbit is indeed a capable combat-type spirit beast, excelling in both speed and attack. Regrettably, its temper is volatile. Even if contracted, it often disregards its beastmaster's commands. Such obstinacy is a significant disadvantage in practical combat, easily disrupting the beastmaster's rhythm and leading to defeat. Humph, it is undeniably cute. Luo Ning pouted. Sunlight bathed the young girl's radiant face, and she resumed her lively and spirited demeanor, exuding charm. Shen Cheng was well acquainted with the spirit beasts of the martial pool. While many appeared to outsiders as rare and precious species, he was acutely aware of his own desires. His preference for the S-rank green mantis, capable of evolving to the 4th rank, stemmed from the fact that the evolved holy martial mantis possesses comprehensive attributes in speed, defense, and offense. Its innate abilities surpassed even the formidable giant soul ape. Of course, most people were only aware that the green mantis could evolve into a standard golden armored mantis at the 3rd rank. Shen Cheng knew that some individuals in this world had discovered hidden evolutionary paths for certain rare spirit beasts, such as the 5th rank sacred winged crane of Lingfeng. the third-rank soul-snagging skeleton of Huang Fuyu, and the second-rank 8-winged azure serpent of Changsun Tang. The rarer the spirit beast, the more fervently Beastmasters pursued its stronger evolutionary paths. Conversely, the hidden evolution routes of ordinary spirit beasts were even more elusive, as few cared to investigate them. Thus, Shen Cheng's ice wolf evolving into the crimson-eyed ice wolf remained unseen by most. At last, this is the grove where the green mantis resides. Luo Ning led Shen Cheng to a wooded area within the martial pool. Shen Cheng scanned the area with his consciousness, and the sight of countless green mantises flooded his system, nearly overwhelming him. The only habitat for green mantises on the eastern continent was this grove within the secret realm of the martial pool, which was precisely why Shen Cheng was so intent on entering. S-ranked green mantis, where art thou? Shen Cheng mused as he walked, his eyes darting around. The sizes of the green mantises typically range from 60 to 70 centimeters, their bodies entirely green and standing upright, brandishing scythe-like forelimbs nearly equal in length to their own bodies. Unlike the mantises in Shen Cheng's world, the green mantis, having prioritized muscle strength during evolution, possessed enhanced speed and attack but had gradually forsaken flight, rendering them wingless. This grove likely harbored tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of green mantises. Given the rarity of S-rank spirit beasts, he would need to search meticulously. Look at that green mantis over there. Its forelimbs appear more robust than the others. Luo Ning pointed to a green mantis perched on a tree trunk. It is indeed impressive, but I shall continue to observe. Shen Cheng shook his head. The green mantis Luo Ning mentioned possessed B-rank talents. While it would serve well as an ordinary spirit beast, it was merely average. After wandering for a considerable time, Shen Cheng's eyes were nearly strained. How vexing. After all this time, I have yet to find a single S-rank specimen. Has my luck from crossing over finally run dry? It seems I was exceedingly fortunate to have encountered an S-rank ice wolf previously. As Shen Cheng passed through the grove, he diligently scanned each mantis. Whether perched or in flight, through his system, yet none were satisfactory. We must move beyond this grove, for there shall be no more green mantises. Luo Ning alerted him as she noticed the light ahead. Shen Cheng nodded. If he could not find one, he would have to concede, preferring quality over quantity. What about that one? Suddenly, Luo Ning pointed to another green mantis that leapt several meters up onto a tree. This particular green mantis moved with remarkable speed, yet Shen Cheng managed to capture its information. He still shook his head. This one was merely A-rank. Though its explosive power was astonishing, it was limited to that alone. As he watched the A-rank green mantis disappear into the distance, Shen Cheng stood deep in thought. My reasoning is flawed. The green mantis, with its high burst speed and superior talents, would not be easily discernible. He murmured to himself. Yes, that's it. Shen Cheng clapped his hands together, a look of epiphany dawning upon him. What are you on about? Have you made a discovery? Luo Ning inquired, perplexed. As they spoke, Shen Cheng had already scaled the trunk of a colossal tree. How did you manage to climb up there, Shen Cheng? What on earth are you doing? Luo Ning called out. Just wait for me down below. I'm going to take a look. The gifted green mantises are highly alert. The formidable ones are all jumping about in the treetops. Shen Cheng's voice gradually faded as he unknowingly ascended to a height of over 10 meters. Be careful, came Luo Ning's voice from below. At the summit of the tree, Shen Cheng scanned his surroundings. As he had anticipated, the number of green mantises with B-level talents was notably greater at the top than on the ground. Many mantises were engaged in fierce combat, leaping and dodging, attacking and defending, creating quite a spectacle. If I search a little longer, I should be able to find an S-level one. Some branches are too thick, obstructing my view. There must have been some that slipped through. Shen Cheng pondered. Suddenly, a swift shadow darted past his eyes, a green figure zipping by. It was a level 10 A-class green mantis that nearly startled Shen Cheng into losing his balance. Damn, you scared me half to death, Shen Cheng exclaimed, patting his chest. It seems like it's fleeing for its life. That shouldn't be the case. This green mantis should be relatively strong among its kind. Why is it running so frantically? Shen Cheng felt perplexed. Just as he was contemplating this, another figure zipped by even faster. Unlike the previous green silhouette, this one was unmistakably red. Shen Cheng's pupils widened, and his brain surged with excitement. A red figure. This one is significantly faster. Could it be the SS-level blood mantis? Damn, it's moving too swiftly. I can't lock onto its position. Shen Cheng watched as the red figure darted about, the system utterly incapable of identifying it. It's vanishing. Panic gripped Shen Cheng as he saw the mantis disappear behind a massive tree trunk. Without a moment's thought for danger, he leapt from his perch onto another tree branch. Luo Ning, witnessing this scene, was alarmed. Shen Cheng, what are you doing? It's too dangerous. Shen Cheng glanced around, but still could not spot the red figure. So he took another leap to a different tree. Luo Ning looked on anxiously, fearing for his safety. It's gone. I've lost it. Shen Cheng lamented, despair creeping in. Just as he was about to give up, a sight in the distance ignited his excitement. An intensely red mantis, feasting on a green mantis. The green mantis's limbs had been reduced to fragments, while the red mantis relished its meal in silence. So that was what the red mantis was doing, preying upon its own kind. At last, I found you. The mutated spirit beast, blood mantis. The system locked onto the blood mantis, and Shen Cheng's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Name, blood mantis. Attribute, combat. Level, first order, level 9. Talent, SS, system flashing red intensely. Skills, speed strike, rapid movement, chain kick, chain punch. Evolution path, 3 options. Personality, cold. The blood mantis is a mutated variant of the green mantis, with little documentation available. Shen Cheng never expected to encounter one, let alone an SS level. Spirit beasts of S level are already exceedingly rare, and SS level ones are a mere fraction of that. Mutated spirit beasts at SS level are practically 1 in 10 million. Surely, there can't be a more extraordinary spirit beast than you in the entire Wuqi realm, blood mantis. Today, I, Shen Cheng, shall claim you. Shen Cheng carefully descended the grand tree, his face unable to suppress a broad smile. What has you so jubilant? Have you found a spirit beast to your liking? Luo Ning inquired, mirroring his smile. Shoo. Shen Cheng placed a finger to his lips, nodding in affirmation. Luo Ning recalled how she had previously touched his lips in the hall, images of that moment flooding her mind, causing her neck to flush a deep crimson. That blood mantis is up there. Let's head over there quickly before it escapes. Shen Cheng whispered, gesturing ahead. Luo Ning nodded in agreement. What level is your rain butterfly? Can it participate in combat? That creature has astonishing jumping ability. It might evade the red-eyed ice wolf. Shen Cheng remarked. Do you need my assistance? Luo Ning asked, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she summoned her rain butterfly. Name, rain butterfly. Attribute, water. Level, second order, level 13. Talent, B. Skills, water spear, rain gathering, mist powder. Evolution path, 1 option. Personality, quiet. Come forth, red-eyed ice wolf. Shen Cheng summoned the red-eyed ice wolf, which hurried to his side, nuzzling against him eagerly. Awoo. Despite its earlier defeat against the Thundercloud twin leopards, the red-eyed ice wolf had now leveled up to 16. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Shen Cheng affectionately patted the wolf's head. I'll soon summon you a new companion. You two can train together from now on. Awoo. The red-eyed ice wolf was brimming with enthusiasm. Shen Cheng glanced at Luo Ning's rain butterfly. Your rain butterfly can take to the skies. When the moment is right, use the mist powder to incapacitate it, and leave the rest to me. All right, I will follow your lead. Luo Ning nodded. Shen Cheng and Luo Ning stealthily approached the base of the blood mantis's tree. Rain butterfly, the blood mantis is still feasting. You should carefully fly up and use the mist powder to put it to sleep while it's unaware. Shen Cheng instructed the rain butterfly. The rain butterfly flapped its wings, indicating its understanding of Shen Cheng's command. Go on, rain butterfly, Luo Ning urged. The rain butterfly cautiously ascended along the trunk, circling behind the blood mantis. Just as it was about to unleash the mist powder, the blood mantis suddenly turned its head, seemingly sensing the rain butterfly. Startled by the blood mantis's crimson form, which exuded a menacing aura, the rain butterfly flinched. The blood mantis, spotting the rain butterfly attempting a sneak attack, fixated its gaze on it. Although there was a level difference, the blood mantis's presence far overshadowed the rain butterfly's. Before the rain butterfly could regain its composure, the blood mantis abandoned its meal and lunged towards the rain butterfly. With astonishing speed, the blood mantis swiftly reached the rain butterfly, executing a chain kick that caught it completely off guard. The rain butterfly was sent crashing against the tree trunk. Not good. The rain butterfly may not be able to handle it. Quickly, let it lure the blood mantis down. Shen Cheng shouted to Luo Ning. Rain butterfly, fly down and counter with water spear. Luo Ning commanded, directing the rain butterfly into battle. As the rain butterfly retreated, it fired water spears, but the blood mantis, utilizing the tree's support, leaped about like a shadow. The water spears couldn't touch it at all. It's using speed strike. Red-eyed ice wolf, go assist the rain butterfly. Shen Cheng called out. The blood mantis's speed strike forced the rain butterfly into disarray, completely negating its aerial advantage. Bam! The blood mantis slammed its head against the rain butterfly, sending it into unconsciousness as it plummeted to the ground. Rain butterfly. Luo Ning rushed over, cradling the fallen creature. First order versus second order, a 4-level difference. It was a merciless thrashing. Fortunately, it's not seriously injured. Luo Ning observed the rain butterfly with concern. Impressive. I like it. Red-eyed ice wolf, it's your turn to shine. The blood mantis stood its ground, locking eyes with the red-eyed ice wolf, unflinching. Oh, seeing my crimson-eyed ice wolf surprisingly not fleeing, I had anticipated a considerable chase. Is this the formidable fighting spirit exhibited by combat-type spirit beasts? Shen Cheng's gaze grew increasingly fervent with excitement. Contracting this blood mantis would undoubtedly be a tremendous enhancement to his own prowess. Let us behold the might of an SS-level mutated spirit beast. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, swift movement combined with shattering ice claws. In the blink of an eye, the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf vanished from sight, though not as swift as the wind-blade leopard, which excels in speed. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf's velocity is nonetheless formidable among ordinary spirit beasts. However, the blood mantis also disappeared from view, propelled by its powerful leg muscles. It vanished like a bolt of lightning. It was not retreating, but rather launching a fierce assault directly towards the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf's shattering ice claws. The rapid-fire punches and the shattering ice claws clashed incessantly. Although the blood mantis initially found itself at a disadvantage, it became increasingly emboldened, ultimately matching the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf in strength. The combat skills displayed were indeed astonishing. Shen Cheng gazed at the blood mantis, surprised that it had not succumbed. After both the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf and the blood mantis delivered their strongest blows, they were propelled backward by the impact. The crimson eyes of the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf shimmered with an eerie glow, while the blood mantis's eyes also glistened a vivid red, its fighting spirit intensifying. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Unleash the demonic frost. For higher-level spirit beasts, the demonic frost must be employed at the opportune moment. However, for a spirit beast of this relatively lower tier, Shen Cheng decisively invoked the demonic frost, significantly reducing the duration of the battle. The crimson light re-emerged in the eyes of the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. An overwhelming chill began to envelop the battlefield. The blood mantis sensed the impending danger and attempted to leap away. However, just as its feet left the ground, it suddenly froze, ensnared by the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf's demonic frost, standing motionless once more. Ha ha ha, what a piece of cake! Shen Cheng rubbed his hands together and approached the blood mantis. Although the chill had infiltrated the blood mantis's body, its eyes remained resolute, fixed firmly on Shen Cheng. How about it? Are you unwilling? Submit as my spirit beast, and you shall have ample opportunities to spar with your brother wolf in the future, Shen Cheng declared with pride. Suddenly, he observed the blood mantis's eyes begin to rotate. Something was amiss. By the heavens, it's the breathing technique. Shen Cheng realized in an instant. Chapter 44, 5th rank. At that moment, the system incessantly flashed a red alert. Blood mantis bloodline skill, breathing technique. Characteristics: a secret combat skill that temporarily triples the power of combat skills after use. Passive: dispels all negative states. This is bad. This creature, despite its low level, can activate a bloodline skill. I have underestimated it. A flurry of thoughts raced through Shen Cheng's mind, fearing he was about to receive a severe beating. As the blood mantis's limbs began to twitch ever so slightly, once the blood mantis launched its attack, Shen Cheng knew he would be unable to evade its speed. Yesterday, I was electrocuted, and today, I am to suffer the blows of a mantis. Who among those who traverse realms has it as tough as I do? Shen Cheng closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending onslaught. Suddenly, he heard a resounding boom, just as the blood mantis was breaking free from its constraints. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf unleashed its frozen strike, massive ice blocks plummeting from above. The blood mantis was pinned beneath the ice, struggling to break free. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Shen Cheng exclaimed with delight. Shen Cheng, that was close. Luo Ning approached Shen Cheng with concern. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, you were magnificent. I shall reward you with a large chicken leg afterward. Luo Ning patted the head of the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Remarkably, this time the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf did not resist. Shen Cheng recalled how every time Huang Dong petted it, the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf would howl as if its tail had been stepped on. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf pressed close to Shen Cheng, its sole thought being that Shen Cheng had nearly lost his life for its sake yesterday. It would not allow its master to be harmed again. Thus, upon sensing that the blood mantis had broken free from the demonic frost, the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf decisively employed its frozen strike to subdue it. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf glared fiercely at the blood mantis, which, undeterred, met its fierce gaze with an unyielding stare despite being trapped in a dire predicament. Such a formidable aura. One can only wonder how many battles this blood mantis has endured in these woods to cultivate such a fierce glare. Shen Cheng was equally astonished by the blood mantis's fearless demeanor. This feeling could only be fully appreciated when faced in person. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. There is no need for such hostility. Survival is instinctual. Its attempt to strike me indicates it is endeavoring to devise an escape strategy. Only if I sustain injuries will you focus your attention on me, granting this blood mantis the opportunity to flee. Shen Cheng spoke calmly, to which the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf promptly withdrew its combative spirit, responding with a howl. Am I right, blood mantis? Shen Cheng smiled at the blood mantis. A hint of surprise flickered in the fierce eyes of the blood mantis, as the youth's conjecture resonated with its earlier thoughts. Excellent. Blood mantis. You now face two paths. One is to be slain by the crimson-eyed ice wolf's retribution, and the other is to accept my contract and become my spirit beast. Fighting alongside me, Shen Cheng stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, the blood mantis turned its head away dismissively, as if to convey that it was indifferent to Shen Cheng's threats. Very well. You possess spirit. If you were to capitulate so easily, I would indeed think less of you. Shen Cheng replied coldly. Upon hearing Shen Cheng's words, a flicker of surprise crossed the blood mantis's eyes. The youth's decisiveness bore a certain resemblance to its own. It seemed to regret not having considered Shen Cheng's words more thoroughly, yet its pride forbade it from bowing its head. The blood mantis braced itself for annihilation. I understand your lofty self-regard. You are a rare mutated spirit beast, endowed with remarkable talent and combat insight, likely looking down upon ordinary beast masters. Upon hearing Shen Cheng's words, the blood mantis turned its head yet again, exhibiting immense pride, as if to say, so what if you are correct? I shall now present you with two choices. 1. I set you free. You may live comfortably in this forest, utilizing your formidable combat prowess to hunt green mantises continuously. Years later, with good fortune and the resources of the martial pool, you might evolve into a third-rank spirit beast, but that would be the extent of your achievements. Do you not think that would be a waste of your talents? Finally, the blood mantis raised its head to meet Shen Cheng's gaze. His reasoning was not without merit, and it awaited the second choice in silence. A smile graced Shen Cheng's lips. It seemed this creature responded better to gentle persuasion than force. He continued slowly. The second choice is to follow me, to become my spirit beast, to traverse the world of beast taming alongside me, encountering formidable opponents and engaging in thrilling battles. I can assure you, you will gain access to evolutionary paths far more powerful than you can currently fathom. Defeating your own crimson-eyed ice wolf serves as a prime example. The blood mantis retracted its hostile gaze, appearing contemplative as it pondered Shen Cheng's words. Noticing the blood mantis still hesitating, Shen Cheng finally stated, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Based on your qualifications, the blood mantis, you have the potential to ultimately evolve into a fifth-rank spirit beast, the void mantis. Moreover, only I, Shen Cheng, can facilitate this. Upon hearing the name void mantis, the blood mantis's eyes sparkled with intrigue, only to be suddenly besieged by a splitting headache, as the name seemed to awaken ancient memories within its bloodline. For reasons unknown, it found itself attempting to persuade itself to place faith in this youth before it. What? A fifth-rank spirit beast? Luo Ning gasped in disbelief. Shen Cheng, are you certain this blood mantis can evolve into a fifth-rank spirit beast? That would place it alongside the illustrious Saint-Winged Crane of Dean Lingfeng. Luo Ning could scarcely believe the words that had escaped Shen Cheng's lips. Under normal circumstances, the green mantis would evolve into a golden mantis at the third tier. Even if this blood mantis had undergone a peculiar mutation, coupled with Shen Cheng's mysterious methods, she believed it could only evolve into a fourth-tier spirit beast at most. To her astonishment, Shen Cheng boldly declared it to be a fifth tier, the void mantis, a name that resonated with undeniable prowess. Luo Ning was rendered speechless, her face awash with admiration as she gazed at Shen Cheng like an infatuated fan. Shen Cheng nodded in affirmation. All right, crimson-eyed ice wolf. Release the freeze. He commanded the crimson-eyed ice wolf. In an instant, the wolf's crimson eyes flickered, and the ice shattered into two, allowing the blood mantis to stand once more. Make your choice, blood mantis, to stay or to leave. Should you decide to depart, I assure you, your life will remain unscathed. Shen Cheng looked earnestly at the blood mantis. It would be disingenuous to claim indifference. He struggled to suppress the anticipation in his eyes, yearning to form a bond with this exceptionally gifted combat spirit beast. The blood mantis remained rooted, its claws gripping the ground tightly. Are you truly going to leave? Shen Cheng sensed this moment and braced himself for impending disappointment. Suddenly, the blood mantis lifted its head, gazing steadfastly at Shen Cheng, extending its scythe-like forelimb towards him. Wonderful! Blood mantis! Shen Cheng could no longer contain his exhilaration and cried out joyfully. He clenched his right fist, meeting the blood mantis's scythe claw with a firm collision. From this day forth, the three of us shall be comrades bound by life and death. As long as I, Shen Cheng, draw breath, I shall ensure you are never bullied. He proclaimed with unwavering conviction. And what about me? Shen Cheng, we are four now, hee. Luo Ning chimed in, leaning closer. Very well. I too will protect you from harm. Shen Cheng replied earnestly. The blood mantis nodded, seemingly smiling, as it finally placed its faith in this confident youth. Shen Cheng joined his hands in prayer, initiating the contract, while the blood mantis closed its eyes, establishing a connection with him. The 5-star magic circle reappeared, and the blood mantis entered Shen Cheng's spirit beast space. This is fantastic. Shen Cheng, you've finally succeeded. Luo Ning exclaimed with uncontainable joy, tightly linking her arm with Shen Cheng's. Shen Cheng did not resist her warmth. After all, Luo Ning had always treated him with sincerity. He found himself unable to define his feelings for her, whether they were of friendship or romantic inclination. Perhaps I should let things unfold naturally. It would not be too late to discuss such matters once I possessed the confidence to match our social standings. This thought flickered for the first time in Shen Cheng's mind. As he sensed the blood mantis in the spirit beast space, he noted its demeanor remained calm, reflecting its usual composure as it quietly contemplated within the confines of the space. Open the evolution path for the void mantis, Shen Cheng commanded, and suddenly, the system revealed the 5th-tier evolution route for the blood mantis. Blood mantis shadow blade, blood mantis frenzy, blood mantis battle, blood mantis void mantis. Shen Cheng gasped in astonishment. The resources required for this 5th-tier evolution were staggering, far surpassing his current savings, which were insufficient to sustain 2 spirit beasts. It seems I must work diligently to earn some money for both of you. Shen Cheng chuckled wryly. Blood mantis, crimson-eyed ice wolf. You are my greatest trump cards in this world. Shen Cheng gazed into the distance, his fists clenched tightly. The path to becoming stronger is long and fraught with thorns. This is merely the beginning. Yet, he firmly believed he could become a formidable force in the realm of spirit beasts. Chapter 45, Retribution. After successfully forming a contract with the blood mantis, Shen Cheng bid farewell to Luo Ning and prepared to depart. Shen Cheng, do you really not need me to call someone to escort you? No, someone will come to pick me up shortly. Thank you for everything today. Please convey my regards to Uncle Luo. Someone is coming to pick you up? Luo Ning recalled the imposing Chu Ji from the hall, feeling puzzled. How about I accompany you back to school? Hee. Luo Ning smiled, her eyelashes fluttering, as she playfully clung to Shen Cheng's arm. But today is still Sunday. Why return to school so early? I remember we have no classes tomorrow. Shen Cheng questioned, bemused. Humph, you dense blockhead. Luo Ning pouted. You should rest well at home. You've had a long day. I need to visit the Breeders' Guild. No matter what, I must personally thank Uncle Chu. Shen Cheng gazed at Luo Ning softly. Had it not been for her, he would never have contracted the blood mantis. His concern warmed her heart, and Luo Ning nodded obediently. Who would have thought that this typically pampered young lady would exhibit such a delicate side? After bidding farewell to Luo Ning, Shen Cheng sent a message to Chu Ji and arrived at the agreed location to await the Breeders' Guild representatives. He found a CAF with outdoor seating, preparing to thoroughly explore the conditions for the blood mantis's 2nd-tier evolution. Open the conditions for the blood mantis's 2nd-tier evolution. Shen Cheng commanded the system. Blood mantis shadow blade. Blood mantis advancement conditions. Level 16. Materials: 5 blood chi pills, 2 long tusk boar tusks, 2 yellow hair whiskers. The materials for the blade mantis's evolution suddenly appeared in Shen Cheng's mind. Although the price of blood chi pills was exorbitant, they should be purchasable with sufficient funds. Long tusk boar and yellow hair whiskers? Shen Cheng pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I recall that the Spirit Marshall Mountain Range has long tusk boars. I'll have to search for them. However, the yellow hair whiskers will be tricky. Many merchants in the market probably haven't even heard of them. In the past, whenever I encountered tasks involving yellow hair whiskers, I would simply abandon them. They are far too time-consuming. Shen Cheng felt at a loss. To evolve extraordinary spirit beasts, one must use extraordinary materials, and a myriad of thoughts left him feeling overwhelmed. He sipped his coffee to awaken his senses. The experiences of the past few days had been excessively exhausting, and he needed to clear his mind. Oh, is that not the genius Shen Cheng? A familiar sharp voice rang out from behind him. Zheng Maheo? Damn it. How did I encounter this jinx again? What bad luck. Shen Cheng stood up and turned around, confronting the unmistakable hawkish nose of Zheng Maheo. Beside him stood another man, bearing a striking resemblance to Zheng Maheo, his expression dark and slightly older. Zheng Maheo, the young master of the Zheng family. Shen Cheng deduced that this must be one of his brothers. The man eyed Shen Cheng with ill intent and spoke in a low voice. Brother, is this the Shen Cheng you spoke of? The one who competes with you for Luo Ning, your cousin? What? Young Master Zheng, has your family fallen on hard times? How can you be here sipping coffee that costs only a few dozen? Would you like me to treat you? You still have not spent the 10 million I gave you last time. In the face of his mockery, Shen Cheng did not hold back, directly exposing Zheng Maheo's shortcomings. Shen Cheng recognized that Zheng Maheo's brother was a level 37 high-ranking beast tamer, but he had no intention of being intimidated. Since the line had been crossed, there was no turning back. If Zheng Maheo pressed further, they would have to settle this through confrontation. Haha, how delightful. I fear that you may live to claim that 10 million, but might not live to spend it. Zheng Maheo did not seem angered. Instead, he clapped his hands with amusement. Shen Cheng, I shall not engage in a war of words with you. This is my second brother, Zheng Jun. If you have any sense, you should realize my brother's formidable strength. Bow to me 3 times and call me sir, and I shall spare you today. Zheng Moheo's lips curled into a sly grin, radiating an unmistakable sense of triumph. Otherwise, Shen Cheng replied calmly, otherwise, you shall suffer physical torment today. Zheng Moheo finally revealed his true nature. He was indeed here to provoke Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng stroked his chin and remarked, Zheng Moheo, I find it rather curious. This area is within the Luo family's territory, and you dare to act so recklessly? Ha ha ha. The Luo family. Shen Cheng, do you truly believe you are worthy to speak of the Luo family? Zheng Moheo laughed with even greater audacity. Shen Cheng, oh Shen Cheng, how naive you are. Do you genuinely think this is Saintti Academy? Who in Donglin is unaware of the close ties between the Zheng and Luo families? The Luo family monopolizes the pharmaceutical industry in Donglin, while my Zheng family dominates all spirit beast hospitals. Even if I were to dispose of you here, the Luo family would simply turn a blind eye. Zheng Moheo's gaze turned particularly ferocious. I intended to visit Uncle Luo with my second brother today. I never anticipated encountering you. Perfect. The humiliation you inflicted upon me at school shall be repaid manifold today. Having said this, Shen Cheng ceased his banter and summoned the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf directly. Oh, Zheng Jun, upon witnessing Shen Cheng's spirit beast, displayed a flicker of surprise. The patrons of the CAF, seeing the fearsome crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, exchanged glances, aware that a fierce battle was imminent, and hastily retreated. Come forth, Shen Cheng. Zheng Moheo clasped his hands together, preparing to summon several of his spirit beasts for a collective assault on Shen Cheng. At that moment, the previously taciturn Zheng Jun raised a hand to halt Zheng Moheo. Brother, what are you doing? Allow me to engage first, if I cannot handle it. Then you can take care of this spirit beast. Zheng Moheo, now thoroughly incensed, retorted, Brother, you are no match for it. This peculiar ice wolf is at least level 15 or 16. In the past, when you claimed it was merely level 12, you were swiftly bested. Today, you remain outclassed. Unlike Zheng Moheo's brashness, Zheng Jun maintained a semblance of calm. Zheng Moheo's heart sank. In such a short span, Shen Cheng's spirit beast had already reached level 16. Although he had indulged in leisure, the rigorous training at home had not faltered, yet even so, it paled in comparison to Shen Cheng's rapid progress. How infuriating! Zheng Moheo gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Brother, then this brat is yours to handle. Shen Cheng, I am eager to see what skills you possess that can rival my brother, a high-ranking beast master. Zheng Moheo sneered. At this juncture, Zheng Jun interjected. Boy, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Kneel and apologize to my brother, return the 10 million, and I shall let you go today, lest anyone accuse me of bullying the weak. Shen Cheng, observing the hypocrisy of Zheng Jun, decided to forego civility. What pretense of superiority? You are merely two of a kind. If it's a battle you desire, let us engage without further ado. Shen Cheng huffed disdainfully. Excellent. Today, I shall witness the true caliber of the so-called genius of Saintti Academy. Arise, Mechanical Octopus. Chapter 46. Confrontation with the Mechanical Octopus. Name, Mechanical Octopus. Attribute, Mechanical. Level, 3rd tier, level 38. Talent, B. Skills, Mechanical Noise, Metal Drill, Gear Attack, Copper Wall, Iron Shield. Evolution Path, 1. The Mechanical Octopus bore a resemblance to its biological counterpart, yet its entire form was constructed from black gears and mechanical components. Unlike the water-based spirit beasts, the Mechanical Octopus possessed 12 mechanical tentacles. What a colossal mechanical octopus! This creature far surpasses the visuals found in games. Shen Cheng marveled as the Mechanical Octopus emerged, instantly tearing through the outdoor awning. How about it, Shen Cheng? Are you afraid? My brother's Mechanical Octopus is no mere pushover. Zheng Moheo taunted triumphantly. The Mechanical Octopus stood a staggering 7 to 8 meters tall, its size dwarfing the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf by 3 or 4 times. While the Mechanical Octopus boasted formidable attack power, its cumbersome size rendered it slow, necessitating a strategy of unconventional tactics. Shen Cheng calmly contemplated his course of action. Mechanical Octopus. Metal Drill. Attack. In an instant, the Mechanical Octopus extended 2 mechanical tentacles, the drills upon them whirring to life, emitting a thunderous roar as they surged towards the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Evade swiftly. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf nimbly dodged the Mechanical Octopus's assault, the tentacles crashing to the ground, leaving 2 deep craters in their wake. What immense power! Had the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf been struck by that attack, it would have been disastrous. This creature does not hold back like the wind and thunder leopards. Shen Cheng inhaled sharply. Realizing that the Mechanical Octopus's strength was not merely a result of its capability, but rather the disparity in levels between it and the crimson-eyed ice wolf. The mechanical octopus launched a second wave of attacks, this time with 4 mechanical tentacles. The crimson-eyed ice wolf, relying on its agility, continuously leaped to avoid the onslaught, with tentacles crashing into the earth one after another. The margin for error in this battle was exceedingly narrow. Shen Cheng needed to devise a strategy quickly. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Crimson-eyed ice wolf, be cautious. The mechanical octopus has 6 tentacles capable of launching metal drill attacks. Just as Shen Cheng issued his warning, 2 additional tentacles launched their metal drills at the airborne crimson-eyed ice wolf. Harden your body and use Ice Claw to defend. Shen Cheng realized that his chances of victory hinged on his efforts. A moment's carelessness could spell doom for the crimson-eyed ice wolf. The ice wolf successfully blocked one drill with its Ice Claw, hardening its body to withstand this assault. Indeed, there was something uncanny about this. Let us see what you will use for defense next. Zheng Mu Jun's smile darkened ominously. Mechanical octopus, utilize mechanical noise to diminish its speed. Metal noise. The immense clamor disrupts the spirit beast's mental focus, reducing its speed. The mechanical octopus emitted a thunderous mechanical sound from its massive head. Any spirit beast exposed to it would become exceedingly agitated. Humph, I anticipated this. Shen Cheng smirked confidently. Move swiftly to the rooftop and unleash Wolf Howl. Shen Cheng commanded. What moon is there in broad daylight? Zheng Muheo scoffed incredulously. Despite his skepticism, Zheng Muheo felt a twinge of trepidation, having previously suffered from the effects of body hardening. Shen Cheng's tactics were enigmatic, defying conventional logic. One could never predict what arcane skill he might employ next. What kind of technique is this? I have never heard of it. Zheng Mu Jun's expression was one of utter confusion. In truth, it was merely a simple howl of a wolf. The name being an impromptu invention by Shen Cheng, aimed solely at enhancing the grandeur of the howl. Overcoming the metal noise was straightforward. As long as the spirit beast sound could surpass the mechanical clamor, it could succeed. The howl of the wolf was perfectly suited to drown out the metal noise. The crimson-eyed ice wolf agilely leapt onto the rooftop, and with its powerful voice, it unleashed a mighty howl. A woo! The wolf's cry reverberated through the surroundings, completely overpowering the mechanical clamor. Shen Cheng paused momentarily, taken aback by the regal presence exhibited by the crimson-eyed ice wolf as it roared from the rooftop. I eagerly await the day you evolve into the Dark Moon Wolf King. You little brat. How dare you deceive me? Zheng Mu Jun seethed with rage. Upon realizing that the metal noise had failed, the mechanical octopus began to unleash a frenzied barrage of metal drill attacks upon the crimson-eyed ice wolf. However, having mastered the rhythm of the 6 tentacles, the crimson-eyed ice wolf was now fully capable of predicting and evading each attack from the mechanical octopus. This exemplified the formidable adaptability and learning capabilities of an S-rank talent spirit beast. Gear attack. As the mechanical octopus launched its 6 metal drills, 2 gears from its head flew towards the evading crimson-eyed ice wolf. Ice strike. Shen Cheng commanded, as a massive ice block descended from the heavens, utilizing its immense gravity to pin the 2 incoming gears to the ground. There is only one chance. Crimson-eyed ice wolf. Heavenly punishment of Shura. Shen Cheng cried out. An otherworldly glow enveloped the battlefield as the blood-red radiance of the heavenly punishment of Shura began to coalesce. Zheng Mu Jun, recognizing the potential danger of Shen Cheng's technique, did not dare to underestimate it. Zheng Muheo had previously recounted the sinister nature of this move. Copper Wall, Iron Shield. As Zheng Mu Jun issued the command, all of the mechanical octopus's attacking tentacles retracted. The body swiftly contracted towards the enormous head, transforming into a colossal iron sphere. The wrath of Shura relentlessly struck down upon the iron sphere. However, the mechanical octopus's formidable defenses were astonishing, and moreover, mechanical skills resisted demonic abilities, rendering the Shura's wrath ineffective. You have fallen for the trap again. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Shen Cheng's lips. Arise, Blood Mantis. Shen Cheng bellowed, as the 5-star magic array reappeared, heralding the arrival of the Blood Mantis. The reason Shen Cheng opted not to use the Demon Frost was that it could freeze the mechanical octopus before its formidable defenses activated. Although it could immobilize the mechanical beast for a few seconds, the subsequent Shura's wrath would be futile. Therefore, Shen Cheng directly unleashed the Shura's wrath, certain that Zheng Mu Jun would command the mechanical octopus to deploy its defenses. The copper walls boasted immense defensive power, yet during their activation, they could not launch any attacks, presenting Shen Cheng with a singular opportunity. He chose to summon the Blood Mantis, which, due to its lower level, would likely be underestimated by his opponent, allowing for a surprise attack. At this moment, Shen Cheng dismissed any notions of martial ethics. Being bullied by an opponent wielding a spirit beast over 20 levels higher was unjust. Adding another spirit beast to his side was hardly excessive. Ha! Shen Cheng, have you exhausted all your resources? Summoning such a trivial creature. Zheng Muhao guffawed at Shen Cheng's predicament. Zheng Mujun also looked at Shen Cheng with derision, believing that the level 9 Blood Mantis posed no threat. To him, Shen Cheng appeared merely as a clown. Blood Mantis, Bloodline Skill, Chi Boost. The Blood Mantis emanated a faint aura, its eyes ablaze with combat spirit. The Chi Boost could enhance its combat skills power to 3 times their current strength, meaning the Blood Mantis would unleash a force far surpassing its present level in a short span. Additionally, the Blood Mantis possessed a superior mutated bloodline and an SS-level talent, along with a natural advantage over mechanical entities, making its impending assault Shen Cheng's ultimate trump card. Utilize the Mantis Chain Kick. The Blood Mantis darted like a shadow beneath the mechanical octopus, delivering a flurry of powerful kicks to the colossal mechanical beast, which was many times its own size. Moments later, smoke began to billow from the struck areas, with dents forming in the iron skin. This is bad. I've been deceived. Zheng Mujun's expression turned grave as realization struck him. Too late. Shen Cheng sneered. The Blood Mantis executed a powerful strike that sent the massive mechanical octopus soaring into the air. Now, unleash the chain punches. Shen Cheng shouted. The Blood Mantis leveraged a nearby structure, appearing above the mechanical octopus in mere seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The chain punches relentlessly hammered the mechanical octopus, sending forth clouds of black smoke. Mechanical octopus. Zheng Mujun felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. When had his spirit beast ever endured such humiliation? With a final, powerful strike as the Chi Boost concluded, the Blood Mantis delivered its ultimate blow to the mechanical octopus. The mechanical octopus crashed to the ground, emitting thick black smoke. How magnificent, Blood Mantis. Shen Cheng's admiration for the creature was unmistakable. The 5-star magic array reappeared, swiftly recalling both spirit beasts. Damn it, I'm at my limit, he thought. If I don't flee now, I would be a fool. With that, Shen Cheng took off in the opposite direction, while Zheng Muhao and Zheng Mujun were still oblivious. Chase him. Both Zheng Muhao and Zheng Mujun reacted simultaneously, pursuing Shen Cheng. Flame Warhorse. Block their path. Zheng Muhao summoned the Flame Warhorse. Shen Cheng dared not look back, focusing solely on his escape. His earlier victory had relied purely on audacity and surprise. Now that his trump card was revealed, continuing to battle them would be tantamount to certain death. As he sprinted with all his might, 2 shadows suddenly obstructed his path not far ahead. One blue, one green. It was none other than the Losai brothers. What brought them here? Did they come to trouble me again? Shen Cheng pondered. Behind him, Zheng Muhao and Zheng Mujun could not contain their laughter upon seeing the Losai brothers blocking the way. Ha ha ha, Shen Cheng, you are cornered now. Today, your demise is inevitable. Zheng Muhao's tone brimmed with concealed triumph. He addressed the Losai brothers. Chi Ji, Li Ji, it is splendid to see you here. Help me capture him. Shen Cheng slowed his pace, finding himself trapped among 4 adversaries. The Losai brothers advanced slowly towards him. Shen Cheng clenched his fists, realizing that the Wind-Blade Leopard and Thundercloud Leopard stood atop a nearby building. They're getting closer. Shen Cheng sensed their approach. Unexpectedly, as the Losai brothers passed by him, they did not halt. They weaved past Shen Cheng, positioning themselves behind him. Zheng Muhao was perplexed by this turn of events. The Zheng and Losai families had always been close, and they had known each other since childhood. Why did they not assist in capturing Shen Cheng? Although they did not associate closely, there had been no enmity. When trouble arose, both families had always united against external threats. Chi Ji, have you made a mistake? Quickly help me catch Shen Cheng. Zheng Muhao exclaimed. Zheng Mujun, why have you become so weak after some time? To be beaten by a novice beast master. Is it not enough to bully the small while outnumbering them? Losai Chi disregarded Zheng Muhao, instead interrogating Zheng Mujun. It seemed that the cordiality of the elder generations did not extend to the younger ones. Shen Cheng mused. Zheng Lauer, this is a matter concerning my Zheng family. It is of no concern to your Losai family, so do not meddle. Zheng Mujun's expression turned icy. What if I insist on meddling? Losai Chi's tone sharpened, as he appeared to take an immediate disliking to Zheng Mujun. Losai Lao, do you share the same sentiment? Zheng Mujun inquired, directing his gaze at Losai Li. Shen Cheng has entered my Losai family's martial pool, thus he is half a member of the Losai family. Zheng Muhao, I know you harbor grievances against Shen Cheng, but I hope you will no longer make things difficult for him. Losai Li replied. What? This brat entered the martial pool? Your Losai family claims that only members can enter. Zheng Muhao fumed, recalling how his father had implored Losai Shu to allow him to enter and select a spirit beast, yet was met with refusal. Infuriating. Zheng Muhao's heart brimmed with resentment. He recalled the peculiar mantis that Shen Cheng had just summoned. Undoubtedly a spirit beast contracted within the martial pool. Zheng Mujun's expression darkened further. How did he become a member of your Losai family? Naturally, it is due to his relationship with my younger sister. The rest you can surmise. Losai Chi responded, crossing his arms. Losai Nong. Upon hearing this, Zheng Muhao could no longer contain himself, his mental defenses crumbling. The goddess he had pursued for years had fallen for Shen Cheng, who had entered the Losai family's martial pool, a place he himself could not access. Resentment surged within Zheng Muhao as he cast a venomous glare at Shen Cheng, who stood behind Losai Chi. Observing his brother's disheartened state, Zheng Mujun ceased to conceal his feelings. Well done, Losai family. Losai Nong and my brother would have made a perfect match. If our two families were to unite, we would be unrivaled in Donglin City. How could you betroth Losai Nong to such a wretched brat? Losai Shu is truly foolish. Zheng Mujun, how dare you speak like that? My Losai Shu is not someone you can question. My sister and Shen Cheng share a profound bond. Who are you to meddle? Losai Chi pointed angrily at Zheng Mujun and his brother, the atmosphere thick with tension. Shen Cheng observed the standoff with bemusement. Goodness, they are using me as a shield. It appears they have long harbored grievances against Zheng Mujun. If they continue to stoke the flames, Zheng Muhao might truly seek my demise. Rocky, are you truly willing to hold a grudge against me and Shen Cheng for the sake of one another? Zheng Mujun proclaimed with fierce determination. And what of it? I have secured Shen Cheng today. You wish to challenge me? You two are hardly worthy. We must summon your elder sister. Rocky retorted provocatively. Shen Cheng, from now on, where there is you, there is no me. Where there is me, there is no you. The enmity over the woman we both desire is irreconcilable. Zheng Muhao silently resolved. His face darkened, his hawk-like nose appearing particularly ominous. Zheng Mujun hesitated, contemplating a retort to Rocky, yet his words faltered. He turned to Zheng Muhao, saying, let us depart. Brother, we must return. But second brother, no buts. I am well aware of the prowess of the Wind and Thunder twin leopards. We are no match for them. We must return and inform our elder sister. Zheng Muhao glared intensely at Shen Cheng, snorted coldly, and turned to leave with Zheng Mujun. Thank you both for your timely intervention. Shen Cheng expressed his gratitude to Rocky and Zheng Mujun, for had they not arrived, he might have met his end today. We are all family. There is no need for formalities. Rocky waved his hand dismissively, seemingly having forgotten the previous day's event where they had united to capture Shen Cheng. At this moment, Rocky looked earnestly at Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng, regardless of circumstances, now that you have entered the martial pool, it is merely a matter of time before matters concerning my sister arise. As her brothers, we shall stand by you against any injustice. Rocky paused and added, of course. Should I learn that my sister has been wronged in your company, we shall traverse any distance to rectify it. Shen Cheng understood that Rocky was not jesting. Having ventured into the martial pool had cost him dearly, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Oh dear brother, why frighten him so? Unlike Rocky's stern demeanor, Rocky was more affable. He threw an arm around Shen Cheng's shoulder. Shen Cheng, truth be told, I have long harbored a disdain for those two brothers of the Zheng family. Although we have known each other since childhood, they are narrow-minded and arrogant in Donglin. I would feel embarrassed to associate with them. Rocky suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. You have no idea how elated I was to hear that you thrashed that Zheng Muhao at school. You accomplished what I have long wished to do. Shen Cheng observed as Rocky produced a beautifully crafted box, extending it towards him. Shen Cheng, I am aware that you have contracted a mutated green mantis. Though I am uncertain of your cultivation methods, the 10 blood chi pills within should prove beneficial to you. Shen Cheng stared dumbfounded at the exquisite box in Rocky's hands. Feeling utterly at a loss, blood chi pills often commanded prices of 1 or 2 million each. This gift was indeed precious. Seeing Shen Cheng hesitate, Rocky continued. Consider it an apology for yesterday's misunderstanding, as well as a token of brotherly goodwill. Indeed, Shen Cheng, accept it. My brother means well. Knowing you lack cultivation resources and departed in haste without much, blood chi pills are advantageous for the evolution of combat-type spirit beasts. At that moment, Rocky chimed in as well. Shen Cheng nodded and accepted the box from Rocky, who, despite his few words, exuded the demeanor of an elder brother. I owe the Luo family a great deal. Should they face any troubles in the future, I, Shen Cheng, shall be the first to arrive. Rocky waved his hand dismissively. Discussing such matters is rather dull. Make it a point to return often with my sister. I wish to witness the spectacle of your scarlet-eyed ice wolf. Ha ha. The three of them shared a hearty laugh, having transformed from adversaries to acquaintances. At that moment, the vehicle from the Breeders' Guild approached, and Shen Cheng bid farewell to Rocky and the others. Chapter 48. A mysterious visitor inside the Breeders' Guild's business vehicle, Senior Sister Chuji. Why have you come personally to fetch me? Surely you could have sent a servant. Shen Cheng exclaimed, noticing Chuji clad in a refreshing outfit. Her fitted short sleeves revealing a delicate silhouette, while her ultra-short shorts showcased her slender legs like frost. How can you even ask? What sort of relationship do you have with that little sister of the Luo family to warrant such a grand display from them? It was all a misunderstanding. Everything is fine now. Shen Cheng scratched his head awkwardly. I see you have attracted the attention of a flower butterfly, almost losing your life in the process. Chu Ji remarked, her tone playful yet critical. Shen Cheng, taken aback by Chu Ji's typically gentle demeanor turning teasing, found it oddly charming. By the way, is Uncle Chu at the Beastmaster Guild today? I wish to express my gratitude to him in person. Father left Donglin with Uncle Guy after visiting the Luo family today. I am unaware of their whereabouts. Chu Ji replied, Oh, if Uncle Chu is not present, then I have no need to return to the Breeders' Guild. I am not working today. Shen Cheng expressed his surprise. You still must make an appearance. Before leaving, Father instructed me that a distinguished guest would arrive today and requested you provide special attention. Oh, if Uncle Chu specifically requested it, then I shall take it seriously. Shen Cheng pondered for a moment before continuing. I wonder what sort of person this is and what inquiries they might have. According to my father, they are from a sect in the Tianlong Empire. My father has a wide circle of acquaintances, and I presume it is a request from an old friend. As for the inquiries, I believe they pertain to evolution. Shen Cheng stroked his chin in contemplation. A sect? Although the Tianlong Empire is powerful, it is surrounded by numerous sects and small nations. It is surprising that Uncle Chu has such connections. Noticing Shen Cheng's bewilderment, Chu Ji teased, rest assured. You will receive overtime pay for this extra duty. Senior sister, what are you saying? Uncle Chu treats me like his own son. This small matter is merely my duty. Shen Cheng quickly clarified. Observing Shen Cheng's anxious demeanor, Chu Ji couldn't help but burst into laughter. Do you truly wish to become a son of the Chu family? There was a hidden meaning in Chu Ji's words, her laughter causing a delightful stir, her bosom undulating. Senior sister, please do not jest. Shen Cheng chuckled awkwardly. Chu Ji huffed playfully. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Cheng soon dozed off in the vehicle, and before long, he dreamily murmured, Senior sister Chu Ji. What? Chu Ji's eyes widened. Thank you. Humph. Yet, inside, Chu Ji felt elated, gazing at Shen Cheng's serene sleeping visage, her heart swelling with warmth, dispelling the day's weariness. Upon arriving at the Breeders' Guild, Shen Cheng donned a black robe and mask, making his way to his office. Who could be so important to warrant Uncle Chu's attention? Shen Cheng pondered as he pushed open the office door. His gaze swept across the room, landing upon a graceful figure seated at his desk, as if awaiting his arrival. Judging by her slender silhouette, she appeared to be of a similar age. The young woman wore a veil concealing her face, allowing only her flowing hair to be seen, clearly wishing to keep her identity hidden. Upon hearing the door open, the young woman stood up. Master Gloomy Cloud, greetings. Her voice was as melodious as a lark. Shen Cheng nodded, taking a seat behind his desk. Hello, he replied simply. The young woman inquired, puzzled. Master, why does your voice sound so youthful? Shen Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He had deliberately lowered his voice. It was unexpected that this young woman would recognize him, as no one had ever posed such a question since he joined the Breeders' Guild. Cough, cough. Shen Cheng continued to feign profundity. The young woman erupted into a fit of giggles, and beneath the veil, Shen Cheng caught a glimpse of her exquisite features. She must be a beauty. Her laughter shattered the mysterious aura Shen Cheng had tried to cultivate, leaving him feeling exceedingly awkward. In a dimly lit room, a figure clad in a black robe and mask stood alongside another adorned in a pink veil, both no older than 17 or 18, exuding an inexplicable charm. May I inquire what business you have? Shen Cheng hastily began, eager to conclude the encounter with this whimsical girl. The girl's melodious voice rang out once more. I have come to seek your esteemed guidance, Master Gulong. I have heard of your profound expertise in the art of cultivation, and I traveled here specifically to consult you. Oh, might I ask if you have encountered difficulties with the evolution of your spirit beast? Shen Cheng inquired. Indeed. The girl behind the mask smiled brightly, her hands coming together as she summoned her spirit beast. Flower Sprite. Shen Cheng instantly recognized the spirit beast she had conjured. Name, Flower Sprite. Attribute, Grass. Level, First Stage. Level 14. Talent, S. Skills, Vine Attack, Leaf Blade, Sleep Powder, Floral Wound. Evolution Path, 2 options. S grade. Could it be that she is aware of the hidden evolution? Shen Cheng pondered with curiosity. The Flower Sprite was an exceptionally rare spirit beast, yet if the young lady had secured a contract with it, how could she be at a loss regarding its evolution path? Tentatively, Shen Cheng asked, Miss, I shall be forthright. I hail from the Nanyan sect, and the Master Cultivator Guild of the Tianlong Empire has collaborated extensively with my sect. Some time ago, they were commissioned to uncover the hidden evolution path of the Flower Sprite for me, but to no avail. The girl scrutinized Shen Cheng, her voice unwavering. Until the illustrious name of Master Gulong reached our clan, I was compelled to seek you out here in Donglan. Surely, you can discern the unique qualities of this flower sprite, so let us dispense with the pretense. Nanyan sect? That name rings a bell. I must have heard it somewhere. So it is the request of the guild. No wonder Uncle Chu took it so seriously, Shen Cheng mused. What surprised him more was the realization that his reputation had extended to the Master Cultivator Guild, affirming that his decision to conceal his identity had been prudent. Shen Cheng opened the evolution path of the flower sprite. Flower sprite, flower fairy, envoy, ethereal flower fairy, radiant flower fairy. The hidden evolution path of your flower sprite is the flower fairy route, allowing it to evolve into a radiant flower fairy at the 5th stage. Shen Cheng candidly revealed the information to the girl. The mention of the flower fairy route made the girl's head pause slightly beneath her veil. Whether in shock or delight, it was hard to tell. The evolution path she had so desperately sought had been laid before her with such ease, stirring a mix of emotions within her. Here you go. The evolution path and the materials required for each stage are documented. You can commence preparations for the flower fairy envoy evolution at level 16. Shen Cheng handed her the meticulously inscribed scroll. It is best to refrain from meddling in matters beyond the Tianlong Empire. One should focus on their duties. Shen Cheng thought, relieved that he could finally conclude his day's work. Just as the girl grasped the scroll, Shen Cheng suddenly felt a gentle hand clasp his arm. The girl, attempting to remove his mask, caught him off guard. However, Shen Cheng was quick to react, evading her grasp just in time, causing her to stumble slightly. What are you doing? Shen Cheng exclaimed, irritation lacing his tone. Hee. I merely wished to glimpse the true visage of Master Gulong. Having completed my task, I shall take my leave. Shen Cheng retorted coldly. The girl lifted her veil, playfully sticking out her tongue at him before dashing out the door. In that fleeting moment, Shen Cheng beheld her sparkling eyes and fair complexion, a vision of youthful vibrance and charm. Chapter 49, The Bounty Task. Wanfeng Spirit Beast Shop. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? We aren't even open yet. So early in the morning. A voice of complaint echoed from within. Wanfeng, still bleary-eyed, opened the door to find a handsome youth standing at the threshold, his smile warm and inviting. Oh, it is you, master. Wanfeng recognized Shen Cheng immediately. Having spent the night ruminating on how to gather the 2nd stage evolution materials for the blood mantis, Shen Cheng had already acquired 5 blood chi pills, with 10 more generously provided by Luoli. The Longfang pig was not a rare spirit beast. Defeating one would yield the fangs he needed. However, the yellow horn whiskers posed a significant challenge, as they were exceedingly rare. After much contemplation, Shen Cheng found himself at a loss regarding where to procure the yellow horn whiskers. Even his last hope, the old blind man at the Guizhou black market, had vanished with someone. Thus, he arrived at Wanfeng's spirit beast shop early in the morning to inquire. Good morning, boss Wanfeng. Shen Cheng greeted the shopkeeper. Upon entering, he noticed behind Wanfeng a spirit beast that was none other than the once adorable giant-eared guinea pig, now evolved into the guinea pig sovereign. The sovereign was significantly larger than the vanguard, and while its ears appeared smaller in proportion, its razor-sharp teeth and elongated claws hinted at its formidable toxic attribute. Congratulations on the successful evolution of the guinea pig sovereign. It has reached level 51. How splendid. Shen Cheng complimented. Thanks to your previous guidance, master. Without it, evolution would have been a distant dream. Wanfeng expressed his respect for Shen Cheng, gesturing for him to take a seat. Oh, I have also obtained what I desired from you, so there is no need to call me master, boss Wanfeng. Shen Cheng replied, modestly waving his hand. Haha. My young friend, you are too humble. What brings you to my humble abode today? Wanfeng inquired, puzzled. To speak frankly, I am troubled by how to acquire yellow horn whiskers, and wish to know if you have any leads, Shen Cheng confessed. Yellow horn whiskers? Wanfeng frowned, stroking his small mustache in contemplation. I cannot say I have any sources for them. May I ask what you require them for? They are essential materials for evolving my spirit beast. If you, boss Wanfeng, cannot assist me, I shall have to seek alternatives. Shen Cheng's tone held a hint of disappointment. With this lead severed, he truly had no other avenues left. Please wait a moment. Just as Shen Cheng prepared to take his leave, Wanfeng called out to him once more. Are the yellow horn whiskers truly that significant to you? Wanfeng asked. Shen Cheng nodded affirmatively. Wanfeng, stroking his mustache, appeared to be weighing something in his mind before he finally spoke. Young friend Shen Cheng, you have been kind to me, so I shall not conceal the truth. In addition to running this spirit beast shop, I possess another identity. Another identity? Shen Cheng queried, intrigued. Wanfeng gazed slowly at the door. I have concealed myself in Donglan for many years and have dealt with various factions, both overt and covert. Over time, my establishment has become a hub for exchanges of information, and I have acted as a bridge for various powers, assisting those who require help with their troubles. In simpler terms, I facilitate bounty tasks. Bounty tasks? Shen Cheng recalled the enigmatic figure, Zhai Tu, from earlier. It makes sense. A beast master of over level 50 could not simply be a shopkeeper. Shen Cheng mused, realizing his earlier oversight. His gaze lingered on Wanfeng's mustache. Surprised to learn of his dual identity. I have been in this line of work for years, handling bounty tasks ranging from the trivial to the treacherous. For a handsome reward, brave souls will surely emerge. Those capable of issuing bounties typically possess sufficient sincerity, allowing you to acquire what is otherwise unobtainable. Wanfeng explained slowly. Treacherous tasks? It seems Boss Wanfeng is quite extraordinary. Shen Cheng thought, a jolt of surprise coursing through him. Is there any bounty task in your possession that would allow me to obtain Wang Hexu, Boss Wan? Shen Cheng inquired tentatively. Recently, I have accepted a rather peculiar commission. Yet no one has come to claim it for over a month. Perhaps it could lead to what you seek. What commission? Does it involve murder? Shen Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Ha, not at all. Wanfu chuckled. I recently received a commission regarding a haunting at the residence of a renowned collector in Donglan City. The initial reward was 1 million, but it has now escalated to 5 million, and still, no one has succeeded in resolving it. A collector? Are you suggesting? Shen Cheng pondered thoughtfully. Materials as rare as Wang Hexu hold considerable collectible value. You might negotiate with the merchant about substituting the reward. Perhaps he possesses Wang Hexu in his collection. Wanfu responded. A haunting? What ghosts could possibly exist in this world? I wonder which spirit beast is mischievously causing trouble in someone else's home. A smirk appeared at the corner of Shen Cheng's mouth. I am willing to accept this bounty, since there is a chance to acquire Wang Hexu. I would appreciate it if you could assign this task to me, Boss Wan. Shen Cheng declared confidently. Excellent. I knew my young friend possessed remarkable abilities. You will surely complete this commission satisfactorily. Moreover, under normal circumstances, I would take a 10% commission from the bounty, but since this task has exceeded its agreed timeline, and considering your past assistance, I shall waive my fee this time, Wan Fu said with remarkable generosity, to which Shen Cheng nodded in agreement. All right, thank you, Boss Wan. Should I succeed in obtaining the item I desire, I will undoubtedly accept more of your bounty tasks in the future, at which point you may deduct your standard commission without heshitation. That is only natural. Wan Fu laughed, stroking his little mustache as he handed Shen Cheng a paper bounty notice. Bounty task. Complete the exorcism at LHO Villa. Bounty reward. 5 million gold coins. Bounty issuer. Wang Yuan. Current bounty status. 6 previous contractors have failed. Location. LHO Villa, Building 94. Please note, the execution of this bounty task is to be conducted very discreetly. Only the person who has accepted the bounty may participate, and seeking assistance is strictly forbidden. Wan Fu admonished. I understand. Boss Wan, could you provide a brief overview of the haunting situation so that I may prepare accordingly? It is said that the contractor frequently hears eerie bell sounds at night, and his collectibles often show signs of having been tampered with. Some of the antiques he purchased are rumored to have been unearthed from graves, and it seems the grave's owner has come to pay a visit. Eerie bell sounds? Shen Cheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. I comprehend. When can I commence the task? This very night. Receiving the bounty notice. Shen Cheng stepped out of Wan Fu's spirit beast shop. Chapter 50. Exorcism under the setting sun. Shen Cheng navigated to a lakeside villa as guided by his navigation device. LHO Villa, Building 94. This must be the place. Ding dong. Shen Cheng rang the doorbell at the courtyard. Shortly after, a frail man emerged, observing Shen Cheng with a look of confusion. Who are you? What do you want? This slender man appeared quite haggard, his complexion a sickly yellow, as if he had not enjoyed a restful sleep in many days. Are you Mr. Wang Yuan? Shen Cheng inquired. That's me. What brings you here? Once identity was confirmed, Shen Cheng produced the paper bounty notice and presented it to Wang Yuan. I am the one who has accepted this bounty task, here to assist you in exorcising the spirits. Wang Yuan took the notice, scrutinizing it for 2 minutes before finally feeling reassured upon recognizing Wan Fu's handwriting. Wang Yuan examined Shen Cheng closely, clad in casual attire. He starkly contrasted the typical exorcists who donned purple headscarves and bagua robes. Evidently, he held little trust in this youthful exorcist, yet he opened the courtyard gate nonetheless. Follow me. This Wan Fu is becoming increasingly unreliable. This marks the 7th time I have summoned someone to deal with ghosts. The young people today truly lack a sense of danger. Wang Yuan spoke with a blank expression, mechanically guiding Shen Cheng into the house, clearly accustomed to receiving exorcists. Unperturbed by Wang Yuan's skepticism, Shen Cheng queried, Mr. Wang, I would like to ask about the bounty commission. Wang Yuan's expression turned frosty. Commission? Is it not clearly stated on the bounty notice? You came here for the 5 million, did you not? It all depends on whether you have the capability to obtain it. Actually, Mr. Wang, my true interest does not lie in your commission. I have heard of your extensive collection of treasures and wish to inquire if you possess Wang Hexu. I would like to exchange the reward for 2 pieces of Wang Hexu. Shen Cheng elucidated. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuren paused, scrutinizing Shen Cheng once more from head to toe. You have an intriguing request, wanting Wang Hexu of all things. Let us see if you can succeed today, then we may discuss terms. Speaking of such matters now is futile. A glimmer of excitement crossed Shen Cheng's face at Wang Yuren's words. That is wonderful. So, Mr. Wang, you truly do have Wang Hexu. Here we are. This room is where the haunting occurs. Wang Yuren did not respond to Shen Cheng's excitement, but instead led him to a large door secured with an enormous lock. Wang Yuren slowly unlocked the door, revealing an array of peculiar antique porcelain and treasures illuminated by the setting sun. Everything here appears to be of considerable value. Shen Cheng marveled as he entered the room to survey his surroundings. Mr. Wang, I noticed that several adjacent rooms bear similar locks. Is it only this room that is haunted? Shen Cheng inquired. Indeed, this room primarily houses ancient ceramics and bronze artifacts. The 2 rooms next door contain paintings and similar artistic works, which have not exhibited such occurrences, Wang Yuren replied. Bronze artifacts? Shen Cheng suddenly recalled something and picked up a bronze bullhead artifact from a nearby shelf to examine it closely. Wang Yuren hastily cautioned, be careful. That artifact is a relic from the Zhou dynasty, approximately 2,000 years old, and I paid a hefty sum to acquire it. Shen Cheng noticed signs of rust on a portion of the bronze artifact and asked Wang Yuren, are the collectibles you mentioned as being tampered with referring to the bronze artifacts? I suspect there must be more than one with such issues. Wang Yuren's expression shifted to one of realization, his pallid face suddenly animated. You might be onto something. Only the bronze artifacts show signs of having been disturbed. The ceramics and jades remain unaffected. What does this indicate? Indeed, upon examining several other bronze artifacts, Shen Cheng found them all exhibiting similar rusting patterns, as though they had been wiped by some entity. Seeing Shen Cheng pinpoint the issue so astutely, Wang Yuren began to regard this young man with newfound respect. Young master, do you think it is because these bronze artifacts were stolen from ancient tombs that the tomb owner has come seeking retribution? I am aware that some of these artifacts are of dubious origin, yet I am utterly fascinated by these antiques. Now, it appears that I am facing the consequences. You must help me. Wang Yuren's face was etched with terror, and only those who have faced such experiences can truly understand his fear. There are no ghosts in this world. One must believe in science. Shen Cheng chuckled, continuing his exploration of the room. Shen Cheng's attention was drawn to several empty lampstands on the wall. Was this once a place for oil lamps? Indeed, during the renovation of this room, lampstands were installed to create a period ambience. However, ever since this incident occurred, I have not dared to light oil lamps. Now I only use LED lights. Wang Yuren replied, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Please recount the specific events that transpired. It all began last month. As night descends, I can hear the sound of bells from my upstairs residence. Initially, I thought it was merely a figment of my imagination, but one day, I stationed myself by the door and witnessed all the oil lamps extinguish simultaneously. Upon switching on the lights, I discovered that the oil within them had completely vanished. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing Wang Yuren to grasp Shen Cheng's arm in fright. There's a ghost. Calm down. It's just the strong wind by the lake at night. Shen Cheng reassured him, contemplating how Wang Yuren was truly terrified. I believe I comprehend what is transpiring here, Shen Cheng remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, having likely pieced together the situation. Please, master, enlighten me. I am willing to offer you anything. Even the finest offerings, if you can help me exorcise this ghost. Wang Yuren exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. You are being troubled by a spirit beast. Shen Cheng replied, a spirit beast? That cannot be. I previously summoned several beast tamers, and they failed to identify it as a spirit beast. Wang Yuren pondered intently. Oh, I recall one of the beast tamers brought a black dog with 3 eyes. That night, it performed some rituals in this room which seemed initially effective, but soon after, the strange occurrences resumed. A 3-eyed dog, a hellish hound? Such a fearsome creature would have frightened anyone away. It wouldn't simply wait to be captured. Shen Cheng chuckled. Based on your description, if it is indeed a spirit beast at play, would you care to share what kind of spirit beast it is? He observed Wang Yuren's curiosity about his confident demeanor. There exists a spirit beast that delights in licking the rust off copper vessels. It also has a penchant for sesame oil. Coupled with your mention of the bell sounds, I can say with a high degree of certainty that it is indeed this spirit beast causing the disturbances. What is it? The bell ghost. Shen Cheng raised his gaze to the lampstand, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The bell ghost? Although I am not a beast tamer, I possess some knowledge about spirit beasts. I have never heard of this bell ghost. Wang Yuren expressed his confusion. Spirit beasts of the ghostly variety are elusive and seldom reside within urban areas. Moreover, the bell ghost is a particularly rare entity among ghost-type spirit beasts. It is quite normal for you not to have heard of it, Shen Cheng replied nonchalantly. What should we do next? Even if it's a spirit beast scaring people every day, my heart cannot take it. I have a clever plan, Shen Cheng declared with confidence. Is there anything you require of me, master? At this moment, Wang Yuren had placed complete trust in Shen Cheng, whose knowledge and composure far surpassed those of previous bounty seekers. Mr. Wang, please fill the oil lamps on the lampstand. I shall perform a marvelous feat today. Wang Yuren hesitated, a flicker of concern in his eyes. What is it? Are you worried I might damage your treasures? Shen Cheng mused, realizing that combat was inevitable, and some mishaps were likely to occur. Wang Yuren hurriedly clarified, that is not the case. If today's matter can be resolved satisfactorily, sacrificing a few collectibles is of little consequence. My main concern is that the Bell Ghost may possess formidable power. Oh, so you fear my abilities may not suffice to confront the Bell Ghost? Ha! Shen Cheng laughed heartily. This, although Shen Cheng's prowess was enigmatic, Wang Yuren perceived him as too youthful, uncertain of the Bell Ghost's level of strength, which instilled a sense of apprehension in him. Noticing Wang Yuren's doubt, Shen Cheng slowly reassured him. I can guarantee that this Bell Ghost does not exceed level 32. When it is at level 2, it is adorned with 4 bells around its neck, which is why you hear the sounds. However, once it evolves into the malevolent Bell Spirit at level 32, it gains control over the sounds, rendering them inaudible to you. Ah, I see. Master, you truly are a well of hidden talents. I am in awe. Wang Yuren, not daring to slacken his efforts, hurriedly retrieved a ladder to refill each oil lamp with sesame oil and ignite them. Excellent. Mr. Wang, I now require a piece of black cloth. Wang Yuren swiftly provided Shen Cheng with a large piece of black fabric, which Shen Cheng draped over his head, measuring and cutting 2 small holes for his eyes. Peering outside, Shen Cheng noted the darkness enveloping the surroundings. Mr. Wang, you should return to your own quarters for a while. The rest is in my hands. After Wang Yuren departed, Shen Cheng closed the door, extinguishing the lights within the room, leaving only a few flickering oil lamps swaying in the wind. In a corner, Shen Cheng clasped his hands together, and 2 brilliant light bursts illuminated the space. Come forth, Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf, Blood Mantis. As the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf and Blood Mantis emerged, they braced for battle, scanning their surroundings, yet no spirit beast was in sight. Shen Cheng quickly ushered the 2 spirit beasts beneath the black cloth he had prepared. Shoo! The enemy has yet to arrive. Your fierce appearances may frighten them away. Let us conceal ourselves here. Upon hearing this, the 2 spirit beasts became agitated, nudging Shen Cheng from either side. Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf, once the Bell Ghost enters, immediately encase the entire room in an ice mist. Shen Cheng instructed the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf, which nodded in understanding. Remember, freeze everything and seal the room. Not a single gap must remain. Ark. The Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf let out a couple of growls, as if to convey its impatience with Shen Cheng's instructions. Shoo! Shen Cheng hastily covered its mouth, turning to the Blood Mantis. When the time comes, follow my lead and act accordingly. The enemy's level is unknown. I will require your assistance, and this will serve as a valuable experience. The Blood Mantis tapped its scythe-like claws together in agreement, and thus the trio remained hidden beneath the black cloth, silently awaiting the arrival of the Bell Ghost. After an indeterminate time had passed, the wind in the room surged, causing the oil lamps on the lampstand to sway violently. They're here, Shen Cheng whispered. Suddenly, a shadow darted past the door's latticework, followed by the sound of bells, extinguishing all the oil lamps in the blink of an eye. At last, the Bell Ghost has arrived. Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf. Ice Mist. Shen Cheng lifted the black cloth, and the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf unleashed its most potent ice mist, encasing the room's perimeter in a thick layer of ice. Shen Cheng swiftly turned on the room lights. Got you now, Bell Ghost. Atop the lampstand, the Bell Ghost was poised to sip the sesame oil from the lamp, momentarily taken aback by Shen Cheng's sudden appearance. The Bell Ghost appeared as a pale purple entity, resembling a jelly with a round head, possessing 2 almost transparent hands devoid of fingers, and lacking a neck yet adorned with a collar that held 4 yellow bells. Name: Bell Ghost. Attribute: Ghost. Level: 2nd stage 30. Talent: Deek Skills: Ghost Fist, Ghost Fire Attack, Shadow Clone. Soul Summoning. Evolution Path: 1. Personality: Timid. Seeing Shen Cheng's 2 spirit beasts beside him, the Bell Ghost hastily charged towards the lattice. But the ice had sealed every corner of the room, leaving even a ghost-type spirit beast with no escape. Seizing the moment while the ice remained intact, Shen Cheng commanded his 2 spirit beasts to attack. Realizing it had no means of escape, the Bell Ghost turned to find that Shen Cheng's spirit beasts were significantly lower in level, momentarily feeling emboldened to fight back. The Bell Ghost's 2 nearly transparent hands began to come together at its chest. Beware of its Ghost Fire Attack. The Bell Ghost summoned a barrage of fireballs, hurling them towards Shen Cheng and his companions. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf stood in front of Shen Cheng, using its skills to block several of the attacks. Blood Mantis. Unleash a triple combo punch. After the Blood Mantis employed the Chi enhancement technique, its combat fervor intensified. The crimson figure launched itself towards the ethereal Bell Spirit in the air. The triple combo punch caught the Bell Spirit off guard, and when it retaliated with its ghostly fists, it found itself at a disadvantage. Triple combo kick. Upon witnessing the Blood Mantis force the Bell Spirit back a few paces, Shen Cheng urged it to press the advantage. With its powerful legs, the Blood Mantis propelled itself towards the Bell Spirit, unleashing a flurry of kicks that caught it completely unprepared. Suddenly, the bells adorning the Bell Spirit rang out sharply, and it split into 4 identical replicas, making it difficult to discern the real one. It was a shadow clone. The Bell Spirits circled around the Blood Mantis, and when the Mantis struck one, it felt as though it had hit nothing but air, having only struck a mere clone. At that moment, the 4 clones restrained the Blood Mantis while simultaneously launching ghostly fire at the gate, attempting to create an icy escape route. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Disregard me and join the fray, Shen Cheng commanded. Chapter 52. Cross/. This is bad. The wall is about to melt, Shen Cheng urged. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Seal off the ice layer and prevent its escape. The Ice Wolf summoned the frost mist once more, encasing the newly formed hole in ice. Having already used a large-scale frost mist attack, it needed to resolve the battle swiftly. Shen Cheng observed that the Ice Wolf's current frost mist lacked the potency of the previous application, indicating it had expended significant energy. Meanwhile, the Blood Mantis found itself locked in a stalemate with one of the Bell Spirit's clones. This particular Bell Spirit was exceedingly cunning. As the Blood Mantis charged at the other 3 clones attacking the wall, the clone transformed back into the original and launched an attack. When the Mantis attempted to counter, the clone reverted to shadow form, thereby restraining the Blood Mantis. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. We cannot allow the Bell Spirit to continue assaulting the ice wall. Charge in. The Ice Wolf sensed the urgency and swiftly moved towards the Bell Spirit hovering above the gate. One of the clones, resembling the original, detected the advancing Ice Wolf, and all 4 clones simultaneously shook their bells. 16 bells rang out together, creating an eerily tense atmosphere within the room. Has it finally arrived? The Bell Spirit's ultimate technique, Soul Summon. Shen Cheng remarked upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Soul Summon, a ghostly skill that manifests a colossal evil spirit, poised to tear everything apart. Accompanied by the cacophony of bells, the 16 chimes emitted a sinister purple glow, converging into a central point. A massive evil spirit began to take shape, resembling a Bell Spirit many times larger than the original, but with an even colder and more malevolent gaze, devoid of any bells upon its chest. This was the malevolent entity sealed within the Bell Spirit, possessing strength far surpassing that of its original form. Be cautious, Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, Shen Cheng cautioned. Once the evil spirit emerged, the Bell Spirit ceased its retreat, positioning the colossal entity before the Ice Wolf while its 4 clones engaged the Blood Mantis. The Ice Wolf has enough energy for one last Shura's Wrath or Devouring Frost. This evil spirit will not be easily dealt with, Shen Cheng thoughtfully assessed. The evil spirit unleashed its attack, a massive hand descending upon the Ice Wolf, which narrowly leapt away. However, another colossal hand followed, crashing down, and the Ice Wolf defended itself with its ice claws, yet still found itself violently slammed to the ground. Demonic skills counter ghostly ones. While Shura's Wrath could inflict some damage, it would only injure the spirits, not eliminate them. Should they retaliate, the consequences could be dire. Shen Cheng continued to ponder ways to swiftly conclude the battle, his mind racing. Meanwhile, the Blood Mantis was not faring much better, although its strikes were fierce. It was outmatched by 4 agile legs, unable to withstand the unpredictable ghostly fists of the Bell Spirit. The Mantis bore several wounds, yet its resolve remained unyielding. The Bell Spirit, recognizing its disadvantage, opted to rely on its clones for relentless sneak attacks instead of confronting the Mantis head-on. The Chi enhancement technique was nearing its end. Shen Cheng's mind raced for solutions. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf employed another frost strike, striking the evil spirit's head, but it failed to inflict significant damage. Instead, it only angered the malevolent entity, which then launched a frenzied assault on the Ice Wolf, forcing it to evade continuously. The room descended into chaos. Upstairs, Wang Yuren winced at the sounds of clattering treasures, lamenting the potential damage to his beloved possessions, yet he gritted his teeth, hoping Shen Cheng would achieve success swiftly. Defeating the original would ensure the malevolent spirit's demise. Shen Cheng had initially considered directing the Ice Wolf to assist the Blood Mantis in eliminating the Bell Spirit, but the evil spirit's relentless pursuit made that impossible. He could only place his hopes upon the blood mantis. The blood mantis fought with increasing fervor. Even aware that the chi enhancement technique was waning, it displayed no fear, pouring every ounce of effort into each strike, its fists dispersing the illusions of the original. If only it possessed a wide-range skill. Shen Cheng lamented, recognizing the mantis's level was too low to have learned many combat techniques. Seeing the blood mantis endure relentless sneak attacks while steadfastly persevering tugged at Shen Cheng's heartstrings. The blood mantis has reached level 10, he exclaimed in surprise, realizing the mantis had leveled up in the midst of battle. Yes, fighting spirit beasts is paramount. Only through continuous combat can their skills and endurance be honed to perfection. Shen Cheng rejoiced. The blood mantis seemed to sense its master's thoughts, nodding resolutely towards Shen Cheng. Blood mantis, circle the room and move swiftly, Shen Cheng commanded. Though the mantis was proud by nature, it was devoid of a love for battle and had placed complete trust in Shen Cheng. After deftly evading one of the bell spirit's strikes, the blood mantis began racing around the room. The bell spirit, mistaking its movements for an attempt to flee, followed suit with its 4 clones in hot pursuit. Shen Cheng observed intently, noting the clones' synchronized movements as they chased the blood mantis. Waiting for the opportune moment, a single strike to end it all. Now, Shen Cheng realized that the 4 pursuing bell spirit clones had aligned in a straight line, their previous positions having been disarrayed. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. The opportunity has arrived. Bloodline technique, devouring frost, he shouted, after dodging a swipe from the evil spirit. The Ice Wolf's crimson eyes glimmered, and a blood-red aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a wave of chilling energy. The evil spirit and the 4 bell spirit clones suddenly froze in place, while the blood mantis, empowered by the chi enhancement technique, remained unaffected by the devouring frost. There are only 2 seconds of opportunity. Blood mantis, cross/, conclude this battle. The blood mantis, already prepared, crossed its 2 sharp and elongated scythe-like claws in a stance reminiscent of a martial artist. A surge of crimson energy radiated from its back. With a swift motion, the blood mantis unleashed an X-shaped wave of white light from its crossed claws, hurtling towards the 4 bell spirit clones. In an instant, the cross/, cleaved through the first clone, which dissipated like mist. The second and third clones met the same fate, revealing they were mere illusions. However, when the attack struck the 4th bell spirit, a resounding impact echoed, confirming it was the original. The bell spirit cried out in agony as it was sent crashing against the wall, nearly creating a dent. With its defenses too weak, it collapsed, leaving the colossal evil spirit to vanish like mist. The battle had concluded. Shen Cheng exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression easing into a smile as he gently stroked the head of the blood mantis. Well done, blood mantis. The creature clashed its claws together, signaling its readiness for further combat. All right, the breath technique is over. If we delay any longer, we may not be able to defeat it with the cross/. Shen Cheng said cheerfully. At this moment, the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf approached, nuzzling against Shen Cheng. With his other hand, Shen Cheng patted the wolf, saying, "You're remarkable too. Your synergy is becoming increasingly harmonious." Suddenly, Shen Cheng noticed the fallen bell spirit twitching. He approached and observed that the bell spirit was not dead, but rather struggling in a stupor. A mysterious smile crept across Shen Cheng's lips as he grasped the bell spirit by its bell collar and headed toward the main entrance. Chapter 53, The Beast Auction. With a loud thud, Shen Cheng tossed the unconscious bell spirit in front of Wang Yuren. "What is this?" Wang Yuren exclaimed, fear evident in his gaze. "What troubles you, Mr. Wang? This is the culprit that has plagued you for so long, now apprehended." Shen Cheng replied with a grin. Wang Yuren hesitated to approach the bell spirit, sensing an unexplainable eeriness. "Master, is it dead?" he asked, retreating a few steps. "Not yet. I will take it away shortly, and it will no longer disturb you." Wang Yuren finally relaxed. "The matter is resolved. Now we can discuss your reward." Shen Cheng, unreserved, had a clear purpose for being there, the yellow Hisu. "Master, the reward of 5 million gold coins will be presented to you. Just wait a moment," Wang Yuren assured. "Not so fast." Shen Cheng interrupted Wang Yuren. "Is Mr. Wang having second thoughts? We agreed that once the task was accomplished, I would receive the yellow Hisu, yet now you feign ignorance?" Shen Cheng's tone was laced with anger. "Master, our bounty is clearly marked. The reward is stated as 5 million. I shall exchange it with you. There is no question of reneging," Wang Yuren replied, his pallid face taking on a cunning expression. "Very well. Since Mr. Wang insists, I shall forego the 5 million. You may handle the bell spirit as you see fit, and consider my bounty task a failure." Shen Cheng, infuriated by Wang Yuren's dishonesty, turned away, leaving the bell spirit behind. Wang Yuren, glancing at Shen Cheng's retreating figure, noticed the bell spirit twitching again, sending a chill down his spine. "Master, don't go." he called out urgently. Shen Cheng continued onward, thinking to himself that after all his efforts to help drive away the spirit beast, Wang Yuren was now attempting to deceive him. Once the bell spirit awakens, the first to face its wrath will be you, Wang Yuren. Wang Yuren, in a panic, rushed out to grab Shen Cheng. Master, please don't be angry. Let us negotiate. 2 pieces of yellow hisu. Is that agreeable? His previously cunning expression turned obsequious. Seeing Shen Cheng halt, Wang Yuren hurried inside to retrieve a small black box. Upon opening it, Shen Cheng found 2 pieces of yellow hisu lying quietly within, resembling withered twigs but adorned with a delicate layer of golden roots. Soft and velvety in appearance, making them exceptionally unique. After the system confirmed they were indeed yellow hisu, Shen Cheng felt assured enough to stow them away. Mr. Wang, you could have presented these sooner. He smiled. Wang Yuren sighed. This yellow hisu was procured through great effort. I have cherished it for over a decade. Were it not for your kindness today, I would never part with it. Perhaps you should worry more about the antiques in your collection, Shen Cheng jested. Suddenly, Wang Yuren realized something and dashed toward the storeroom where the battle had occurred. Oh no, my treasures. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the Ghost Hill Black Market opened its doors. Ding ding ding. Come one, come all. Witnessed the auction of spirit beasts. Shen Cheng, having procured a copper gong, began to call out like a street vendor. The Greenhow Villa was not far from Beihai City, and after completing his task, Shen Cheng pondered how to dispose of the bell spirit when suddenly recalling that at the Ghost Hill Black Market, anything could be sold. A small blackboard sat beside him, announcing, Level 2, 30th rank spirit beast, bell spirit up for auction, starting at 100,000 gold coins or 2 snow soul pills. Soon, a crowd began to gather. Curious about the spectacle. What kind of spirit beast is that? I've never seen one. Someone pointed at the bell spirit tied to the ground. Didn't you see the sign? It's a ghost-type spirit beast, bell spirit. Level 30. Even if you buy it, you won't be able to contract it. What are snow soul pills? Another inquired. I've heard that snow soul pills are extremely advanced evolution materials for spirit beasts. Only major sects possess them. We ordinary beast tamers have no use for such high-grade materials. It seems this young man has quite the pedigree, capturing such a rare spirit beast and possessing such unique evolution materials. Who cares about his pedigree? He said it could start at 100,000 gold coins. At this point, someone eagerly called out, I bid 100,000 gold coins. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily silent. No one else bidding? I didn't come all this way just to sell it cheaply, Shen Cheng thought, looking at the still unconscious bell spirit with exasperation. Finally, a second bid emerged. I bid 200,000 gold coins. Quickly, the crowd around grew larger. I bid 300,000. I bid 500,000. Noticing the lull in bids, Shen Cheng struck the gong again. 500,000 once. 500,000 twice. I bid 700,000. Another voice chimed in. 1 million, exclaimed a stately woman. 5 million, boomed a loud voice from the crowd. A robust man stepped forward, declaring, Young man, I offer 5 million for the bell spirit. Shen Cheng felt a surge of excitement. He had anticipated selling it for around 2 million, and having already secured the yellow hisu, any amount for the bell spirit was profit. As for the snow soul pills, those were truly rare treasures. Snow soul pills were exorbitantly priced, with resources for their crafting only found in major sects. As they required high-tier spirit beasts for their creation, ordinary individuals found it exceedingly difficult to produce high-quality snow soul pills. An inferior quality posed a significant risk for spirit beast evolution, given that the crimson-eyed ice wolf required 10 for a single evolution. Shen Cheng did not expect to acquire them all at once. Even if someone auctioned them off, he would gladly accept 2, as it would open avenues for further purchases. Shen Cheng struck the gong, 5 million once. 5 million twice. I bid 10 million. A sharp voice pierced the air. At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Shen Cheng found himself surrounded, unable to escape. Following the voice, he saw a man whose features were disturbingly peculiar, with cracked lips and hollow eyes. He wore a long black robe adorned with a striking red pattern resembling a massive, watchful eye, creating an eerie impression. Shen Cheng recognized that this black-robed man was a level 48 super beast tamer. With a bid of 10 million, surely no one will contest me. That bell spirit is mine. The man stepped forward from the crowd, grinning eerily at Shen Cheng. Just as Shen Cheng prepared to strike the gong again, the mallet had yet to touch the copper surface. The smile on the figure clad in black suddenly froze, and he coldly addressed Shen Cheng. Be careful. Young man, one can easily overindulge and suffer the consequences. Shen Cheng paid him no mind and continued to shout, 10 million for the first time. 10 million for the second, 10 million for the third. I bid 20 million. His resounding voice echoed once more. Chapter 54, Jiangyan. Shen Cheng's gaze shifted, and he recognized the individual who had called out 20 million, the same robust man whose deep voice had previously quoted 5 million. Upon closer inspection, the man had a thick head of short hair, piercing eyes, and was quite imposing in stature. Moreover, he was a level 49 Super Beastmaster. 20 million. This is indeed 20 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Shen Cheng could not help but ponder the purpose behind their eagerness to acquire the Bell Spirit. Leading 2 Super Beastmasters to spend such a substantial sum. What does it matter? It's none of my concern, as long as I can secure the funds. That's good enough. Even if I don't learn about the shoe up a pill today, walking away with 20 million is still a triumph. Shen Cheng mused. Youth, there's no need for you to raise the bid any further. I doubt anyone here can offer more than I. The short-haired man asserted confidently. This Bell Spirit is mine for the taking. Shen Cheng hesitated, recognizing the validity in the man's words. After all, greed often leads to ruin. 20 million had already surpassed his expectations by a wide margin, and it seemed prudent to take the deal. Moreover, this bidder appeared far more reliable than the previously enigmatic figure in black. Wait a moment. The man in black interrupted Shen Cheng. The short-haired man turned to him with a derisive smile. What? Is your soul-devouring sect so eager to claim this spirit? The Bell Spirit is bound by a formidable evil spirit. It's a risky venture. Humph. While others may fear your soul-devouring sect, I do not. The short-haired man retorted defiantly. My young friend, no matter how much this man bids, I am willing to increase my offer by 100,000. It seemed these two had locked horns. Shen Cheng felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that if a confrontation broke out, he might end up with nothing. Ha ha ha. You think you can compete with me? The laughter of the man in black was sharp and mocking. He then turned his gaze to Shen Cheng and said, Young man, I see that what you truly desire is not money, but the shoe up a pill. Could this mysterious man possess the shoe up a pill? A surge of excitement filled Shen Cheng. The value of 2 shoe up a pills far exceeded 100,000 gold coins. Clearly, this man sought to draw out those who possessed the coveted pills. The man in black hit the nail on the head. Indeed, if you have the shoe up a pill to offer, I will prioritize it. Shen Cheng did not shy away from his needs, stating them plainly. Very well. I initially thought that money would suffice. But it seems I must present the shoe up a pill in exchange. TSK. It pains me a bit. The man in black spoke with an air of confidence. Enough of this idle chatter. If you can produce the shoe up a pill, make your offer directly. Otherwise, if you can't exceed 20 million gold coins, the Bell Spirit shall be mine. The short-haired man showed no courtesy. Why the urgency? The man in black scoffed. He turned to Shen Cheng and declared, Young man, I will lay my cards on the table. I possess the shoe up a pill. State how many you require for your evolved spirit beast. 10. If you can provide 10 shoe up a pills in exchange, the Bell Spirit is yours. I shall not ask for more. Shen Cheng stated boldly. Humph, such audacity. Do you know how precious 10 shoe up a pills are? You're asking for quite a lot, young man. The man in black was momentarily flustered upon hearing Shen Cheng's demand. You heard me correctly. The price is 10 shoe up a pills. If you cannot meet this demand, I shall continue with the auction. Shen Cheng was convinced that the man in black was determined to acquire the Bell Spirit. Securing 10 shoe up a pills would complete one of the necessary materials for evolving his red-eyed ice wolf to the 3rd tier. The man in black clenched his fists, gritting his teeth before conceding. Deal? 10 shoe up a pills for the Bell Spirit. Excellent. Shen Cheng silently rejoiced. His gamble had indeed yielded the shoe up a pills. Striving to mask his elation, he maintained a stoic expression while striking the copper gong. Dong. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the Bell Spirit with 10 shoe up a pills. The man in black produced a bag from his sleeve, revealing the radiant glow of the shoe up a pills within, illuminating the bag with a crystalline sheen. Shen Cheng noticed that the bag contained more than just 10 shoe up a pills. Who exactly was this individual? From what he gathered from the short-haired man, this figure was associated with the soul-devouring sect, which seemed rather sinister. 10. Young man, please count them. If all is well, I shall take the Bell Spirit. The man in black extended the shoe up a pills to Shen Cheng. After confirming the count, Shen Cheng accepted the shoe up a pills, stating, No problem. They are yours. The man in black, along with the Bell Spirit, exited the ghost tomb black market, gradually disappearing into the darkness. Suddenly, he turned back and flashed a sinister smile at Shen Cheng amidst the crowd. Noticing that the short-haired man had not yet departed, Shen Cheng said, My apologies, brother. While your offer was very generous, the shoe up a pills are indeed what I urgently need. It's no trouble. Transactions are based on mutual consent. If he can provide you with what you need more, it's only right that he takes it. The short-haired man displayed a magnanimous attitude, not overly fixated on the outcome. May I inquire further, what do you intend to use the Bell Spirit for? And why did that man with the eye pattern on his body go to such lengths to acquire it? Shen Cheng found the short-haired man particularly amiable and could not resist asking a few more questions. Haha. To be honest, I am here to procure goods. The short-haired man replied with a grin. Procure goods? Shen Cheng looked puzzled. Young lad, my name is Jiang Yan. Let us be friends. I hail from Dragon Island and have been engaged in the beast trade for many years, frequently traveling between the Tianlong Empire and Dragon Island. I often visit the Ghost Tomb Black Market at the border of Donglin City and Beihai City. Brother Jiang Yan, you can call me Shen Cheng. Dragon Island? Shen Cheng recalled that Dragon Island was the largest island surrounding the eastern continent, separated by a vast strait. As the name suggests, Dragon Island was primarily populated by dragon-type spirit beasts, with a few others from various elements, but most were dual-attribute dragon spirit beasts, with single-attribute spirit beasts being rare. So that is how it is. The isolation of Dragon Island from the eastern continent, combined with the limited variety of spirit beasts, has given rise to a thriving trade in spirit beasts. Shen Cheng contemplated. However, might I ask why you are willing to spend so much on the bell spirit? Although it is a rare spirit beast, even if you truly spend 20 million to bring it back to Dragon Island, you won't profit much. Shen Cheng felt perplexed once more. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the profit margin is minimal. My bid was merely to irk that fellow from the soul-devouring sect. Jiang Yan laughed heartily. Soul-devouring sect? Chapter 55, Soul-devouring sect. Shen Cheng was quite curious about this soul-devouring sect. At that moment, Jiang Yan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Little brother, you've been frequenting the Ghost Tomb Black Market, and yet you're unaware of the soul-devouring sect? I'm not very familiar with it, so I would appreciate it if Brother Jiang Yan could elaborate. Jiang Yan gazed into the distance and slowly remarked, in the eastern continent, apart from your heavenly dragon empire, there exists a myriad of forces, both large and small. Some manifest as minor kingdoms, others as sects. And there are also unique entities like our Dragon Island that occupies an entire island. I shall refrain from discussing the nations, as they are governed similarly to your heavenly dragon empire, with armed forces primarily drawn from the royal beast masters of each kingdom. The royal beast masters? Shen Cheng felt a surge of interest at this title. Jiang Yan continued. While sects also lay claim to territories, each possesses its own distinct core philosophy. For instance, the renowned Flame sect has flourished by dedicating itself to cultivating the strongest fire-type spirit beasts. The Flame sect. A ripple of recognition washed over Shen Cheng as he recalled the past tales of the Frozen Valley, where Xie Tianlai had mentioned that his grandfather was the third elder of the Flame sect. I suppose I am indeed the first to inadvertently offend such a formidable sect upon my arrival. Shen Cheng thought, both amused and exasperated. Jiang Yan proceeded. Despite the differing philosophies among these forces, there remains a semblance of mutual respect, which has allowed the Eastern continent to maintain a degree of peace without the outbreak of large-scale warfare. However, one sect is widely despised and reviled by others. Its doctrines scorned by many. Could it be the soul-devouring sect that you speak of, Brother Jiang? Shen Cheng's eyes widened. Indeed, it is the soul-devouring sect, Jiang Yan affirmed. Unlike other forces that nurture spirit beasts through systematic training and combat experience, many of their beast masters rely on external means. Although their methods vary, they fundamentally adhere to the principles of steady progress, respecting the natural laws. The soul-devouring sect, however, diverges from this natural order. What do you mean by this unnatural approach? Shen Cheng inquired further. The soul-devouring sect. Jiang Yan chuckled darkly. The founder of this sect devised a sinister beast taming technique known as the soul-devouring method, which is also the origin of the sect's name. He even compiled it into a tome entitled the Grand Compendium of Soul Devouring, accessible only to members of the sect. The Grand Compendium of Soul Devouring? Shen Cheng mused. As the name suggests, the soul-devouring method involves using other spirit beasts as materials, placing them in a special formation to extract their essence, allowing one's own spirit beast to absorb the refined soul and thus become even more powerful. The Grand Compendium meticulously details the refining methods for each category of spirit beast. What a nefarious method of cultivation. This undoubtedly inflicts immense suffering on the spirit beasts being refined. Upon hearing such vile practices, Shen Cheng could not help but gasp in horror. In a typical duel, even if death occurs, it is a swift affair, survival of the fittest. But to be subjected to such torturous refinement in a formation is a different matter entirely. Indeed, the spirit beasts endure a prolonged agony. Their consciousness remains intact, prolonging their suffering as their essence is slowly siphoned away. This process can last anywhere from a few hours to several months. Truly, a fate worse than death. Jiang Yan lamented. Worse than death. How utterly malicious the soul-devouring sect is. Shen Cheng's eyes brimmed with disdain. No wonder that individual from the soul-devouring sect was willing to pay a hefty price for your bell spirit. Its immense malevolent essence would serve as a sumptuous feast for him, likely boosting his power significantly. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Shen Cheng suddenly felt a pang of regret. In the chaos of battle, life and death are inevitable. Yet, to kill without compassion is a different matter altogether. What twisted mindset must the founder of the soul-devouring sect possess to create such a perverse method of cultivation? Had I known, I would have given the Bell Spirit a swift end or sold it directly to Brother Jiang. I have been too captivated by the prospect of advancement, disregarding the cost. Noticing Shen Cheng's despondence, Jiang Yin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Brother Shen, there is no need to be overly distressed. The soul-devouring sect has harmed countless beings. What you have witnessed today is merely the tip of the iceberg. Should you encounter further atrocities committed by the soul-devouring sect in the future, I hope you will find the courage to stand against them. Jiang Yan's words resonated with a strong sense of righteousness. The soul-devouring sect's monstrosities are indeed despicable. Shen Cheng clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger that surpassed even the fury instilled by Zhang Mahao. Even before his transmigration, he regarded the spirit beasts in the game as sentient beings. And now, having forged real bonds with two spirit beast companions, the blood-eyed ice wolf and the blood mantis, they felt like family to him. The thought of other spirit beasts being captured and subjected to such torment was unbearable. Moreover, the soul-devouring sect undoubtedly captured other beast master spirit beasts for refinement. How devastating it must be for countless beast masters to witness their companions suffer so horrifically. Brother Jiang, is the soul-devouring sect truly that powerful? Shen Cheng inquired again. The soul-devouring sect's influence permeates the eastern continent. Unlike other sects that are fixed in one territory, it operates as a stringent underground organization. The members of the soul-devouring sect scour the land for rare spirit beasts to refine, akin to vermin infesting every nook and cranny. The soul-devouring sect's misdeeds are numerous. Do the righteous sects of the eastern continent remain indifferent? Shen Cheng felt a tightness in his chest. Jiang Yin sighed. Centuries ago, a remarkable monarch from your heavenly dragon empire, through sheer determination and iron-fisted tactics, once elevated the empire to the pinnacle of power, becoming the mightiest force on the eastern continent. He later rallied the various factions to launch a grand campaign known as the Purging Holy War against the soul-devouring sect. The Purging Holy War? What was the outcome? The Purging Holy War commenced with great fervor, and the coalition led by the Heavenly Dragon Empire initially drove the soul-devouring sect into retreat. However, the sect proved to be cunning, evading direct confrontation and scattering into hiding, rendering the coalition's might ineffective. The war dragged on for an extended period, and eventually, the wily soul-devouring sect infiltrated the ranks of the coalition, sowing discord and exploiting the factions' mutual suspicions, leading to the coalition's internal collapse. Jiang Yin sighed again. I recall that Dragon Island also participated in this honorable battle, yet we too fell victim to treachery, resulting in the Purging Holy War's failure. Following this conflict, while the soul-devouring sect suffered significant losses, it also gained a multitude of followers. Learning from their experiences, they retreated underground, establishing a meticulously organized structure. To this day, no one truly knows the extent of the soul-devouring sect's hidden strength. It is certain that no faction can single-handedly declare war on them. The soul-devouring sect's power is indeed terrifying. No wonder that strange individual spoke with such arrogance. Shen Cheng felt astonished. Chapter 56. The Long Hu Venerable after exchanging contact information. Shen Cheng and Jiang Yin parted ways. Although Jiang Yan's involvement in the spirit beast smuggling trade dwelled in a gray area, he still held steadfast principles when it came to matters of great significance. As Shen Cheng walked towards the exit of the Ghost Mound Black Market, he pondered the myriad of information Jiang Yan had just shared. The Heavenly Dragon Empire once had such a capable monarch. Royal Beast Masters, the main force of a nation? I wonder what level of power they possess. Dragon Island is indeed an intriguing place. I hope to explore it further for potential opportunities. The soul-devouring sect's presence is widespread across the eastern continent. I have a feeling that I shall inevitably encounter those enigmatic soul-devouring disciples in the future. With this thought in mind, Shen Cheng felt an urgency to enhance his capabilities. This world differs from the games, where one could avoid confrontation in unavoidable battles. One must fight with all their might. Upon exiting the Ghost Mound Black Market, Shen Cheng made his way directly toward Donglan City. Just as he reached the outskirts of Donglan, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. TSK, TSK, TSK. At long last, I have found you, you little rascal. Turning towards the sound, a dark figure leaned against the dimly lit street lamp, a bell spirit crushed beneath one of his feet. The familiar voice, coupled with the red vertical eye pattern on his attire, revealed the newcomer to be the black-robed man from the spirit-devouring sect of the Guizhou Black Market. Is it you? Shen Cheng furrowed his brow. The shadowy figure rose. You think you can just walk away after taking my snow soul pills? What? The transaction has concluded. Do you intend to go back on your word? Shen Cheng sensed impending danger. Go back on my word. The black-robed man laughed maniacally. Kid, the only reason I didn't take action in the Guizhou black market was to spare the Guizhou family some face, and because of that dimwit standing before you. Now that you're out of the Guizhou black market, do you truly believe you can leave unscathed? As Shen Cheng had anticipated, this man from the spirit-devouring sect was indeed here to seize the Snow Soul Pills. I not only want the Bell Spirit. I expect you to return my Snow Soul Pills, one by one. The black-robed man's sinister visage revealed a fierce intent. On what grounds? Shen Cheng retorted coldly. On the grounds that my strength surpasses yours. The black-robed man shouted, Come forth, Master Changhu. Master Changhu. Shen Cheng's expression turned grave as he watched the black-robed man bring his palms together, summoning a 5-star magic array. Suddenly, a towering figure, a Master Changhu, appeared, standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Name, Master Changhu. Attributes, Water, Combat. Level, 3rd Order, Level 48. Talent, B. Skills, High-Pressure Water Gun, Water Cannon, Wave Entangle, Pot Mastery. Rapid Pot Strike, Giant Pot Smash. Evolution Route. 1. Personality, Irritable. The Master Changhu's body was a massive blue and white pitcher, with its top wide open, and its limbs seemingly formed from teal water. As the ultimate form of the Changhu creature, it possessed dual attributes of water and combat at level 48, proving to be quite formidable. Shen Cheng remained calm, swiftly contemplating his options. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over 10 Snow Soul Pills, or I'll leave your corpse lying in this desolate wilderness. The black-robed man cackled. At this point, Shen Cheng realized there was no escape. Surrendering the Snow Soul Pills was out of the question. He had no choice but to fight for survival. Come forth, Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf, Blood Mantis. Shen Cheng summoned 2 spirit beasts. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed the black-robed man's face, which swiftly morphed into delight. I was wondering what you intended to do with the Snow Soul Pills, hiding such treasures. These 2 spirit beasts are exquisite nourishment. The black-robed man's greedy gaze lingered on the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf and Blood Mantis, licking his lips in anticipation. Sensing the man's burning gaze, the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf and Blood Mantis momentarily shuddered, then glared back with disdain. Kid, I've changed my mind. Whether I get the Snow Soul Pills or not is of no consequence now. Today, I must claim your spirit beasts. The black-robed man's voice turned sharp, his intentions clear. Delusional. Shen Cheng scoffed. Today, the 3 of us either perish together, or we all escape unscathed. There will be no third outcome. With unwavering determination, he gazed at the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf and Blood Mantis, vowing that even in death, he would not allow his spirit beasts to be captured and tormented. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf and Blood Mantis ignited with fighting spirit, their eyes bloodshot. Today's battle would prove to be the most grueling yet. In this desolate wilderness, no one would come to their aid, and the adversary was far more formidable than before. They could only rely on themselves to carve a path through. Then let us fight. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, use Ice Shard Claw. Blood Mantis, Wind Boost. Triple Chain Fist. Shen Cheng struck first, fully aware that this battle demanded his utmost effort, for the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf and Blood Mantis dashed towards the towering Master Changhu from either side, 2 shadows of white and red slicing through the moonlight like blades. Trivial skills. You think you can challenge me? The black-robed man sneered dismissively at the assault from Shen Cheng's spirit beasts. Waves Entangle. The Master Changhu extended its water-formed arms, mimicking a summoning gesture. In an instant, a massive wave surged before the Master Changhu, sweeping towards the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf and Blood Mantis like a tsunami. The power of a level 48 Waves Entangle was staggering. Indeed, this spirit-devouring sect could enhance their spirit beast strength tremendously by devouring others. Truly insidious. Shen Cheng's expression grew serious. Boom. Before the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf and Blood Mantis could reach the Master Changhu, the immense wave engulfed them, violently tossing them aside. The Blood Mantis was hurled against a lamppost, shattering it. Is that all? Kid, I'll play with you today. The black-robed man grinned wickedly. Master Changhu, use high-pressure water gun. The Master Changhu brought its water-formed hands together, fingers forming shooting gestures, unleashing a barrage of water guns that shot towards the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf and Blood Mantis like sword energy. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, create a frost mist barrier. Blood Mantis, cross/. Shen Cheng commanded. The frost mist and cross/ activated simultaneously to counter the relentless onslaught of water guns. However, the might of the level 48 high-pressure water gun was not something low-tier skills could withstand. Like shattered glass, the frost mist and cross/ were obliterated by the high-pressure water guns, the remnants hurtling toward the 2 spirit beasts. Fortunately, both spirit beasts were remarkably swift, deftly evading the fierce attacks. Suddenly, the Master Changhu abandoned its assault on the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, directing all water gun attacks towards the Blood Mantis. Choose the easier target first. The black-robed man cackled, having discerned that the blood mantis was of a significantly lower level than the crimson-eyed ice wolf. The blood mantis had only recently learned the cross-slash, and its power and proficiency were still lacking, making it struggle against the incessant barrage of water guns. A sharp water gun broke through the cross-slash, heading straight for the blood mantis. Not good, Shen Cheng exclaimed. Crimson-eyed ice wolf, quickly assist the blood mantis. The crimson-eyed ice wolf executed an ice strike, summoning falling chunks of ice to shield the blood mantis from this deadly blow. You still have much to learn. Do not forget that the Master Changhu is also a combat-type spirit beast. The Master Changhu suddenly vanished from sight, as the black-robed man shouted, "Rapid pot strike." The Master Changhu lunged towards the blood mantis, a long pot materializing in its grasp. Clenching it tightly, it unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes upon the still reeling blood mantis. Clang, clang, clang. Despite the blood mantis' desperate attempts to block and retreat, it could not withstand the relentless force. Boom. The long pot, comparable in size to the blood mantis itself, struck it with tremendous force, sending the blood mantis soaring through the air, its expression one of agony. Blood mantis, Shen Cheng cried out. Chapter 57, The Blood Mantis Revenge. After being struck by the Master Changhu, the blood mantis was sent hurtling into the air, crashing down and rolling several times upon landing. Shen Cheng rushed over, quickly lifting the blood mantis. Blood oozed from its elongated mouth, the blow having struck its head, leaving a visible wound. Shen Cheng's heart ached, and he began to gesture to return the blood mantis to the spirit beast space. However, just as he summoned the formation for the blood mantis, it tremulously extended its blood-red claw and grasped Shen Cheng's arm. Blood mantis, you? Before him stood the blood mantis, valiantly enduring excruciating pain. As a spirit beast, how could it cower behind its master? Moreover, it was a rare creature, having thrived through relentless slaughter to reach this moment. A smile graced Shen Cheng's lips as he suddenly comprehended the blood mantis' resolve. Its formidable pride forbade it from retreating while its companions battled fiercely. Excellent. Today, we shall share life and death. Shen Cheng's gaze bore into the cloaked man before him, fierce and unyielding. Even if I cannot best you, I shall ensure you suffer. Go forth, blood mantis. In the distance, the crimson-eyed ice wolf, agile and nimble, executed alternating attacks to keep the elder of the long pot occupied. After skillfully evading a close-range strike from the elder, the ice wolf leapt onto a nearby lamppost. It unleashed a trio of freezing strikes, conjuring 3 massive ice blocks that coalesced above the elder, effectively obstructing his escape routes. Is this all you are capable of, boy? The cloaked man sneered at the unfolding scene, then bellowed, water cannon. With a roar, the spout atop the elder's pot erupted like boiling water, swirling violently within. Resembling volcanic lava poised to erupt, the water cannon fired. Boom, boom, boom. 3 colossal water projectiles were launched, shattering the freshly formed ice blocks before they even had the chance to fall. The battlefield was strewn with fragments of ice obliterated by the water cannon. As the elder reveled in his handiwork, the blood mantis had already darted to his side. Using the lone obstacle of the lamppost, it propelled itself several meters into the air. The triple kick attack commenced, striking precisely at the elder's vulnerable neck. Mere moments prior, Shen Cheng had commanded the ice wolf to distract the elder, providing the blood mantis with a swift opportunity to advance. The elder's greatest weakness lay in his slender neck. Concentrating the assault there would yield a chance for victory. The potency of the triple kick rivaled that of a level 30 spirit beast. Striking directly at the elder's critical point, the blood mantis' eyes gleamed with a thirst for vengeance, pouring every ounce of its strength into each kick. The elder's expression twisted into a mask of agony, staggering as he clutched at the blood mantis, desperation evident in his futile attempts to grasp it. Utilizing its razor-sharp scythe-like limbs, the blood mantis evaded the elder's frantic grasp, showcasing the advantage of its diminutive size. The elder, though powerful, found himself rendered impotent. No matter how formidable a combat-oriented spirit beast you may be, when brought close to your neck, your life is forfeit. Shen Cheng scoffed. After a furious onslaught, the blood mantis began to show signs of fatigue, only to be struck once more by the elder's pot. Blood trickled from the mantis' mouth as it valiantly repositioned itself, using its agile claws to continue attacking the elder from the opposite side of its neck. In this moment, the blood mantis had succumbed to a frenzy, its pain forgotten as it unleashed a relentless series of kicks and punches, each blow infused with its intense fury. Finally, a fissure appeared at the neck of the elder's pot. A low, mournful howl escaped the elder, echoing across the desolate wilderness. You wretched insect! I shall capture you today and subject you to the most potent soul-devouring array for your refinement. The cloaked man, witnessing this spectacle, began to panic. Elder of the long pot summoning technique. He commanded. You've forced my hand to utilize this skill. Your end is nigh. Pot summoning technique. Summons flying pots to attack, enhancing 1's spell power by 50. I await your move. Shen Cheng smirked. The elder, gritting his teeth against the pain, focused his gaze and spread his hands, commencing the summoning of flying pots. 5 blue, translucent pots materialized, swirling rapidly around the elder's neck. Break for me. Insect, you shall not escape. The cloaked man roared, finding no avenue for evasion. The blood mantis shifted from defense to offense, channeling all its might into its legs, delivering the most powerful triple kick directly to the elder's neck. Simultaneously, the 5 flying pots coalesced into a singular form, striking the blood mantis squarely. Both the elder and the blood mantis emitted pained cries. The blood mantis energy technique concluded, flung away by the pot summoning technique. Shen Cheng rushed to catch the plummeting blood mantis, only to be pulled down by the overwhelming force of gravity. He looked upon the blood mantis, battered and bloodied, his heart aching as he bit his lip. Fortunately, in his frantic state, the elder had focused solely on expelling the blood mantis, his strength failing to land a decisive blow, granting the mantis a sliver of survival. He gently stroked the mantis' head, offering words of comfort. You have done remarkably well. The rest is up to us. Not dead yet. I find such resilient spirit beasts delightful. They must be splendid materials. The cloaked man eyed the stirring blood mantis with greedy anticipation, licking his lips. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. It is time. Shen Cheng signaled to the Ice Wolf. Utilize the heightened magic. He commanded. The heightened magic activated once more, marking Shen Cheng's second use of this skill since the battle against Zheng Mahao. Heightened magic. When an opponent activates an enhancement skill, the benefits are doubled for our side. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf howled to the heavens, its voice resonating through the vast expanse, as the moonlight shone bright and pure. Seemingly in response to the wolf's cry piercing the clouds, the Ice Wolf's alabaster form glimmered with ethereal light, the eerie glow of its red eyes re-emerging. Oh, what splendid heightened magic. So that was your intention all along, to bait out the elder's pot summoning technique. The cloaked man recognized the heightened magic, his demeanor unfazed as he laughed heartily. Well done, boy. You are worthy of being my opponent. I was beginning to think you had little else to offer. Shen Cheng's systematic assault had finally commanded the man's attention, for without a profound understanding of both spirit beasts and extensive combat experience, no turnaround was conceivable against such overwhelming odds. Clearly, this turning point was the successful activation of heightened magic, Shen Cheng's final trump card. Once activated, a surge of energy enveloped the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, its spell power multiplied. Although the elder also received a 50 enhancement, the vast disparity in strength had been significantly bridged. The true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 58, Absolute Zero. This boy is enigmatic and capable of conjuring unpredictable schemes against me. The cloaked man, sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, no longer dared to underestimate it, directing the elder with utmost seriousness. Pot summoning technique. Cripple that Ice Wolf for me. I intend to take it back for refinement. The elder clasped his hands, merging the 5 blue transparent pots into one, sweeping across the battlefield like autumn leaves in a gust, hurtling toward the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. The pot summoning technique was particularly effective against ice-type skills, prompting the Ice Wolf to evade the onslaught, nimbly dodging the incoming attacks. In comparison to the blood mantis, the level 17 crimson-eyed Ice Wolf navigated the pot summoning technique with remarkable ease, utilizing swift movements to deftly evade strike after strike. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf swiftly advanced to the elder's side. Shen Cheng's objective was singular, to strike the elder's vulnerable neck. The recent assault from the blood mantis had evidently validated Shen Cheng's strategy. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf was in exceptional condition, its ghostly shadow darting forward and closing the distance to the long pot elder in the blink of an eye, leaving no opportunity for the pot manipulation technique to strike. Still wish to come? Long pot elder used the wrath of the waves to thwart his advance. The man in the black robe, noticing the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf had vanished, deduced that it was aiming for the elder's neck. As expected, under the silvery moonlight, the wolf's silhouette abruptly emerged, now less than 2 meters from the elder's throat. At this moment, only the wrath of the waves could serve as a broad defense against the ethereal crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. The long pot elder spread his arms once more, summoning the surging waves that rose from beneath, enveloping him like a tornado. The wrath of the waves transformed his attack into a defense, keeping the Ice Wolf at bay. Humph! You foolish boy, your Ice Wolf has lost control. It will be swept away as soon as it touches my waves. Prepare for utter annihilation. The black-robed man grinned with a sinister satisfaction, reapplying the same trick. Did you truly believe I was unaware of the dual nature of the wrath of the waves? I have been waiting for this. Shen Cheng snorted disdainfully. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, it is time. Absolute zero. He commanded. What? Absolute zero. The black-robed man's smile froze, replaced by a look of shock. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, at level 17, had already mastered absolute zero, and Shen Cheng had been holding on to this technique. Anticipating a surge in magical attack power, the black-robed man fell prey to Shen Cheng's bait once more. I have been careless. The humiliation of repeatedly falling into the traps set by this young upstart surged within him, akin to having one's face ground into the dirt. The optimal condition for unleashing absolute zero was in the presence of water, and the black-robed man understood well how absolute zero countered water-based techniques. As the tornado of waves formed, the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf suddenly opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrential blast of white light directed straight at the wrath of the waves. Bolstered by the heightened magical power, the moment the light collided with the waves, the water-bound tornado instantaneously froze. The black-robed man's proud defensive skill transformed into an icy wall that ensnared the long-pot elder. This was the might of absolute zero. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, break through. Shen Cheng commanded, and the wolf's sharp claws tore through the ice layer, launching an assault toward the elder's throat. Not good. The black-robed man finally panicked. Shattering Ice Claw. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf concentrated all its strength into its claws, delivering a fatal strike to the elder's shattered bottle neck. Bang! The frigid assault caused the long-pot elder's wound to form a crust of ice, the demonic aura of the wolf's claws penetrating the opening. The elder's bottle neck was breached, a gaping hole from which green liquid poured forth. From a distance, it appeared as though a significant chunk was missing from the elder's vessel, his head precariously hanging above, creating an eerie and terrifying sight. With a low growl, the long-pot elder could no longer sustain his body under the agony of the shattered neck. Boom! He collapsed, crashing through the frozen wall and crashing heavily to the ground. Long-pot elder, the black-robed man cried out. It is time to end this. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Bloodline technique. Demonic chill. Shen Cheng pressed on with the assault, knowing that the level 48 long-pot elder was merely gravely injured, but not yet dead. As the demonic chill activated, the elder had not yet reacted, his movements suddenly paralyzed. The demonic chill relentlessly corroded his insides, compounded by the massive wound at the bottle's opening, subjecting the long-pot elder to a dual onslaught of torment. Finishing move, Shura's Divine Retribution. Shen Cheng's voice echoed again. He would not let this hard-earned opportunity slip away. Without granting the long-pot elder a moment to breathe, he unleashed Shura's Divine Retribution. At this moment, dark clouds of magic gathered above the elder, erupting into crimson sparks. Red lightning coalesced and struck the long-pot elder with ferocity. The enhancement from the heightened magical power was at its peak, as torrents of blood-red light rained down indiscriminately upon the long-pot elder. Each time the red light struck the elder's wound, his suffering intensified. This horrific scene was beyond what the black-robed man had anticipated. Shen Cheng stood before him like a merciless demon of slaughter. Enough! The black-robed man clenched his fists. I truly underestimated you. You have forced me into this position. Today, I shall take your life. He murmured. Raising his head, the black-robed man began to weave mysterious gestures with his hands. Soul-devouring technique, backlash. He bellowed. Beneath the long-pot elder, a black five-pointed star formation materialized, faint wisps of black mist rising from it. Suddenly, the black mist surged skyward, instantly dispersing the crimson light of the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Shura's Divine Retribution was shattered in an instant. What an overwhelming surge of energy. What technique is this? Even Shen Cheng could not discern the nature of the long-pot elder's power. You brat. To counter your Shura's Divine Retribution, I had to resort to this secret technique. All the hundreds of spirit beasts I previously refined have been for naught. Not only will I take your 2 spirit beasts today, but I will also ensure you have no place to bury your remains. The black-robed man declared ominously. Secret technique? He just mentioned backlash. Could it be that he is releasing the energy absorbed from the other spirit beasts as a counterattack? What a sinister beast manipulation technique. Realizing that the black-robed man had refined hundreds of spirit beasts, Shen Cheng could barely contain his fury. The black-robed man, seeing the rage, taunted. What does your anger matter now? There is no opportunity left for you, brat. Though it is a pity to lose hundreds of spirit beasts, capturing your 2 ferocious beasts will not be a loss. Beneath the shroud of black mist, the long-pot elder's eyes slowly opened, and the gaping hole at the bottle's neck began to heal. Not good. If the long-pot elder fully awakens, there will be no chance left. Shen Cheng's expression turned grave. The blood mantis and the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf had already lost their combat capabilities. If this continued, they would all perish. Shen Cheng contemplated rapidly. There is no other way. Even if it means risking my life, I, Shen Cheng, shall not be led to slaughter. clenching his fists. Shen Cheng dashed straight toward the black-robed man. What are you up to, brat? The black-robed man looked perplexed as Shen Cheng charged toward him. Just as the long pot elder was on the verge of awakening, Shen Cheng reached the black-robed man and swung his fist. Before the black-robed man could react, Shen Cheng's punch landed squarely on his face. The frail black-robed man stood no chance against the towering Shen Cheng, crashing heavily to the ground. Shen Cheng seized the bell-shaped spirit beside the black-robed man and sprinted toward a slope on the outskirts. You accuse me of being fickle. I see you are the one engaging in black on black. The black-robed man's expression was a mix of disbelief and anger as he witnessed Shen Cheng's actions. Despite his rage, he perceived Shen Cheng as a mere clown in a hopeless situation. Haha. The black-robed man revealed an evil grin, then issued an order to the long pot elder. Long pot elder, use the giant pot to crush. Flatten this brat into a pancake. Suddenly, the watery limbs of the long pot elder vanished, leaving only the colossal vessel. The blood mantis and the crimson-eyed ice wolf roared in protest, yet they were powerless. Shen Cheng was in dire straits. The enormous pot came crashing down. Now, as the giant pot descended, Shen Cheng hastily dropped the bell-shaped spirit and rolled toward the slope. Boom! The giant pot slammed into the ground, sending up a massive cloud of dust. Is it over? After a brief moment, as the man in the black robe observed intently, Shen Cheng emerged from the dust, his body marred by numerous wounds. Crimson-eyed ice wolf, blood mantis, let us depart. Shen Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, ready to flee with his two stunned spirit beasts. Trying to escape? It won't be that simple. Elder Changhu, eliminate him. The black-robed man seethed with rage at the sight. Mind your own affairs. Shen Cheng scoffed coldly. As his words fell, a colossal malevolent spirit surged toward Elder Changhu. It was Elder Changhu who had shattered the collar of the bell spirit, thereby releasing the spirit's malevolence. Damn it! The black-robed man ground his teeth in fury. Once released, the malevolent spirit of the bell spirit would seek vengeance relentlessly, rendering it impossible to capture or refine. This truly was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Watching Shen Cheng's retreating figure, he tugged at the faint yellow circle around his neck and shouted, Boy, remember this. I am Xiao Ning, one of the 108 yellow doors of the spirit-devouring sect. By offending me today, you have offended the entire spirit-devouring sect. Prepare to wait for your demise. Shen Cheng did not look back, staggering as he supported his injured spirit beasts, gradually disappearing into the night. His gaze was resolute. Teeth clenched, blood oozing from his swollen lips. Huh. What of the 108 yellow doors? Xiao Ning, I hope we meet again. Next time, I, Shen Cheng, will surely take your life. Chapter 59, Left on Red. In a shadowy alley of Beihai City, a young girl with an expressionless face advanced step by step toward a dead end. This girl, with a stunning visage, bore an icy demeanor, entwined by a serpentine creature of an eerie blue hue, adorned with 8 wings. Simultaneously, a disheveled middle-aged man sat on the ground, retreating against the wall of the dead end in panic. Beside him lay a level 49 third-tier blue flame eagle, utterly devoid of any signs of life. No matter how he strained his muscles, his body remained immobile, paralyzed by fear. The blue serpent flicked its tongue incessantly, cold and merciless, fixating its gaze upon the terrified man. Do you truly intend to eradicate me? Has the Nanyan sect sunk so low? He stammered. Huh. Bottom line. Does anyone from the Burning Flame sect even have the right to speak of a bottom line? The approaching girl retorted mockingly. Saintis, make your move. We're in the city center of Beihai. We'll attract the royal beastmasters if we linger. A burly man following the girl chimed in. It was Zhai Tu, once of the Ghost Tomb Black Market. The exquisite-faced girl was none other than Chang Sun Tang. Our Nanyan sect has always sought to avoid conflict. Blame only your new sect master for his insatiable greed, repeatedly seizing our territories, Lumen, Tuatsong, and the Zhongnan region. Do you truly think our Nanyan sect is without defenders? Chang Sun Tang declared coldly. 8-winged blue serpent, unleash the rain of death. Without a flicker of emotion, she commanded the 16th level 8-winged serpent, its lethal rain capable of bringing death. A fine drizzle began to fall above the alley, and with the overcast sky, none would discern it as the poisonous rain of the 8-winged serpent. The feathers of the deceased blue flame eagle began to rot and fall away, as if splashed with acid, creating a chilling scene. Go do what you must. I will return on my own. Chang Sun Tang stated indifferently. Zhai Tu nodded silently and departed. A piercing scream echoed through the alley, the man's cries filled with despair. Doctor, how is it? Outside the operating room, Shen Cheng anxiously grasped the hand of a doctor who had just emerged. Young man, please be gentle. Look at your arm. It's still bandaged. The doctor, evidently annoyed by Shen Cheng's agitation, remarked. The doctor carried a clipboard, The words Beihai City First Spirit Beast Hospital emblazoned across his chest. After rolling down a slope the previous night, Shen Cheng was bloodied and bruised, covered in wounds. Having received rudimentary bandaging at a small clinic, he hastily brought the critically injured blood mantis to the Spirit Beast Hospital. With all the hospitals in Donglin monopolized by the Zheng family, Shen Cheng found the idea of visiting Zheng Maheo distasteful, so he sought treatment at this Spirit Beast Hospital adjacent to the Ghost Tomb Black Market. I apologize for being too anxious. Could you please tell me how the blood mantis is? It's been 2 hours since it went into surgery, and there is still no news. Shen Cheng inquired, his worry palpable. Apart from the white bandages wrapping his arm, his face was plastered with band-aids over various wounds, presenting a rather pitiful sight. The Spirit Beast doctor sighed. The injuries are severe. Fortunately, you brought it in early. Had you delayed, it likely wouldn't have survived. You young folks, Spirit Beast battles should be about restraint. Why must it be a life-or-death struggle? Such recklessness harms not only yourselves. Look at your mantis. Who knows how many stitches it required and how much medicine it has received? Upon hearing this, Shen Cheng's heart tightened again. He clenched his fists. Xiao Ning, you bastard. The doctor flipped through his notes. It will need to remain under treatment for another 2 days. I advise you not to leave Beihai during this time, so we can inform you promptly of any developments. Shen Cheng nodded, and the doctor departed. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. Your pre-deposited treatment funds have run out. Please replenish them soon, or it will affect the treatment. The doctor turned back to remind him as he walked away. Is it possible that the 10 million gold coins I deposited has already been exhausted? So this is how exorbitant Spirit Beast treatment costs are. Shen Cheng was taken aback. Nevertheless, regardless of the cost, as long as the blood mantis is safe, it's worth every penny. Shen Cheng calculated. The 10 million he had won from Zheng Maheo was gone, and most of his remaining funds came from commissions earned while working part-time at the Beastmaster Association, along with some savings from diligent labor at Saintti Academy. He had 28 million left. That should suffice. He deposited the remaining funds into the Spirit Beast Hospital account for the treatment of the blood mantis, just as he had managed to save a bit of money. It was all spent before he could even warm it. Now he was back to square one. With this thought, his loathing for Xiao Ning intensified. For 10 snow spirit pills, he had paid such a grievous price. It left him penniless and put the blood mantis's life in jeopardy. You bastard. I will not let this go. Gurgle. Shen Cheng's stomach began to rumble. I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day. I should grab something nearby to fill my stomach. Shen Cheng headed toward the hospital entrance. The urban development of Beihai City seemed inferior to that of Donglan. As he walked along the street, he glanced around incessantly. Perhaps due to the mountainous terrain, the pace of urbanization here was not as rapid as in Donglan. However, the more a place retains its primal nature, the more treasures it conceals. Shen Cheng pondered. Beihai noodle? Sounds delightful. I'll give it a try. Seeing a local establishment around the corner, Shen Cheng, filled with anticipation to savor the flavors of this world, decided to test the waters. As he approached the corner with his bandaged hand, suddenly, a woman of graceful stature emerged from the blind spot of the turn, and they collided head-on. Bang! Both were so preoccupied with their paths that they crashed into each other. The woman struck Shen Cheng's chin directly. Watch where you're going. Shen Cheng exclaimed in irritation. Looking for death. She snapped almost simultaneously. Why am I so unlucky lately? Shen Cheng fumed, the pain in his body flaring anew from the impact. As he lowered his head, he caught a whiff of the woman's scent, which felt oddly familiar. Could it be her? A name swiftly flitted through Shen Cheng's mind. The two retreated, creating distance, recognizing that the one they had collided with was an old acquaintance. Changsun Tang. You scoundrel, it's you. Both exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Upon realizing this, Shen Cheng turned and fled. As a sudden memory struck him, there was a day when Changsun Tang had sent him a message that he had not responded to. It was during those tumultuous days when he was captured by Luo Li, a time fraught with upheaval. He had been so preoccupied with his own experiences that he had neglected everything else, gradually forgetting that message. Encountering Changsun Tang now brought it all rushing back. And given Changsun Tang's temperament, he was bound to receive a severe thrashing. Scoundrel! Stop right there. Shen Cheng, wounded and stumbling, could hardly outrun Changsun Tang. With a swift motion, Changsun Tang seized the back of Shen Cheng's collar, exclaiming in anger, Where do you think you're going? Speak. Why didn't you reply to my message? Chapter 60. The Mysteries of Heaven and Earth. Ouch. That hurts. I didn't mean to. Let me defend myself. Oh no. Allow me to explain. Shen Cheng cried out in distress. His clothing tightened against his wounds, prompting Changsun Tang to realize the extent of Shen Cheng's injuries and quickly loosen his grip. What happened to you? Tell me, who did this to you? Changsun Tang demanded, his tone firm. It's a long story. Let us find somewhere to sit first. Shen Cheng, feeling utterly famished, suggested. Inside the noodle shop. Oh, This is delicious. The flavor is every bit as good as in reality. Shen Cheng exclaimed, slurping a mouthful of noodles. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you been knocked senseless? Hurry up and tell me what happened. Chang Sun Tang appeared somewhat anxious. You want to understand even if I tell you. Shen Cheng was reluctant to divulge the matter concerning the spirit-devouring sect. If you don't tell me, how will I know? Chang Sun Tang glared at Shen Cheng. Realizing he could not withstand Chang Sun Tang's scrutiny, Shen Cheng finally relented. It's the spirit-devouring sect. The spirit-devouring sect? How on earth did you get involved with them? Although Shen Cheng maintained a nonchalant demeanor, Chang Sun Tang had already surmised that he had clashed with individuals from the spirit-devouring sect. You know about the spirit-devouring sect? Shen Cheng paused, curiosity igniting within him as he gazed at Chang Sun Tang. Are you certain it was the spirit-devouring sect? Did they have a vertical eye emblem on them? Chang Sun Tang pressed for confirmation. Shen Cheng nodded. And do you recall if there were any color markings on their collars? Color markings? Shen Cheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. I didn't notice any colors, but I did hear that this person was associated with something called the Yellow Gate of Heaven and Earth. In truth, Shen Cheng had not seen the color of the black robe-esque collar from yesterday. The Yellow Gate. You fought against a member of the Yellow Gate from the spirit-devouring sect? Alone? Chang Sun Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. The injuries I bear are a result of yesterday's battle. Chang Sun Tang stared at Shen Cheng in astonishment, pondering how he had managed to survive against someone from the Yellow Gate. A fleeting glimmer of sympathy crossed Chang Sun Tang's eyes as he observed Shen Cheng's battered state. What are you staring at? Since you're aware of the spirit-devouring sect, do you know what the Yellow Gate is? Shen Cheng inquired. Chang Sun Tang clenched his fists and sighed deeply. The spirit-devouring sect is notorious for its malevolence, relying on a tightly knit organization and its insidious infiltration of various powers. The four gates of heaven and earth form the very core of the spirit-devouring sect. The hierarchy is exceedingly rigid. Chang Sun Tang continued. You encountered a member of the Yellow Gate, of which there are 108 in total, each with its own ranking. The higher the rank, the stronger the individual. The beast tamers of the Yellow Gate typically start as super beast tamers. Chang Sun Tang elaborated. The Yellow Gate represents the lowest tier of the spirit-devouring sect's core, tasked with recruiting and overseeing the grassroots disciples across various regions, who bear no color markings on their collars. Super beast tamers as the starting point? Shen Cheng mused, realizing that yesterday's encounter with the Xiaoning likely involved one of the less prominent members among the 108. And what about the next level? How strong is the Xian Gate? Shen Cheng queried further. The spirit-devouring sect's Xian Gate consists of 36 members, all elite beast tamers above level 60. Their distinguishing feature is a blue collar. Does that mean there are 36 members of the Xian Gate who are super beast tamers or stronger? Indeed. Once you reach the level of the D Gate, you enter the most central tier of the spirit-devouring sect, comprising 12 master-level beast tamers, including several grandmasters. The D Gate is marked by a red collar. Thus, there are 12 beast tamers above level 70. Shen Cheng was astonished. The vice president of Saintti Academy, Ling Feng, is a master-level beast tamer. The strength of the spirit-devouring sect is indeed formidable. Incredulously, Shen Cheng inquired. And how many members are there in the Tian Gate? For in total, 2 grandmasters and 2 kings. These 4 are renowned as the most formidable figures in the eastern continent, rarely revealing themselves. Chang Sun Tang responded. 2 kings. This was the first time Shen Cheng had heard of individuals reaching the king level since arriving in this world. It was astonishing that the spirit-devouring sect possessed 2 king-level beast tamers exceeding level 90. With such a plethora of powerful individuals, it was no wonder Brother Jiang Yin remarked that no faction on the eastern continent dared to unilaterally declare war against the spirit-devouring sect. Shen Cheng paused, realizing he had inadvertently provoked the most powerful dark force in the eastern continent. How on earth did you attract the attention of the spirit-devouring sect? You must have hidden yourself quite well, Chang Sun Tang remarked. Thus, Shen Cheng recounted the series of events involving the Phantom Bell to Chang Sun Tang. The Ghost Tomb Black Market is a den of vice. Why didn't you call me when you went there? Upon hearing this, Chang Sun Tang's question left Shen Cheng bewildered. Why would I call you? He scratched his head in confusion. If I had been there, you wouldn't have been hurt. Chang Sun Tang blurted out. Shen Cheng hesitated, intending to argue that even with Chang Sun Tang's presence, it would have been of little help. But her earnest concern unexpectedly warmed his heart. Shen Cheng thought to himself that bringing her along might have resulted in both of them being captured. Yet he remained oblivious to Chang Sun Tang's true identity. By the way, why are you in Beihai as well? Shen Cheng inquired. Chang Sun Tang hesitated before responding. I came here to have some fun. Shen Cheng shot her a skeptical glance. You are truly terrible at lying. And you? Why did you come here for treatment? Chang Sun Tang quickly shifted the topic. It's south simply because this place is nearby. Shen Cheng's gaze wandered, Huh, you claim I can't lie. Yet you're clearly avoiding going to the hospital of your rival, the Zheng family. Why bother? Changsun Tang struggled to suppress a smile, ultimately resorting to covering her mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm in such a state, and you still dare to joke. Shen Cheng felt utterly speechless. Is that so? I've heard that Shen Cheng, the great genius, has become a live-in son-in-law. I wonder if that soft rice tastes as good as you hoped. Changsun Tang couldn't resist another round of teasing. This sharp-tongued woman had not lost her touch. Shen Cheng silently cursed. Who told you I became a live-in son-in-law? How did you find out about my visit to Luo Ning's house? Do you have feelings for me, Changsun Tang? Shen Cheng boldly proclaimed, believing that the best way to deal with Changsun Tang was to be shameless. A faint blush crept onto Changsun Tang's face as she recalled their past flirtations, the memories flooding back as if they had occurred only yesterday. You, repeat that, scoundrel. I'll tear your mouth apart, Changsun Tang shouted, ready to pinch Shen Cheng's ear. However, upon witnessing Shen Cheng's pitiful and scarred visage, he could not bring himself to halt. Changsun Tang gazed pensively out the window, musing, by the way, my Nanyan sect has unresolved matters with your Shirling sect. Chapter 61, Thicket of Thorns. By the way, when do you plan to return to school? It seems you haven't attended classes for several days. Aren't you worried about failing your finals? Changsun Tang inquired. Shen Cheng scratched his head, replying, I still have some matters to attend to here. My spirit beast is receiving treatment at the hospital. I'll head back in a couple of days. What about you? I still have a few things to wrap up. Changsun Tang hurriedly responded, anxious that Shen Cheng might discern her unease. That is splendid. Shen Cheng clapped his hands. Splendid? What do you mean? Changsun Tang asked, perplexed. Help me catch a Longfang boar. Shen Cheng blurted out. Shen Cheng reasoned that since he was already in Beihai City, he might as well take advantage of the next few days to gather the Longfang boar's tusks. He wasn't entirely sure if Longfang boars inhabited the Lingwu mountain range, but the thorny forest in Beihai certainly housed them. If he could successfully procure the tusks, he would have all the materials for the second-tier evolution of the blood mantis. Humph. You want me to be your free laborer? Why should I help you? Changsun Tang crossed her arms and turned her head away. Are you scared, Changsun Tang? I've heard that the Longfang boars in the thorny forest are exceptionally ferocious. Are you worried they might trample your little green snake to death? Shen Cheng teased intentionally. Pooh, you scoundrel. Trying to provoke me again? You only come to me when you need something. Otherwise, you're as silent as a grave. Shen Cheng detected the underlying irritation in Changsun Tang's tone, still vexed about not having responded to her previously. Oh, please don't be angry. I didn't mean it. I promise. Next time, even if I fall into a latrine, I'll respond to your message immediately. Uffed. Changsun Tang could no longer suppress her laughter. Faced with Shen Cheng's unabashed shamelessness, she found herself at a loss. You think I'm joking? Who cares whether you reply or not? I'll reluctantly agree to help this time, considering it a repayment for your previous generous offer of the sacred nectar heart. I knew you wouldn't stand idly by. The beautiful Changsun Tang has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Shen Cheng cheekily added, say another word, and I'll truly tear your mouth apart. With Changsun Tang's assistance, the odds of capturing the Longfang boar increased. After all, the blood mantis was currently gravely injured, and the red-eyed ice wolf was at a disadvantage against the combat-oriented Longfang boar. Longfang boars typically traveled in packs, and encountering a herd could spell disaster. What level is your ice wolf now? Changsun Tang suddenly asked. It's level 17 now. Shen Cheng replied. What? You're only at level 17? Not long ago. Before its evolution, your ice wolf was even lower than the Bayou Serpent S level. How could it reach level 17 so quickly? Although Shen Cheng was enigmatic, his rapid progress astonished Changsun Tang. Having been proud of her talents since childhood, she was disheartened to realize that her growth rate paled in comparison to Shen Cheng, who had no notable background. What about your little green snake? What level is it? It's at level 16. Changsun Tang replied, her tone tinged with reluctance. That is still impressive. You've achieved quite a lot in such a short time. Pooh, how shameless. Are you indirectly praising yourself? Hee hee. Shen Cheng chuckled foolishly. Shen Cheng's swift advancement was due to numerous battles across different tiers and encounters with death, while Changsun Tang, of noble lineage, would never receive her clan's consent to take such risks. When are we going to catch the Longfang boar? Changsun Tang inquired. Tonight, Shen Cheng said with a mischievous grin. Changsun Tang glanced at Shen Cheng's bandages. Tonight? Why the rush? Can it wait until tomorrow? Longfang boars, though immensely powerful, had poor eyesight, especially at night, making them easier to hunt. Hey, how do you know so much random knowledge? Because I love to read. Pooh. The dusk in Beihai gradually faded, and the moon ascended. Changsun Tang arrived at the designated meeting spot with Shen Cheng. A shadow slowly approached her. But it was not Shen Cheng. Instead, it was Zhai Tu's face that came into view. So, did you manage to investigate the Ghost Mound black market thoroughly? Chang Sun Tang asked coldly. In response to the Sainttess, I have gathered the information. The conflict originated from an auction. Zhai Tu bowed respectfully. He informed me about the auction, but I meant to ask if it's true that Shen Cheng fought alone against that Huangmin person? Chang Sun Tang queried, perplexed. Indeed. The auction involved a spirit beast dealer from Dragon Island named Jiang Yan, but he left after the auction ended and did not accompany Shen Cheng. What level is that Huangmin? Huangmin is level 85, named Xiao Ning, a level 48 super beastmaster. Zhai Tu replied, level 85. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chang Sun Tang's cold, alluring eyes. To be honest, Sainttess, this Shen Cheng fellow is indeed mysterious. He managed to survive after a fierce battle with Xiao Ning. You must be cautious when dealing with him. Chang Sun Tang gestured for Zhai Tu to say no more, and he vanished into the night. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Chang Sun Tang's lips. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle echoed. A punk-styled youth, sporting a massive chainsaw on his back, sped towards her, none other than Shen Cheng. Upon seeing Shen Cheng's peculiar appearance, Chang Sun Tang was rendered speechless. Have your injuries healed? She asked, noticing his bandages were gone, and he seemed lively again. It's just a surface wound. I can endure it. Shen Cheng replied nonchalantly. Are you sure you can handle it? Chang Sun Tang worried he might be overexerting himself. What kind of man would say he can't? Pooh. Where did you get this broken-down bike? Chang Sun Tang looked at the rugged motorcycle with disdain. Of course, I rented it. This is a mountain bike. Its off-road capabilities are unparalleled. Come on, genius girl. Shen Cheng said cheerfully. I refuse. Chang Sun Tang crossed her arms, her tone resolute. Shen Cheng. Seeing Chang Sun Tang's reluctance. If you refuse, you'll have to walk on your own. You must traverse this wilderness to reach the thicket. Walking dozens of miles won't kill you. You scoundrel. With few people around, Chang Sun Tang felt trapped. Reluctantly, she shot Shen Cheng a fierce glare, grabbed his arm, and swung her long legs over the motorcycle. Chang Sun Tang felt a tinge of anxiety sitting behind Shen Cheng, as the Sainttess of Nanyan's sect. She had never ridden anything like this. Why are you carrying such a massive chainsaw? Chang Sun Tang remarked, eyeing the intimidating chainsaw on Shen Cheng's back. Oh, this is for sawing the tusks of the Longfang boar. It's more convenient to bring it along. Shen Cheng, fearing the chainsaw might accidentally harm Chang Sun Tang, secured it to the back of the bike. Ready? Let us go. Shen Cheng twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle shot forward. This startled Chang Sun Tang, who quickly clutched Shen Cheng's sleeve. Scoundrel, slow down, she exclaimed angrily. The motorcycle bounced over the rugged terrain, and Chang Sun Tang bit her lip, gripping the fabric of Shen Cheng's shirt tightly. Suddenly, the motorcycle hit a large pit, jolting both of them. They almost lost Chang Sun Tang, who instinctively wrapped her arms around Shen Cheng's waist. Feeling the warmth of her soft body against his back, Shen Cheng's face flushed. Thus, under the moonlight, the graceful girl leaned closely against the bruised youth as they sped towards the thorny forest. Chapter 62, The Rending Yellow Jackal. This is the place. After crossing the wilderness, Shen Cheng halted before a jungle dense with thorny trees and brambles. At last, we have arrived. Long Sun Tang dismounted from the motorcycle, only to be suddenly beset by a wave of discomfort in his back and waist. Is this the thicket of thorns you spoke of? Casting his gaze upon the seemingly endless expanse of the thorny jungle before him, he noted its desolate, lifeless hues reminiscent of withered trees. The thicket appeared eerily tranquil under the cover of night, yet beneath that stillness lurked an undercurrent of tension. Various spirit beasts made their home here, one of which was the long-tusked boar. We've arrived. Let us proceed. Shen Cheng gestured to Long Sun Tang. The two men cautiously stepped into the woods, where the ground was strewn with brittle branches that snapped ominously underfoot. Crack! Inadvertently, Long Sun Tang crushed a dead twig, and an array of sounds erupted around them. The rustling wings of avian spirit beasts mingled with the noises of creatures burrowing into the earth. Hush! Be careful not to startle the beasts of the forest, Shen Cheng whispered, intent on avoiding unnecessary trouble with the numerous high-level wild spirit beasts concealed within the thicket. Goodness! A snake! Shen Cheng exclaimed, gripping Long Sun Tang's arm with urgency. A level 13 sand-tailed snake darted past them with remarkable speed. You're telling me to be quiet. Yet look at the commotion you're making. Long Sun Tang shot Shen Cheng an exasperated glare. Of course, you're unafraid of snakes since you play with them daily. The scales of that sand-tailed serpent had already blended seamlessly with its surroundings, making its sudden movement quite startling. Shen Cheng replied, somewhat disgruntled. When will this aimless search come to an end? Long Sun Tang pondered, glancing into the distance, realizing that wandering without direction could lead to them becoming lost in this thorny expanse. That is a valid point. Shen Cheng stood deep in thought. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, scrutinizing Long Sun Tang from head to toe. Feeling the intensity of Shen Cheng's stare, Long Sun Tang snapped. What are you doing? You lecher. Must your thoughts be so impure? I was merely considering whether your 8-winged green serpent could utilize its source spirit to sense the surroundings. Let us summon it and see if it proves effective. Shen Cheng clarified. While the source spirit's sensing ability can lock onto fast-moving enemies instantly, the vastness of the thorny jungle diminishes its effectiveness, particularly since the long-tusked boars seem inactive at this spot. Long Sun Tang responded, though he still summoned the 8-winged green serpent. Name, 8-winged green serpent. Attributes, flight, poison. Level, Tier 2, Level 16. Talent, S. Skills, Air Slash, Mist Poison, Shadow Strike. Death Rain, Winged Assault. Hidden Evolution Path activated. Personality, Stubborn. Bloodline Skill, Source Spirit Sensing. The green serpent coiled around Long Sun Tang's alluring form, and upon recognizing Shen Cheng, it flicked its tongue. The 8-winged green serpent, Bloodline Skill, Source Spirit Sensing. As Long Sun Tang's words left his lips, the serpent's eyes glimmered with emerald light, continuously probing its surroundings with its elongated tongue. After a short while, the 8-winged green serpent remained unresponsive. There's nothing nearby. Let us move further ahead. Long Sun Tang remarked nonchalantly. As they pressed onward, the 8-winged green serpent abruptly halted, its eyes alertly surveying the vicinity. What's the matter? 8-winged green serpent. Long Sun Tang sensed something amiss. There's a disturbance. Shen Cheng keenly detected a faint sound. Suddenly, in the depths of the dark thicket, a pair of crimson eyes emerged, fixated intently on Shen Cheng and Long Sun Tang. This is troublesome. It's too dark to pinpoint their location. Shen Cheng lamented, unable to identify the lurking spirit beasts with the system. There's another one over there. Long Sun Tang noticed another pair of red eyes staring back at him. I fear we are surrounded. Shen Cheng observed the growing multitude of crimson eyes encircling them. This is dire. The two men pressed their backs together, adopting a combat stance as the 8-winged green serpent ascended into the air, poised for action. Suddenly, one of the eyes shifted, and a yellow figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It is the earth-rending yellow jackal. Shen Cheng recognized it as a level 42 Tier 2 combat-type spirit beast, the earth-rending yellow jackal. This creature stood tall, its tangled yellow fur exuding a fierce aura, embodying raw ferocity. Notably, a gaping hole marred its left ear, as if pierced by some sharp instrument, and its face bore numerous scars from countless battles. As the earth-rending yellow jackal stepped forward, the surrounding eyes began to shift, encircling Shen Cheng and Long Sun Tang. It appeared that this formidable jackal was the leader of a pack of lesser yellow jackals. The earth-rending yellow jackal had evolved from these lesser beasts. What should we do? Are we to fight? Long Sun Tang whispered. There are at least 100 of them. Fighting would be unwise. We must have wandered into their territory. We came looking for the long-tusked boars, and instead provoked these creatures. Shen Cheng expressed his concern. Though he and Long Sun Tang combined could subdue the level 42 earth-rending yellow jackal, the pack mentality of the yellow jackals posed a significant risk if they decided to attack en masse. Are you suggesting we do nothing? Long Sun Tang challenged. I have no other options. Shen Cheng replied bluntly, promptly summoning the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. He also unslung a chainsaw from his back, knowing that if a confrontation arose, they would need every means of defense at their disposal. The 8-winged green serpent flicked its tongue in the air, causing a few of the yellow jackals to instinctively recoil, wary of the serpent's dual attributes of poison and flight, which posed a fundamental threat to their combat type. The earth-rending yellow jackal, sensing this, let out a howl, seemingly commanding the other yellow jackals to stand firm, and they resumed their previous positions. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, unwilling to back down, unleashed a resonant howl that pierced the air, far more imposing than the earth-rending yellow jackal's earlier display. The pack of yellow jackals grew agitated, torn between the instinct to retreat and the fear of facing the fierce gaze of the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. After all, wolves exert a primal dominance over jackals in the animal kingdom. Noticing the change in the atmosphere, the earth-rending yellow jackal paced back and forth, scrutinizing the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. It seemed that the presence of the wolf had diminished the jackal's hostility. Long Sun Tang quietly remarked to Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are close relatives and likely share a means of communication. Clearly, they harbor a certain caution towards the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. The earth-rending yellow jackal called out a few more times, this time lacking the previous threatening tone. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf responded in kind, and it appeared they were engaging in a peaceful dialogue. Moments later, the earth-rending yellow jackal abruptly turned and departed, with hundreds of yellow jackals retreating into the darkness. Is that it? Shen Cheng stood in astonishment. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, what did you and the earth-rending yellow jackal discuss? He hurriedly communicated with the wolf. After a brief moment, he received a reply, We inadvertently trespassed into the yellow jackal's territory, but fortunately, the crimson-eyed ice wolf clarified the misunderstanding, and the earth-rending yellow jackal urged us to leave at once. Shen Cheng conveyed the information. Is it truly possible for things to unfold this way? It seems today is our lucky day. Long Sun Tang expressed his surprise. Yes, let us leave quickly. As they made their way out, Shen Cheng stroked the head of the crimson-eyed ice wolf with enthusiasm. You were magnificent. Without you here, we would have undoubtedly faced a fierce battle. Suddenly, Long Sun Tang halted. Hush! The eight-winged green serpent was incessantly flicking its tongue in the air. What's wrong? Has the eight-winged blue serpent sensed the presence of the silver-tusked boar? Shen Cheng inquired softly. Yes, the silver-tusked boar is nearby. Long Sun Tang nodded gently. How many? Just one. It seems to have ventured out alone in search of food. One is manageable. Shen Cheng's face brightened. Chapter 63, The Silver-Tusked Boar. Lead the way, eight-winged blue serpent. The two cautiously maneuvered through the trees towards their target. There, following the direction of Shen Cheng's finger, they spotted a large black wild boar voraciously grazing on the grass below. In the moonlight, the creature's prominent tusks emanated an intimidating chill. Shen Cheng wiped his mouth, exclaiming, At last, I have found you. This doesn't appear to be a silver-tusked boar. Look at its tusks. They aren't white, but silver. Long Sun Tang remarked in confusion. Shen Cheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a silver-tusked boar, evolved from the silver-tusked boar of the second tier. I had intended to acquire the white tusks of the latter, but encountering this specimen is fortuitous. The success rate for evolution using the silver tusk will undoubtedly be higher. Long Sun Tang understood. Now I see. What is our course of action? Shen Cheng meticulously analyzed the silver-tusked boar before them. Name, silver-tusked boar. Attribute, fighting. Level, Tier 2, Level 30, Talent. E-skills, Rampaging Charge, Tusk Cannon. Fury Eruption, Evolution Route. 1. This silver-tusked boar is at Level 30. With the two of us working together, it should not pose a significant challenge. Though we must be wary of attracting a herd of wild boars. Shen Cheng stated calmly. Then let us be swift. We kill it and take the tusks before we leave. Long Sun Tang's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, be ready. Shen Cheng whispered. Long Sun Tang took the initiative. Eight-winged blue serpent, use air slash. Create an opportunity for the ice wolf to close in. With a rapid flap of its wings, the eight-winged blue serpent unleashed a sharp wave of air directed at the silver-tusked boar. A woo. The silver-tusked boar let out a pained cry. The air slash struck its side, causing the boar to stumble but not fall, as its formidable defense mitigated the impact, even against this attack, which counters fighting types. At this moment, the crimson-eyed ice wolf had already launched its ambush, seizing the opportunity to strike the silver-tusked boar without allowing it a moment to react. Ice Splinter Claw. The icy claws struck the boar's back. Though it did not pierce its tough hide, the pain was evident, for the silver-tusked boar, despite its tough exterior, was more sensitive to pain than many other spirit beasts. Shen Cheng observed the silver-tusked boar's agonized cries and noted, however, the silver-tusked boar holds a considerably higher level. Upon realizing it was under attack, it instinctively kicked back with its powerful hind legs, sending the crimson-eyed ice wolf skidding several meters across the ground. What immense muscular strength. The crimson-eyed ice wolf, being an ice-type spirit beast, is struggling to cope. The crimson-eyed ice wolf swiftly regained its footing, preparing to confront the charging silver-tusked boar. The silver-tusked boar, in a fit of rage, launched itself towards the ice wolf with wild ferocity. The ice wolf leaped onto a thorny tree, but the silver-tusked boar barreled forward, snapping the trunk in its wake, forcing the ice wolf to evade. This silver-tusked boar has been thoroughly provoked. We must rely more on the eight-winged blue serpent. Shen Cheng glanced at Long Sun Tang. Fear not, leave it to me. Long Sun Tang replied confidently. Eight-winged blue serpent, unleash your winged assault. With a flurry of swift strikes, the winged assault rained down upon the silver-tusked boar, piercing its resilient body with several sharp feathers. Although the feathers did not fully penetrate, the venomous nature of the eight-winged blue serpent's attack began to take effect, slowing the boar's pace. Indeed, employing poison against such a heavily armored fighting-type spirit beast proves to be effective, Shen Cheng mused. The silver-tusked boar, realizing it was under assault from above, glared ferociously at the sky, its eyes nearly bulging with rage. The eight-winged blue serpent continued its relentless assault with the winged assault. We must inflict significant damage to allow the poison to seep in and maximize its effect. As the silver-tusked boar shifted its focus to the eight-winged blue serpent, its tusks glowed ominously. It intends to use the tusk cannon. Eight-winged blue serpent, be cautious. Shen Cheng urgently warned the serpent in the air. The eight-winged blue serpent nodded in acknowledgement. remaining vigilant while continuing its assault on the silver-tusked boar. The silver glow concentrated at the tips of its tusks, and the tusk cannon was unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. Several tusk-shaped energy waves surged towards the airborne eight-winged blue serpent in rapid succession, creating a dense barrage. The eight-winged blue serpent had no choice but to cease its attack and evade, and after a barrage of strikes, the tusk cannon obliterated a pathway through the thorny forest above. What immense power! Even Long Sun Tang couldn't help but express concern. If the defenseless eight-winged blue serpent were to be struck, its life would be in grave jeopardy. This cannot continue. We need to finish this quickly. The commotion is attracting the silver-tusked boar herd, Long Sun Tang asserted. We must find a way to flip it over and expose its belly. While the poison is effective, its incredible defense makes it nearly impossible to eliminate. We must concentrate our attacks on its abdomen to defeat it. Shen Cheng contemplated rapidly. However, the silver-tusked boar continued to unleash tusk cannon attacks at the eight-winged blue serpent above. Foolish creature. Eight-winged blue serpent, charge in and employ mist poison. Long Sun Tang commanded angrily. The eight-winged blue serpent dodged a flying tusk cannon and swiftly circled above the silver-tusked boar, expelling a cloud of toxic mist. A veil of purple haze enveloped the silver-tusked boar, rendering the cannon ineffective as it dispersed the mist further. Indeed, the mist poison has proven useful, Long Sun Tang observed as the silver-tusked boar staggered within the fog, seemingly on the brink of collapse. This is a ruse. Eight-winged blue serpent, get out of there. Shen Cheng suddenly realized something was amiss and shouted urgently. What? Long Sun Tang's expression turned grave. Hearing Shen Cheng's warning, the eight-winged blue serpent acted quickly, flapping its wings to escape the vicinity. Just as the warning left Shen Cheng's lips, a dark figure shot out from the mist, narrowly missing the eight-winged blue serpent's wings. How cunning. The silver-tusked boar utilized the mist to charge up for a fury eruption, Shen Cheng remarked coldly, aware of the tremendous power behind such an attack. If struck, the fate of the eight-winged blue serpent would be dire. Long Sun Tang, still processing the situation, stared blankly at Shen Cheng, her emotions a tumultuous mix. Having let her guard down, she realized Shen Cheng was still calculating and decisively issuing commands. Long Sun Tang finally grasped the truth of Shen Cheng's survival against the Yellow Gate's 84 foes. He had achieved what she could not. Is this the disparity? His strength far exceeds that of a novice beast master. Long Sun Tang murmured to herself. Shen Cheng's words were no exaggeration. Should the tusks of the level 30 silver tusk boar pierce the eight-winged blue serpent, it would be doomed. Cursed creature, you nearly cost the eight-winged blue serpent its life. Long Sun Tang clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at the silver tusk boar. Create an opportunity for me. I will deliver the final blow. Long Sun Tang turned to Shen Cheng. Do you have confidence in landing a killing strike? Shen Cheng inquired. Absolutely. Trust me. Chapter 64, Acquiring the Tusks. The crimson-eyed ice wolf cannot confront it directly. We must rely on speed to create an opportunity for the eight-winged blue serpent. Shen Cheng reasoned with calm determination. Employ Ice Strike. He commanded. Ice shards descended from the heavens, crashing directly upon the head of the silver-tusked boar, splintering upon impact, yet causing it little harm. Shen Cheng's intention was to allow the crimson-eyed ice wolf to seize control of the battlefield, while the eight-winged azure serpent took the opportunity to swiftly conceal itself. The silver-tusked boar turned and charged wildly at the crimson-eyed ice wolf. Leveraging its speed, the ice wolf leapt onto a thorny tree, while the boar relentlessly unleashed its tusk projectiles. Despite its clumsy movements, the boar's continuous barrage of skills left no opportunity for the ice wolf to counterattack. Advance swiftly. Encircle it. Shen Cheng commanded. The ice wolf ceased its evasions, swiftly revolving around the silver-tusked boar like a white shadow. The boar, with its poor night vision, struggled to discern the ice wolf's presence, becoming disoriented as it fired its tusk projectiles in all directions, all of which merely pierced the air and soared into the distance. Observing the boar's waning vigilance, Shen Cheng seized the moment. Now is the time. Charge in and employ Ice Shard Claws. The ice wolf darted forth from the shadows like a specter, dashing straight for the boar. Though its vision was limited, the boar nonetheless detected the approaching menace. Two tusk projectiles were launched directly at the ice wolf. Harden your body. Withstand it. Shen Cheng had long been prepared. The ice wolf's pristine fur shimmered with a white luminescence, enveloping it in protection. The tusk projectile struck, erupting in a cloud of dust. The boar, believing it had slain its foe, was unprepared for the emergence of blood-red eyes through the haze as the ice wolf launched its surprise attack. With its body hardened, the ice wolf endured the impact of the two projectiles and advanced. Ice Shard Claws. The ice wolf's foreclaws embedded deeply into the boar's thick layers of fat, eliciting a dreadful howl from the creature. With a mighty pull, The wolf's claws tore through flesh, revealing a horrific scene. Subsequently, the ice wolf's hind claws pushed forcefully against the boar's body, using the momentum to leap into the air, executing a flawless arc. The boar, reeling from the force, began to lose its footing and toppled sideways. Now, bloodline technique, demonic frost. Shen Cheng called out. Long Sun Tang, it's your turn. The ice wolf's eyes suddenly radiated an eerie red light before it unleashed the demonic frost, a sharp energy that permeated the boar's body. As the boar attempted to stabilize itself, its limbs became rigid with frost, succumbing to gravity and preparing to fall. Eight-winged azure serpent, utilize shadow strike to attack its abdomen. Long Sun Tang commanded. Almost instantaneously, the lurking eight-winged azure serpent surged forth like a green flash toward the silver-tusked boar. Before the boar could hit the ground, the serpent darted past it in a blur. So swift was the serpent that it eluded the naked eye, wrapping around the boar and swiftly slicing its belly with its venomous fangs before retreating. This incisive assault transpired in less than a second. Boom! The silver-tusked boar collapsed, raising a massive cloud of dust. Is it done? Shen Cheng rubbed his eyes vigorously. As the dust began to settle, the fallen boar lay motionless, devoid of life. Upon closer inspection, a grotesque gash marred its belly, blood flowing profusely. The wound was decayed, as if corroded by acid, a testament to the eight-winged azure serpent's lethal venom. Shen Cheng approached, aghast at the sight of the boar's demise, while Long Sun Tang remained unfazed. We must act quickly. The commotion from the battle was considerable. Let us swiftly remove the tusks and depart. Long Sun Tang urged. Understood. Gazing at the gleaming tusks, Shen Cheng produced a chainsaw and began his work. The sharp whir of the chainsaw echoed as he began to sever the hard tusks, sparks flying with each cut. Long Sun Tang stood vigilantly nearby. After a short while, Shen Cheng exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it! It's too tough. I've barely made it through one." At that moment, Long Sun Tang keenly noticed 4 pairs of eyes emerging from the shadows. "They're coming." Long Sun Tang's brow furrowed. Shen Cheng followed Long Sun Tang's gaze and saw 4 silver-tusked boars advancing toward them. "Stay focused. These 2 boars are of lower rank. I can handle them," Long Sun Tang declared coldly, eyeing the approaching foes. Shen Cheng nodded, burying himself in his task. He had successfully severed 1 tusk. Just 1 more, and then we can leave. The 2 boars, realizing Shen Cheng was harming their kin, charged at him. "Intercept them, eight-winged azure serpent," Long Sun Tang ordered. Glancing at the crimson-eyed ice wolf, it nodded in understanding and leapt toward the 2 incoming boars. These 2 boars were far inferior to the second-tier silver-tusked boar, and the ice wolf and azure serpent quickly dispatched them. The fallen quartet of boars soon attracted a small horde of their brethren, numbering 7 or 8. Eight-winged azure serpent. Rain of death. Long Sun Tang decisively unleashed an area attack. The rain of death proved devastating against the poorly defended boars, continuously scorching their hides. After 1 round of the rain of death, the boar horde was thrown into disarray. Seizing the moment, the ice wolf plunged into the midst of the wild boars, dispatching 1 with each claw until the entire batch was vanquished. However, from the depths of the thorny forest emerged numerous pairs of eyes. Is this never ending? Long Sun Tang noted as more boars approached. In no time, the entire horde had converged upon them. Finally done, Shen Cheng lifted the 2 severed tusks, only to find himself and Long Sun Tang surrounded by the boar throng. Damn it! First, we were encircled by the yellow wild dogs, and now by boars. Shen Cheng cursed. It seems we have no choice but to fight. Long Sun Tang scanned their surroundings. Shen Cheng surveyed the area. The levels aren't high. We can break through. Crimson-eyed ice wolf, create a path with frost strike. Massive ice blocks rained down upon the boars, crushing several of the lower-ranked ones instantly. Retreat. Shen Cheng discarded the chainsaw, gripping a tusk tightly with 1 hand and seizing Long Sun Tang's hand with the other as they fled. Long Sun Tang hesitated for a moment, but then tightened her grip on Shen Cheng's hand as a throng of boars pursued them relentlessly. The crimson-eyed ice wolf and 8-winged azure serpent fought off the charging boars while running. Yet, for every boar they felled, another took its place, and the relentless chase showed no signs of abating. Breathing heavily, Long Sun Tang struggled to keep pace with Shen Cheng. "I can't go on. I can't run anymore." "Even if you can't run, you must," Shen Cheng urged, gripping her hand firmly. Suddenly, Long Sun Tang stumbled, nearly falling. She paused, bending over. "I can't do it. Shen Cheng, I truly have no strength left. Why don't you run ahead? I'll hold them off." "What nonsense are you spouting? After we have slain so many boars, they will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly. I brought you here, and I won't leave you behind," Shen Cheng shouted vehemently. Taken aback by Shen Cheng's sudden anger, Long Sun Tang stood frozen, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, unsure of what to do. "No, there are too many. The crimson-eyed ice wolf and eight-winged azure serpent can barely hold them off. The crimson-eyed ice wolf and the eight-winged azure serpent unleashed another round of their skills, dispatching dozens of pursuing long-tusked boars. However, the stamina of the two spirit beasts began to wane. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Cheng crouched down and hoisted Chang's Sun Tang onto his back. You! Chang's Sun Tang's face flushed crimson as he bit his lip, yet he did not resist. Shen Cheng sprinted forward, carrying Chang's Sun Tang, oblivious to the passage of time as his legs grew numb. The crimson-eyed ice wolf and the eight-winged azure serpent continuously obstructed the advancing long-tusked boars, granting the pair precious moments to escape. Suddenly, Shen Cheng halted, his gaze fixed intently on the darkness ahead. What's wrong? Chang's Sun Tang inquired. There's another silver-tusked boar. This one possesses greater strength. Another one? Chang's Sun Tang stood upright, spotting another silver-tusked boar not far away, its size markedly larger than the previous ones. Could this be the leader? I estimate it must be around level 40 or 50. Indeed, this one is a second-tier level 45. Shen Cheng's system provided the answer. Upon closer observation, it became evident that one of the silver-tusked boar's eyes was blind, marred by a massive claw mark. This silver-tusked boar stood before Shen Cheng and Chang's Sun Tang, recognizing the tusk in Shen Cheng's grasp, and began to advance menacingly. Shen Cheng positioned himself protectively in front of Chang's Sun Tang, retreating steadily as the silver-tusked boar threatened to charge. Seeing this, the crimson-eyed ice wolf rushed forward to shield the pair, confronting the long-tusked boar. Gur! The crimson-eyed ice wolf bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at the silver-tusked boar. Meanwhile, the herd of long-tusked boars began to close in from behind, drawing nearer to the eight-winged azure serpent. Hisses! The eight-winged azure serpent continuously flicked its long tongue, its wings unfurling with an imposing presence. Prepared for a fight to the death, the long-tusked boars, having witnessed the demise of many of their kin, regarded the eight-winged azure serpent with trepidation, exchanging glances and reluctant to be the first to fall victim. With the level 45 silver-tusked boar in front and the relentless horde of long-tusked boars behind, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Shen Cheng and Chang's Sun Tang found themselves encircled once more. This silver-tusked boar must be the leader of the long-tusked boar pack, seemingly connected to the one that had just perished. Shen Cheng noted that the silver-tusked boar was fixated on the silver tusk in his hand, recognizing it as belonging to one of its fallen comrades. The silver-tusked boar paced warily, scrutinizing the crimson-eyed ice wolf without launching an immediate attack. It appeared to harbor some apprehension towards the crimson-eyed ice wolf. Shen Cheng stroked his chin, contemplating the claw mark on the silver-tusked boar's blind eye. The leader? The earth-rending yellow jackal? So it is, Shen Cheng exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Chang's Sun Tang, witnessing Shen Cheng's musings, remarked at this juncture. You still have the presence of mind to concern yourself with that yellow jackal. Shen Cheng smiled faintly. The yellow jackal and the long-tusked boar are natural enemies, with the former often preying on solitary long-tusked boars. Do you remember that earth-rending yellow jackal? I am certain this silver-tusked boar had engaged in a fierce battle with it. What do you mean? Chang's Sun Tang asked. The earth-rending yellow jackal had a massive hole in its ear, likely inflicted by this level 45 silver-tusked boar. And the claw mark on the silver-tusked boar's blinded eye must also be linked to the yellow jackal. No wonder this silver-tusked boar seems wary of the crimson-eyed ice wolf. Chang's Sun Tang realized. Shen Cheng turned to the crimson-eyed ice wolf. Crimson-eyed ice wolf, aren't you able to communicate with the earth-rending yellow jackal? Not far ahead lies its territory. Inform the yellow jackal that its nemesis, the silver-tusked boar, is right here. As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson-eyed ice wolf howled towards the sky, its voice echoing fiercely through the thicket. The long-tusked boars behind instinctively recoiled at the haunting howl. Suddenly, a distant cry resounded, a long howl unmistakably belonging to the earth-rending yellow jackal, responding to the crimson-eyed ice wolf's call. Moments later, a tremor shook the ground. Reminiscent of an approaching army, a yellow figure burst forth from the thicket, standing beside the crimson-eyed ice wolf. It was none other than the earth-rending yellow jackal, the first to arrive, nodding in acknowledgement to the crimson-eyed ice wolf. The earth-rending yellow jackal observed the silver-tusked boar, baring its fangs, while the silver-tusked boar appeared irate. Not far behind, a throng of yellow jackals converged, their eyes glinting with a predatory glare towards the long-tusked boars. Upon encountering their adversaries, the atmosphere crackled with tension, and a fierce battle was imminent. The earth-rending yellow jackal was the first to charge, engaging the silver-tusked boar in direct combat. As combatants of the same fighting class, the two spirit beasts exchanged blows with fervor. Not far off, the yellow jackal horde surged forward, mimicking the long-tusked boar's charge. Now's our chance. Let's go? Amidst the chaos of the two battling factions, Shen Cheng grasped Chang Sun Tang's hand and dashed towards the exit. At that moment, the silver-tusked boar was too preoccupied to notice their retreat. Whenever it attempted to pursue Shen Cheng, the earth-rending yellow jackal would consistently interpose itself in its path. Thus, the silver-tusked boar could only watch helplessly as Shen Cheng and Chang Sun Tang gradually distanced themselves. A few long-tusked boars noticed their escape and pursued them, but they were no match for the eight-winged azure serpent and the crimson-eyed ice wolf. The two spirit beasts unleashed their skills in unison, swiftly dispatching several long-tusked boars. Although the two beasts served different masters, their synergy as S-class spirits had grown increasingly harmonious through their repeated skirmishes. Before long, Shen Cheng and Chang Sun Tang had sprinted out of the thicket. Upon returning to the wilderness, they hunched over, gasping for breath beneath the moonlight. "We are finally safe. Let us go," Shen Cheng urged, reviving the borrowed motorcycle. "Is this how we're leaving?" Chang Sun Tang still seemed somewhat dazed. "Do you expect me to assist the yellow jackals? The law of the jungle dictates that the weak are devoured by the strong. We need not intervene." Shen Cheng found it difficult to comprehend Chang Sun Tang's usually ruthless demeanor. "TCH, I couldn't care less about their fate. I merely find this entire experience surreal. One moment we were teetering on the brink of death, and in the next, we emerge unscathed. Thus, one must not rely solely on force when faced with challenges. One must also engage their intellect." Shen Cheng feigned profundity. "Are you implying that I act without thinking?" Chang Sun Tang retorted, reaching to pinch Shen Cheng's ear. "Ouch. Be gentle." Chang Sun Tang ceased her playful antics. "By the way, I'll be returning to Donglin tomorrow. What are your plans?" "Oh, is the beautiful Chang Sun inviting me to be her flower escort?" Shen Cheng teased. "Forget it." Shen Cheng gazed into the distance. "I have some matters to attend to in Beihai, so I'll be returning a few days later." Noticing Shen Cheng's serious demeanor, Chang Sun Tang refrained from further questioning. 2 days later, at the first Spirit Beast Hospital in Beihai City. Blood Mantis. 1 day apart feels like an eternity. 2 days feels like a lifetime. Shen Cheng opened his arms, eagerly welcoming the blood mantis that had completed its treatment. Surrounding onlookers regarded Shen Cheng with expressions of bemused concern. Shen Cheng tapped on the blood mantis's hard exoskeleton, testing it before nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. It was worth every penny to hire the best doctor for your treatment." The blood mantis clicked its scythe-like claws together, signifying its recovery. "Oh, level 13. Shen Cheng exclaimed in delight, noticing that the blood mantis had risen to level 13 in just a few days. Although the battle with the Elder Long who had left the blood mantis severely injured, it had also significantly enhanced its combat understanding. For fighting class spirit beasts, practical experience is paramount. Now that the materials for its hidden evolution to the second tier had been gathered, it could evolve into the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis upon reaching level 16. All preparations are complete, yet the Eastern Wind is still lacking. The purpose of Shen Cheng's stay in Beihai is to conduct specialized training for the Blood Mantis. Shen Cheng summoned the Blood Mantis into the Spirit Beast space and stepped out of the hospital, gazing into the distance. It is time to visit the Meteorite Array. Chapter 66, Second Stage Specialized Training. The Meteorite Array, located to the west of Beihai City, is a unique forest of rocks. As its name suggests, the Meteorite Array was formed from the multitude of meteors that have fallen to Beihai City over the years, creating an extraordinary geomorphology. As time has passed, the Meteorite Array has seamlessly integrated with its surroundings. Without venturing inside, its uniqueness remains imperceptible. Unlike other areas, the gravitational pull within the Meteorite Array is several times stronger than that of the outside world. This means that the speed at which one can run outside is reduced to a mere struggle for walking within. The vegetation thriving in the Meteorite Array is scarce, and thus, the spirit beasts residing here predominantly belong to the rock element. Shen Cheng's objective for today's visit is to provide specialized training for the blood mantis. With the gravity within the Meteorite Array being 3 times that of the outside, it serves as an excellent training ground for combat-oriented spirit beasts. "We shall not depart until we have reached the second stage," Shen Cheng earnestly instructed the blood mantis. The blood mantis, brimming with determination, eagerly anticipated the chance to grow stronger. Shen Cheng entered the Meteorite Array with his 2 spirit beasts. As he stepped into the massive rock formation, he suddenly felt his legs burdened, requiring immense effort to move forward. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the first-hand experience was indeed different. Shen Cheng chuckled. "Let us begin. Blood Mantis. Today, we will focus on enhancing the speed of your punches and kicks. The swiftness of an attack directly determines the upper limits of a combat-oriented spirit beast. In a given time frame, delivering more quality attacks may provide a crucial advantage over an opponent. Currently, the level 13 Blood Mantis can unleash a remarkable 8 punches per second. While this exceeds the average output of its combat counterparts by 2 or 3 punches, it still falls short of Shen Cheng's expectations. The potential of the SS-level Blood Mantis far surpasses this. Shen Cheng directed the Blood Mantis to strike a massive rock in front of it. The Blood Mantis concentrated, channeling its strength into its scythe-like arms, and unleashed a flurry of punches towards the rock. However, it encountered immense resistance, struggling to make contact with the surface. Bang, bang, bang. The rock emitted 3 resounding thuds. Even with its formidable strength, the Blood Mantis could only manage 3 punches in 1 second within the meteorite array. The rock bore only shallow indentations. In a normal environment, the mantis strength would have been sufficient to shatter it. Blood Mantis, do not lose sight of the fundamentals. Do not forsake power in the pursuit of speed. Shen Cheng admonished. The scythe-like arms are the critical points of force. The essence lies in the recoil. Only by maximizing the power of the first strike can the impact of the scythe claws be formidable, thus generating a greater subsequent energy. Shen Cheng lectured the Blood Mantis like a strict teacher. If you cannot exert your full strength even in the first strike, subsequent attacks will be as soft as cotton. Delivering more punches without quality is futile. Remember, the speed I refer to is predicated on powerful attacks. The two concepts are not mutually exclusive. Abandon your previous inertia of thought, and we shall start anew. The Blood Mantis nodded its triangular head, taking a deep breath to concentrate all its strength into its scythe-like arms. Boom. This time, the Blood Mantis delivered only 2 punches. Yet the indentations on the rock wall were significantly deeper, dislodging several fragments. Excellent. That's the way. With power in place, speed will naturally follow. Shen Cheng was pleased with the Blood Mantis' capacity for learning. Under the blazing sun, the Blood Mantis relentlessly attacked the massive rock. It had entirely forgotten that it was a swift, agile spirit beast, continuously repeating the motion of its strike. The rock was riddled with large craters, and as one section was shattered, the Blood Mantis moved on to another rock to continue its practice. As dusk fell, Shen Cheng fell asleep directly within the meteorite array, while the Blood Mantis, undeterred, kept attacking the rock with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, the red-eyed Ice Wolf also diligently practiced its speed under the gravitational strain. Level 14 now. Commenced the flurry of punches. The next day, Shen Cheng observed that the Blood Mantis was gradually adapting to the gravitational environment. When the Blood Mantis unleashed its flurry of punches, it surprisingly created 4 large indentations on the stone wall within a second. Excellent. All effective attacks. Today, we will practice the flurry of kicks, employing the same methodology. The Blood Mantis, showcasing its exceptional talent, effortlessly mastered the technique after comprehending the method, and by the end of the day, had perfected the flurry of kicks as well. On the 5th day, Shen Cheng stood at the entrance of the massive rock formation, a smile gracing his face. Stuck at level 14 for several days, merely striking rocks will not suffice for rapid advancement. It is time to engage in some practical combat. As he ventured toward the center of the meteorite array, a colossal meteorite resembling a small mountain came into view, featuring a vast opening at its center. This was the lair of the rock element spirit beast, the burrowing spider. Shen Cheng gazed into the dark entrance. Approaching, he spotted 2 gray burrowing spiders clinging to the wall. The burrowing spider's entire body, including its limbs and fangs, is composed of rock, with its head and back protruding sharply, giving it an exceptionally menacing appearance. Name: Burrowing Spider. Attribute: Rock. Level: Stage 1, Level 15. Talent: E. Skills: Sacrificial Charge, Rock Power. Evolution Path: 1. Personality: Frenzy. Sensing an unfamiliar presence. The 2 burrowing spiders immediately became alert and charged towards Shen Cheng and his companions. Let us test our skills, Blood Mantis. The Blood Mantis positioned itself in front of Shen Cheng, ready to confront the 2 descending burrowing spiders. Its scythe-like arms slowly lifted, and as one burrowing spider charged, the scythe hand suddenly lashed out. Boom. A single strike shattered the burrowing spider's body. The second burrowing spider, also charging in, was similarly dispatched with a powerful kick, its rocky body shattering into fragments. Defying the immense gravitational force, the Blood Mantis eliminated a foe of equal level with just 1 blow. Of course, this was also aided by the element of advantage. The exterior consisted of mere minions. The deeper one ventured, the higher the level of the burrowing spiders encountered. Shen Cheng ignited a torch and continued forward with the Blood Mantis. Indeed, the number of lurking burrowing spiders increased in the darkness, and their levels were notably higher. The dim light, coupled with the burrowing spider's coloration closely resembling that of the rocks, presented a challenge to the Blood Mantis perception. Blood Mantis, focus and feel. Sense the fluctuations in the air, attuned to their breathing. Even in the darkest shadows, you can swiftly locate your adversaries. Shen Cheng instructed. At that moment, the red-eyed Ice Wolf stood beside Shen Cheng, allowing the Blood Mantis to concentrate without the need to protect him. The Blood Mantis closed its eyes, quietly absorbing the incoming attacks from all directions. Now, facing burrowing spiders below level 20, it was already handling them with ease. However, as one ventured deeper, the burrowing spiders not only increased in level, but also in intelligence. Upon observing several burrowing spiders being effortlessly subdued by the blood mantis, a level 25 burrowing spider began to utilize rock power to summon various stones to assault the blood mantis. Utilize the flurry of kicks in conjunction with the flurry of punches to counter the rock power, Shen Cheng commanded. Confronted by an overwhelming barrage of stones, the blood mantis ignited with fervor, its muscles taut beneath it, propelling itself into the rocky fray with a powerful leap. Employing a fluid combination of rapid punches and kicks, the blood mantis shattered every incoming boulder. At this juncture, it had achieved an impressive rate of 8 punches per second within the formidable gravitational field of the meteorite cluster. Faced with several timid cave spiders, the blood mantis lunged directly at the wall, unleashing a flurry of fierce kicks upon them. Growing more valiant with each encounter, it executed a decisive cross-slash, cleaving a retreating level 30 cave spider into several large pieces. Shen Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Finally, it had reached level 15. It was time to confront the boss, the rock soul spider, deep within the cave. Chapter 67, The Rock Soul Spider. Shen Cheng guided the blood mantis deeper into the cavern. As they ventured further, the cave appeared increasingly vast. Clearly, this rock soul spider was no small creature. While Shen Cheng surveyed his surroundings, a colossal boulder came hurtling from the depths of the cave. The blood mantis reacted swiftly, using a cross-slash to pulverize the massive stone. A thunderous rumble echoed as the cave's ceiling trembled, dislodging smaller rocks. Here it comes. 6 ghostly green lights advanced ominously toward Shen Cheng and his companion. These were the 6 eyes of the rock soul spider, each about the size of a fist. The rock soul spider approached slowly, towering at 6 to 7 meters, its 8 legs composed of stacked stone fragments. In stark contrast to the yellow stones of the cave spiders, the rocks that formed its body were a deep azure, appearing significantly more resilient. Its back bristled with sharp stones, creating a particularly menacing appearance. Level 38, second tier. Onward, blood mantis. Name, rock soul spider. Attributes, stone. Level, second tier 38. Talent, C. Skills, power of stone, boulder smash, sandstorm, body slam. Earth piercing, evolution path. 1. Disposition, cautious, gather your breath. Execute a triple combo punch. Shen Cheng commanded, initiating the first wave of assault with the blood mantis. Having acclimated to the gravitational environment of the meteorite cluster, the blood mantis tensed its muscles. With a swift whoosh, it darted like a crimson flash toward the rock soul spider. However, the level 38 rock soul spider quickly discerned the terrifying power that the blood mantis wielded after activating its breath technique. It immediately unleashed boulder smash. The 6 eyes of the rock soul spider shimmered ominously as a massive boulder began to materialize before it, growing exponentially in size and completely obscuring the creature's form. The gargantuan stone swept indiscriminately toward the blood mantis. Blood mantis, brace yourself against the boulder. At Shen Cheng's command, the blood mantis pushed against the immense rock. Yet, the force of the stone relentlessly drove it backward, inching dangerously close to Shen Cheng and the crimson-eyed ice wolf. The colossal boulder loomed over the blood mantis, which stood a mere meter tall, like a mountain before an ant. A stark contrast that evoked the phrase the mantis trying to stop a chariot, sensing the peril. The crimson-eyed ice wolf took a step forward, but Shen Cheng halted it with a gesture. Trust in the blood mantis. Remember the rigorous training over the past few days? Focus all your strength to a single point. Break through, he urged. Upon hearing Shen Cheng's exhortation, the blood mantis raised one arm to shield itself from the massive rock, while its other mantis arm ascended. At that moment, a radiant glow began to emanate from its crimson limb, pulsating with sheer power. With a resounding crack, it struck at the focal point of the mantis punch. The stone erupted into vast fissures. The cracks swiftly spread, reaching the rock's edge. Boom! The massive boulder shattered into countless fragments. The blood mantis had successfully countered boulder smash, sending debris scattering in all directions. Behind the cloud of splintered rock, the ghostly green eyes of the rock soul spider emerged, having seized the opportunity to scale the wall and close in on the blood mantis. Clang! The rock soul spider executed a body slam. Although the blood mantis managed to react at the last moment, crossing its scythe-like arms to block the attack. The sheer force of the spider's massive body sent it hurtling several meters away, landing at Shen Cheng's feet. Shen Cheng observed the fallen blood mantis with a calm demeanor, refraining from offering assistance. His demeanor towards the blood mantis was notably stern. Combat-oriented spirit beasts thrive through battle, and such minor tribulations were merely the nascent stages of growth. One must not falter until the final moment. Have you forgotten how you lost to the elder Longhu? Shen Cheng's words struck the blood mantis with clarity, snapping it out of its daze. It recalled past humiliations, gritting its teeth and struggling to rise once more. Well done. Do not repeat past mistakes. Find a way to breach the rock soul spider's defenses. With a powerful leap, the blood mantis opted to utilize the irregularities of the rock wall to approach the rock soul spider. In this confined passage, a direct assault would make it an easy target for the spider's defenses. The blood mantis, agile and nimble, bounded back and forth along the undulating walls. The rock soul spider unleashed the power of stone, launching an array of rocks of various sizes at the blood mantis. However, such attacks proved futile. The blood mantis deftly evaded the projectiles. The spider's weakness lay in its 8 legs. If it could sever just 4 on one side, it would be rendered immobile. Shen Cheng relayed the strategy to the blood mantis. With a leap from the wall, the blood mantis lunged toward the spider's legs. The 6 eyes of the rock soul spider fixated on the blood mantis, aware that if its stone legs were compromised, defeat would be inevitable. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the cave, and the airborne blood mantis was blown off course. It was the sandstorm technique. The swirling grit peppered the blood mantis's body, inflicting considerable pain. Use the cross slash, Shen Cheng shouted. The blood mantis anchored its feet into the ground, stabilizing itself, and executed the cross slash to disperse the raging sandstorm before it. Yet, despite its tenacity in reaching the rock soul spider, it was once more forced back. Blood mantis, we must retreat, Shen Cheng suddenly commanded. Though reluctant, the blood mantis dared not defy his order. Shen Cheng raced toward the cave's exit with the crimson-eyed ice wolf in tow, the blood mantis close behind. The rock soul spider, witnessing their flight, pursued a few steps before halting. Its cautious nature prevailed. However, upon spotting the myriad of cave spider corpses scattered across the ground, the rock soul spider was consumed by rage. Without a moment's thought, it ascended the wall and scurried after Shen Cheng and his companions. The blood mantis gazed at its master in confusion. Though at a disadvantage, it felt there was no need to flee. Perceiving the blood mantis's bewilderment, Shen Cheng offered a reassuring smile. The cave's terrain was overly advantageous for the rock soul spider. It was imperative to lure it out. He recalled his own struggles as a novice against this boss, the rock soul spider, having faced defeat countless times within these very walls. Each time he neared victory, a timely sandstorm would shatter his morale. Inside the cave, boulder smash and sandstorm wielded devastating power. Only by drawing the rock soul spider out could he hope for a chance at victory. The recent skirmish had already provoked its ire, and upon witnessing a multitude of fallen cave spiders, the rock spirit spider would undoubtedly pursue. Shen Cheng, accompanied by his 2 spirit beasts, dashed out of the cavern, intentionally slowing his pace. Suddenly, a colossal shadow swept across the sky. The rock spirit spider directly obstructed their path. Shen Cheng snorted coldly. You think you can escape now? Chapter 68, Earth-Piercing Strike. In this open expanse, there would be no chance of fleeing. Blood mantis, rapidly create distance. The blood mantis sensed its range of movement had unexpectedly expanded and understood Shen Cheng's benevolent intentions. It circled around the rock spirit spider, maintaining distance while preparing for a surprise attack. The rock spirit spider, being a powerhouse of strength and defense, lacked any advantage in speed. Although its 6 keen eyes could detect the blood mantis's movements, its cumbersome body was unable to react swiftly. The rock spirit spider unleashed a storm of sand and stones. But the blood mantis did not confront it head-on. In a flash, the scarlet figure of the blood mantis suddenly appeared, darting behind the rock spirit spider. It launched a ferocious assault on the thinnest of its stone legs. Bang! In an instant, shards of stone flew, and that leg was utterly shattered. The rock spirit spider hesitated for a moment, desperately searching for the blood mantis's location. Yet, the blood mantis consistently evaded its front, fixating on the remaining 3 stone legs on its side. The rock spirit spider, led in circles by the blood mantis, began to appear disoriented. Without the luxury of aiming properly, it employed its stone power once more, launching projectiles to expel the blood mantis. However, the incoming stones served as a springboard for the blood mantis. It nimbly maneuvered atop the stones, quickly advancing to the side of the rock spirit spider. Boom, boom, boom. The triple consecutive punches were unleashed. The blood mantis swiftly dismantled the rock spirit spider's 2nd stone leg, causing its heavy form to gradually lose balance, swaying unsteadily. The blood mantis quickly leaped back and executed a cross slash against the rock spirit spider's remaining stone leg. Following an explosion, the rock spirit spider was left with but 1 leg. It can barely stand now. Let's break that last leg, Shen Cheng commanded. The rock spirit spider, enduring excruciating pain, summoned its stone power, yet it was already on the brink of collapse. The blood mantis effortlessly shattered the incoming massive stones and, leaping into the air, delivered a flying kick that obliterated the rock spirit spider's last stone leg into fragments. Thus, the rock spirit spider could no longer withstand the onslaught and crashed to the ground. The blood mantis did not relent in its assault. It had firmly etched Shen Cheng's warning into its mind. Never let one's guard down until the final moment. The blood mantis tightened its legs, leveraging its formidable muscle power for a leap upwards. It suddenly dove down, delivering a rapid series of kicks directly to the rock spirit spider's head. The tremendous impact forced the rock spirit spider's head to crash against the ground. The blood mantis rained blows upon the rock spirit spider's head, causing stones to scatter, mingled with green liquid. Watch its back. It's about to use Earth-Piercing Strike. Earth-Piercing Strike summons sharp stones from underground to attack the opponent, reducing their dual defenses upon impact. The rock spirit spider could unleash this attack directly from the sharp stones on its back. Many had fallen victim to this move due to carelessness. Shen Cheng observed the sharp rocks on the rock spirit spider's body trembling, a precursor to the Earth-Piercing Strike being initiated. The blood mantis instinctively sprang away, and indeed, a flurry of sharp stones was hurled towards it. The blood mantis concentrated all its might, unleashing its most potent cross slash to cleave through the incoming projectiles. The remaining energy from the cross slash surged toward the ailing rock spirit spider's head. Boom! The powerful explosion reverberated throughout the meteorite field, scattering stones everywhere. The body of the rock spirit spider was utterly obliterated. The crimson-eyed ice wolf summoned ice blocks to shield Shen Cheng from the incoming debris. The scattered stones on the ground made it hard to believe this had been the remains of a second-tier spirit beast. Mission accomplished. Well done. Shen Cheng approached the blood mantis, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At that moment, the long silent system emitted another notification. Congratulations on defeating the hidden boss, Rock Spirit Spider. You may now choose one spirit beast to inherit a skill. 1. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. 2. Blood Mantis. Please select one of the following skills from the Rock Spirit Spider for inheritance. 1. Giant Stone Break. 2. Earth-Piercing Strike. I knew there would be skill inheritance, but to think it would be a choice between two. Why can't I have both? Shen Cheng chuckled ruefully. Each boss's skill could only be inherited by a single spirit beast. Rock-type skills. All long-range attacks. Which one should I choose? Shen Cheng pondered, stroking his chin. The rock-type counters both flying and fire types, serving as a defensive measure against both of his spirit beasts. Shen Cheng found himself in a quandary. Both Giant Stone Break and Earth-Piercing Strike were immensely powerful counter skills against fire-type spirit beasts. Should the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf learn one, it would gain an additional trump card against fire-type foes. Conversely, if the Blood Mantis acquired either skill, it could catch aggressive flying-type spirit beasts off guard. Should it be the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf or the Blood Mantis? Shen Cheng stood lost in contemplation. Seeing Shen Cheng's distress, the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf approached and nudged him. Since it was the Blood Mantis that dealt the fatal blow to the Rock Spirit Spider, it should inherit, right? Shen Cheng remarked, patting the head of the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf with a smile. Oh whoa, you possess devilish skills and fear no fire-type spirit beasts? Truly, you embody the qualities of an elder brother. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Shen Cheng felt a surge of gratitude as the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf voluntarily relinquished the inheritance opportunity. Let the Blood Mantis undertake this skill inheritance. The Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf is correct. Fire-type spirit beasts do not pose a significant threat to it. Having made the decision on which spirit beast to inherit, Shen Cheng promptly chose to inherit Earth-Piercing Strike. Although Giant Stone Break boasted formidable power, its speed was sluggish, incompatible with the rapid assault style of the Blood Mantis. In contrast, Earth-Piercing Strike not only offered a surprise attack effect, but also reduced the opponent's dual defenses upon hitting, enhancing the effectiveness of the Blood Mantis's close-range strikes. Skill: Earth-Piercing Strike. Inheriting Spirit Beast, Blood Mantis. 1. Confirm. 2. Decline. Confirm. The moment Shen Cheng clicked confirm, the Blood Mantis stood frozen as if struck by lightning, its expression suddenly stiffening, and its pupils dilating in shock. Moments later, the Blood Mantis began to move slowly, gazing incredulously at its scythe-like arms, as if they were somewhat foreign. Shen Cheng, noticing the Blood Mantis's bewilderment, prompted, you guessed correctly. You now possess the rock-type skill. Earth-Piercing Strike. Come on, Blood Mantis, test the power of your new skill. The Blood Mantis finally nodded in acknowledgement. It held its breath, gripping the ground tightly with its legs, slowly extending its arms, arching its back like a mantis. The ground nearby began to tremble as stones rolled about. Suddenly, the Blood Mantis raised its arms, initiating the action. With explosive force, a barrage of sharp, conical stones surged from the earth, hurtling towards a distant boulder. Boom, boom, boom. The pointed stones pierced through the massive rock, embedding deeply within it, leaving a multitude of small craters akin to bullet holes. The power was indeed impressive. With diligent practice, you can precisely compensate for your shortcomings in ranged combat. Shen Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he observed this. Before long, his gaze shifted from the colossal stone back to the blood mantis. Now at level 16, it was time to initiate its hidden second evolution. Chapter 69, Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Shen Cheng produced the evolution materials he had meticulously prepared. 2 yellow horned whiskers obtained from a bounty mission. 2 long tusks acquired from slaying silver tusk boars in the thorny forest, and 10 blood chi pills given by Luo Li, of which only 5 were needed for the second evolution. Staring blankly at these precious materials, he reflected on the countless adventures he had endured, marveling at how much he had experienced thus far. Turning his attention to the blood mantis, he queried, "Are you ready?" Sensing Shen Cheng's fervent gaze, the blood mantis nodded vigorously. "Excellent. Remember, this opportunity is singular. Hidden evolution is significantly more challenging than normal evolution, but you are SS rank, and I will not permit failure," Shen Cheng earnestly advised. The crimson-eyed ice wolf remarked, "This sounds strangely familiar." Clang. The blood mantis forcefully tapped its sickle-like claws together. Fully aware of the arduous journey Shen Cheng had undertaken to gather the evolution materials, its eyes ablaze with determination. "All right, let us commence." Shen Cheng pressed his palms together, activating the 5-star array. The array materializing beneath the blood mantis was a vivid crimson. A crimson mist began to rise from the blood array, a manifestation of the blood mantis's murderous aura. The blood mantis extended its arms, its gaze resolute. The mist thickened, and the blood mantis gradually lifted off the ground, suspended within the array. Now is the moment. Shen Cheng, refusing to be complacent, placed all 3 evolution materials into the array. The instant these materials made contact with the mist, they surged upward, the scarlet fog thickening to the point of obscuring the outside world. The only sound that pierced the air was the blood mantis's agonized cries as it underwent a transformative rebirth. Peering into the array, Shen Cheng could scarcely discern the blood mantis's condition, only catching fleeting glimpses of the 3 suspended materials gradually dissolving. Even the incredibly hard silver tusk began to corrode within the dense blood mist. The liquefying materials merged with the crimson fog, causing the 5-pointed star array to spin incessantly. What an eerie evolution ceremony. Could it be that the blood mantis's mutation and 5th-tier evolution path had triggered some celestial law? Shen Cheng shook his head, dispelling distracting thoughts, and earnestly urged the array onward. The blood mist began to converge around the blood mantis within the array. With a resounding cry, the blood mantis's voice echoed throughout the meteorite cluster. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from its body, soaring skyward. Within mere seconds, the mist dissipated entirely, revealing a formidable crimson spirit beast standing proudly in the array. It was none other than the 2nd-tier Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. "Success! Shadow Blade Blood Mantis!" Shen Cheng exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration. After so many brush-ins with death, this moment was finally here. He excitedly rushed to the side of the blood mantis, which now towered over him. The blood mantis now stood over 2 meters tall, its entire form still of vibrant crimson. Its physique was comparable to that of the crimson-eyed ice wolf. Its triangular face, no longer juvenile, bore the marks of maturity. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis's gaze was piercing, seemingly capable of perceiving every movement of its adversaries. Most notably, its arms had undergone a remarkable transformation. The sickle-like arms of the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis were now robust, exuding raw power, its claws elongated and razor-sharp. At last, it was time to wield the over-the-shoulder throw and the storm-heavy fist. Shen Cheng rubbed his hands together in excitement as he gazed at the information of the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Name, Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Attribute, Combat. Level, 2nd tier. Level 16. Talent, SS. Skills, Rapid Movement, Chain Kick, Chain Punch, Cross Slash, Digging Piercing, Over-the-shoulder throw. Storm Heavy Fist. Evolution Path, 5th tier Hidden Evolution Route opened. Personality, Cold. Bloodline Skill, Breath Control Technique. Shen Cheng led the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis to a massive stone. Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, let us test the might of the Storm Heavy Fist. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis stood before the boulder, taking a deep breath and concentrating. With a powerful swing of its right arm, steam began to rise from its blood-red mantis limb. The instant its fist was propelled forward, it sliced through the air with a howling wind. Boom! The enormous rock instantly exploded. Indeed, the power was tremendous. At last, he could return to Saintti Academy. Shen Cheng smiled in satisfaction. Suddenly, he faintly heard voices nearby, suggesting the presence of others. Are there actually people here? Shen Cheng murmured to himself. Guolang, is this the place you wanted to bring me? So shrouded in mystery, is this not the meteorite cluster? Huh, Zhan Pei, Have you been to the meteorite cluster before? I often brought my speed battle lobster here for training. The gravity is several times that of the outside world, making it ideal for combat-type spirit beasts. No wonder your speed battle lobster performed so brilliantly in the freshman competition. I had no idea how many opponents you defeated. So you've been training secretly here. From the looks of it, you've secretly trained here as well? Hee hee. Did you know there's a boss rock soul spider lurking in the depths of that cave up ahead? The rock soul spider? Isn't that a second-tier spirit beast? However, I've never ventured into sea. This cave's rock soul spider is notoriously cunning. I've challenged it several times, only to be thrown out each time. Your words pique my interest. Now that we've come this far, why not take me to meet this rock soul spider? As Shen Cheng listened, the voices grew clearer. The two individuals approaching him seemed to be here for training as well. Before long, two youths, of similar age to Shen Cheng, navigated around several boulders and approached him directly. Upon seeing Shen Cheng standing there, they paused momentarily, then continued toward him. These two youths were clad in matching blue attire, emblazoned with a vibrant emblem. Above a starry design, the words Blue Star Academy were boldly printed. Blue Star Academy? Is that not a prestigious spirit beast academy from Beihai City? Shen Cheng noted the large characters on their garments. What a coincidence. Someone is training here today. One of the youths noticed the shadow blade blood mantis beside Shen Cheng. Seeing no malice in their demeanor, Shen Cheng smiled politely in return. John Pei, look at his spirit beast. It seems rather unique, possibly another combat type. The youth named Jean Pei scrutinized the shadow blade blood mantis. It resembles a green mantis, likely a closely related species. He smiled warmly at Shen Cheng. Hello, we are from Blue Star Academy. My name is Jean Pei, a freshman. I didn't expect you to be a spirit beast tamer of the combat type as well. Shen Cheng observed Jean Pei's neatly cropped hair and warm smile, responding courteously, hello. I am Shen Cheng, a freshman from Saintti Academy. I look forward to your guidance. Ah, so you've come all the way from Donglin for training. I truly admire your determination. Jean Pei expressed astonishment upon learning Shen Cheng's affiliation with Saintti Academy. Jean Pei, come look. This seems to be the head of the rock soul spider. At that moment, the other youth named Guolang crouched down, examining the severed head of the rock soul spider. Are you certain? Indeed, the size of those eyes unmistakably belongs to the rock soul spider. The two individuals momentarily paused, their gazes shifting to Shen Cheng. Did you do this? Chapter 70, Shadow Blade Blood Mantis versus Swift Fight Lobster. Why are you both looking at me? Shen Cheng felt somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny. This rock soul spider is exceedingly cautious, and it must be at least level 30 or 40. How on earth did you defeat it? Guolang exclaimed in astonishment. Shen Cheng, however, appeared unfazed. Though its level is high, it is still a wild spirit beast. With the right techniques, it can be easily dealt with. Shen Cheng, I presume you must have defeated it using this crimson mantis. It certainly seems formidable. At this moment, Jean Pei could no longer contain his excitement. Indeed, I also benefited from the combat-type spirit beast's advantage over the stone element. Shen Cheng refrained from revealing that he had triumphed over the rock soul spider with a first-tier blood mantis. Otherwise, the two would surely have been even more astonished. Just then, Guolang approached Shen Cheng, attempting to befriend him, towering slightly over him. He draped an arm around Shen Cheng's shoulders. Well done, my friend. You've got some talent. Both of our spirit beasts are combat type, yet I've failed to conquer it in my numerous attempts. Guolang then leaned closer to Jean Pei and introduced. That's why I brought our class's so-called combat genius, Jean Pei, to challenge the rock soul spider today. Who would have thought you would be the one to take it down first? Don't exaggerate. It's not that impressive. Jean Pei shot Guolang a glance. However, Shen Cheng, I consider myself somewhat gifted at nurturing combat-type spirit beasts. I hadn't anticipated that there could be someone even more skilled. How about we have a friendly duel today? I wish to see just how powerful your crimson mantis truly is. Jean Pei looked at Shen Cheng with eager anticipation. A duel? Shen Cheng pondered briefly. If you have any reservations, I shall not insist. Very well, let us engage in a friendly spar, nothing too serious. Shen Cheng interrupted Jean Pei's chatter. He, too, was curious to gauge the prowess of the evolved shadow blade blood mantis, and this individual named Jean Pei seemed like a worthy opponent. Splendid, Jean Pei exclaimed enthusiastically, then clasped his hands together to summon a 5-star magic array. Come forth, Swift Fight Lobster. Name, Swift Fight Lobster. Attributes, Combat, Water. Level, Tier 2, Level 20. Talent, Skills, Swift Movement, Iron Tail, Spinning Kick, Heavy Claw Strike, High Pressure Water Gun, Martial Spirit Shield. Evolution Path. 1. Personality, Cheerful. The Swift Fight Lobster was comparable in size to the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, both standing bipedally and classified as Swift Assault-type spirit beasts. The Swift Fight Lobster was enveloped in a golden exoskeleton, its elongated flat tail trailing behind it, and its powerful pincers bore numerous scars. With a cold gaze and a sharp exterior, This swift fight lobster exuded an aura that was not inferior to that of the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Astonishingly, this creature was already at level 20 as a freshman. Shen Cheng was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the lobster's level. Although he had not actively pursued leveling up, both of his spirit beasts had progressed at a steady pace. He had not expected the opponent to have surpassed the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis by 4 levels. Go forth. Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. This opponent is worth the fight. The swift fight lobster and the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis locked eyes, both spirit beasts brimming with combat spirit. Swift fight lobster, activate martial spirit shield. Zhanpei immediately executed a strengthening skill, not daring to underestimate the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Martial spirit shield increases physical defense by 80 and physical attack by 80. Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, bloodline skill, chi raising technique. Recognizing his opponent as seriousness, Shen Cheng also unleashed a strengthening skill. Swift fight lobster, execute heavy claw strike. The swift fight lobster propelled itself forward with explosive power, launching directly at the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. What incredible speed. This one indeed possesses some strength. Shen Cheng couldn't help but marvel at the display. Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Storm Heavy Fist. Shen Cheng, refusing to slacken, realized that the heavy claw strike post-martial spirit shield was exceptionally potent and required his utmost effort. The swift fight lobster leapt to the side of the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, its enormous pincers radiating tremendous energy. It aimed directly for the head of the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis from the right. The mantis's arms surged with heated energy as it met the oncoming claw with a punch. This clash of power between combat-type spirit beasts was devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Boom. At the moment of impact between the mantis's fist and the lobster's claw, a powerful wave surged through the surrounding air. However, the energy unleashed by the triple storm heavy fist overwhelmed the force of the claw. The swift fight lobster was unable to withstand the blow and was sent soaring into the air. What a formidable strike. It actually managed to withstand the swift fight lobster's heavy fist. Zhanpei was taken aback. Yet, the swift fight lobster, seasoned from countless battles, swiftly adjusted its posture mid-air, executing a 360-degree flip with the momentum from being struck. It landed flawlessly, both graceful and elegant. The swift fight lobster supported itself on one knee, its muscular legs taut. Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, we shall charge again. This time we will take the initiative and leap forward. Indeed, as Shen Cheng's words fell, the swift fight lobster transformed into a golden flash, lunging once more at the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. In that instant, the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis also became a streak of red light, counterattacking. Swift fight lobster, utilize spinning kick. Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, execute triple chain kick. This round was a competition of leg techniques. As the swift fight lobster approached the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, it rapidly spun its body, its shins unleashing an explosive force aimed directly at the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Meanwhile, the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis leapt into the air, launching a series of kicks from above, evading the lobster's strike with deft finesse. Utilizing the momentum from the lobster's flying kick, the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis soared behind it. Now's our chance. Triple chain fist. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis propelled its fists toward the back of the swift fight lobster's neck. Use Iron Tail. The swift fight lobster's elongated tail suddenly hardened, striking directly at the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. The mantis withdrew its attack, transitioning from offense to defense. Clang. At the moment of contact between the lobster's tail and the mantis's arm, a sharp metallic sound rang out, reminiscent of steel colliding. However, the swift fight lobster's tail was overwhelmingly powerful, although the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis managed to block the sudden attack. It was still sent flying by the force of the lobster's strike. Now, high-pressure water gun. The swift fight lobster unleashed its water-type range skill, propelling 5 jets of water at high speed toward the airborne Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Zhanpei's sharp attacks came in relentless waves. Any ordinary opponent would have been overwhelmed. Yet, Shen Cheng was far from an ordinary contender. He had anticipated that the swift fight lobster would seize the opportunity to employ the high-pressure water gun to suppress the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis crossed its arms, unleashing a massive diagonal cross-light wave in counter to the water jets. The evolved Shadow Blade Blood Mantis's cross-slash was significantly larger than before and incredibly swift. Shen Cheng chose to counter at the precise moment the water jets were about to connect with the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Boom. The cross-slash shattered the 5 water jets in an instant, creating a cascade of droplets in the air. Splashes obscured the view of the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, temporarily blocking the swift fight lobster's line of sight. This was precisely why Shen Cheng had executed the cross-slash just as the water jets were closing in on the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. As the water splashed away, Zhanpei assessed the likely landing position of the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, preparing to command the speedy lobster to charge once more. Yet, to his astonishment, The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis had vanished without a trace. Chapter 71, Zhanpei. Oh no, it has employed a swift movement. Suddenly, Zhanpei realized. Just as the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis descended, Shen Cheng swiftly issued the command for rapid movement. The ability to unleash consecutive quick attacks is not solely your prerogative. Speedy Lobster. A subtle smile graced Shen Cheng's lips. At that moment, the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis had already lunged beside the Speedy Lobster. Its crimson form reappeared, delivering a swift knee strike that left the Speedy Lobster writhing in pain. Now's the time. A shoulder throw. Seizing the opportunity while the Speedy Lobster was still dazed, the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis executed a swift shoulder throw, hurling the creature's body forcefully into the distance. With a resounding crash, the Speedy Lobster was flung against a massive boulder, sending up a cloud of dust. However, thanks to the protective barrier of its martial spirit, the Speedy Lobster sustained no critical injuries. Just as the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis prepared to advance for a decisive blow, Shen Cheng gestured for it to halt. Let us keep our sparring friendly, no fatal strikes. The outcome has been determined. At this moment, Zhanpei was still in a daze, staring blankly at the fallen Speedy Lobster. Just moments ago, the two spirit beasts had been evenly matched, with the Speedy Lobster even holding a slight advantage. Yet, in an instant, Shen Cheng's Shadow Blade Mantis had turned the tide, decisively claiming victory. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Guolang clapped his hands as he approached. I concede, Zhanpei stated as he recalled his Speedy Lobster, suddenly feeling relieved. Guolang patted Shen Cheng on the shoulder, exclaiming, who would have thought such a formidable talent would emerge from Saintti Academy? You should know that Zhanpei's Speedy Lobster is a star spirit beast of our Blue Star Academy. Indeed, this Speedy Lobster is exceptionally strong. Undoubtedly a leader among combat-type spirit beasts of the same rank. My victory also involved an element of luck. Shen Cheng replied with a smile. The fact that an A-grade talent like the Speedy Lobster could contend for so long against the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, which employed the Qi enhancement technique, truly highlights Zhanpei's extraordinary prowess in beast taming. You are far too humble, Shen Cheng. A loss is a loss, and I am simply outmatched. There is always someone stronger. Your Shadow Blade Blood Mantis is indeed formidable. Zhanpei took it all in stride, embodying the spirit of a gentleman who could both play and accept defeat gracefully. You two needn't be so modest. From now on, we are friends. Since you've come all the way from Donglin, let us extend our hospitality and share a few drinks together. Guolang declared cheerfully. Guolang is right. Our sparring has concluded, and since you've dealt with that rock soul spider, why not relax a bit? I still need to hurry back to Donglin. Shen Cheng thought to himself, realizing he had been in Beihai for several days and needed to return to school promptly. Oh come now, Shen Cheng, since you are here. Why rush? Come on, come on. Guolang wrapped his arms around the shoulders of both Shen Cheng and Zhanpei, and seeing their warm invitation, Shen Cheng could no longer refuse. After a few drinks, a rosy hue began to appear on Shen Cheng's face. Since arriving in this world, he had been on edge. This was the first time he felt such ease. At the dining table, the three engaged in lively conversation, and as Guolang downed another cup of liquor, he remarked, Shen Cheng, you are so powerful. What does your family do? Yes, Shen Cheng, I feel your family must be quite influential. Zhanpei added. Shen Cheng shook his head, explaining his humble background. Shen Cheng, to have nurtured such a strong spirit beast in such an environment truly puts us to shame. Guolang expressed his astonishment. During their conversation, Shen Cheng learned that Guolang's father was a well-known merchant in Beihai, making him a genuine young master. However, Shen Cheng was not surprised. Only the affluent could attend Blue Star Academy. Shen Cheng, with your talent and strength, wealth and status are merely a matter of time. In the Tianlong Empire, excellent beast tamers are never overlooked. Shen Cheng smiled faintly, not overly moved by Zhanpei's encouragement. After all he had experienced, he found this world to be far more brutally realistic than his previous one. What is the matter? Shen Cheng, don't you believe me? Zhanpei noticed Shen Cheng's lack of response. Shen Cheng, you might not know this, but I too came from humble beginnings. Guolang explained. Shen Cheng perked up, intrigued. I grew up in the slums of Beihai, my family was destitute, and my parents' inability to awaken their beast-taming talents meant we could hardly afford a good standard of living. Zhanpei's cheeks flushed as he began to recount his past. My brother and I faced much disdain and bullying while growing up, and I spent a long time in an extremely demoralizing environment. Zhanpei spoke softly. The turning point came when my brother awakened his beast-taming talent at the age of 18. When my brother contracted his first spirit beast, he realized that the opportunity to change our fate had arrived, and thus, becoming a powerful beast tamer became his singular pursuit. To raise funds for attending the Beast Taming Academy, my brother fought in underground arenas to win money, often returning home covered in wounds. And then, Shen Cheng couldn't help but ask, Eventually, my brother managed to gather enough money to attend a Beast Taming Academy, where his circumstances remained quite harsh. He often went without meals just to nurture his spirit beasts. Heaven rewards the diligent, and countless battles made my brother's spirit beasts invincible. Upon graduation, he became the strongest beast tamer of his cohort and was selected by the Royal Beast Army of the Tianlong Empire. After becoming a Royal Beast Tamer, my brother no longer had to live a life of hardship, and he still serves in the Royal Beast Army, stationed at the borders to fend off enemies. So, the status of a Royal Beast Tamer is indeed so high. Shen Cheng recalled Jiang Yin mentioning how Royal Beast Tamers had once suppressed the spirit-devouring sect years ago. When Zhang Pei spoke of his brother, his eyes brimmed with respect and admiration. After I awakened my own beast taming talent, my brother decisively sent me to Blue Star Academy. He did not want me to endure the same hardships he faced, and I have always strived to become an esteemed royal beast tamer like him. In the Tianlong Empire, joining the Royal Beast Army is the dream of countless beast tamers, and each year, the Royal Beast Army recruits outstanding graduates from various schools for training. Shen Cheng fell into deep thought. No wonder Zhang Pei could cultivate such a formidable speedy lobster. It seems his brother is indeed a remarkable person, having changed his fate entirely through sheer effort. Given my own advantages, I should not belittle myself. At this moment, Zhang Pei had already become completely intoxicated, lying motionless on the table. This fellow truly has a poor tolerance for alcohol. Don't mind him, Shen Cheng. Guolang chuckled. However, Zhang Pei can truly be considered a prodigy of our Blue Star Academy. After being struck down by you today, he will likely retreat to cultivate seriously again, huh? Shen Cheng could only smile helplessly, glancing at the time. It was time for him to leave. Shen Cheng, farewell. We shall meet again when you come to Beihai. We've got your back, Guolang said cheerfully. After bidding farewell to the two, Shen Cheng set out on his journey back to Saintti Academy. Strangely enough, upon seeing Guolang, Shen Cheng suddenly thought of his good friend Huang Dong. I wonder if the hefty fellow's long-tongued lizard has successfully evolved? Chapter 72, Returning to School. Fatty. As Shen Cheng returned, he spotted Huang Dong not far ahead on the road. Chengzi. Shen Cheng excitedly approached, preparing to embrace Huang Dong. Fatty. A day apart feels like a lifetime. Hey. Stop right there. Quickly gather in the classroom. Huang Dong exclaimed. Gather? Shen Cheng felt a sense of bewilderment. It had already been half a semester since the beginning of the school year, and they had only gathered once at the start. Why was there a sudden assembly now? Did you not hear? They say there is to be some sort of trial competition. It was just announced by Luo Li. Trial competition? Could it possibly be the championship showdown? Certainly not. The freshman championship is at the end of the term. How can you be so oblivious, always out and about, chasing after girls? Huang Dong couldn't help but scoff. Shen Cheng awkwardly scratched his head as he and Huang Dong made their way to the classroom. Shen Cheng. Luo Ning exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him. Shen Cheng grinned widely, responding with a playful smile. Meanwhile, in the corner, Zheng Moheo looked at Shen Cheng with ill intentions. Having already made enemies, Shen Cheng was unfazed. Class leader Luo Li stood at the front, his complexion still dark, but his face had matured considerably since before. Now that everyone is present, let me explain the details regarding tomorrow's trial competition. Tomorrow? So sudden. Students began to murmur restlessly. Class leader, are you certain it's tomorrow? The notice was just issued today. Yes, class leader, could you be mistaken? The students were growing increasingly unsettled. Silence. Luo Li rapped the table, and the classroom fell into an immediate hush. Indeed, the notice was just issued today. This competition is a surprise assessment. It will account for half of your final grade. Students who fail will be called in for discussions, and those who perform particularly poorly will be confined for training in a restricted space. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in dismay. This is obviously setting us up for failure. A restricted space? That's utterly outrageous. Yes, class leader, we are not prepared for this. Shen Cheng chuckled to himself, as he recalled the incident when Huang Fuyu and Zhu Yao were punished by Ling Feng and confined for training. Chengzi, how can you still be laughing? Huang Dong looked at him, puzzled. Don't worry, my portly friend, I've got your back. You won't fail. Has your long-tongued lizard evolved yet? Huang Dong nodded. It just evolved to the second stage yesterday. It's quite a hassle. Now, let me outline the rules for this competition. Luo Li's commanding voice boomed again. The competition will take place in the Lake Forest. It will follow a points system, ranked by final scores. Points can be earned by defeating the spirit beasts in the Lake Forest, all of which have been marked and categorized by the Academy's instructors. 1 point for defeating a spirit beast below level 10, 5 points for level 10 to 20, 10 points for levels 20 to 30, 15 points for levels 30 to 40, and for those above level 40, the points correspond to their level. 60 points is the passing mark, with a maximum of 100. Of course, there is no upper limit, and the time allowed is 4 hours. What? There are spirit beasts above level 40? A boy in the audience suddenly lost his composure. Spirit beasts above level 40 are generally at the third stage. We are mostly just in our teens. There could be a risk to our lives. The Academy really overestimates us, assigning level 40 beasts to first-year students. Everyone, quiet down. The spirit beasts near the lake are of higher levels, so please act according to your abilities. If you are not confident in facing higher-level beasts, you can fight near the forest's edge. Doesn't that mean that defeating just one level 40 beast could easily allow someone to pass? Shen Cheng chuckled. That line of thought is quite dangerous. Defeating a level 40 beast is not as simple as it sounds. I've heard stories of past students who recklessly ventured into the lake to hunt high-level beasts and lost their lives. Huang Dong replied anxiously. In conclusion, I hope everyone takes each examination seriously. The school will keep a record of your performance. And if you wish to participate in the selection for the Royal Beast Army upon graduation, these scores will serve as one of the assessment criteria. After Luo Li finished speaking, he dismissed everyone. Shen Cheng, wait a moment. Luo Li suddenly called out to him. Class leader, is there something you need? Shen Cheng inquired. I don't have anything pressing, but Teacher Mulan has asked for you to visit her office. In Teacher Mulan's office. She was still clad in her black professional attire, focused on her work, while Shen Cheng sat across from her, fidgeting nervously. Shen Cheng, I've had numerous teachers reporting that you haven't attended class in quite a while, and there are growing concerns regarding your performance. Furthermore, you haven't been assisting me with tasks for ages. Teacher Mulan's tone was quite stern. Shen Cheng sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he had been preoccupied for too long and had skipped far too many classes. Teacher Mulan, while practical training in beast mastery is indeed important, theoretical knowledge cannot be neglected either. If you continue down this path, you may very well fail at the end of the term. Fail? Is it really that serious? Teacher Mulan? Shen Cheng's composure began to falter. Of course, attendance also contributes to your score. If you don't attend classes regularly, your participation points will be essentially zero. Essentially zero? Shen Cheng thought about how embarrassing it would be to fail at the end of the term. Unless you can achieve a perfect score of 100 on tomorrow's test, your situation could become quite precarious. 100? Shen Cheng pondered thoughtfully. I will do my best. Teacher Mulan. He flashed a grin. Seeing Shen Cheng's expression, Teacher Mulan couldn't help but smile, as if an iceberg had melted. It seems you've been through quite a bit recently. You've gotten quite a bit darker from being outside. She remarked with concern. It's not too bad. Shen Cheng scratched his head. You are still a student. Try to avoid getting involved in the conflicts outside the academy as much as possible. Teacher Mulan seemed to imply something. Shen Cheng paused. I understand. Teacher Mulan. Go now. Prepare well for tomorrow's exam. The following morning, the entrance to Lake Forest was teeming with people. All first-year students from Saintti Academy were required to participate in this trial, aimed at assessing their growth over the semester. Did you hear? It's only been half a semester, and already someone in the first year has become an intermediate beast master. Shen Cheng overheard whispers beside him. Who is it? Their growth is astonishing. It's that genius beast master named Qian Chun, the dragon-type boy. Oh, I remember now. He was the S rank at the start of the semester. His spirit beast is a purple crystal dragon. Exactly, but he has already evolved to the second stage. I think he will likely take first place in this assessment. You're speaking too soon. There was also a boy with a higher spirit power than him. I believe he was from class 5, Shen Cheng. Upon hearing his name, Shen Cheng paused, listening intently to their conversation. Just a flash in the pan. I heard ever since Shen Cheng defeated Zheng Moheo, he has been skipping classes and gallivanting around. He has gotten a bit too full of himself. He has probably outspending the 1 million he won, indulging in food, drinks, and gambling. Such talent, yet he has become ordinary. The rumors grew increasingly absurd, and Shen Cheng almost choked on his own blood. Suddenly, a white figure swept across the sky above the forest, prompting everyone to look up. Look, it's the Holy Winged Crane. Principal Ling Feng. Chapter 73, The Trial Competition. The majestic figure of the Holy Winged Crane cast a vast shadow over the crowd below as it soared overhead, coming to a halt in the sky. With Ling Feng standing regally atop it, clad in flowing white robes, his long hair billowing like a celestial being. I will preside over this trial competition. All academy instructors will assist. Ling Feng's authoritative voice resonated through the air. The crowd fell silent. The specific rules have already been relayed by each class leader. The examination will last 4 hours, and rankings will be determined by scores. Anyone who fails will undergo a month of training in a restricted space. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in chaos. What? A month? This Principal Ling Feng is too ruthless, Huang Dong exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Achieving a passing score is not a daunting task. Simply slay a few lower-level spirit beasts. Shen Cheng patted Huang Dong on the shoulder. However, just as Shen Cheng uttered these words, Ling Feng's stern voice echoed once more. The density of spirit beasts in the Lake Ring Forest increases the deeper one ventures. The number of lower-tier beasts is limited near the periphery. To attain higher scores, one must draw closer to the Great Lake. Ling Feng's statement effectively extinguished the hopes of those who sought to merely linger at the forest's edge for easy points. Even if slaying beasts below level 10 yields only a single point each, one could still achieve a passing score by dispatching 60 within the allotted 4 hours. Yet, the Academy's arrangement of lower-tier spirit beasts is woefully inadequate. Only by defeating spirit beasts will the capsules illuminate. Do not harbor any delusions of luck. Now, all class leaders, please step forward to collect the capsule boxes from the Academy instructors for distribution. Luo Li handed the box he received to Shen Cheng, which bore the inscription Class 5 Shen Cheng in bold letters. The capsule boxes, marked with each participant's name, serve as the sole criterion for scoring after the examination concludes. Please safeguard them diligently. The weight of the phrase sole criterion for scoring uttered by Dean Ling Feng carries a deeper significance. Shen Cheng pondered, stroking his chin. The competition is set to commence in 5 minutes. Please select your entry points into the forest accordingly. The start and end times will be signaled by the call of the sacred winged crane. Upon hearing the concluding signal, cease all attacks immediately. I will dispatch thousands of messenger birds to monitor each of your actions. Any violators will receive a score of 0. Fatty, stick with me. Shen Cheng instructed Huang Dong. Huang Dong nodded eagerly. Shen Cheng, I want to accompany you as well. A familiar voice called from behind, and Shen Cheng turned to find Luo Ning, who had just patted him on the shoulder. All right, Shen Cheng replied with a smile, instantly agreeing to Luo Ning's request, feeling indebted to her for past favors. Hee. Luo Ning's laughter resembled a crescent moon. Suddenly, the sacred winged crane soared high into the sky, its long call resounding throughout the Lake Ring Forest, signaling the official start of the competition. Upon hearing the signal, the crowd surged towards the forest entrance, eager to seize the easily attainable spirit beasts ahead. Shen Cheng, if you dawdle, others will snatch them all away. Luo Ning exclaimed, tugging at Shen Cheng's hand as they hurried after the main group towards the entrance of the forest. As Shen Cheng scanned the surroundings, a familiar face caught his eye not far away. Zhang Sun Tang. The graceful figure was indeed Zhang Sun Tang, entwined with the 8-winged green serpent. She gazed intently at Shen Cheng, her expression icy. The 8-winged green serpent flicked its tongue at him, seemingly displeased. Shen Cheng also noticed another girl standing beside Zhang Sun Tang. Though she was not as tall, her smile was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to her sister. Is that her? Shen Cheng recognized her as Zhang Sun Tang's sister, the girl he had encountered beneath the pink veil at the Breeders' Guild. The spirit beast standing beside her was none other than the evolved flower fairy from the S-class. Sister, your boyfriend seems to be running off with someone else. Zhang Sunshi giggled, covering her mouth. Nonsense, you little brat. Zhang Sun Tang retorted coldly, glaring at Shen Cheng's retreating figure. Unhurriedly, Zhang Sun Tang and Zhang Sunshi made their way into the forest. With the 8-winged green serpent's ability to swiftly locate spirit beasts, this competition appeared to be an effortless endeavor for her. Upon entering the forest, Shen Cheng witnessed 2 boys in a heated argument. That earthworm was slain by me. The capsule rightfully belongs to me. One boy exclaimed passionately. You're talking nonsense. If my spirit beast hadn't ensnared it, would you have been able to claim it? The other boy shot back defiantly. It's only worth 1 point. Are you really going to argue over it? What of it? If you don't care, why are you still arguing with me? There are plenty of spirit beasts inside for you to hunt. No way. What if that 1 point makes the difference? Hand it over. Not a chance. Seeing the two about to come to blows, Shen Cheng shook his head and walked past them, his companion, the crimson-eyed ice wolf, exuding an intimidating presence. The boys held their breath at the sight of the formidable creature. Shen Cheng refrained from summoning all his spirit beasts at once, preferring to keep a low profile for the time being. Luo Ning, there's a green ladybug in the grass. Let the love rain butterfly take it out. Where? Shen Cheng? I don't see it. Shen Cheng pointed, indicating the palm-sized green ladybug that had perfectly blended into its leafy surroundings, nearly invisible. Had Shen Cheng's system not detected it, it might have gone unnoticed. Got it. Love rain butterfly. Use needle strike. Name, Love rain butterfly. Attribute, water. Level, 2nd stage. Level 15, talent. B, skills, water needle gun, rain gathering, mist powder, needle strike. Evolution path. 1, personality, quiet. The 15-level love rain butterfly, having learned the needle strike skill, unleashed a barrage of strikes at the green ladybug nestled among the leaves. Swish, swish, swish. The needles pierced through the ladybug's body, resulting in its immediate demise. Luo Ning picked up the capsule, securing her point. Hee. Over there is an 8th-level stink mosquito. Fatty, your poison tongue lizard is up. Name, Poison Tongue Lizard. Attribute: Grass, Poison, Level. Second stage, Level 16, Talent. B. Skills: Absorb, Leaf Attack, Long Tongue Bind, Leaf Blade. Venom Attack. Evolution Path 1. Personality: Calm. Upon evolving to the second stage, the Poison Tongue Lizard's size increased slightly. It was already around 1.78 meters before evolution, now standing nearly as tall as Shen Cheng's Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. The most noticeable change was the addition of deep green spots on its body due to the enhanced poison attribute. Poison Tongue Lizard. Use Long Tongue Bind. The Poison Tongue Lizard extended its remarkably elastic tongue, swiftly snaring the stink mosquito from 4 to 5 meters away. It brought the mosquito to its mouth, crushing its abdomen with powerful constriction. Suddenly, the stink mosquito released a foul gas, causing the Poison Tongue Lizard to instinctively spit it out. The scene was comically chaotic as the Poison Tongue Lizard gagged repeatedly. Huang Dong picked up the capsule marked with 1 point and placed it in the capsule box. You dog, Shen Cheng, prioritizing romance over friendship. Capture that stink mosquito for me, Huang Dong exclaimed, his face comically contorted. Luo Ning could not help but giggle. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, Ice Splitter Claw, Shen Cheng suddenly shouted. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf leaped forward, cleaving a 9th-level little mountain sprout in two. Shen Cheng approached to collect the 1-point capsule. He then patted Huang Dong on the shoulder, saying, You glutton, just getting points is good enough. Why are you being picky? The trio continued to banter and laugh as they ventured deeper into the forest. Chapter 74. Scoring high. The spirit beasts at the forest's edge had been nearly wiped out by the students. While the points were low, they were easily defeated. However, as they reached the tier of level 20 spirit beasts, the remaining creatures were significantly more abundant than those below level 10. Some novice beast masters with particularly low combat prowess found themselves stuck here. Yet, they were determined to scrape together the 60 points needed, no matter the means. Luo Ning and Huang Dong were finding it somewhat challenging to vanquish these spiritual beasts. Fortunately, with Shen Cheng's assistance, nearly an hour had elapsed, and both Luo Ning and Huang Dong had amassed over 20 points each, while Shen Cheng had yet to reach 20. Given the limited number of outer spiritual beasts, Shen Cheng's strategy was to first aid the two in securing their baseline scores. His objective, however, was to target the high-level spiritual beasts near the lake, as defeating one would yield scores equivalent to several of those in the outer region. Despite the considerable strength of these inner beasts, Shen Cheng was exceedingly confident in his current capabilities. Luo Ning, I believe I hear the sounds of a spiritual beast in the grass, Luo Ning whispered. Shen Cheng instructed Huang Dong to halt while he scanned their surroundings meticulously. They had ventured into a dense thicket where the foliage reached their thighs. Small spiritual beasts were concealed within the underbrush, making them difficult to detect. With visibility hindered, it was challenging for Shen Cheng's system to lock onto these cunning creatures. Shen Cheng focused intently, straining to listen. Indeed, he discerned a faint rustling in the grass. Over there, he directed. As he identified the general direction and turned to observe the nearby thicket, which was stirring despite the absence of wind. Certainly, a spiritual beast lurked below. Luo Ning, we cannot pinpoint our opponent just yet. Have your Lianyu butterfly flutter over and use its mist powder to incapacitate it, Shen Cheng quietly instructed. He then turned to Huang Dong. Fatty, when Luo Ning makes her move, have your long-tongued lizard unleash its leaf blade to finish it off. Huang Dong nodded in agreement. Luo Ning exchanged a glance with her Lianyu butterfly, which gently flapped its wings and stealthily approached. The mist powder was activated, gradually descending from the butterfly's wings to envelop the thicket. As the powder permeated the grass, the movement within diminished. Has it been dazed? Huang Dong queried, his eyes wide with uncertainty. Suddenly, the grass erupted with frantic motion. With a swift whoosh, a gray blur darted out, revealing the spiritual beast, a swift rabbit. Chase it, Shen Cheng commanded, leading the way as they sprinted in pursuit. Can we catch up? Huang Dong puffed, struggling to keep pace. We can catch it. This swift rabbit is level 21. Although we didn't successfully hypnotize it into slumber, it's currently disoriented. I suspect it sees illusions. Shen Cheng chuckled. As anticipated, the swift rabbit, fixated on fleeing, found itself in a haze due to the mist powder, causing its vision to blur with double images. Confused by the distinction between reality and illusion, the rabbit, despite its speed, collided headlong into a large tree. The trio pursued, witnessing the amusing sight of the dazed rabbit spinning in circles. Realizing it had been encircled, the swift rabbit furrowed its brow and swiftly assumed a combat stance. However, despite being level 21, its rock-type attributes rendered it severely vulnerable to the water-type Lianyu butterfly and the grass-type long-tongued lizard. The swift rabbit summoned flying stones to attack the airborne Lianyu butterfly, yet it was effortlessly repelled by the butterfly's water spike. Huang Dong's long-tongued lizard launched its leaf blade, only for the rabbit to narrowly evade. Recognizing the futility of its ranged attacks and wary of Huang Dong's large lizard, the swift rabbit leapt and executed a flying kick towards the airborne Lianyu butterfly. However, the butterfly swiftly retaliated. With a flurry of wing beats, the Lianyu butterfly gathered rainwater, forming a spherical water orb between its wings. The orb expanded and, with a resounding crash, struck the swift rabbit squarely on the head. The rabbit tumbled to the ground. Long-tongued lizard, now's your chance to unleash a venomous attack, Huang Dong ordered. The lizard extended its long tongue, launching streams of venom towards the fallen rabbit. The verdant liquid struck swiftly, transforming the rabbit's gray skin to a haunting black. Moments later, the swift rabbit succumbed to its injuries. Luo Ning approached and retrieved the glowing 5-point capsule from the rabbit's carcass, handing it to Huang Dong. Here, Huang Dong. This is yours for defeating it. Luo Ning smiled brightly. You should keep it. Huang Dong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. You two should stop deferring. Fatty, if Luo Ning is offering it to you, just accept it. Shen Cheng interjected. Huang Dong looked at Shen Cheng and said, how about you take this capsule, Cheng? Both Luo Ning and I have over 30 points, while you're still far behind. You've been creating opportunities for us. Are you sure you're okay with this? Huang Dong remained steadfastly loyal to Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng shook his head. You need not worry about me. I will ensure you both secure your baseline scores and then venture deeper into the forest alone. It's more perilous within, so I won't be bringing you along. At this point, Huang Dong accepted Luo Ning's 5-point capsule, bringing his total to around 30 points. With 2 to 3 hours remaining in the competition, he was confident of passing with ease. Shen Cheng, you're truly kind. Luo Ning beamed. Suddenly, Shen Cheng's gaze fell upon the lifeless swift rabbit. What is the matter, Cheng? Is something wrong? Huang Dong inquired. It seems this one still has something in its mouth. Shen Cheng knelt before the rabbit's corpse and pried its mouth open. To his astonishment, a small capsule tumbled out, glowing brightly with the number 3 inscribed upon it. Luo Ning was perplexed by this occurrence. Shen Cheng, could there have been a mistake by the Academy? Did they accidentally give this swift rabbit an extra capsule? Shen Cheng shook his head. Director Ling Feng is meticulous. Such a blunder is improbable. He handed the 3-point capsule directly to Luo Ning, who hesitated for a moment, but, knowing Shen Cheng's character, accepted it without objection. Thank you, Shen Cheng, she exclaimed, her smile radiant. Suddenly, Shen Cheng reached into the rabbit's mouth, rummaging for something, producing a strange, string-like object that emitted a curious sound as it moved. What are you doing, Cheng? Huang Dong felt a twinge of discomfort. I found it, Shen Cheng declared with excitement. He held the mysterious object aloft, scrutinizing it in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. What is that? Luo Ning asked, equally bewildered. A sly smile curled at the corners of Shen Cheng's lips. Hee, I've stumbled upon something extraordinary. Let us go score big. Score big? Luo Ning queried, perplexed. Let us head back, Shen Cheng suddenly announced. Back? Where to? Huang Dong asked, equally confused. To the spot where the swift rabbit was just active, Shen Cheng urged, leading the pair swiftly back. Why return, Cheng? The spiritual beasts there are likely already decimated, and if we come back, we might find that the beasts here have been claimed by others. Huang Dong made a valid point. There were many competitors matching their pace, and returning would yield only scraps, a fruitless endeavor. The 3-point capsule that the swift rabbit dropped was not a mistake by the Academy. It consumed another spiritual beast. Shen Cheng asserted decisively. The swift rabbit consumed another beast? But isn't it herbivorous? Luo Ning questioned. Indeed, the swift rabbit, a herbivore, was indulging in the consumption of the toxic and grassy 3-spored mushrooms. The stone-type swift rabbit, however, was immune to poison. 3-spored mushrooms? It suddenly dawned on me. They grow in clusters, which explains your urgency to return. Luo Ning realized with clarity, gazing at Shen Cheng with admiration. You are truly remarkable, Shen Cheng, she exclaimed, almost transformed into a love-struck maiden. We've arrived. Huang Dong hastily parted the grass where the swift rabbit had recently been active, only to find it utterly bare. It's not here, Chengzi. It must be nearby. The swift rabbit would never feast in plain sight of a cluster of 3-spored mushrooms, or it would have been overwhelmed. Shen Cheng analyzed. That makes sense. The swift rabbit must have stealthily taken a single 3-spored mushroom of a higher level. Huang Dong and Luo Ning resumed their search among the surrounding foliage. Pondering thoughtfully, Shen Cheng stroked his chin, scanning the vicinity with an inscrutable gaze. Suddenly, a cluster of towering trees caught his attention. Although the surrounding forest was populated by ancient giants reaching dozens of meters in height, he quickly discerned that these particular trees were somewhat sturdier. Yet, upon closer inspection, their foliage was not nearly as lush as that of the neighboring giants, appearing rather malnourished. Come over here. Shen Cheng summoned the two, who were engrossed in their search. Three-spored mushrooms typically thrive near the roots of trees. Look at those giants. Despite their robust trunks, their branches lack vitality. This must be the habitat of the three-spored mushrooms. The duo nodded in agreement. Let us surround them from 3 sides. Ensure your spirit beasts are on high alert. The toxic tongue lizard is immune to poison, and Luo Ning. Make sure your love rain butterfly is cautious of the toxic gas attack from the three-spored mushrooms. Shen Cheng meticulously laid out the strategy. What if they run away as soon as we approach? The three-spored mushrooms can burrow underground in an instant. Huang Dong expressed his concern. Rest assured, upon discovering the three-spored mushrooms, I will take action. Shen Cheng reassured him. The trio cautiously advanced from different directions towards the towering trees. As they neared the vicinity of the great trees, they simultaneously lowered their heads, peering into the underbrush. Shen Cheng rose, shook his head, and gestured negatively. Huang Dong mirrored his sentiment, but Luo Ning, with an expression of excitement, made a shushing gesture. She had spotted a cluster of three-spored mushrooms. Shen Cheng gave a knowing glance to the crimson-eyed ice wolf, who instantly understood his intention. He commanded the wolf to unleash the ice mist. The dense, icy fog enveloped the underbrush ahead of Luo Ning, encasing the grass in a frosty embrace. Now, toxic tongue lizard, use your long tongue bind. Huang Dong's voice broke the silence. This was precisely the strategy Shen Cheng had devised. The crimson-eyed ice wolf would freeze the surroundings while the toxic tongue lizard swiftly cleared the foliage. The toxic tongue lizard's tongue, propelled like a spring, lashed out several meters, sweeping away the surrounding wild grass with a single stroke. The once dense undergrowth lay flattened before them, revealing a host of frozen three-spored mushrooms. These mushrooms boasted white stalks topped with 3 brown caps, each the size of a watermelon. Some of the quicker specimens had already retracted their caps and begun to burrow underground, yet half of their bodies remained ensnared in the frost. We've struck gold. Huang Dong's eyes gleamed as he beheld the bounty of three-spored mushrooms. Most were of a level in the teens, and upon counting, he realized there were no fewer than 20. At that moment, the trio simultaneously issued the order to attack. The crimson-eyed ice wolf summoned an ice strike. The love rain butterfly unleashed toxic stingers, and the toxic tongue lizard executed a leaf blade. The immobilized three-spored mushrooms were relentlessly bombarded by the barrage of skills, continuously dropping 3-point capsules. Quick, gather the capsules. Shen Cheng instructed. The 3 hastily collected the capsules from the ground, amassing a total of 23-point capsules, equating to 60 points. Just as Shen Cheng was about to distribute the capsules, the ground suddenly trembled, causing the group to retreat in alarm. Cracks appeared in the earth, widening ominously. With a thunderous roar, a colossal spirit beast erupted from the soil. It was a giant mushroom, the evolved second-tier version of the three-spored mushroom. Leaping forth was a gigantic fungus-shaped spirit beast, towering 4 to 5 meters high. As it emerged, the caps that had been tightly closed suddenly unfurled, stretching over 5 meters in radius. Unlike the three-spored mushrooms, the giant mushroom's cap was a vivid red and white, a striking spectacle. Name, giant mushroom. Attributes, grass. Poison, level, second tier, level 30, talent. B. Skills, rotating impact, delicious aroma, explosive spores, evolution route. 1. Personality, stubborn. What do we do, Qingzi? This thing is enormous. Should we flee? Huang Dong voiced his trepidation. Yet Shen Cheng, eyes gleaming with excitement, replied, run. This is worth 15 points. The giant mushroom, enraged, spun its massive body and charged at the trio. Rotating impact is immensely powerful. We cannot confront it head-on. Quickly evade. Shen Cheng shouted to his companions. The giant mushroom twirled like a monstrous tornado, annihilating everything in its path. Even the towering trees along its route were severed by its razor-sharp caps. The trio dodged frantically, with Huang Dong panting heavily. Qingzi, how are we supposed to fight this? Do not fear. The crimson-eyed ice wolf can handle it. A mere second-tier 30-level grass-type beast, but before he could finish, a splintered tree hurtled towards Shen Cheng, prompting him to dodge just in time. That was close, he exclaimed, still shaken. Crimson-eyed ice wolf. Use ice strike to subdue it. Enormous ice blocks plummeted from above, crashing down with a resounding impact upon the frenzied giant mushroom. The ice-type skill exerted tremendous pressure on the grass-type spirit beast, toppling it to the ground, especially under the prowess of Shen Cheng's crimson-eyed ice wolf. The crimson-eyed ice wolf is incredible. Luo Ning couldn't help but praise. Stay vigilant, Shen Cheng warned. No sooner had he spoken than a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. It smells divine, Qingzi. I'm starving. Huang Dong's eyes glazed over, drooling and swaying precariously. Smack. Shen Cheng swiftly slapped Huang Dong's cheek, prompting him to snap back to reality. Quick, cover your noses. That's the poison-type skill delicious aroma. Inhaling it will leave you faint from poisoning. Shen Cheng urged. The trio quickly pinched their noses, while the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf swiftly conjured ice mist to block the incoming scent. Seizing the opportunity while the trio was momentarily disoriented, the giant mushroom hurled explosive spores toward them. Leaf Blade, Toxic Tongue Lizard. Huang Dong reacted just in time, as the Toxic Tongue Lizard's leaf blade rapidly intercepted the airborne spores. Boom, boom, boom. The air resonated with a series of explosions as the leaf blade clashed with the explosive spores. Realizing that all its skills were ineffective, the giant mushroom hastily began to retract its massive cap, preparing to burrow underground. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Shen Cheng scoffed. The crimson-eyed Ice Wolf leapt into action, its frost claws slicing through the giant mushroom's body. The colossal fungus split in two, crashing to the ground. We did it. Amazing. Huang Dong exclaimed in excitement, inching closer to collect the 15-point capsule. Suddenly, a hand reached out from nearby, snatching the fallen capsule. As a young boy regarded it with a mischievous glint in his eye. Behind him trailed several individuals clad in the uniform of Saintti Academy, and the youth emitted a triumphant laugh. A 15-point capsule, obtained effortlessly. I graciously accept. His laughter echoed through the air. Chapter 76, Overwhelming Dominance. Huang Dong immediately grasped the sudden turn of events. His gaze, fierce enough to devour, fixed intently on the group of youths before him. This is the spirit beast we vanquished. If you have any sense, hand over that 15-point capsule at once. Huang Dong seethed with fury. You claim to have slain it? That great puffball was clearly defeated by us. The leading boy mocked, laughter resonating from his companions. Indeed, this 15-point capsule rightfully belongs to us. Do you dare to claim otherwise? Scoundrels! Huang Dong's temper flared as he prepared to charge at them. At that moment, Shen Cheng placed a hand firmly on Huang Dong's shoulder, stepping in front of him. Do you truly wish to reap the fruits of my labor? I offer you a chance. Surrender it now, and you may yet escape unscathed. Shen Cheng's gaze was icy, fixed on the group. Humph. Surrender? The leading boy's tone dripped with disdain. He derisively regarded Shen Cheng. Director Ling Feng himself stated that only their respective capsule boxes would be recognized at the end. I merely employed the appropriate means to acquire points. Exactly. What will you do if we refuse? One of the boy's companions taunted. Chengzi, why waste words with them? Let us act. Huang Dong could no longer contain himself and commanded his poison-tongued lizard to advance for an attack. The flying leaf blade surged forth towards the group of youths. Child's play. The leading boy scoffed at the attack of the poison-tongued lizard. Flame eruption. Fire-tailed fox. From behind the boy leaped a fox with a burning tail, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Name, Fire-tailed fox. Attribute, fire. Level, second tier, level 18. Talent, B. Skills, rapid movement, flame eruption, flame tail, flame claw. Evolution path, 1. Personality, arrogant. The flames effortlessly intercepted the flying leaf blade mid-air, reducing it to ashes. Fire-tailed fox, flame tail. With a command, the fire-tailed fox darted towards the poison-tongued lizard, sweeping its tail and sending the creature crashing to the ground. Poison-tongued lizard. Huang Dong rushed forward in alarm. Impressive, big brother. It was utterly defenseless. The other youths jeered in unison, seeing the poison-tongued lizard falter. Shen Cheng nodded towards the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Go. His expression was steely. Humph. Do you think your Ice Wolf is worthy to challenge my fire-tailed fox? Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Ice Shatter Claw. Shen Cheng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He could no longer tolerate the bullying of Huang Dong. Seeking death. Flame Claw. The boy retorted coldly. The two spirit beasts surged forth to clash. Ice Shatter Claw meeting Flame Claw in a fierce confrontation of extreme cold and searing heat. Melt its Wolf Claw. The boy's eyes gleamed with malice. However, his expression swiftly transformed from fierce to astonished as he witnessed the unfolding scene. Upon contact, the Fire Claw failed to overpower the Ice Claw. Instead, the piercing chill of the Ice Shatter Claw engulfed the flames, extinguishing them in an instant. A layer of ice formed upon the fire-tailed fox's paw. The S-class spirit beast's formidable power was beyond what an ordinary fire-type spirit beast could withstand. After the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf sent the fire-tailed fox's paw flying, it propelled itself towards the fox's face, leaving a deep claw mark upon it. The sheer force launching the fire-tailed fox into the air. A single strike. Swift and incisive. Frozen strike. Shen Cheng's tone was frigid. A massive block of ice plummeted from above. Boom. It crashed down upon the fire-tailed fox, leaving it gasping for breath. Fire-tailed fox. The boy's composure shattered as he rushed over to the pinned creature, noticing its flames flickering weakly. You worthless lot. What are you waiting for? Attack. He bellowed in desperation. Yet, the others remained paralyzed, daunted by the prowess of the 18-level fire-tailed fox being defeated so effortlessly. They were terrified of confronting the overpowering crimson-eyed Ice Wolf. Furthermore, Shen Cheng had yet to fully unleash his capabilities. He deemed such a skirmish beneath him, unworthy of employing his ultimate moves. Remarkable. Qingzi. Huang Dong marveled at Shen Cheng, astonished that the crimson-eyed ice wolf had so easily subdued the once menacing fire-tailed fox in under 10 seconds. After a period of absence, Qingzi's strength had evidently surged, leaving Huang Dong feeling elated by his friend's progress. Seeing his subordinates unmoved, the boy glared at Shen Cheng. Move the ice block, and I shall return the 15-point capsule to you. Do you truly believe you have the standing to negotiate with me? Shen Cheng replied, akin to an unyielding judge. What do you want? The 15-point capsule. Your capsule box. Apologize to my friend. Shen Cheng articulated each word with precision. What? The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Outrageous. He ground his teeth in fury. Suddenly, a colossal block of ice crashed down once more, stacking atop the fire-tailed fox. Aru? The fire-tailed fox emitted a heart-wrenching wail beneath the weight. It was on the brink of collapse, and should Shen Cheng unleash another frozen strike, the creature would not survive. Enough. I'll give it to you. The boy's mental defenses crumbled, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. Shen Cheng extended his hand, and the boy reluctantly handed over the 15-point capsule. After a moment's hesitation, he also offered his own capsule box to Shen Cheng. Humph. Zhou Yuan from Class 10. You dare to rob here at a mere 17-point level? Shen Cheng tossed the capsule box to the ground after extracting all the capsules. All right. Shen Cheng nodded at the crimson-eyed ice wolf. Following his command, the ice wolf shattered the ice block, allowing the fire-tailed fox to finally breathe with relief. Now, apologize to my friend. Shen Cheng persisted unyieldingly. Though Zhou Yuan felt reluctant, he gritted his teeth and approached Huang Dong, bowing low. I am sorry. Only then did Shen Cheng relent. He shot a warning glance at the remaining youths, who exchanged apprehensive glances and retreated, fearful that Shen Cheng might seize their capsules. Let us go. Shen Cheng and his companions departed without further harassment towards those who had not engaged in the fray. May I ask your name? Zhou Yuan inquired. Shen Cheng turned his expressionless gaze upon him. Rest assured, I mean no harm. I merely wish to know. Zhou Yuan stammered in trepidation. Shen Cheng, he replied coolly. Shen Cheng? Shen Cheng. The boys began to murmur among themselves. I remember now. I heard that the boy who single-handedly faced 3 opponents in the school duel arena was named Shen Cheng. He likely hasn't even exerted his full strength yet. I've heard tales of how Zhang Muheo's spirit beast suffered terribly under his demonic skills. It must be him. The school is rife with beast tamers who have contract ice wolves, yet none possess one as sinister as his. That prodigy with the highest soul power. Who would have thought we would encounter him? Zhou Yuan. Oh Zhou Yuan, why choose to provoke Shen Cheng of all people? Am I truly that cruel? Shen Cheng pondered as he walked along the path. Soon, he shook his head. He deemed himself sufficiently merciful. Had it been Changsun Tang, that fire-tailed fox would have met a far more tragic fate. The trio soon arrived at an isolated spot, where Shen Cheng produced the score capsules he had acquired earlier for distribution. 23-point capsules amounting to 60 points, one 15-point capsule, and Zhou Yuan 17 points. Luo Ning, Huang Dong, each of you shall take 10 3-point capsules, and I will retain the remaining 32 points. Shen Cheng instructed the two. Shen Cheng, why not take a few more? We've already passed. Luo Ning offered her capsules back to him. Indeed, Qingzi, there's still ample time. The two of us could easily find enough points outside. Huang Dong chimed in. Shen Cheng merely shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. This is the extent of my assistance to you. The remaining time is for you to strive for a better overall score. I must head towards the forest by the lake. But, Luo Ning began, her worry evident. Fear not. I have confidence in my abilities. Shen Cheng said, casting a fond glance at her. Fatty, look after Luo Ning. I shall take my leave. See you at the end of the competition. With that, Shen Cheng placed the 32 score capsules into his capsule case and ventured deeper into the forest alone. Luo Ning and Huang Dong stood there, gazing after Shen Cheng's receding figure. Rest assured, Qingzi will be fine. Do you not trust in his strength? Huang Dong reassured her. Chapter 77, The Blue Spirit Fruit. I now possess 50 points. Just 50 more to go. 2.5 hours remain. Plenty of time. Shen Cheng mused as he walked alone. He was indifferent to his rank. After all, there were no significant rewards at stake. He would be content with simply achieving 100 points. As he ventured deeper into the forest surrounding the lake, nearing the central lake's position, a shadow suddenly streaked above the treetops. It was a level 31, second-tier sharp-beaked sparrow. Although it moved with great speed, Shen Cheng still managed to perceive its presence. Crimson-eyed ice wolf, pursue that sharp-beaked sparrow. The wolf sprang into action, its claws agilely navigating the trunks of the towering trees, darting through the forest like a flash of white lightning. Almost there. Use absolute zero, Shen Cheng commanded. Given the swift movement of such an adversary, landing a freezing strike was quite challenging. The Shura's wrath would be overly wasteful. Absolute Zero was indeed a commendable choice. The crimson-eyed ice wolf unleashed a beam of white light from its mouth, striking the flapping sharp-beaked sparrow. Though the air was not particularly humid, it was sufficient to coat the sparrow in a thin layer of ice. Coupled with the skill's inherent power, the sharp-beaked sparrow began to falter. However, being a level 31 spirit beast, it quickly regained its composure and prepared to flee, well aware that it was no match for the pursuing crimson-eyed ice wolf. The wolf offered no chance for escape, having already leapt beside the sharp-beaked sparrow within that fleeting moment. A frost claw struck the sparrow down with precision. This skill had been honed by the crimson-eyed ice wolf since childhood, and its mastery was now unparalleled. Shen Cheng approached to collect the 15-point capsule, grinning as he said, "Another 15 points secured. This is simply too easy." For Shen Cheng, the difficulty level of the Lake Circumference Forest dungeon posed little challenge. Though there were high-level spirit beasts within, the environment of the forest rendered their combat capabilities relatively low. The spirit beasts here had grown up in a sheltered environment, lacking the ferocity of those in the thorny forest, where life and death battles were a daily occurrence. Of course, it wasn't just the spirit beasts that thrived in this greenhouse. Many students at Saintti Academy had also been nurtured in an ivory tower. Not everyone could accumulate practical experience like Shen Cheng, which was a crucial factor in the disparity among beast tamers. The spirit beasts deep within the forest were rather timid and alert, immediately retreating upon detecting human presence. Some seasoned spirit beasts were quite familiar with the trial competition, having survived various student onslaughts over the years. While there was no shortage of high-level spirit beasts here, they were far too cunning, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Just 35 points more. If I can take down 3 spirit beasts above level 30, I'll achieve full marks. Shen Cheng surveyed his surroundings, yet found nothing. As he ventured deeper into the forest, a dense green canopy enveloped him, shrouded in mist. With no trace of sunlight visible above, an unusual silence pervaded the area. Damn it, not a sound to be heard, just a bunch of turtle heads. Shen Cheng seethed with frustration, brimming with capability, yet unable to find a worthy opponent. "Sister, how about my flower fairy? Isn't she impressive?" A distant, ethereal voice of a girl echoed, starkly clear in the tranquil forest. "I am quite curious about that tamer named Guyun. What could he be? The clan has expended so much effort to find an evolutionary path, yet has found nothing." Another voice responded, "Who knows? Quite mysterious. It seemed as though he casually mentioned the evolutionary path, and I thought he was just stringing me along. I never expected him to actually succeed in evolving upon returning." Changsun Tang. Shen Cheng recognized the voice of Changsun Tang. Indeed, through the mist, the silhouettes of 2 young women gradually became discernible. Changsun Tang and Changsun Shi were approaching. Shen Cheng had been hoping to enlist the aid of Changsun Tang's 8-winged green serpent to help locate the concealed spirit beasts. However, as he prepared to greet her, Changsun Tang passed by him as if he were a stranger, not even glancing back. A smile frozen on his face, Shen Cheng stood there in bewilderment. "Hey," he called out to Changsun Tang, but she remained unresponsive, the 8-winged green serpent soaring above him, indifferent to Shen Cheng's presence. At that moment, Changsun Shi turned back, her brow furrowing in confusion as she thought, that voice sounds somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Changsun Tang pinched her sister's thigh. "Ouch, that hurts. Don't look back." Changsun Tang commanded coldly. "Why are you ignoring him when he called for you, sister?" Changsun Shi teased playfully. "That scoundrel only calls when he needs something." Changsun Tang replied, her tone betraying her simmering anger. "But haven't you helped him out quite a bit?" Changsun Shi giggled, her demeanor lively. The 8-winged green serpent nodded enthusiastically in agreement with Changsun Shi's words. "He merely did me a favor before. We are even now." Changsun Tang huffed. "Sister, you truly cannot hide your feelings. Your expression reveals everything. I can see you're simply jealous, or I might just tear your mouths apart." Changsun Shi stuck out her tongue playfully. "Not saying anything is just fine, but the 8-winged green serpent is truly impressive. You'll reach 100 points soon. Hee hee." Shen Cheng watched as the 2 figures disappeared into the mist. Just days ago, they had shared trials and tribulations together. The temperament of that snake woman was truly inscrutable. "Fine then, I'll be self-reliant." Shen Cheng shouted in the direction Changsun Tang had departed. "Serves you right. Venture further in, and you won't even be able to see the path." Alone, Shen Cheng pressed deeper into the heart of the forest, where the fog thickened significantly. The trees here towered even higher, sunlight scarcely penetrating, resembling a primordial forest. Damn it, not a single spirit beast in sight. I might as well walk out to the Great Lake. Shen Cheng could scarcely see 3 meters ahead, enveloped in a shroud of white mist. However, drawing upon his past experiences, Shen Cheng knew that traversing the mist-laden area would soon lead him to the Great Lake. Within the depths of the lake lay a valuable treasure, albeit one that required considerable effort to obtain. If he could not muster the remaining 35 points, he would have no choice but to take this risk. Shen Cheng pressed onward, still harboring a flicker of hope as he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he came to a halt and approached a towering ancient tree nearby. A slender vine entwined around its massive trunk caught his attention. It appeared to be the vine of the Qingling fruit. This vine was exceedingly delicate, coiling around the gigantic tree like a mere strand of wire in comparison. It was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely, yet it had not escaped Shen Cheng's keen sight. He approached, gently resting his hand upon the vine, which resembled a grape tendril. The slender branch, adorned with triangular thorns, was undoubtedly the Qingling fruit vine. Shen Cheng was certain of it. The Qingling fruit serves two distinct purposes. Firstly, it enables spirit beasts to swiftly absorb combat insights into their own knowledge, manifesting as an increase in their experience points and accelerating their growth. Secondly, to put it in gaming terms, it enhances the blue bar, providing immense benefits to spirit beasts adept at magical attacks. For instance, a level 17 Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf can utilize its energy-intensive Ice Strike spell a maximum of 3 times in a single battle. However, if it consumes the Qingling fruit, it could unleash Ice Strike 4 or even 5 times. Naturally, for a massive energy-consuming ultimate move like the Demonic Chill, the increase might only be marginal, perhaps only a third or a fourth of a time. Ultimately, elevating one's level and evolving remain the primary means to enhance the maximum number of skill releases. The Qingling fruit is indeed a remarkable find. If he could procure such a treasure, this journey to the lake-circumventing forest would not be in vain. Curious, Shen Cheng gazed upwards along the vine, pondering whether any fruits might be present amidst the mist-cloaked branches of the ancient tree. Chapter 78, The Black-Scaled Python. The fog was too dense to see clearly, and sending the Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf up could prove perilous. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Cheng summoned the 5-star array. Come forth, Shadowblade Mantis. Disperse the fog with your cross-slash. This was the most prudent approach, as Shen Cheng aimed merely to ascertain whether Qingling fruits were present above. The Shadowblade Mantis focused its energy, launching a cross-slash over a meter in diameter directly towards the green vine on the ancient tree. The cross-slash was exceedingly fierce, cleaving through the branches in its path. The mist surrounding the ancient tree temporarily dissipated. Clang! The cross-slash struck something metallic, producing a crisp sound. Yet, Shen Cheng did not dwell on it, for his attention was entirely captivated by 2 azure fruits that had fallen into the grass. Remarkably, they had been dislodged. Splendid. 2 Qingling fruits. He wondered if there were more on the tree. Shen Cheng picked up the 2 fruits and gazed up at the towering ancient tree. However, the next scene sent chills down his spine. Following the trunk's ascent, the Qingling fruit vine had vanished entirely, for the massive trunk was now ensnared by a thick, black appendage. A colossal serpent's head dangled upside down, its crimson eyes glinting as it flicked its tongue incessantly. Holy moly! The black-scaled python. Shen Cheng hurriedly dodged. At that moment, the black-scaled python lunged toward Shen Cheng's position with alarming speed. Boom. Fortunately, Shen Cheng had anticipated the attack. Otherwise, the ground would not have borne a mere crater, but rather his lifeless body. Damn, that nearly scared me to death. Shen Cheng patted his chest, still trembling from the encounter. Although he had battled this spirit beast in the game, the visceral reality was far more striking than any screen could convey. The black-scaled python stretched approximately 15 meters in length, its body adorned with ominous black scales, rendering it a truly fearsome sight. The crimson-eyed ice wolf bared its fangs, its fur bristling. The Shadowblade Mantis had also assumed a combat stance. It burrowed underground. Be cautious, Shen Cheng cautioned. Just as he spoke, the black-scaled python suddenly burst forth from the earth. Coiling high, the creature loomed over Shen Cheng and his 2 beasts, its domineering presence saturating the air around them. Name: Black-Scaled Python. Attributes: Earth, Fire. Level: Tier 3, Level 42. Talent: C. Skills: Earth Evasion, Sweeping Strike, Savage Charge, Explosive Rock, Flame Breath, Scaled Detonation. Evolution Route 1. Personality: Fierce. Tier 3, Level 42. Defeating this beast would grant full points. Shen Cheng smirked. Shadowblade Mantis, boost your energy. In this battle, the Mantis would take the lead, as the dual attributes of Earth and Fire were particularly advantageous. The Crimson-Eyed Ice Wolf's attributes were at a disadvantage, and it needed to evade the Python's savage charge. Shen Cheng directed the battle with utmost seriousness. The black-scaled Python rampaged across the battlefield with its immense bulk. Boom! The Shadowblade Mantis narrowly evaded one of its attacks. The Python's brute force slammed into 2 ancient trees, toppling them with ease. What overwhelming strength! Shen Cheng couldn't help but marvel. The black-scaled python coiled atop a large tree, surveying the shadow blade mantis with its black-red tongue flicking in and out. The crimson-eyed ice wolf stood beside Shen Cheng, acutely aware that the environment here heavily favored the python, necessitating constant vigilance against surprise attacks. The black-scaled python unleashed its flame breath, spewing searing flames toward the shadow blade mantis. Yet, the mantis was nimble, dodging swiftly with grace. The flames barely grazed it. Hiss! The python's tongue emitted a sound. Suddenly, stones around them began to levitate, suspended in the air. The black-scaled python exhaled red flames, heating the stones until they glowed a fiery red. The black rocks radiated intense heat, hurtling toward the shadow blade mantis in an overwhelming barrage. With no means of evasion, they would directly strike. Cross/shatters explosive rock. Shen Cheng could not afford to be careless. The explosive rock possessed not only tremendous power, but also extreme heat, making a direct confrontation unwise. Once more, the massive cross/slash surged toward the black-scaled python. Boom, boom, boom. Upon contact, the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke. The shadow blade mantis, utilizing its agile form, evaded several incoming explosive rocks. Stay alert. Caution against a sudden advance, Shen Cheng warned. As expected, amidst the swirling smoke, the enormous serpent's head re-emerged with startling suddenness. Storm Fist. The shadow blade mantis gathered its strength, firmly rooted in place. Its mantis arm surged with overwhelming power, striking directly at the approaching serpent's head. The black-scaled python believed its sheer force was unmatched. Yet, it was about to encounter the formidable shadow blade mantis. The storm fist cleaved through the rushing air. Clang! The resounding blow struck the serpent's head, and the black-scaled python immediately sensed something was amiss. Its eyes narrowed, a dark expression overtook its visage. The tremendous impact of the storm fist caused the black-scaled python to recoil, its body curling backward as it was propelled away. Boom! The massive serpent collided clumsily with a nearby ancient tree. Nevertheless, the black-scaled python was a Tier 3 spirit beast, having lived in this forest for countless years. Its combat experience was vast. Swiftly, it adjusted its posture. With a swift motion, it burrowed underground using earth evasion. Shadowblade Mantis. Since its position, the mantis closed its eyes, attuning itself to the vibrations beneath the surface. Suddenly, it turned toward Shen Cheng, racing in his direction. Shen Cheng's realization struck him like a bolt. The black-scaled python was attacking toward him. You bastard! Shen Cheng swiftly mounted the back of the crimson-eyed ice wolf. Hurry! He shouted. The crimson-eyed ice wolf leaped into the air, propelling Shen Cheng forward. At that very moment, a black serpent's head broke through the ground, narrowly missing the form of the crimson-eyed ice wolf. The black-scaled python, caught off guard by Shen Cheng's evasive maneuver, was taken aback by his unexpected survival. Enraged, the python lashed out with its tail, sweeping violently towards the crimson-eyed ice wolf. You seek death, divine retribution. Shen Cheng scoffed coldly. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky above the black-scaled python, and several crimson lightning bolts struck down towards its massive tail. Clang, clang, clang. The skill impacted against the python's scales, producing a series of sharp sounds that instantly suppressed its tail. The airborne black-scaled python was abruptly sent crashing to the ground. Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Now's the time. Move swiftly and strike. The mantis surged forward, riding atop the python. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis transformed into a crimson blaze, darting straight for the black-scaled python. Just as the python attempted to rise, the mantis' hind claws had already embedded themselves firmly into its black scales. Today, I shall act as heaven's agent and eradicate this menace. You shall surely meet your demise. Shen Cheng's face twisted with murderous intent. This black-scaled python was exceptionally cunning and brutal, having wrought havoc upon countless students of the Saintti Academy. Striking at the serpent's vital points, he unleashed a triple combo of rapid punches. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis fists rained down relentlessly, thundering against the python's hardened scales. Trained extensively, the mantis now executed a staggering pace of 15 punches per second. Even with the python's formidable defense, its scales began to crack under the onslaught of the triple combo. The python's back gradually revealed its crimson flesh. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black-scaled python writhed in excruciating pain, desperately attempting to shake off the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis by crashing against the trees. Yet, such efforts were in vain. The mantis was an unrelenting assassin. Once it targeted the python's weak points, it showed no mercy. Finally, the scales at the critical point shattered. Exposed was the blood-red flesh beneath. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, driven into a frenzy, lowered its head and tore off a massive chunk of the python's flesh. Its razor-sharp fangs pierced through the python's body, painting a gruesome, bloody scene. This was the true nature of the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, a monstrous SS-grade beast that had devoured countless corpses of its kind to evolve. The black-scaled python writhed in agony, its gaping maw releasing a haunting wail of despair. The pitiful cries echoed through the stillness of the forest, sending ripples of panic through the hidden spirit beasts. Chapter 79, Explosive Scales. The actions of the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis inflicted not only immense damage upon the black-scaled python, but also a deep sense of humiliation. The python never expected to be tormented by a mantis so vastly smaller than itself. Once a ruler of the depths of the lake-hugging forest, it had reigned with impunity for countless years. The surrounding spirit beasts would cower and avoid it. Countless students who had come to challenge it in past trials had met with failure. Occasionally, when faced with an overly audacious challenger, it might even feast on human flesh. Yet today, it found itself at the mercy of this mere novice beast master. It felt its dominance and dignity being ruthlessly ground into the dirt by the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Hiss! The black-scaled python had no time to contemplate further. The mantis relentlessly targeted its vital points. The python's vision blurred, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. No matter how fiercely it struggled or slammed its body against the ground, the mantis seemed impervious to harm. Enduring the excruciating pain, it continued its savage assault, tearing off piece after piece of python flesh. This was the first time the black-scaled python had encountered a spirit beast even more ferocious than itself. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, before it resembled a demon from the depths of hell, mercilessly stripping away its life. The python's frustration grew. Regret? Anger? It mattered not. It had completely lost interest in Shen Cheng. Its hatred was now solely focused on the small insect on its back. The only thought that consumed it was that it would rather die than allow the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis to survive. With a sudden surge of pain, the python opened its massive eyes wide. A crimson glow emanated from its gaze, and its black pupils dilated. No, it was preparing to unleash its explosive scales. Driven to madness by the relentless torment of the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, the black-scaled python, unlike ordinary spirit beasts that would have succumbed to death, endured due to its extraordinary vitality as a third-tier beast. Finally, the agony reached the limits of its tolerance. Get away, Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Yet Shen Cheng's warning came too late. At the moment the python's eyes widened, the explosive scales had already begun to activate. Its black scales suddenly stood erect, and the mantis sensed the imminent danger, leaping into the air. However, before it could escape, a deafening explosion erupted. Shen Cheng and the crimson-eyed ice wolf were thrown back by the shockwave. Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Shen Cheng cried out in agony, frantically searching for the mantis amidst the chaos. Thick smoke billowed into the air, and dozens of towering trees were obliterated. From a distance, the lush green forest appeared as if a bomb had torn a yellow gash through it. Shen Cheng. On the lakeside, Changsun Tang suddenly turned, gazing into the distance with a look of concern etched upon her usually tranquil face. I said I wouldn't take care. How can I be sure it's him? Changsun sure followed her gaze towards the site of the explosion. Biting her lip, Changsun Tang thought, you better not die so easily. To push this ancient beast to such extremes, this Ling Feng truly possesses considerable strength. On a distant mountain, a diminutive old man chuckled lightly, standing beside the ethereal, white-haired Ling Feng. It's not that simple yet. Ling Feng gazed towards the site of the explosion in the forest. Amidst the smoke, Shen Cheng vaguely spotted the fallen figure of the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Shen Cheng staggered to his feet, racing madly toward the mantis. He crouched down, observing the mantis covered in burn marks. Alarmingly, the explosion had driven hardened scales into its body, with shards embedded in its limbs. Thankfully, its head remained unscathed. Shen Cheng tenderly caressed the mantis head. Suddenly, from the smoke, the fiery serpent's head lunged forth. The crimson-eyed ice wolf reacted swiftly, its frost claw intercepting the fiery serpent's strike. In the aftermath of the explosive scales, the black-scaled python had lost every last scale, its body now engulfed in flames. It had transformed into a blazing fire python. The python's fury intensified, radiating an overwhelming heat. The crimson-eyed ice wolf's frost claw felt an immediate searing pain. Coupled with the forceful impact, the scorching blast sent the wolf hurtling several meters away. Shen Cheng felt a wave of heat approaching from behind, suddenly realizing the impending danger. The fiery serpent's head surged toward his back. Shen Cheng had been so focused on the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis that he had momentarily forgotten to think. But it was too late. The speed of a human could not evade such an assault. At this moment, Shen Cheng realized that in mere moments, he would be utterly annihilated, reduced to nothingness. Was it all over? The Beastmaster world? Everything that had transpired in this world flashed through his mind like a rapid slideshow. The chubby Sun Tangle, the elegant Chu Ji, the senior Wan Fu. Everything that had transpired in this world flashed through his mind like a rapid slideshow. The chubby Sun Tangle, the elegant Chu Ji, the senior Wan Fu, and the peaceful Xiao Ning. It seemed the tales were true. Just before death, one's mind plays a reel of significant memories. Shen Cheng had already closed his eyes. Boom. A tremendous crashing sound erupted around him. Moments later, he felt not the sensation of the fire python striking his back. The searing heat suddenly ceased, no longer advancing to consume him. Abruptly opening his eyes, he discovered nothing but an expanse of empty ground before him. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Shen Cheng swiftly turned his head, and the sight before him was horrifying. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis, despite enduring excruciating pain, held tightly onto the head of the fire python, which was thicker than its own body. TSK. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis gripped the python's head fiercely, the scorching heat continuously searing its crimson body. It had shielded Shen Cheng with its very life. Regardless of how the fire python burned its body, the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis remained steadfast. It had locked in a deadly stalemate with the black-scaled python, neither willing to retreat. Shen Cheng quickly sidestepped to regain his composure. Clenching his teeth, he fixed his gaze on the fire python. Red-eyed Ice Wolf. Judgment of the Azura. Shen Cheng made a swift judgment. Blood-red lightning once again pinned the fire python to the ground, preventing its fiery tail from sweeping toward the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis gritted its teeth as the fire python relentlessly raised its temperature, yet the mantis stood unwavering. Its scythe-like claws firmly clutched the python's head. The mantis had long forgotten its pain. Even if its body was charred, it would never retreat. It was a mutated spirit beast, a chosen one. How could it falter here? It aspired to traverse further alongside Shen Cheng, to stand atop the eastern continent. With all its might, the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis embedded its scythe-like claws deep into the fire python's head. Hiss! The fire python could no longer endure the pain. It opened its mouth wide. The fire python comprehended that its demise was already fated. No matter how it struggled to survive within the lakeside forest, the fire python comprehended that its demise was already fated. No matter how it struggled to survive within the lakeside forest, or how it plotted against the students of the Saintti Academy, one day, a younger and more powerful spirit beast would come to claim its life. And that day had arrived. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis was that chosen one. It realized it was merely a stepping stone for another to ascend. It finally understood why the powerful Beastmaster, with white hair riding a crane, had spared its life, simply implanting a capsule within its body. The belief sustaining the black-scaled python collapsed, and for a moment, it ceased its struggles. Seizing the opportunity, the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis delivered a crushing knee strike to the python's belly. Hiss! This blow sent the black-scaled python into complete disarray. Now, over-the-shoulder throw. Shen Cheng shouted. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis clutched the fire python's head with its embedded claws, straining to lift its massive body. The python's already teetering head was directly seized by the mantis, which then executed a flawless over-the-shoulder throw, hurling the fire python several meters away. Boom! The flames emanating from the fire python were instantly extinguished, leaving only its bloodied body crashing heavily against a giant tree. The battle was over. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis could no longer sustain itself and collapsed onto the ground. Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Shen Cheng rushed over to assess the mantis's injuries. Its body marked with burn scars. Blood flowed incessantly from the places where it had been attacked, and Shen Cheng's heart ached at the sight. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis forced its hazy eyes open. I will not lose again. This was the sole message it conveyed to Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng was momentarily stunned, reflecting on how he had been excessively demanding of the mantis. In truth, it had performed remarkably well. With this thought, a smile unexpectedly appeared on Shen Cheng's dust-covered face. Chapter 80. The Amethyst Illusion Dragon. The red-eyed Ice Wolf also approached Shen Cheng, howling softly to the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. Rest assured, surviving great tribulations brings great fortune. Shen Cheng patted its head. Come with me, red-eyed Ice Wolf. As he spoke, Shen Cheng moved toward the corpse of the black-scaled python not far away. After using its explosive scales, the black-scaled python was left with a gruesomely mangled red body, appearing exceedingly bloody. Shen Cheng fixated on the python's abdomen, instructing, Red-eyed Ice Wolf. Cut it open. The red-eyed Ice Wolf stepped forward, its sharp claws swiftly slicing through the python's belly, with a gushing sound. Reaching his hand into the python's belly, as if searching for something. I found you. Black python gallbladder. Shen Cheng exclaimed in delight. Reaching his hand into the python's belly, as if searching for something. I found you. Black python gallbladder. Shen Cheng exclaimed in delight. With his feet firmly planted on the python's body, he tugged vigorously at the gallbladder within. Pop! The black python gallbladder detached instantly. Along with it fell a brilliantly glowing 42-point capsule. Shen Cheng tumbled into the blood pool from the force. Ignoring his disheveled appearance, he grabbed the capsule. clutching the black gallbladder as he rushed back to the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. With one hand, he propped up the mantis's head, and it slowly opened its eyes. Here, eat this, it's invigorating, Shen Cheng said. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis. This black python gallbladder has condensed the essence of the black-scaled python. Judging by its size, this black-scaled python must have at least a century or two of cultivation. The gallbladder contains pure yang energy. This is a treasure. Seeing Shen Cheng's earnest expression, the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis no longer hesitated, accepting the dark gallbladder and stuffing it into its mouth. The mantis, having slaughtered countless foes, swallowed the gallbladder in just 2 bites. At the very moment the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis consumed the black python gallbladder, its dazed eyes widened in astonishment. It gradually stood up, attempting to move its body. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis swung its scythe-like arms in the air and executed a kick, appearing remarkably agile. It was as if it had not been injured at all. Moreover, the visible burns on its body began to heal, and the pain it felt dissipated abruptly. Even more astonishingly, the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis' level ascended from 16 to 17. The Shadow Blade Blood Mantis gazed at Shen Cheng in disbelief, signaling that it could still take another piece. Don't even think about it. This black python gallbladder is incredibly precious. Money can't buy it. Such a high-level black-scaled python is a rare find. Shen Cheng jested. Seeing the Shadow Blade Blood Mantis rejuvenated, Shen Cheng's heart, which had been so anxious, finally settled. The red-eyed Ice Wolf, witnessing this miraculous scene, looked eagerly at Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng affectionately patted its head. Balance must be maintained. Although the black python gallbladder is gone, there are still other treasures. Shen Cheng smiled. He then pulled out the 2 green spirit fruits that had fallen earlier. These fruits were the size of apples, glimmering with a radiant green light. What a pity. There should still be some on the tree. Shen Cheng sighed, gazing up at the massive gap in the trees above. The tree entwined by the green spirit vine had long been scorched by the explosion of the black-scaled python, and he felt regret for the green spirit fruits that had yet to be plucked. He handed the 2 precious green spirit fruits to the red-eyed Ice Wolf, knowing they would be more beneficial for it. Here, eat this, it's invigorating. Shen Cheng chuckled. Crimson-eyed Ice Wolf, upon consuming 2 Qingling fruits, the pristine white fur of the crimson-eyed Ice Wolf emanated a fleeting, ethereal glow. To Shen Cheng's astonishment, he discovered that the wolf had ascended a level, now reaching level 18. However, given the time that had elapsed, it was only fitting that he too should achieve an upgrade. Shen Cheng calculated that his score had already met the maximum standard. Coupled with the previous 65 points, he now boasted a total of 107 points in his capsule box. Let us proceed. Having come this far, it is time to reunite with old friends at the Great Lake. Noticing that there was still nearly an hour remaining until the assessment concluded, Shen Cheng set forth with his 2 spirit beasts towards the heart of the forest encircling the lake. As he traversed through the mist-laden depths of the forest, Shen Cheng parted a thicket of grass, revealing an expansive clearing. A few steps ahead lay a colossal green lake. The lake was a vast, unadulterated expanse, devoid of any tributary, truly a stagnant body of water. Dark green algae floated on the surface, and a gentle mist cloaked the lake in an aura of mystery. At that moment, the area surrounding the lake was already bustling with numerous individuals. It appears that Saintti Academy harbors quite the hidden talents. To think this fool could make it here. Shen Cheng spotted Zheng Moheo in the distance. Zheng Moheo, noticing Shen Cheng covered in blood, smirked with a hint of amusement. Those who possessed the ability and courage to arrive here undoubtedly wielded considerable skill. Zheng Moheo? I never expected this incompetent to make it here. Shen Cheng spotted Zheng Moheo's figure in the distance, who, in turn, cast a glance toward Shen Cheng, a sly smile gracing his lips. Beside Zheng Moheo stood a young man, fixated on Shen Cheng with unwavering intensity. Shen Cheng realized that this first-year student was a mid-tier beastmaster, accompanied by a second-tier 21-level Gale Falcon soaring above. So that's it? He has summoned assistance. It seems that wealth indeed grants one the liberty to act with impunity. Scrutinizing a dragon-type spirit beast standing gracefully, its body entirely adorned in purple. Name: Violet Crystal Illusion Dragon. Type: Dragon, Flying. Level: Second Tier, 22nd level. Talent: S. Shen Cheng scoffed. Continuing to survey the surroundings, a particular spirit beast caught his eye. A violet crystal phantom dragon. Shen Cheng squinted. Scrutinizing a dragon-type spirit beast standing before him, its body entirely enveloped in purple hues. Name: Violet Crystal Phantom Dragon. Attribute: Dragon, Flying. Level: Tier 2, Level 22. Talent: S. Despite being merely a second-tier beast, it stood a staggering 3 to 4 meters tall, and its wingspan would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring when unfurled. The overall appearance of the Violet Crystal Phantom Dragon closely resembled that of Western dragons found on Earth. boasting massive wings, robust limbs, and its entire body adorned with purple crystals. Although merely of Tier 2, it towered at 3 to 4 meters tall when its wings unfurled. Its size would be even more awe-inspiring. It seems that Dragon Island has indeed mastered numerous hidden evolution routes for spirit beasts. I truly underestimated the might of these prestigious clans. Shen Cheng turned his gaze to the youth standing beside the violet crystal phantom dragon, who was also a mid-tier beastmaster. This dragon youth sported short purple hair, striking sword-like brows, and slender, penetrating black eyes that appeared exceptionally profound. Standing tall like a pine tree, exuding an aura reminiscent of the former Jiang Yan. This must be the beastmaster known as Shen Cheng. Why must he dye his hair to match that of his spirit beast? How utterly juvenile. Shen Cheng shook his head in disbelief. Just as Shen Cheng was surveying the area, two graceful figures suddenly appeared. Shen Cheng, hello there. Long Sunsure greeted him with a radiant smile as she approached. Hello. Shen Cheng noticed a hint of nervousness in Long Sunsure's demeanor. He did not wish for others to uncover his alternate identity within the Cultivators Guild. Why are you stuttering? Are you nervous seeing my beautiful sister? Long Sunsure teased, her complexion as flawless as jade, playfully glancing at her companion, Long Sun Tang. Ouch! 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 Long Sunsure squealed as Long Sun Tang playfully pinched her. Long Sun Tang, noticing Shen Cheng's disheveled appearance, with his uniform stained in crimson, could not help but inquire, what happened to you? Haha. Shen Cheng grinned mischievously. I just dispatched a snake. His gaze lingered on the 8-winged azure serpent coiled beside Long Sun Tang, raising an eyebrow as if to convey a message. See? That's what you get for ignoring me. An awkward silence enveloped the air. The 8-winged azure serpent shivered, aware that Shen Cheng was intentionally teasing it. However, the scent of the blood from the black-scaled python clung to Shen Cheng, unmistakable to the serpent. Long Sun Tang seemed to piece together the events, pondering silently. If she had called out to him earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have found himself in such peril. After a moment, Long Sun Tang finally broke the silence. That explosive commotion was caused by you, wasn't it? I thought you had perished. Shen Cheng internally mused. If you can't think of anything worthwhile to say, perhaps it's best to remain silent. Long Sunsure shook her head in disbelief, letting out a sigh. Oh, how my straightforward sister cares for men. Why are you shaking your head? Are you a rattle drum? Long Sun Tang shot a glare at Long Sunsure. I'm not. Long Sunsure pouted, looking quite aggrieved. Why didn't you say that if you were here, I wouldn't have gotten hurt? Shen Cheng suddenly teased Long Sun Tang. Uffed. Long Sunsure could no longer contain her laughter. Sister, you once said something so cheesy. Hearing Shen Cheng's allusion to their past flirtations, Long Sun Tang's cheeks flushed crimson, her once cold demeanor now tinged with warmth. Your injuries are of no concern to me. You scoundrel. Long Sun Tang retorted with a scoff. Despite their mutual affections, these two stubborn individuals were both too proud to admit it. Alas, Long Sunsure could not bear to witness their antics any longer. Thus, she interjected. Aren't you two supposed to be focusing on serious matters instead of indulging in flirtation? Both Shen Cheng and Long Sun Tang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, their attention shifting simultaneously towards the center of the Great Lake. Shen Cheng, I've heard whispers that treasures lie hidden within the lake. I assume that is one of your reasons for venturing to the lake's heart? Long Sunsure remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the serene lake surface. Indeed, beneath the Great Lake lies a mother mine of evolution crystals, a well-known secret within Saintti Academy. Shen Cheng replied with a smile. Yes, I wonder how many evolution crystals will be yielded this year. Evolution crystals are invaluable materials that assist in the evolution of spirit beasts, significantly mitigating the risks involved. For any beast master aiming for third-tier evolution, evolution crystals are an indispensable hurdle. While other materials may also protect the spiritual foundation, the evolution from Tier 1 to Tier 2 primarily involves confirming the direction of the spirit beast's evolution, with a relatively high margin for error. However, the leap from Tier 2 to Tier 3 signifies a monumental step along the evolutionary path. The risk of failure during this stage is at its peak. For certain spirit beasts, failure in Tier 3 evolution could potentially damage their spiritual foundation, leaving them forever stagnated at Tier 2, unable to progress further. Evolution crystals play a protective role for the spiritual foundation during the evolution from Tier 2 to Tier 3. Any beast master seeking to evolve to Tier 3 cannot bypass the necessity of evolution crystals. While there are other materials that also protect the spiritual foundation, their efficacy pales in comparison to that of evolution crystals. Currently, the only known mother mine of evolution crystals resides within the Spirit Martial Mountains, under the jurisdiction of Saintti Academy in Donglan City. The government mandates that Saintti Academy must release a portion of evolution crystals into the market for free trade each year. The outcome is predictable. The quantity of crystals produced annually from the mother mine is limited, leading to a constant state of demand outstripping supply. It could be deemed a market with a price yet devoid of availability. The Saintti Academy's Great Lake Forest Dungeon is only open to first-year students once a year, a challenge and a privilege. Once this trial is missed, there shall be no further opportunity to enter the Lake Ring Forest. Only those beast masters who dare to confront spirit beasts whose prowess far surpasses their own shall be deemed worthy of obtaining this precious material. This is the very essence behind the establishment of such a rule by Saintti Academy. After all, the overall strength of first-year students at this time hovers around the novice beastmaster level. Those who manage to traverse the dense forest and venture to the Great Lake in pursuit of the evolution crystals do so at the peril of their very lives. TCH, if you're so cowardly, why not just head back early? What are you dilly-dallying for? You're so bold, let your spirit beast go down. After all, your spirit beast is of the water attribute. If you make the first move, you might just snag a handful of evolution crystals. The crowd exchanged glances, none willing to be the first to wade into murky waters. Everyone wasn't foolish. A treasure as significant as the evolution crystals surely had spirit beasts guarding it. Suddenly, turbulent currents were already stirring. At this moment, a considerable number of people had gathered around the Great Lake, with only 40 minutes remaining until the assessment concluded. Shen Cheng turned his head and shot a glare at the boy who had spoken. The powerful aura emanating from him caused the boy to avert his gaze. We must send our spirit beasts beneath the water. But who knows what monsters lurk below that surface? Who would dare let their spirit beast dive down to fetch them? TCH, if you're so cowardly, why not just head back early? What are you dilly-dallying for? You're so bold, let your spirit beast go down. After all, it can summon a water dragon. Shen Cheng stroked his chin, appraising the second-tier CJ Jiao. One might almost think this world was teeming with S-class creatures, none willing to be the first to wade into murky waters. Everyone wasn't foolish. A treasure as significant as the evolution crystals surely had spirit beasts guarding it. Suddenly, their gaze fell upon the violet-haired youth, Shen Cheng. Hey, Shen Cheng, your strength is remarkable. Why not give it a try? Shen Cheng turned his head and shot a glare at the boy who had spoken. The powerful aura emanating from him caused the boy to avert his gaze, his eyes darting around nervously. Shen Cheng's eyes fixed intently on the calm surface of the lake, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, his clear voice rang out. Come forth. CJ Jiao. Before them, a 5-star formation materialized, and a white dragon coiled gracefully in the air. CJ Jiao? No wonder it hails from Dragon Island. It can summon a water dragon. Shen Cheng stroked his chin, appraising the second-tier CJ Jiao. One might almost think this world was teeming with S-class creatures. It nearly made him question his own existence. Shen Cheng chuckled. Although dragon-type spirit beasts possess slightly higher base stats, this CJ Jiao's aptitude is merely graded B. Long Sun Tang and Shen Cheng shared a similar philosophy. Better to have none than to have a subpar one. CJ Jiao. Go. Dragon Dive. Chapter 82. Agate Jellyfish. Aptitude. B. Skills. Dragon Dive. High-pressure water gun. Sweep. Dragon Leap Strike. Evolution Route. 1. Personality. Timid. The emergence of Shen Chen's second spirit beast instantly captivated the crowd. Wow. It's a CJ Jiao. Shen Chen is incredibly powerful. If only I could contract a dragon-type spirit beast too. So handsome. A smitten girl gazed at Shen Chen. Who could resist a violet-haired dragon youth? Nearby, 2 boys whispered to each other. Shen Chen must be the top contender of this cohort. Indeed. With his level 20+ violet crystal phantom dragon, none in his year could possibly rival him. Not to mention, he also possesses a CJ Jiao. Just a bunch of imposters. Long Sun Tang crossed his arms, disdain evident in his demeanor. In the matter of contracting spirit beasts, Long Sun Tang and Shen Cheng shared a similar philosophy. Better to have none than to have a subpar one. CJ Jiao. Go. Dragon Dive. Chapter 82. Agate Jellyfish. The CJ Jiao transformed into a streak of white light, plunging straight towards the lake's depths. After creating a massive splash, the lake returned to tranquility. Shen Chen watched calmly, awaiting the return of the CJ Jiao. He actually went down like that. This Shen Chen is truly skilled and audacious. The creature savagely chewed and swallowed the CJ Jiao before the horrified eyes of all present, the scene drenched in blood. CJ Jiao. Shouldn't there be some activity? Not long after, boom, the CJ Jiao burst forth from the water. However, unlike its previous ascent, this time it appeared frantic, as if fleeing from something terrifying. Shen Chen's expression turned grave. He already sensed what had transpired, yet it seemed it was too late. CJ Jiao, return. Shen Chen shouted urgently. Just as he finished speaking, a colossal creature leaped from the water. Its gaping maw opened wide, lunging directly for the CJ Jiao. Long Sun sure clutched Long Sun Tang's garment. Uncertain whether she spoke earnestly or in jest, Long Sun Tang remained silent, her gaze apathetic toward the unfolding chaos. It was instantly captured within the creature's jaws. The beast's mouth closed, and the CJ Jiao's long, slender body was gruesomely severed in two. Subsequently, what do evolution crystals matter? The spirit beasts have been devoured, and now our very lives are at stake. Each person lamented their decision to send their spirit beasts into the water for evolution crystals. It was nothing short of a massacre. Witnessing the brutal slaughter that profoundly shook these naive youths, agate jellyfish, finally making its appearance, the cunning old beast. Huh, Shen Cheng chuckled coldly. Name, agate jellyfish. Attribute, water. Poison, level, 3rd tier, level 50. Aptitude, A. Skills, water cannon, bubble bomb, venomous water gun, multiple vortices, reflective self. Personality, cunning. How terrifying, sister. Long Sun sure tugged at Long Sun Tang's sleeve, uncertain whether she was serious or jesting. Long Sun Tang remained silent, her gaze indifferent. Who alone understood the depths of his hidden motives? You must have achieved full marks by now. Is this risk truly necessary? Long Sun Tang inquired. What do scores matter? What do evolution crystals matter? The spirit beasts have been devoured. Our very lives are at stake. Each individual regretted allowing their spirit beasts into the water for the evolution crystals. It was nothing short of a massacre. The spirit beasts they had painstakingly nurtured were devoured whole by this agate jellyfish. Yet, a few students remained composed, refusing to follow the panicked crowd blindly. One explanation for the absence of any spirit beasts around the Great Lake was that they had all been consumed by the powerful creatures lurking within it. Long Sun sure noticed a glimmer of excitement in Shen Cheng's eyes. Shen Cheng, do you harbor intentions towards it? Shen Cheng exchanged a knowing glance with Long Sun Tang, who alone understood the depths of his intentions. You must have scored full marks by now. Is it truly worth taking this risk? Long Sun Tang inquired. It's worth 50 points. Why not seize the opportunity? Shen Cheng laughed heartily. Everyone else is fleeing for their lives, and you still have the energy to laugh? Long Sun Tang countered. Yet you haven't run either, Shen Cheng retorted. Shen Cheng's gaze remained fixed on the agate jellyfish floating in the lake. I have no interest in those 50 points. My interest lies solely in you. The agate jellyfish unleashed its venomous water gun, indiscriminately attacking the fleeing beast tamers and spirit beasts on the shore. In the distance, another spirit beast was struck by the venomous water gun. The jellyfish's tentacles rapidly extended, ensnaring the poisoned spirit beast. Crack! This spirit beast met its demise within the gaping maw of the agate jellyfish. Suddenly, a barrage of venomous water guns was directed towards Shen Cheng and his companions. Flower Fairy Envoy, use the blade of flying leaves. Swish, swish, swish. It ceased its assault on the spirit beasts on the shore, fixating its gaze on the amethyst illusion dragon. Use the ascending dragon fist. Qian Chun was already seething with rage. Although the Sea Jade Flood Dragon was not a top-tier spirit beast, it had consumed countless efforts on his part. Witnessing his spirit beast being brutally devoured pushed Qian Chun to the brink of madness. Amethyst Illusion Dragon Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance increases the power of dragon-type skills by 100. The Amethyst Illusion Dragon unfurled its massive wings and leapt into the sky, spinning gracefully, like a violet comet, especially as it was an S-ranked Amethyst Illusion Dragon. The enormous onyx jellyfish was caught off guard. Bam! The ascending dragon fist, accompanied by a resounding roar, struck the jellyfish's head. Chapter 83, Qian Chen's Fury. The force of this blow was tremendous, submerging half of the onyx jellyfish's body beneath the lake. However, it ceased its assault on the spirit beasts on the shore, focusing its full attention on the amethyst illusion dragon. Use the rising dragon fist. Qian Chen commanded furiously. The amethyst illusion dragon dove down, launching a direct attack on the colossal agate jellyfish. The jellyfish, sensing the imminent threat, spewed high-pressure water jets in an attempt to thwart its descent. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thick jets of high-pressure water surged towards the amethyst illusion dragon. However, the dragon deftly maneuvered, evading all 3 attacks with grace. The speed and strength of a flying dragon were unparalleled, especially considering this was an S-rank amethyst illusion dragon. The amethyst illusion dragon pushed off the giant head of the jellyfish, using the force to soar back into the sky. Yet, the onyx jellyfish remained relentless, its countless red tentacles lunging at the dragon above. Qian Chun, recognizing the threat, did not dare to be careless. Amethyst barrage. It suffered no actual harm. It won't be that easy. Shen Cheng watched the battle unfold with an air of detachment. After all, the agate jellyfish was a level 50 tier 3 spirit beast, and it quickly regained its composure in response to the amethyst illusion dragon's attack. Suddenly, The agate jellyfish unleashed a barrage of tentacles, swarming towards the amethyst illusion dragon. Dodge, amethyst illusion dragon. Shen Cheng commanded with utmost seriousness. The amethyst illusion dragon propelled itself off the jellyfish's massive head, using the force to soar once more into the sky. However, the agate jellyfish relentlessly pursued. Shen Cheng replied with a sly grin. Long Sun Tang, observing Shen Cheng's enigmatic demeanor, pondered what scheme he was concocting. Do you already have a plan? The amethyst illusion dragon's wings glimmered with radiant light, dazzlingly bright. In an instant, crystals coalesced and hovered before the dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The overwhelming array of amethyst crystals surged forth to intercept the oncoming tentacles. Clang, clang, clang. The clash between the tentacles and amethyst crystals resonated sharply. A fierce convergence of red and purple energies that momentarily rendered the two forces indistinguishable. Shen Cheng, aren't you going to make your move? Hee. Soon, Long Sun Tang, you will have the eight-winged azure serpent use its bloodline ability to sense the crystal's location. Wondered what schemes he was concocting. Do you have a strategy? Long Sun sure inquired. Not exactly a strategy. How about we cooperate later? Shen Cheng suggested. Looking at Long Sun, sure. Cooperate? Now that Shen Cheng has drawn all the fire from the agate jellyfish, we can simply steal the crystal. And how do we steal it? Hee. Shen Cheng's gaze turned mischievous as he looked at Long Sun Tang. Or I'll poke your eyes out. Long Sun Tang retorted with a scoff. Shen Cheng shook his head. Later, Long Sun Tang, you should have the eight-winged green serpent use its bloodline ability to locate the crystal's position, while your flower fairy envoy seizes the moment to retrieve it with vines. And you mustn't worry about me. Shen Cheng's tone was resolute and brooked no dissent. All right, we will follow your lead, Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng replied confidently. And you? You scoundrel. We do the work, and you plan to reap the rewards? Long Sun Tang said coldly. Me? Of course. I'll be the guardian angel for you too. Shen Cheng grinned shamelessly. Giggle, giggle. Long Sun sure laughed uncontrollably. What a guardian angel. Shen Cheng, you're truly amusing. Hee. Follow my signal to act. The agate jellyfish will surely retaliate if it sees us attempting to steal the crystal. I will be the one to distract it. The overwhelming presence of this dragon-type spirit beast was not to be overshadowed by the level 50 onyx jellyfish. The amethyst illusion dragon hovered in the air. Long Sun sure quickly reached an agreement with Shen Cheng. Long Sun Tang nodded in tacit approval. When shall we strike, Shen Cheng? Long Sun sure asked, her eagerness palpable. Just a little longer. Shen Cheng fixed his gaze on Shen Cheng, who was earnestly commanding the battle. At this moment, the amethyst illusion dragon's fighting spirit reached its zenith. Although the amethyst illusion dragon was not on par with its opponent in terms of level, the imposing presence of a dragon-type spirit beast was more than a match for the level 50 agate jellyfish. The amethyst illusion dragon hovered in the air. The agate jellyfish possessed an exceptionally resilient physique, and the attacks from the amethyst illusion dragon were insufficient to breach its defenses. With a resounding thud, unbeknownst to him, Shen Cheng had unconsciously begun to mentally simulate how he would battle against the amethyst illusion dragon. What a professional habit. Shen Cheng shook his head in exasperation. You beast, I will have your life. Amidst the chaos of everyone fleeing, only Shen Cheng remained resolute and fiercely determined. Its jaws gaped wide, unleashing a thunderous roar of sound waves aimed at the agate jellyfish below. The dragon's roar reverberated like thunder, overwhelming and deafening. Despite the considerable distance, the agate jellyfish possessed an exceptionally resilient physique, and the attacks from the amethyst illusion dragon were insufficient to breach its defenses. With a resounding thud, the amethyst illusion dragon unleashed a powerful strike, sending a significant portion of the floating agate jellyfish plunging back into the depths of the water. Just a moment longer, the overwhelming sound wave struck the agate jellyfish, and this time, it was evident that the creature was far from composed. Lacking ears, its jaws gaped wide, unleashing a thunderous roar of sound waves aimed at the agate jellyfish below. The dragon's roar reverberated like thunder, overwhelming and deafening. Despite the considerable distance, the sheer volume of the roar compelled onlookers to cover their ears in response. Shen Cheng, why aren't you making your move? Long Sun sure shouted. Her hands pressed against her ears. What? I can't hear you. Yet, Shen Cheng managed to decipher Long Sun Shure's intent through her lip movements, shouting back. Just a moment longer. The overwhelming sound wave struck the agate jellyfish, and this time, it was evident that the creature was far from composed. Lacking ears, the agate jellyfish relied solely on the sensory vibrations from its tentacles. The immense dragon's roar sent tremors through its entire being, causing it to thrash about in agitation. Now is the moment. Amethyst barrage. A volley of crystalline projectiles was swiftly unleashed, propelled by the howling dragon's roar, straight towards the head of the agate jellyfish. The amethyst illusion dragon executed its moves with lethal precision, denying the agate jellyfish any chance to react. Clang, clang, clang. The violet crystals collided with the agate jellyfish's head, erupting in showers of fiery sparks. Astonishingly, cracks began to appear on its crimson surface, revealing signs of damage. Impressive, someone exclaimed, unable to contain their admiration. This battle had become Shen Cheng's solo showcase. He was like a war god, mercilessly punishing evil. The agate jellyfish glared with fury, but the agony it endured was nearly insufferable. At this moment, its rage reached a boiling point. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from its form. Shen Cheng surmised what was about to transpire. The crystals that had been launched were now reversing direction, hurtling back towards the airborne amethyst illusion dragon. Intriguingly, no sooner had the words left his lips than a bizarre scene unfolded. Upon striking the agate jellyfish, the crystalline arrows fired by the amethyst illusion dragon did not explode. Instead, upon contact, the crystals halted abruptly. In a startling turn, the mirror-like surface of the agate jellyfish reflected identical crystalline projectiles. The mirrored amethyst arrows took shape, perfectly replicating the barrage that had been launched against it. The violet crystals began to tremble, akin to arrows poised to be released. Not good. Quickly activate the amethyst shield. Shen Cheng surmised what was about to transpire. The crystals that had been launched were now reversing direction, hurtling back towards the airborne amethyst illusion dragon. Intriguingly, spiraling the lake's water into chaos, reducing its volume by more than half in an instant. With a sly glimmer in his eyes, Shen Cheng observed the unfolding events. Shen Cheng had anticipated this and activated the amethyst shield in advance. The dragon's wings folded, forming a colossal purple barrier in the air. Otherwise, evasion would have been nearly impossible. Clang, clang, clang. The reflected crystals bombarded the amethyst illusion dragon. In an instant, the tide of battle had shifted. The agate jellyfish launched its counterattack. The waters of the Great Lake churned violently as whirlpools began to form. 4, 8, 16. Enormous vortices rose up, spiraling the lake's water into chaos, reducing its volume by more than half in an instant. With a sly glimmer in his eyes, Shen Cheng observed the unfolding events, declaring, at last, it's time for the multiple whirlpools. Ladies, it's time to make our move.